Chapter 1. A dense fog enveloped the mountains. Shadows loomed ominously, and the sky gradually darkened. Even the muddy country road began to blur into obscurity. Beside the path, on a withered old tree, a crow fixated on the figure lying by the roadside, poised to spring. It emitted a hoarse caw. Chu Yunhan seemed to be roused by the crow's call, slowly opening his eyes. He felt a wave of dizziness, a splitting headache, and his mind was a blank slate. It was as though some mysterious force had erased his memories, rendering everything indistinct. With great effort, he pushed himself up from the cold ground, gazing around. In the thick fog, he could faintly discern a vague structure ahead. As he made his way along the muddy path, he discovered it to be a moss-covered archway constructed of green stone. Inscribed above were the characters, Zhang Family Chastity Arch. On either side of the doorframe were carved phrases such as pure as ice, clean as jade and fragrance of bamboo, scent of orchid. It appeared to be a tribute to the unwavering fidelity of the Zhang family, honoring a life devoted to chastity. He continued along the winding path, moving forward. After a while, he vaguely spotted a small town in the distance. At the entrance of the town, an old yellow dog lay on the ground. Seemingly alerted by the sound, it lazily raised its head to glance at Chu Yunhan before lowering it again in feigned slumber. As he walked along the stone-paved road, he noticed an eerie absence of life within the town. There were no sounds, and the wooden buildings and courtyards exuded an unsettling silence. Chu Yunhan furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous premonition as he beheld the lifeless town. He attempted to find someone to inquire about his whereabouts, yet every house he passed had tightly shut doors, and knocking yielded no response. Upon reaching the town center, a side door of a grand courtyard creaked open. A young woman, dressed in coarse linen and pale as a ghost, adorned in maid's attire, gently called to Chu Yunhan, "Young master, where have you been? Hurry and prepare, or you shall miss the auspicious hour." Without waiting for a reply, she took his hand and led him into the courtyard. Inside, the place was festooned with lights, and red celebratory characters adorned the walls. Chu Yunhan felt himself growing increasingly drowsy. In a daze, he was pulled into a lavish room in the back courtyard by the young maid. She fetched a set of bright red bridal attire from a red wooden cabinet and dressed him in it. He stood there, woodenly allowing the maid to adorn him before leading him into the hall. Under the glow of countless red candles, the hall was filled with dozens of men, women, elderly, and young alike. Yet, an eerie silence enveloped the entire space. As Chu Yunhan entered, everyone turned in unison, gazing at him with blank expressions. At the head of the hall sat two elderly figures, resplendent in their finery, their faces as pale as death, adorned with rouge, emanating a faint odor of decay. Their hollow gazes, like that of lifeless dolls, fixated on him. At that moment, a woman's voice resonated from a makeshift stage on the southern side of the hall, singing a haunting melody. All present stiffly turned their heads, expressionless, fixated on the stage. In their deadened eyes, there seemed to be no trace of emotion. Chu Yunhan turned his gaze toward the stage. There stood a woman clad in a golden cloud-patterned gown, her trailing skirt embellished with intricate designs, holding a veil of misty fabric. Her hair was elegantly styled, adorned with a delicate orchid hairpin, her face enchanting as the moon, her eyes reflecting the autumn waters, sparkling with allure. The woman's voice, filled with sorrow and melancholy, floated into Chu Yunhan's ears, accidentally intruding upon the Rouge Tower, a talented scholar destined for a tale, a melody that binds for life, a glance that plunges into the netherworld, only to speak of snow and moon like the wind and flowers. Yet the words falter on my tongue. I harbor feelings, yet the performer remains indifferent. Alas, one heart deeply entwined, on the road to the yellow springs, only remnants remain, drained of two tales of blood, yearning for a heart 3 inches wide. As the final note faded, the woman descended from the stage, approaching Chu Yunhan directly. She took a piece of red satin from beside her and draped it over her head. In the southeastern corner of the hall, a man with a waxen complexion stood, devoid of emotion, and proclaimed loudly, "The auspicious hour has arrived. And today, the matchmaker's words unite the two families. The union of two surnames, a contract in this hall, a bond for eternity, matched in name, the alliance of red leaves, inscribed in the love scroll. Forever and always, hearts intertwined. A chilling, icy hand, pale as bone, gripped Chu Yunhan's arm, sending a shiver through him. In that instant, he felt his previously foggy mind snap into clarity. Yet, terror struck him as he realized he was like a puppet, unable to move a muscle. Bow to heaven and earth. He found himself bending in unison with the bride beside him. Bow to your parents. The two elderly figures at the head of the hall watched the couple bow, their ghastly faces devoid of expression. The dozens of seated guests remained silent, as if they did not exist. Bow to each other as husband and wife. Chu Yunhan's fear peaked, yet his body involuntarily leaned toward the bride beside him. All he could see were a pair of blood-red embroidered shoes. Ritual complete. At that command, he found he could once again control his body. In a frenzy, he dashed toward the exit. Yet, no one in the hall raised a voice to stop him. Upon reaching the grand door, he discovered it was tightly sealed, appearing as impenetrable as a wall. The side entrance through which he had entered had vanished without a trace. The courtyard walls towered high, and despite numerous attempts, he could not scale them. After a long while, he reluctantly succumbed to fear and returned to the hall. To his dismay, he found only the red candles flickering, the once crowded hall now devoid of all but emptiness. An eerie silence enveloped the space. Chu Yunhan's heart sank as he stifled his fear, searching the hall, yet finding no sign of life. He then made his way to the back courtyard. However, after searching the rear, he found no one, only a seemingly empty room that appeared to be a woman's chamber, illuminated by candlelight. Upon approaching, he noticed a finely crafted iron box on the vanity. Opening it, he discovered a thick stack of rice paper, each inscribed with delicate script. The young performer of the troupe is truly beautiful, and her singing is delightful. Alas, I regret that I, the humble servant, should not privately betroth myself. Neither tea nor food brings joy. Where is young Master Chu now? When will young Master Chu come to propose to my Zhang family? Am I ill? Lately I feel so fatigued. My father summoned a physician. Yet why did the doctor shake his head after examining me? One misstep can lead to eternal regret. My father says, I bear a cursed child. Why has young Master Chu not come propose? I am so afraid. My father threatens to send me to the underworld, claiming the Zhang family's reputation for chastity cannot be sullied. Young Master Chu, I am so frightened. My mother also wishes to drown me. But what of the life within me? Just as Chu Yunhan contemplated reading further, the candlelight in the chamber began to flicker. A cold gust of wind entered, causing the door and windows to creak ominously. In the distance, a woman's sorrowful call echoed, rendering the already eerie atmosphere even more unsettling. Darling. At the sound, Chu Yunhan's heart jolted, and he hurriedly returned the papers to the box. He glanced around, finding no suitable hiding place. The footsteps grew closer, and with gritted teeth, he hastily crawled beneath the bed. Moments later, with a creak, the door swung open, and the footsteps drew nearer. A pair of blood-red embroidered shoes came into view, and he clamped his mouth shut, stifling even his breath. Suddenly, the candlelight extinguished, plunging the room into utter darkness. An eerie silence enveloped the space, as if even his heartbeat echoed too loudly. After some time, the sound of dripping water reached his ears. He felt something wet fall upon his face. Just as he cautiously prepared to wipe the droplets away, an overwhelming fear gripped him. An icy, bone-chilling hand seized his feet from beneath the bed. Hee, darling, I have finally found you. Before Chu Yunhan could react, he was abruptly dragged out from beneath the bed by an overwhelming force. Subsequently, his body was forcefully flung onto the bed almost immediately. A damp, swollen, and decaying corpse landed heavily upon him in the suffocating darkness. A nauseating stench of rot invaded Chu Yunhan's nostrils. With a sudden gasp, a sharp pain surged through his chest. A skeletal hand plunged into his torso, as if his heart were being tightly grasped by some unseen entity, then yanked violently. He felt his strength drain away, his body convulsing uncontrollably amidst the excruciating agony. His consciousness began to blur. Within the pitch-black room, the sounds of a beast tearing into its prey echoed ominously. To facilitate the readers, the detailed progression routes of the 15 tiers of the 6 major cultivation systems from the Tower of Return and the City of Finality are placed at the end of the first chapter for your convenience. Feel free to glance at them or skip over them, as they will gradually unfold in the narrative. Endless Armament System. Tier 1. Gunner, Tier 2. Gunfighter, Tier 3. Mech Engineer, Tier 4. Mechanical Manipulator, Tier 5. Mechanical Butcher, Tier 6. King of Mecha, Tier 7. Planet Destroyer, Tier 8. Star Devourer, Tier 9. Weapon Master, Tier 10. Star Spirit, Tier 11. Emperor of the Galaxy, Tier 12. Sovereign of Time, Tier 13. Domain Lord, Tier 14. Realm Emperor, Tier 15. Cosmic Overlord. Life Evolution System. Tier 1. Gene Awakening, Tier 2. Gene Evolution, Tier 3. Gene Recombination, Tier 4. Gene Metamorphosis, Tier 5. Life Evolution, Tier 6. Gene Ancestry, Tier 7. Life Ascension, Tier 8. Ancient Ruler, Tier 9. Elder God, Tier 10. Outer God, Tier 11. Chaos Pillar God, Tier 12. Space Devourer, Tier 13. Annihilate Controller, Tier 14. Dimensional Destroyer, Tier 15. Supreme Creator. Elemental Control System. Tier 1. Magic Apprentice, Tier 2. Junior Mage, Tier 3. Intermediate Mage, Tier 4. Advanced Mage, Tier 5. Grand Mage, Tier 6. Legendary Mage, Tier 7. Forbidden Spellcaster, Tier 8. Archmage, Tier 9. Holy Archmage, Tier 10. King of Arcane Arts, Tier 11. Divine Mage, Tier 12. Arcane Sovereign, Tier 13. Origin Mage, Tier 14. Time-Space Annihilator, Tier 15. Master of Elements. Ascension to Divinity System. Tier 1. Apostle, Tier 2. Spirit, Tier 3. Divine Power, Tier 4. Faith, Tier 5. Igniting Divine Fire, Divine Fire Realm, Tier 6. Condensing Divine Essence, Divine Body Realm, Tier 7. Lower Deity, Tier 8. Middle Deity, Tier 9. Higher Deity, Tier 10. True Deity, Tier 11. Celestial Deity, Tier 12. Divine King, Tier 13. Ancestor Deity, Tier 14. World Lord, Tier 15. Eternal Source Deity. Path of Immortals and Demon System. Tier 1. Blood Refinement to Forge the Body, Tier 2. Essence Refinement to Transform Chi, Tier 3. Chi Refinement to Spirit, Tier 4. Spirit Refinement to Void, Tier 5. Void Refinement to Unity, Tier 6. Infant Transformation, Tier 7. Cave Void, Tier 8. Law Manifestation, Tier 9. Cataclysm, Tier 10. Transformation into Immortal, Tier 11. Taoist Sovereign, Tier 12. Immortal King, Tier 13. Primordial Infinity, Tier 14. Celestial Path of the Heavens, Tier 15. Infinite Tao Lord. Grand Tao of Celestial Mystery System. Tier 1. Bone Forging, Tier 2. Blood Transformation, Tier 3. Five Polar Tao Codex, Tier 4. Dragon Spine Triad, Tier 5. Primordial Spirit Secret Realm, Tier 6. Ascending to Heaven to Inquire the Tao. Heavenly Path Realm, Tier 7. Sky Piercing Realm, Tier 8. Regal Heaven Realm, Tier 9. Vast Heaven Realm, Tier 10. Holy Heaven Realm, Tier 11. Annihilating Heaven Realm, Tier 12. Ancestral King Realm, Tier 13. Tao Mystical Realm, Tier 14. Immortal Realm, Tier 15. Supreme Realm. Ha! Ha! Chu Yunhan abruptly opened his eyes, gasping for breath as he sat up on his bed. Instinctively, he pressed his hand against his chest, as if the excruciating pain of having his heart ripped out had yet to subside. Damn it! Another nightmare. How many days has it been? Why must he die a horrific death in his dreams every single night? In a fit of rage, he hurled the cup from his bedside to the floor. It had been over half a month since he began experiencing these inexplicable nightmares. Each time, he met a gruesome fate in various forms. Once, he found himself in an endless forest, torn apart by a gigantic black bear, helplessly watching as it devoured him piece by piece amidst agonizing pain. On another occasion, Under the blazing sun with no shelter, he was scorched by temperatures soaring into the hundreds, leaving him a mere desiccated corpse curled up in agony. In a city that resembled a post-apocalyptic wasteland, he was crushed to a pulp by patrolling giant robots. In a vast desert, countless black ants swarmed over him, gnawing him down to bare bones in unimaginable torment. There was also the chilling experience of being frozen into an ice sculpture, shattered into fragments in a frigid, snow-laden landscape. Each death in these nightmares was accompanied by an unending agony that seemed to echo from the depths of hell itself, subjecting him to extreme and cruel torment. This relentless ordeal had left Chu Yunhan's spirit utterly despondent and weakened. The troubling part was that no matter how he tried to rouse himself, he would inevitably fall into a deep slumber in the dead of night. Over these days, he had searched every medical establishment in Yunhan town, yet not a single physician could alleviate his plight. Even the most stimulating medications proved futile. At the designated hour, he would succumb to sleep, only to face another demise in his dreams. He pondered for a long time, unable to discern the cause of it all. Were these merely nightmares, or was it some kind of supernatural jest? Last night marked the 16th day, and predictably, it ended in another tragic death. Furthermore, Chu Yunhan noticed that with each passing night of dying in his dreams, his physical state in reality seemed to deteriorate as well. His mental state waned progressively. At first, despite the nightmares, he felt merely lethargic, though not to the current extent that the number of deaths increased. So too did his frailty. He had an ominous premonition that if this continued, he might truly face death in reality. Yet, he found no solution to this pressing issue. He had attempted to hide the moment he fell into a nightmare, but he always met his end through various means. On the 13th day, he discovered that he could bring objects from reality into his dreams. Whatever he touched before succumbing to sleep would manifest in the nightmare. He began to resist. Once, he took a machete into the dream, only to realize that the dangers he faced far exceeded his capabilities. Unfortunately, he was not a martial arts expert and lacked the means to combat the threats within his nightmares. Enduring a throbbing headache, Chu Yunhan rose from his bed and donned his clothes. He had something crucial to attend to today. 3 days prior, he had entrusted someone with a significant sum of money to procure a large barrel of oil for him. He was prepared to make one final desperate attempt. Given the current trajectory of events, it was highly probable that he would truly confront death. Just then, a knock echoed from outside the door. "Brother Han, are you in there?" called out a younger associate from outside. Chu Yunhan approached and opened the door. A group of robust young men stood waiting outside. Upon seeing Chu Yunhan, they collectively greeted him. "Greetings, Brother Han." These individuals were all his underlings. Renowned in Yunhan town for his ferocity, Chu Yunhan was well known for his courage in battle, ever since his parents perished at the border during his childhood. He had been raised single-handedly by his older sister, Chu Yunshi, who was 5 years his senior. To avoid being bullied and oppressed by others, Chu Yunhan understood from a young age that only those who fearlessly embraced death could instill fear in others and deter them from bullying. Thus, he fought with extraordinary ferocity, always throwing himself into the fray without hesitation. Gradually, his ruthless reputation spread throughout Yunhan town, and no one dared to insult the siblings any longer. He gathered a group of small-time delinquents who made a living through usury. The only regret was that without a solid background or immense wealth, Chu Yunhan had no opportunity to enter the martial arts academy and learn the martial arts of the Great Xia Empire. Last spring, his sister, Chu Yunshi, married far away in Chang'an, Liang Province, thousands of miles from his home in Langyu Prefecture, Jiangnan Province. When Chu Yunshi initially wished to take him along, he vehemently opposed her. A recently married woman living with her brother in her husband's household would only attract endless gossip. He did not want to become a burden to his sister or cause her to lose face in her new home. Therefore, he chose to remain in Yunhan town and live alone. Chu Yunhan nodded and, once the group entered the room, turned to the lead man in black attire, Sang Biao. "Has the payment from boss you been collected?" The man named Sang Biao's expression darkened as he replied indignantly, "Boss Yu has gone into hiding. The brothers have searched for 2 days and still cannot find him. Brother Han, this Yu has already accrued a debt of 20,000 gold coins with interest. His home has nothing of value. It's a rental, and all he has is a wife and daughter. I noticed that both his wife and daughter are quite pretty. His wife still possesses charm, and his daughter is youthful enough to be irresistible. Perhaps we should sell them to a strip club to settle the debt?" Chu Yunhan frowned and delivered a sharp slap across Sang Biao's face. Have you lost your mind? Boss, you borrowed the money in his personal capacity. His wife and daughter did not sign anything. What do they have to do with this, if we capture them? Do you think the Enforcement Bureau will let us off the hook? He instructed, gather more brothers and continue searching. Check if you is at a friend's house. Once found, break one of his legs first. Let us see if he dares to hide again. Sang Biao lowered his head, rubbing his swollen cheek, and quickly replied, Brother Han, my apologies. We will go find him right away. Chu Yunhan nodded, cautioning, be careful, once found. Bring him back first. Don't let the Enforcement Bureau make things difficult for us. The laws of the Great Xia dynasty are not to be trifled with. If we offend them, no one will be able to save us. After the group departed, Chu Yunhan rubbed his forehead, retrieving 30,000 gold coins from his hidden savings in the cabinet. He locked the iron door behind him and stepped out of the old house. It was only by the afternoon that Chu Yunhan, breathless, dragged a large wooden barrel back to his residence. This barrel of 50 pounds of oil had been painstakingly procured from a black market trader in Qinglian County, costing him a hefty sum of 30,000 gold coins. Over the years, he had managed to save a mere sum of over 90,000 gold coins. Kerosene, utilized as fuel for mechanical vehicles, was subjected to stringent regulation by the Great Xia dynasty. Generally, only the government possessed the privilege to procure it from designated imperial merchants. Ordinary citizens were strictly forbidden from purchasing or hoarding it, as this substance ignited with the slightest spark, posing a significant risk of fire and casualties. The common populace lacked mechanical vehicles and, hence, had no practical use for such fuel. Nevertheless, it thrived in the black market, a realm where profit reigned supreme and anything could be obtained. Rumor had it that even the standard-issue Thunderfire rifles of the Imperial Army could be found within the black market of Langya Prefecture. These novel items had only recently emerged, as he recalled a time when the military relied on swords, spears, and bows, and travel was conducted via horse-drawn carriages, with currency consisting of gold and silver. It was a mystery where the empire had acquired such innovative knowledge, enabling the Great Xia to transform dramatically in just a few short years, as the sun set and the moon rose, casting a deepening darkness across the land. Chu Yunhan, clad in a black short coat, leaned against the edge of his bed. He cradled a barrel of kerosene in his arms, with a gleaming, sharp machete secured at his waist. To prepare for any eventuality, 3 boxes of matches were stuffed into the pocket of his shirt. Counting the time in his mind, an overwhelming drowsiness soon enveloped him, and he swiftly succumbed to slumber. Upon reopening his eyes, Chu Yunhan found himself in a desolate manor. The abandoned estate was dominated by a decaying wooden main building, surrounded by crumbling walls and ruins. The courtyard was overgrown with weeds, seemingly long forsaken, and a thick mist obscured the view, rendering the surroundings almost indistinguishable. Glancing at the kerosene barrel he held and feeling the cold blade of the machete at his side, he felt a slight sense of reassurance. With a heavy heart, he dragged the cumbersome barrel toward the dilapidated main building. Pushing open the rotting wooden door, a musty odor assaulted his senses. Light filtered through the gaps in the shattered windows, faintly illuminating the remnants of past grandeur within. Yet, all the exquisite furnishings had long since faded, succumbing to mildew and decay. The 3-story wooden structure was ensnared by cobwebs, casting an eerie and foreboding ambience. In the vast hall, a damaged idol stood, its original form obscured by time. Chu Yunhan surveyed his surroundings, conducting a thorough inspection of each room, yet found nothing of note. Thus, he dismantled several decayed cabinets. Transporting the wood into the hall that he then pried open the wooden stopper of the kerosene barrel, saturating the entire 3-story building with the flammable liquid, leaving only the open space in the hall untouched. The potent scent of kerosene permeated the entire structure. With a frigid gaze, he fixed his eyes on the broken idol in the hall, a vigilant expression etched across his face. Without hesitation, he poured the last remnants of kerosene upon the idol. After completing these tasks, Chu Yunhan was left breathless and wearied. He leaned against the collapsed wooden table in the hall, one hand gripping the knife tightly, while the other clutched a box of matches. His gaze unwaveringly fixed on the idol. As time passed, the daylight gradually waned. Chu Yunhan did not lower his guard. Instead, his expression grew increasingly grave. The glint of ruthlessness flickered in his eyes, and his grip on the knife tightened involuntarily. As night enveloped the earth, a chilling wind whistled through the crevices of the wooden building, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Within the manor, the once potent scent of kerosene began to dissipate under the cold wind's caress. Realizing that the building would soon be shrouded in complete darkness, Chu Yunhan prepared a small fire pit in the vacant space with the wood he had gathered as warmth radiated from the flames. The tension in his body gradually eased. In the flickering firelight, the shadow of the crumbling idol in the hall began to twist and distort, as if mocking the prey poised to meet its demise. Above, the moon seemed to hide, its pale light swallowed by the encroaching darkness. The forsaken manor was enveloped in an eerie silence, devoid of even the faintest chirp of insects, save for the mournful howling of the wind, which painted the world in a more sinister hue. As the night deepened, Chu Yunhan, feeling the oppressive stillness surrounding him, found his heart racing. That moment, he could no longer ignore the cold that enveloped him. His gaze remained fixed on the idol, as if anticipating it to spring to life at any moment. However, after an interminable wait, the damaged statue showed no sign of change. Unbeknownst to Chu Yunhan, a shadow the size of a grinding wheel loomed above him from the wooden beam overhead, silently drifting downwards. Just as he let out a quiet sigh of relief, a sudden realization struck him. Beneath the flickering light of the fire, an additional shadow appeared above his own. A cold sweat erupted from his brow, and his hair stood on end. He instinctively looked up, his hand tightly gripping the sharp machete, which he swung upwards in a desperate arc. Illuminated by the firelight, he beheld a giant spider, its body bristling with eyes, brandishing a pair of sharp fangs aimed directly at his crown. With a resounding thwack, the machete cleaved into the monstrous spider, leaving a deep gash on its rotund abdomen, which was the size of a grinding wheel. A torrent of viscous fluid erupted from the wound, drenching Chu Yunhan in a foul spray. The force of his strike sent the giant spider tumbling into the nearby rubble. Gasping for breath, Chu Yunhan felt his body weaken, collapsing onto the ground, while a searing pain coursed through his face and body, as if the spider's bodily fluids harbored a potent venom. It was only then that he noticed a strand of silk dangling from above, swaying in the chill of the wind. After a brief respite, Chu Yunhan retrieved a burning stick from the fire and made his way toward where the giant spider had fallen. Soon, he discovered the creature amid the debris. Its monstrous form now rendered immobile, several of its grotesque legs severed by his earlier blow. As he approached, the giant spider opened its maw, revealing its menacing fangs, and hissed at him in a frenzy. Without hesitation, Chu Yunhan raised his machete and struck down upon the giant spider, the putrid liquid splattering everywhere. Upon inspecting the now motionless creature, he felt the corrosive venom coursing through his veins, inflicting waves of agonizing pain. After what felt like an eternity, Chu Yunhan slowly made his way back to the fire, his battered body dragging heavily. Just as he neared the warmth of the flames, preparing to rest, he suddenly felt a sticky cord ensnaring his leg. An immense force yanked him backward into the darkness. He fell to the ground, his machete slipping from his grasp. In a frantic attempt, he reached for a burning stick from the fire, only to be dragged away. In the dim glow, a colossal spider, akin to a calf in size, materialized before him. His eyes widened in horror. The spider's massive fangs pierced into his flesh. A searing pain surged through him, as though the creature had injected some vile substance into his being. Suddenly, the wooden structure above him erupted into a cacophony of skittering sounds. As countless bloodthirsty spiders of various sizes, adorned with black fur, descended upon him, the sight was enough to send chills down his spine, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Before he could react, a violent twisting pain erupted in his abdomen, as if he were being filled with sulfuric acid, his very essence seeming to dissolve. Ugh! Chu Yunhan convulsed in agony, unable to utter a word. Gouts of blood spilled from his mouth, staining the ground below. As he beheld the horde of sinister spiders racing toward him, the proximity of death strangely extinguished his fear. Fixating on the terrifying giant spider, a fierce determination flashed across his face, summoning the last remnants of his strength. He hurled the still-burning stick into the distance. Boom! A fierce blaze erupted instantaneously, igniting the entirety of the wooden structure in a conflagration that illuminated the surroundings. The decaying three-story building transformed into a towering inferno, casting a radiant light that engulfed the estate. Hiss! The air was filled with anguished screeches as all the spiders were engulfed in the raging flames, the acrid stench of burning flesh permeating the atmosphere. Just before his consciousness faded into darkness, Chu Yunhan glimpsed the giant spider, its cries fading as it collapsed amidst the fire, a hint of relief gracing his features as the inferno consumed the spiders. Along with Chu Yunhan, countless invisible green sparks emanated from the charred remains of the creatures, swirling into his wounded body. Following the demise of the last giant spider, a more intense green light surged forth, seemingly awakening some unfathomable and imperceptible terror within him, radiating a divine brilliance that illuminated the void, an aura of annihilation, capable of extinguishing all life and rendering the cycle of reincarnation obsolete, began to emerge as the world around him dissolved into nothingness. The universe, an expanse of infinite vastness filled with various forms of matter, originated from a singular, dimensionless point, a singularity of infinite density. All matter and energy within the universe coalesced into this minuscule point, which, at some unknown moment, erupted, producing an unfathomable pressure that led to the Big Bang. This unprecedented explosion scattered all matter from the singularity, causing the universe to expand infinitely. As this expansion progressed, the initial portions of space began to slow in their expansion rate. When the matter within these regions ceased to decay, they formed distinct universes, each achieving a peculiar equilibrium that maintained their structural stability. Yet, the exponential expansion from the singularity continued unabated as time passed. The expansion of the second portion of space also began to decelerate, culminating in the formation of yet another universe. Thus, the eternal expansion persisted, with the singularity giving birth to the mother universe, which in turn spawned countless distinct universes. The mother universe, in essence, is an unfathomable infinite multiverse, and the blue star where Chu Yunhan resides is but one of many within this multiverse. Within this vast expanse exists a colossal void spanning hundreds of millions of light years, known to all high-dimensional intelligent beings as the cosmic forbidden zone. At the very heart of this forbidden zone stands an extraordinarily massive tower-like structure. Upon Chu Yunhan's final breath in the dream, he did not awaken as he usually did from nightmares. Instead, his physical form vanished in an instant, as though it had never existed. When he regained consciousness, he felt as if he were ensconced in a womb, enveloped in warmth and comfort, as if submerged in the essence of life itself. Yet, upon opening his eyes, he was met with an endless cascade of light and shadow. Before long, an indescribable, immeasurable towering structure emerged before him. Time passed, and as he emerged from his state of awe, he found himself in a vast, white expanse. Just as confusion set in, a voice resonated in his mind. Within this white space, a colossal screen materialized, announcing, "The preparatory executor has successfully passed the preliminary selection of the returning ruins tower. Race, human. Talent, spirit slayer. Talent status, awakened. Talent description, exterminate intelligent life forms. Absorb soul power for self-enhancement. Talent level, talent evaluation, severed causality, untouched by calamity, ultimate sublimation title, none rank, 0 cultivation method, 0 items, 0 realm, 0 source power, 0 space, 1 cubic meter identity transformation complete. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the initial screening and become a hunter of the Tower of the Abyss. Initiate system selection. Different systems present distinct challenges and subsequent achievements, so hunters must choose wisely. Endless armament. Ignite the light of wisdom, ascend the tree of technology, and forge all things into weapons. Life evolution. Unlock the genetic lock of one's corporeal form. Evolving towards a higher dimension. Elemental mastery. Command the boundless elemental forces of the cosmos, unveiling the secrets of the arcane. Ascension to divinity. Ignite the divine flame, consolidate the divine persona, and ascend through faith. Path of immortality and demons. Forge the foundation of immortals and demons, cultivate the power of the primordial spirit, and seek the way of the divine. Great Tao of mystical heavens. Life sublimates. Masters the laws, and reflects upon the myriad heavens. Chu Yunhan was utterly astonished by the sudden voice that resonated in his mind, staring blankly for an extended period before gradually regaining his composure. Where's this place? Talent. I actually possess talent. After regaining his senses, Chu Yunhan began to meticulously examine the so-called system selection. There were a total of 6 options, each appearing remarkably promising. From the voice in his mind and the text displayed on the luminous screen, it was evident that this choice was of utmost importance. It required careful deliberation. However, after studying for a considerable time, he found himself utterly perplexed. Yet, despite his confusion, he devised his own method to select the one that appeared most formidable. Chu Yunhan raised his voice and proclaimed, "I choose the great Tao of mystical heavens. The hunter has chosen the system, great Tao of mystical heavens." Immediately, a dazzling beam of white light illuminated Chu Yunhan. Qualities conversion in progress. Qualities conversion successful. The initial information from the Tower of the Abyss has been dispatched. Please review it carefully, Hunter. As the colossal screen transformed, Chu Yunhan diligently observed. The equilibrium of this multiverse is on the brink of collapse. Should the balance be disrupted, everything within the multiverse shall be annihilated. Within the infinite multiverses, across the eternal continuum, two great beings transcending all sentient life emerge sequentially, amidst the vast and boundless chaos. A single thought births all, while another thought extinguishes all. Yet, each of their interventions accelerates the cosmic balance's demise. To restore the balance of this multiverse, these two great beings created the Tower of the Abyss and the City of Endings as primordial realms. They began to select capable executors from the infinite multiverse to prevent civilizations and powerful entities from disrupting the cosmic equilibrium. Those chosen by the Tower of the Abyss to execute tasks are called hunters. They are randomly selected from intelligent beings possessing a certain creative quality among the countless civilizations observed, existing solely to fulfill various tasks. Executors must either grow stronger and remain self-sufficient or ensure the continuity of their civilization, enabling its ongoing development. This is vital as nearly every cosmic civilization harbors the genes of destruction and annihilation. Should an executor refuse to complete the tasks or requests from the Tower of the Abyss in the City of Endings, they will face obliteration. If all executors from their civilization perish, a fate of eradication awaits them. Executors must tirelessly strive to grow stronger to confront the endless darkness and unknowns until they complete their missions or meet death. After absorbing this information, Chu Yunhan remained silent for a considerable time. This was merely the information conveyed by the Tower of the Abyss. He could not discern its authenticity. The truth may only be revealed as he encounters more information. The Tower of the Abyss will periodically issue various tasks to its hunters. They must find ways to complete these tasks to return to the tower. The degree of task completion and the evaluation from the Tower of the Abyss will determine the rewards bestowed upon the hunters. Rewards are manifold, including the universal currency of the Tower of the Abyss and the City of Endings, source power, as well as countless cultivation methods, items, knowledge, and various materials. Perhaps a hunter could ascend from an ordinary mortal to divinity. Yet, the greater likelihood remains that one day they may perish within a task world. New hunters begin at the lowest tier of the Tower of the Abyss, and upon ascending in rank, they may enter the tier above. Each tier's hunters are entirely independent, unable to traverse freely to other tiers. After completing a rank advancement, hunters cannot refuse to ascend to the next tier. As ranks increase, the difficulty of tasks issued by the Tower of the Abyss escalates correspondingly, and the dangers faced by the hunters intensify. Generally, hunters from different tiers do not receive the same tasks nor inhabit the same task world. The tasks assigned by the Tower of the Abyss are mandatory. Should a hunter refuse to accept a task, they will face annihilation as punishment. In this primordial realm, there is no right or wrong, nor any laws or rules. Everything relies solely on the strength of the hunter, due to the immense rewards for completing tasks and the severe penalties faced upon failure within the task worlds. Unless dictated by the Tower of the Abyss, all hunters will go to any lengths to fulfill their missions. The only entity a hunter can trust is themselves. Countless deceased hunters have proven this truth. Each time a hunter enters a task world and completes their mission, they will be instantly returned to the Tower of the Abyss, regardless of the extent of injuries sustained in the task world. As long as they do not perish, the Tower of the Abyss will fully heal the injured hunter. Each hunter possesses a dedicated chamber within the Tower of the Abyss. During intervals between accepting tasks, hunters can choose to temporarily return to their own worlds to recuperate. When the Tower of the Abyss issues a task, hunters must return here to prepare for the task world. While no one knows how this transportation occurs, the strength possessed by hunters can be brought back to their respective worlds. The relationship between the Tower of the Abyss and the City of Endings is one of both competition and cooperation. Regarding the specifics of the City of Endings, no information is provided. In the eyes of the two great beings who created the primordial realms, all hunters are merely ants. After Chu Yunhan absorbed all of this, the initial excitement and exhilaration had long since dissipated. Being chosen by the Tower of the Abyss to become a hunter signifies that he will henceforth serve as an executor of the tower. He will endure endless cycles, confront countless life and death crises, until he ultimately meets his demise. The yearning for survival, the pursuit of power, the continuation of his civilization, the safety of loved ones within his world. Each of these elements has become an immense pressure, weighing heavily upon the shoulders of all executors. It is entirely conceivable that, for the sake of their own survival and strength, and to perpetuate their civilization, The hunters here will transform into the most merciless of reapers, relentlessly reaping all opponents or companions that obstruct the completion of his tasks. Chu Yunhan had never anticipated that behind the nightmares he had endured lay such astonishing secrets. As an ordinary individual thrust into this unfathomable realm, he was compelled to confront the ceaseless cycles of existence, enduring innumerable tribulations of life and death. Most crucially, he could discern no endpoint, facing alone what seemed to be an endless abyss of despair, destined to languish perpetually in a nightmarish existence until his ultimate demise. After a prolonged silence, Chu Yunhan appeared to grasp something profound, his fists clenched tightly, his gaze radiating determination. He understood that regardless of the circumstances, once he entered the Tower of Return, this reality had irrevocably manifested. He could neither alter it nor summon the strength to do so. The only course available to him now was to exert every ounce of effort to fulfill the tasks assigned by the Tower of Return. If he could consistently complete these tasks, he would acquire powers beyond the imagination of ordinary mortals, ultimately gaining the ability to command his own fate. Perhaps he felt powerless to effect change at this moment. Yet who could predict the future? When he ascended to a certain height, perhaps he would have the capacity to transform everything. If he could not, it would merely indicate that he lacked sufficient strength. If he could become powerful enough to confront the creator of the Tower of Return, then all obstacles would cease to be a concern. Having come to this realization, Chu Yunhan fell silent, diligently familiarizing himself with the myriad rules of the Tower of Return, etching them indelibly in his mind. His innate ability to annihilate living beings, absorbing their soul energy for personal enhancement, severing causality, untouched by calamity, reaching the pinnacle of transcendence. Chu Yunhan was unaware whether this ability was unique to him or if it was shared by others. While he comprehended the essence of this talent, he had yet to discern how to elevate his own being through this soul energy, nor did he perceive its existence within himself. However, from the Tower of Return's elucidation, this talent appeared exceedingly formidable. It was his sole reliance for survival in the Tower of Return, offering a glimmer of hope for liberation from this infernal abyss. Uncertain of how much time had passed, the inscriptions on the colossal luminous screen within the wide expanse suddenly began to shift. The trial of the Grand Dao Xiantian system is about to commence. Hunters, please prepare yourselves. The trial ground is a world for hunters to acquire the initial power of the Grand Dao Xiantian system. Upon entering the trial world, hunters must fulfill the tasks issued by the Tower of Return. The degree of completion of these tasks will directly influence the rewards hunters receive thereafter. The trial tasks are unique, and the rewards will be double those of other tasks. Specific task details will be announced once hunters enter the trial world. The countdown to the task begins. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. With a flash of white light, Chu Yunhan vanished from the wide expanse in an instant. On the continent of Xianyang, in the far west, lay an endless, boundless desert. Not a blade of grass grew, no rain fell, and life was absent. It was referred to by all as the Death Desert. Deep within this vast wasteland, an immense, impenetrable black cloud obscured the entire land. Within this canopy of darkness, fierce winds slashed through the void, and bolts of lightning capable of obliterating all creation flickered ominously. It seemed to harbor infinite danger and terror. This black cloud was deemed an absolute forbidden zone by all the inhabitants of Xianyang. It was commonly known as the Black Abyss. Only a narrow gap pierced through it. Not far from this opening stood an extraordinarily grandiose city, towering majestically, effectively sealing off all pathways leading from the Black Abyss to the Death Desert. In the eastern expanse of the Death Desert, life began to stir, with forests and lakes dotting the landscape. Cities of varying sizes and towering mountains imbued the entire Xianyang continent with vitality. Approximately 500 miles from the edge of the Death Desert lay a modest yet robust city, its gates adorned with the three characters Jinwuqing. Within Jinwuqing, countless armored guards bustled about, dark banners fluttering in the wind atop the city walls. Upon opening his eyes, Chu Yunhan found himself amidst this vast military encampment, clad in a coarse burlap garment. Suddenly, a message materialized in his mind. The trial task is issued. Survive the 3 invasions of the alien army at the Xianyang Imperial Pass. The performance of the trial taker will directly impact the final rewards. Proficiency in all languages has been attained. As Chu Yunhan contemplated the task at hand, a middle-aged man nearby suddenly spoke up. Little brother, why do you think the lieutenant summoned us all of a sudden? Are we about to begin training? Chu Yunhan glanced at the man, shook his head, and followed the throng of similarly clad men towards the training ground. Within a mere quarter of an hour, the enormous training ground was already densely populated with thousands of men. A commander clad in black armor, with a long blade at his side, strode confidently onto the wooden platform in the training ground. He exuded an aura of danger, his fierce eyes scanning the crowd with cold indifference. His authoritative voice resonated in every ear. Remember this. from the moment you stepped into Zhenwu. Your lives no longer belong to you. Regardless of your past identity, the enemies you have made, or the heinous crimes you have committed, from this day forth, you are the death warriors of the Xinjia Army's Vanguard Regiment. Here, your lives are worth no more than that of a dog. If you wish to survive, you must stake your lives on it. Cherish the time you have now. Once the war begins, such opportunities will no longer exist. From today, everyone sleeps at the second watch and rises at the fifth. Aside from meal times, you will train relentlessly. Anyone found slacking off will face severe punishment under military law. Everyone, line up now to receive your weapons and techniques from the quartermaster. Assemble here in 1 hour. Having delivered his orders, the lieutenant paid no heed to the crowd's reactions and departed. Chu Yunhan bowed his head and quietly followed the throng towards the quartermaster station nearby. Identity token. Chu Yunhan removed the wooden plaque hanging from his neck and handed it to the soldier before him. The soldier glanced at the plaque, circled Chu Yunhan's name in the open ledger on the table. And then another soldier handed him a burlap sack. Upon receiving the sack, Chu Yunhan felt its weight and made his way towards his tent. Inside the tent, he opened the sack to find a set of cloth armor, a long blade, and a thin booklet. The booklet bore the title Body Refinement Technique, and upon opening it, illustrations of various training postures sprang to life on the pages. Beneath each illustration were several lines of text. Chu Yunhan meticulously perused the booklet, committing its contents to memory. An hour later, clad in cloth armor and wielding the long blade, Chu Yunhan stood in the training ground, still reflecting on the teachings of the Body Refinement Technique. The lieutenant, now seated on the platform, noted that everyone had assembled within the allotted time and nodded in approval before speaking. The Body Refinement Technique is foundational for cultivation, embodying the efforts of countless sages and representing the finest foundational practice of the Great Yin Dynasty. To become a true warrior, one must thoroughly integrate the Body Refinement Technique. Many of you may be illiterate, so today I will teach you how to practice it. True warriors progress through 5 stages of body refinement: skin training, strengthening, bone forging, marrow merging, and blood transformation. Only upon reaching the skin training stage can one be considered to have entered the realm of martial arts. Each stage represents a new level of mastery. Upon mastering skin training, one's skin becomes as resilient as leather, capable of shattering a small tree with a single strike. After breaking through to the realm of physical enhancement, every muscle in the body became taut, and vitality surged throughout. Strength increased significantly, allowing one to effortlessly lift several hundred pounds of stone blocks. Upon reaching the bone forging stage, the skeleton became as unyielding as iron that a single punch could easily fell a wild bull. And with full force, one could shatter a large boulder. However, the realms of marrow integration and blood transformation remain beyond your current grasp. Now, I shall personally demonstrate the techniques of the body refinement method for you. Chu Yunhan's gaze was fixed intently on the instructor on stage, meticulously comparing his movements with the illustrations on the body refinement method. The instructor's explanations echoed in his ears, rapidly enhancing Chu Yunhan's comprehension of the technique. After half an hour, the instructor had performed the body refinement method 3 times before ceasing further demonstrations. He instructed everyone to begin practicing and then departed without delay. Chu Yunhan diligently followed the instructor's movements, practicing repeatedly. Soon, he became completely immersed in the exercise. After executing the full set of movements, he was drenched in sweat, his entire body aching. Reluctantly, he settled into a cross-legged position, allowing his body to recover and alleviate fatigue. After several rounds of practice, Chu Yunhan found himself utterly exhausted, sprawled on the ground. Even after resting for a quarter of an hour, his body remained weak and weary, barely managing to rise. He understood that he had reached his limit. To continue would yield no benefit and could even cause injury. Around him, the other recruits had long since collapsed to the ground, unable to continue. At that moment, the distant sound of a gong echoed through the air. Countless fatigued recruits, upon hearing the gong, were instantly revitalized, springing to their feet and rushing towards the massive wooden shelters in the distance. Chu Yunhan paused for a moment, then quickly reacted, joining the throng in a frantic dash. Inside the expansive wooden shelter, Chu Yunhan received 2 hefty gray-black steamed buns, each weighing half a pound, along with a bowl of thick vegetable soup from the cook, sitting on the muddy ground outside the shelter. He began to eat heartily. To his surprise, the steamed buns and vegetable soup, which he had anticipated to be unpalatable, were unexpectedly delicious. Chop straight down. Put some strength into it. Have you not eaten? Cut horizontally. Slice vertically. The black-armored instructor wielded a long whip, pacing back and forth, surveying the sweating recruits in the training ground. Whenever he observed a recruit performing the movements incorrectly, he struck mercilessly, leaving a long, bloody mark on their skin. Chu Yunhan, drenched in sweat, gritted his teeth, gripping the heavy long knife that weighed over 10 pounds, and swung it forcefully into the air. His fatigued arms trembled uncontrollably. For over a month, he had endured such grueling training, feeling as if his entire body was on the verge of collapse. Each evening, he would collapse into sleep as soon as he hit the ground. During one training session, overwhelmed by exhaustion, he lost grip of the long knife, which fell to the ground. The patrolling instructor noticed and struck him with the whip, nearly causing him to lose consciousness, leaving a ghastly scar across his back. Nevertheless, this relentless training had greatly accelerated his progress with the body refinement method. His skin had roughened significantly, and his muscles were becoming more defined, beginning to exhibit a three-dimensional contour. Just a couple of days prior, he had sensed a sudden surge of vitality within him, and his strength had gradually increased. Yet, he had still not truly broken through to the skin refinement stage, as if he were lacking that final push. The instructor's cold voice rang out. Remember, in this world, only your own strength is the guarantee for your survival. Strive now, for it is better than perishing on the battlefield later. Continue to swing your weapons for another half hour, until you are utterly exhausted. Chu Yunhan struggled to open his sweat-blurred eyes, lifting the long knife and striking downward with all his might. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes, until he could barely feel his hands. The black-armored instructor's indifferent gaze swept over from a distance. Chu Yunhan clenched his teeth. Even as his body reached its limits, he desperately squeezed out the last remnants of strength, bringing the long knife down with fervor. In that instant, a refreshing stream of energy surged forth from every part of his body. The fatigue and soreness that had plagued his muscles were suddenly alleviated. This energy coursed through his limbs and within, gradually converging towards his heart. With this newfound vitality nourishing it, his heart's rhythm grew stronger. The coarse skin on his body began to toughen. Sensing this transformation, Chu Yunhan closed his eyes, standing still in contemplation. The black-armored instructor seemed to sense Chu Yunhan's change, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he turned and walked away. Not long after, Chu Yunhan opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. His hands clenched tightly, a surge of power far exceeding his previous strength coalescing in his fists. As if he could shatter any obstacle ahead with a single blow, he realized he had finally broken through to the skin refinement realm. As he reveled in the changes within him, a greenish-blue light orb unexpectedly appeared in his mind. This green light emanated an intense allure that filled him with longing, suppressing his curiosity and desire. Chu Yunhan silently continued to swing his knife. Compared to the exhaustion he had felt before, the long knife now felt as light as a feather in his hands after the breakthrough. He swung it dozens of times without feeling any fatigue, as if he possessed limitless strength. As night deepened, the sounds of patrolling soldiers echoed outside the tent. Inside, Chu Yunhan lay in a corner, beginning to investigate the green light orb in his mind. Before long, he discovered that he could seemingly control the movement of the green light. However, the moment he attempted to guide it, the entire orb dissolved into countless strands of green light, rushing towards every part of his body before vanishing without a trace. That a notification from the Tower of Ruins appeared in his mind. Talent: Spirit Slayer talent status. Awakened talent description: annihilate sentient life forms. Absorb soul energy to enhance one's self-soul energy. 684 title, none rank. 0 technique. Body refinement method item, 0 realm. Beginner skin refinement, upgradable, source energy, 0 space. 1 cubic meter. Chu Yunhan was momentarily taken aback, then quickly understood. The green light had been the soul energy absorbed by his Spirit Slayer talent. Yet, where had this soul energy originated? Since entering the trial world, he had not killed any living beings. In the real world, he had never harmed any sentient life either. Could it be from the giant spiders he had incinerated in his previous nightmares? After pondering briefly, he decided not to delve deeper, instead focusing on the Tower of Ruins notifications. Upon seeing that his realm could be upgraded, Chu Yunhan's heart surged with excitement. Attempting to allocate soul energy to his realm, he watched as the quantity diminished by 100. Reducing to 584. The beginner skin refinement then transformed into minor accomplishment in skin refinement. At that moment, Chu Yunhan felt his body temperature rise dramatically, as if he were a shrimp being boiled. His skin tightening, that a violent wave of soreness erupted throughout his body. That he gritted his teeth, suppressing any sounds that might disturb the slumbering recruits around him. After some time, his body temperature began to normalize. Now, his skin had turned a bronzed hue, and the strength he had gained surged to new heights. Feeling the immense power within him, a smile crept onto Chu Yunhan's lips, and an uncontrollable excitement welled up inside him. Without further hesitation, he continued to channel his soul energy into his realm. In the fleeting moment of his ascension, his body reacted with far greater intensity than before. A profound sense of weakness surged through him. As all the muscles in Chu Yunhan's body began to contract, and the previously abundant vitality was swiftly drained away, his complexion turned ashen, as if all the blood within him had been siphoned off. An overwhelming hunger compelled his body to convulse. He felt dizzy and disoriented, and within mere seconds, he succumbed to unconsciousness. When Chu Yunhan next opened his eyes, he found himself within a vast tent, reclining on a wooden bed. "Awake, are you?" a familiar voice inquired. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the black-armored lieutenant. "Your vital essence has been severely depleted. Fortunate that it was discovered early, or your foundation would have been irrevocably damaged. Have I not instructed you that cultivation requires a gradual approach? I never anticipated that my vanguard camp would harbor someone of such exceptional cultivation talent, to break through consecutively in such a short span, achieving the pinnacle of skin refinement." With that, he lifted a large bowl of pungent black medicinal soup from the nearby table and assisted Chu Yunhan in drinking it. "This is a tonic prescribed by the military doctor to replenish your energy and blood. It cost me a full half-month's pay. The doctor stated you would need at least a fortnight of recuperation. During this time, focus on your recovery, and remember to repay me later." After delivering this admonition, the lieutenant seized a whip from the table and exited the tent. This moment, Chu Yunhan felt an extraordinary weakness enveloping him, as if he could muster no strength whatsoever. Reflecting on his condition, he could not help but smile wryly. He had initially believed he could continue ascending until his soul energy was entirely expended. Little did he know that such relentless advancement would lead to such dire consequences. He had indeed been too rash, advancing without fully comprehending the implications of his ascent. Fortunately, he had been discovered in time. Otherwise, sustaining damage to his foundation would have complicated his trial task. His astonishment. This seemingly cold-hearted lieutenant had come to his aid, a revelation that greatly surpassed his expectations. After consuming the medicinal soup, the chill that had gripped his body began to dissipate, warmth gradually returning. A flicker of vitality began to blossom within him. Yet he remained insatiably hungry, as if he could devour an entire cow. With great effort, he rose and noticed a nearby table laden with flatbreads and a pot of fragrant, meaty stew. Chu Yunhan swallowed hard. This was the first time he had encountered meat since arriving in this world. A quarter of an hour later, having wiped the remnants from his lips and released a satisfied belch, he finished the entire pot of broth and devoured several flatbreads. He felt as though he had been revitalized, utterly content. It was only then that he calmed his thoughts to examine the notifications from the ruins tower. Talent: Spirit Slayer Soul Energy, 384. Title: None. Rank: 0. Cultivation Technique: Body Refinement Method. Items: 0. Realm: Pinnacle of Skin Refinement. Source Energy: 0. Space: 1 cubic meter. Previously, upon breaking through from the initial to minor stage of skin refinement, his soul energy had diminished by 100 points. From minor to major stage, it had decreased by 200 points, with 384 points of soul energy remaining. His options for further advancement had vanished, indicating that he lacked the requisite energy to ascend to the next realm. Chu Yunhan examined the skin on his hands, feeling as though he were touching coarse leather. He picked up the long knife resting beside the bed and drew it lightly across his palm, leaving only a faint white mark. With a bit more pressure, he managed to inflict a small cut. It seemed that attaining the pinnacle of skin refinement had significantly enhanced both the defense and resilience of his body. In the following days, the lieutenant did not permit Chu Yunhan to participate in the training field exercises. His daily meals transitioned from blackened bread to flatbreads, and the stew frequently contained chunks of rich, fatty meat. Once he felt his body had fully recovered, Chu Yunhan voluntarily rejoined the training regiment. Although the intensity of the training remained high, he felt invigorated, unlike before when he would be left sore and exhausted after each session. Following his breakthrough, even the commonly practiced sword techniques within the military appeared simplified. Thus, in the martial city of Zhenwu, he trained rigorously for 3 full months on the training ground. Chu Yunhan's demeanor was serious, his gaze fixed intently on the 3 robust men before him. His body was taut, nerves brimming with heightened alertness. His cold, piercing stare resembled a sharp blade, unwavering in its focus point. One of the men stealthily maneuvered behind him, and in that instant, a chill crept up his spine. Chu Yunhan's muscles tensed as he became acutely aware of every contraction and elasticity within them. The other two men exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with malice. Like leopards, they lunged at Chu Yunhan, their fists cutting through the air with palpable force. Their speed was astonishing, reaching him in the blink of an eye, fists aimed at his face. Chu Yunhan narrowed his eyes. Rather than retreating, he surged forward to meet their assault. His body was like a taut bowstring, and at the moment their attacks reached him, he sidestepped swiftly. In an instant, he retaliated with a punch that struck one man squarely in the face, while his other hand seized the wrist of the second man. The latter's pupils constricted in alarm as he raised his hands defensively, managing to block Chu Yunhan's ferocious blow, but was forced back 3 steps. Meanwhile, the man whose wrist he had captured had no choice but to counter with a punch using his left hand. The impact resonated with a sickening crack, blood pouring from his lacerated knuckles. Chu Yunhan merely flicked his hand, then engaged with the man charging from behind. The air crackled with the force of their blows, and each clash sent shockwaves through the arena. Chu Yunhan's strikes were fierce and precise, gradually gaining the upper hand against the man who had attempted to ambush him. The other two, seeing the shift in momentum, rushed to join their comrade. With all 3 attacking simultaneously, their agility and ferocity matched Chu Yunhan's skill, resulting in a stalemate. They continuously shifted positions, searching for a weakness in Chu Yunhan's defense, yet he deftly evaded their attempts. The very air around them trembled with the intensity of their battle. Thus swirling in the chaos, a crowd of new recruits gathered around, their hearts racing with each strike and dodge, sweat beading on their brows as they watched the fierce conflict unfold. One fighter inadvertently aggravated a previous injury on his left hand, causing his movements to slow. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Yunhan lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch to the man's chest. Caught off guard, the man was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. The remaining 2 were momentarily disoriented by the sudden turn of events, causing their assault to falter. Chu Yunhan capitalized on their hesitation, pouncing like a tiger on one of them, his eyes glinting with ferocity as he landed a devastating blow to the opponent's abdomen. The man let out a pained cry, propelled backward and collapsing to the ground, incapacitated. The last remaining fighter, witnessing the fate of his comrades, faltered in fear, taking a step back. Just as he prepared to retaliate, he unexpectedly conceded defeat. Chu Yunhan paused for a moment, then clasped his hands in salute. The surrounding recruits erupted into enthusiastic applause and cheers. In this practical exercise, Chu Yunhan had earned their respect through sheer strength. Meanwhile, the lieutenant approached with a frigid gaze, delivering a sharp crack of his whip against the back of the man who had surrendered. A piercing scream echoed through the air, and the individual collapsed in agony, rolling frantically on the ground. The commanding officer, his face contorted with fury, cast a cold, indifferent glance around, his voice dripping with iciness. Remember this well. You are all death warriors of the Vanguard Battalion. You may be defeated, you may perish, but you must never surrender. Should there be a next time, do not blame me for executing you according to military law. The surrounding recruits fell silent, nodding in compliance. Chu Yunhan also grew quiet. His identity in this world was that of a death warrior of the Vanguard Battalion. The Vanguard Battalion, by definition, is the front line of troops that charge ahead when 2 armies clash. The death warriors of the Vanguard Battalion are those who lead the charge. In every battle, these warriors are nearly guaranteed to face death, with scarcely a few surviving to tell the tale. It seemed that this trial mission was far more perilous than he had previously imagined. Deep within the Death Desert, a multitude of dark spots appeared in the distance, stretching endlessly, as if there were no end in sight. On the towering walls of the Xianyang Imperial Pass, a patrolling armored soldier caught sight of this scene and immediately felt a surge of anxiety. He dashed towards the alarm platform atop the city tower, striking a heavy wooden mallet against a massive bronze bell. The deep, resonant sound of the bell reverberated throughout the Imperial Pass. Moments later, the entire Xianyang Imperial Pass stirred like a giant awakened from slumber. Countless hurried footsteps rushed towards the city walls. In the distance, several beacon towers soon erupted with plumes of thick smoke that soared toward the heavens. Within Jinwu City, Chu Yunhan was engrossed in practicing his sword techniques when the urgent sound of drums suddenly resonated. His expression tightened as he looked up to see throngs of soldiers pouring out of the tents, racing towards the training grounds. The commanding officer of the Vanguard Battalion strode forward, bellowing at the trainees. Emergency military situation. Assemble at once. Once all the recruits of the Vanguard Battalion had gathered, the vast training ground was filled with soldiers. Shortly thereafter, a thunderous voice boomed from the distant command platform. echoing throughout the entire training field. All officers of the garrison, report to the central command tent for an urgent meeting. Dozens of figures swiftly emerged from the training grounds, racing towards the central command tent. Chu Yunhan clenched his long sword tightly, awaiting orders alongside the others. In less than the time it takes to burn 2 incense sticks, a burly man clad in black armor approached from afar. Several lieutenants stationed at the vanguard battalion hurried to greet him, anxiously inquiring, "Commander, what has happened?" The commander, his expression grave, replied, "Smoke signals have been spotted at Xianyang Imperial Pass. The enemy has besieged the gates." What? The lieutenants were taken aback, their faces reflecting alarm. Hadn't the enemy been repelled just half a year ago? How could they return so swiftly? "The Grand General has issued orders for our Xianyang army to urgently reinforce the Imperial Pass. Prepare immediately and follow me to assist the commander." Understood. The lieutenants promptly rushed back to their respective camps to make arrangements. The vanguard battalion began to mobilize as well. Over 1,000 death warriors hurried back to their tents, donning their armor and arming themselves before joining the main force as they set off towards the depths of the Death Desert. Days later, the army finally arrived before the Xianyang Imperial Pass. The Imperial Pass loomed over the Black Abyss passage like a colossal, untamed beast. It seemed as if it had existed since time immemorial. Blocking the passage and separating the entire Xianyang continent from the Black Abyss, Chu Yunhan gazed up at the imposing, magnificent fortress, deeply feeling his own insignificance. The densely packed army appeared as mere ants before the imposing structure. As the troops approached the Xianyang Imperial Pass, the colossal walls towered into the clouds, seemingly endless. Everyone stood in stunned silence, some murmuring, "So this is the legendary Xianyang Imperial Pass. It is truly vast." The commanding officer of the vanguard battalion explained, "The Xianyang Imperial Pass was constructed with the combined strength of the entire Xianyang continent, and its walls are built from massive stones weighing thousands of pounds. The walls are inscribed with countless mystical runes and array formations. This is our greatest barrier against the Black Abyss and the invasion of the enemy. If the Xianyang Imperial Pass falls to the enemy, the entire Xianyang continent will be plunged into devastation, and our people will face extinction. Thus, prepare to fight with all your might. Whether we survive depends on our individual fates." After delivering this solemn message, the officer fell silent, a flicker of sorrow passing through his gaze. The immense iron gates of the fortress began to open slowly, allowing the troops to enter in an orderly fashion as they passed through the towering gates. A wave of profound and potent energy washed over them. Upon entering the Imperial Pass, they were greeted by a sprawling marketplace and numerous stone dwellings. This was the abode of the garrison soldiers. The army did not linger but continued its advance toward the Black Abyss. After marching for half an hour, they finally reached the other side of the Imperial Pass. Here, several gigantic military camps were established. The walls facing the Black Abyss had turned a dark hue, stained by the blood spilled over countless years. Numerous stoic veterans, their expressions cold and silent, observed the Xianyang army as they rushed into one of the camps. Many of these veterans bore missing limbs and were marked by numerous ghastly scars, as if narrating the horror and terror of the enemy to the newcomers. Chu Yunhan walked past these veterans. He sensed an overwhelming aura of danger emanating from many of the disabled soldiers. Suddenly, a tremendous sound of thundering footsteps echoed from a distance, shaking the ground beneath them. Moments later, dozens of monstrous beasts towering 10 meters high charged forth. These creatures were covered in fearsome, armored scales, as unyielding as black iron. The terrifying presence they exuded left the onlookers frozen in place, trembling in fear. More astonishingly, riders sat atop these fearsome beasts, clad in jet-black armor inscribed with runes. They wielded enormous spears several meters long, their expressions cold and merciless. The hundreds of thousands of Xianyang troops hurriedly cleared a path for these terrifying beasts, which swiftly darted past them into another military camp. Chu Yunhan stood in shock, his mind reeling at the sight of these monstrous creatures. What kind of world was this? How could such terrifying entities exist? Could human strength even contend against them? Before their might, he felt like an ant, vulnerable to being crushed at any moment. Even more shocking was the realization that these terrifying beasts were merely mounts for their riders. Just how powerful were these knights to tame such fearsome creatures? The nearby officer, having recovered from his astonishment, gazed at the riders with envy. Sensing the confusion among the crowd, he spoke with reverence. "They are bloodslaughter knights, and those monstrous mounts are bloodslaughter beasts, capable of obliterating a city. Each Bloodslaughter Knight is a formidable cultivator who has reached the Dragon-Ridge secret realm, far beyond our comprehension. In every invasion by the enemy, they serve as a crucial line of defense. Without their presence, countless lives would be lost in the struggle to hold the Xinjiang Imperial Pass. They are the heroes of our people and the aspiration of countless defenders. The officer's expression darkened as he sighed. Alas, when I first arrived at the Xinjiang Imperial Pass, there were 300 Bloodslaughter Knights. Now, only a mere few dozen remain. They have all perished in the war against the enemy. Among them, 53 of our great Yin dynasty's great cultivators met their demise here. As the hundreds of thousands of armored troops rushed to assist the Xinjiang Emperor's Pass and settled into the military camp, the vanguard camp, where Chu Yunhan was stationed, was also assigned to the southeastern corner of the encampment. After the commanding officer and several lieutenants had arranged for the vanguard camp, they vanished without a trace. The death warriors of the vanguard camp exchanged glances. Retreating to their respective tents, a heavy and oppressive atmosphere enveloped the entire camp. As if a storm were brewing, Chu Yunhan quietly sat in a corner, meticulously polishing his sharp long knife. Although this was the first time these men had arrived at the Xinjiang Emperor's Pass, everything they witnessed foreshadowed the peril and savagery that lay ahead. It would not be an exaggeration to say that survival would be a matter of life and death. The Xinjiang Emperor's Pass had gathered elite forces from several kingdoms across the continent, numbering in the millions. Among them were countless top-tier experts and great cultivators. Such a terrifying force was merely assembled to fend off the foreign tribes. None of the vanguard camp's members, aside from the lieutenant, had ever laid eyes on what the foreign tribes looked like or how powerful they truly were. The lieutenant had never spoken of the foreign tribes to them. Chu Yunhan couldn't help but ponder. Given the strength of the bloodthirsty knights he had previously encountered, the 1,000 death warriors in the vanguard camp would undoubtedly fall in less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea when faced with the bloodthirsty knights. Being slaughtered to the last man, he could not fathom what purpose these relatively weak recruits served at the Xinjiang Emperor's Pass. Were they merely meant to serve as fodder, using their lives to delay the enemy's experts and create opportunities for their own great cultivators? As time passed, the sky gradually darkened. From atop the towering city walls, there were intermittent sounds of clamor. Later that night, as Chu Yunhan lay on the communal bunk in the military tent, he struggled to quell the turmoil within him, forcing himself to sleep. The following day, as dawn broke, the lieutenant called all members of the vanguard camp to rise. After everyone had donned their gear and eaten breakfast, they followed the lieutenant toward the enormous siege ladder at the base of the city walls. After a quarter of an hour's walk, they finally reached the towering 100-meter-high walls. The walls were nearly 20 meters thick, already brimming with troops. Every 10 meters, massive crossbow cars were stationed, armed with iron bolts several meters long. The crossbow cars were adorned with various runes, and even the bolts were intricately engraved with exquisite symbols, emanating a terrifying aura. Near every parapet, wooden barrels were piled high, the contents unknown. The lieutenant led the group along the walls for quite some time before coming to a halt. He pointed to a section of the hundreds of meters of wall and addressed the crowd. This segment is the defensive zone for our vanguard camp's death warriors. Remember it well, even if it costs your lives. You must not allow the foreign tribes to breach our defenses. Do not worry too much. Our experts will intercept their powerful warriors. You only need to slay the foreign rabble that dares to approach. If you survive this invasion, not only will you be pardoned for your past transgressions, but you will also receive generous rewards and promotions. This is the best opportunity to rise above the rest and seek wealth and status. Years ago, it was during a foreign invasion that I earned my promotion to lieutenant in the Dian dynasty. No sooner had the lieutenant's words left his lips than a resounding horn echoed from the distant city walls. The lieutenant's expression shifted dramatically. He immediately shouted to the group, "Stand ready. The foreign tribes may be launching an assault." With that, he drew a long knife, fixating his gaze on the area below the walls. Chu Yunhan and the others felt a sudden jolt of anxiety, their expressions tense as they peered out toward the expanse beyond the Emperor's Pass. Yet all they could discern were countless indistinct black dots, surging toward the pass like a tide. Soon, the tide of black dots reached the base of the Emperor's Pass, then began to ascend the majestic walls. Chu Yunhan wiped the cold sweat from his brow, gripping his long knife tightly as he awaited the emergence of the unknown enemy. Within a short span, the mysterious foreign tribes finally came into clear view. Towering 2 meters tall, their black bodies glistened like forged steel, exuding an aura of indomitable resilience. 6 sharp, knife-like legs extended from their lower bodies, firmly embedded into the walls like daggers poised for a deadly strike. On either side of their chests were enormous pincers, resembling the scythes of death, capable of tearing apart any obstacle in their path. Their heads, reminiscent of infernal demons, bore 4 pairs of fierce red eyes, and their terrifying mandibles were lined with a multitude of sharp fangs. The death warriors of the vanguard camp, witnessing the rapidly approaching monstrosities, trembled in fear, paralyzed and unable to move. They gazed at the creatures with dread and panic in their eyes. The lieutenant roared, bringing his long knife down in a powerful strike, cleaving the first foreign creature that charged forward, causing it to collide with and knock several other creatures below off their feet. Only then did the others regain their composure, forcing back their fear as they raised their blades to confront the threat. Chu Yunhan gritted his teeth, delivering a heavy blow toward the charging beast. With a resounding clang, the creature's massive pincers swept past, colliding forcefully with Chu Yunhan's blade. He felt as though he had struck solid steel, the impact reverberating painfully through his hands, causing him to instinctively step back. Yet the foreign creature remained unfazed, rapidly advancing up the wall. Seeing the creature poised to breach the walls and unleash carnage, a chill ran down Chu Yunhan's spine. Without a second thought, he charged forth with his knife drawn. The creature raised its scythe like pincers, aiming to clamp down on him, while its knife-like legs lunged toward his body. In that instant, his pupils contracted, and he rolled forward, narrowly evading the deadly pincers and sharp legs. He tumbled beneath the beast, and with a powerful swing of his long knife, he struck upward. The blade sliced deeply into the creature's abdomen, releasing a torrent of putrid green liquid that sprayed forth, drenching the ground below. The alien monstrosity let out a piercing shriek as its massive form crashed heavily to the ground, falling still. Chu Yunhan's cold gaze fixated on the fallen creature, his demeanor betraying no hint of carelessness. The defeated beast lay motionless, seemingly lifeless, devoid of any signs of movement. As he cautiously approached, 2 sharp, blade-like appendages suddenly sprang forth from beneath its body. Chu Yunhan's eyes narrowed, and he swiftly evaded the attack. Raising his long blade, he plunged it fiercely into the creature's head, green blood splattering across him. The enormous body of the alien convulsed violently a few times before gradually coming to rest. It was only then that he sensed a sudden influx of green soul energy in his mind, prompting a sigh of relief tinged with lingering dread. Without pausing to assess the quantity of soul energy, he charged towards another alien creature engaged in battle with 3 others. The setting sun cast a blood-red hue over the battleground, where the walls of Xianyang Imperial Pass were strewn with severed limbs and dismembered bodies, the crimson blood mingling grotesquely with the green ichor. The scene was hauntingly tragic, evoking waves of nausea. Countless cold corpses littered the ground, some belonging to human soldiers, others to the aliens. The faces of these soldiers were twisted, their eyes filled with the terror and unwillingness that preceded death. In terms of numbers, the casualties among the human ranks far exceeded those of the alien forces. Among the thousands of elite soldiers of the vanguard camp stationed along the T-shaped city walls, fewer than half remained alive. Comrades with whom he had trained for months in Jinwu City, shared meals at dawn, and exchanged laughter, were now gone. Their joyous voices seemed to echo in his ears. Yet they had transformed into a grim tableau of dismembered corpses, their once familiar faces now irretrievably lost. The brutality of this war surpassed all expectations. Life on this battlefield felt exceptionally fragile, and the harrowing sights filled him with heartache. The terror of the aliens left the surviving soldiers of the vanguard camp gripped with fear. Chu Yunhan quietly leaned against a corner of the city wall, using torn strips of fabric ripped from the corpses to bandage his numerous wounds. Several times, he had narrowly escaped death, his body marred by over a dozen gashes, each a testament to his close encounters with the Grim Reaper, had it not been for his innate talent, the Spirit Slayer, which had allowed him to break through to the realm of perfected skin training, significantly enhancing his stamina, speed, and strength. He might have perished here. He had never imagined the aliens could be so terrifying, akin to demons emerging from the depths of hell. No wonder the captain had warned him that if the aliens breached the Xianyang Imperial Pass, the entire Xianyang continent would descend into chaos, and humanity would face extinction. Given the aliens' bloodthirst and savagery, it seemed unlikely that any living being could survive their onslaught. What shocked Chu Yunhan most was that, according to the captain, the aliens they were desperately resisting were merely cannon fodder among the invading forces. The truly formidable aliens had yet to launch their assault. This current wave of attackers was merely a probing force, Just this test of cannon fodder had inflicted devastating losses on the vanguard camp. He could scarcely fathom how they would contend with the full might of the alien forces when all their powerful beings joined the fray. The Tower of Returning Ruins had inexplicably placed the trial mission in such a perilous world. He had entered this trial realm as an ordinary person. Were it not for his Spirit Slayer talent, he might have already become one of the many dismembered corpses strewn across the battlefield. It would be difficult to even piece together a whole corpse. According to the mission prompt, he must survive until the third wave of alien invasions to complete the task. How could such a seemingly impossible mission be one suitable for novices? The Tower of Returning Ruins, having meticulously selected hunters from countless observed multiverse civilizations, could not have intentionally arranged for them to meet their doom. Such an act would render the concept of cultivating hunters utterly meaningless. Even if raising a poisonous insect, one must leave a glimmer of hope, right? Was it because he had not grasped the best way to complete the mission? Or was it due to his choice of the ultimate path of Xiantian system that the Tower of Returning Ruins had cast him? An ordinary person, into such a treacherous trial world? At present, the only glimmer of hope lay in his efforts to become stronger. Amidst the overwhelming tide of chaos, he was determined to survive with all his might. With this thought, Chu Yunhan began to examine his soul energy, talent, Spirit Slayer talent status, awakened talent description, annihilate sentient beings, absorb soul energy for personal enhancement soul energy, 1284 title, none rank. 0 technique, body refinement method items, 0 realm, perfected skin training can be enhanced, source power, 0 space, 1 cubic meter originally. He had only 384 points of soul energy, which had now increased to 1284.I in this brutal slaughter. He had personally slain 9 alien creatures. It appeared that each victory granted him 100 points of soul energy. He needed to elevate his strength without delay. Resolute, he decided to advance his realm. As 400 points of soul energy flowed into his body, a searing warmth enveloped him, accompanied by an excruciating pain akin to his muscles tearing apart. Even Chu Yunhan, who had long been accustomed to various forms of extreme suffering, found himself curling up in agony, convulsing uncontrollably. After what felt like an eternity, the agonizing sensation gradually subsided. He clenched his fists, feeling a surge of explosive power coursing through him, as if he could shatter all his foes with a single blow. It was as if he were imbued with an overwhelming sense of invincibility. Even his previously coarse, dark skin began to acquire a fairer hue. Realizing the terrifying strength now contained within him, he understood just how vast the gap between realms truly was. If he were to confront his pre-breakthrough self at this moment, he could easily prevail in less than 10 moves. However, despite his realm having ascended, an overwhelming hunger surged within him. Silently, he retrieved his rations from a nearby city wall gate and returned to his designated area, devouring the food ravenously. Only after finishing did the gnawing hunger begin to abate. Upon checking the information in his mind, he found that his soul energy had decreased from 1284 to 884 points. His realm had also advanced from perfected skin training to the threshold of enhanced physique training. Although he still had enough soul energy to further elevate his realm, he dared not repeat his previous mistake. He needed to allow his body to recover its vitality fully before attempting another breakthrough. At that moment, the captain approached from a distance. Upon seeing Chu Yunhan, a hint of a smile broke through his previously indifferent expression. He patted Chu Yunhan's shoulder and remarked, "You truly have a lucky fate. Not only have you survived, but you've also slain so many aliens. The inspection team has already recorded your achievements. You shall receive every merit you are due. I hope you can endure this alien invasion. It would be a shame to lose such a promising talent from our vanguard camp." Chu Yunhan maintained a calm demeanor, nodding slightly in acknowledgement before resuming the polishing of his long blade. The captain shook his head, producing a half-kilogram piece of smoked jerky from his pocket and tossing it to Chu Yunhan. "You've been a bit low on vitality lately. Find a secluded spot and eat this piece of jerky. Don't let anyone else see it. This is a rare treasure I managed to procure from the commanding officer, a delicacy from the earth dragon beast. Perfect for replenishing vitality." Noticing the puzzled expression on Chu Yunhan's face, the captain quickly added, "Don't misunderstand. I'm merely lending it to you. When you achieve success in the future, remember to return it with interest." After speaking, he hurriedly departed to check on the casualties of the other warriors. Chu Yunhan held the dark piece of jerky in his hand, remaining silent for a moment before quietly tucking it into his bosom. In the stillness of the deep night, the once blood-soaked city walls, which had witnessed fierce battles during the day, had regained their tranquility. Only groups of patrolling guards, brandishing torches, occasionally strolled by, as if afraid to disturb the soldiers who lay in slumber all around. Chu Yunhan opened his eyes, feigning sleep, glanced around, and then retrieved the piece of the earth dragon beast jerky from his cloak. The jerky had been smoked to a remarkable firmness. He bit into it with determination, chewing and swallowing it. The flavor of the earth dragon beast jerky bore a resemblance to that of dried mutton, accompanied by a faintly fishy odor. As soon as he swallowed a mouthful, a sensation akin to flames ignited within him, and his body began to radiate heat. The blood coursing through his veins seemed to come alive with exhilaration. Chu Yunhan swiftly channeled his body refinement technique, and what had previously been a slow flow of energy now surged with vigor. The effects of the earth dragon beast jerky far exceeded Chu Yunhan's expectations. He had not anticipated such a significant boost to his physical vitality. The value of the earth dragon beast jerky was indeed extraordinary. It appeared he would owe the lieutenant a considerable debt of gratitude. After a considerable duration, the tumultuous energy within him gradually calmed. The weakness from his recent breakthrough had fully dissipated. Chu Yunhan continued to gnaw on another piece of jerky, savoring it slowly. After half an hour, he had completely consumed the half-kilogram of earth dragon beast jerky. His vital energy surged like boiling water, and the blood within his body flowed tumultuously, akin to mercury coursing through his veins. It seemed that this state was indeed one of vital energy, saturating his entire being. Seizing this opportunity for cultivation would surely yield twice the result for half the effort. Regardless, while others slumbered, he would toil. He must outwork everyone else to survive and grow stronger. Chu Yunhan silently resolved. And then, elevate my realm. Talent, spirit slaughter soul power. 84 title, none rank. 0 technique. Body refinement method items. 0 realm. Minor accomplishment in body strengthening source power. 0 space. 1 cubic meter. His original soul power of 884 points had instantaneously dwindled to 84 points. The surging vital energy rapidly infused into his limbs and bones. His meridians began to heat up, his muscles contracted, and beads of sweat streamed down his skin, carrying a faintly unpleasant odor. Frowning, Chu Yunhan removed his cloth armor. He then stealthily took a garment from a sleeping soldier nearby, using it to wipe his perspiration clean. After breaking through to minor accomplishment in body strengthening, Chu Yunhan gained a clearer understanding of the power contained within his body. He possessed at least the strength of 1,000 pounds. A single punch would likely be enough to kill a practitioner of the skin refinement realm. With his current strength, he should be capable of facing off against the monstrous beings of other races head-on. His soul power had nearly been depleted. After rigorous training, it was time for rest. Chu Yunhan donned his cloth armor again and returned the sweat-soaked garment to the nearby slumbering soldier. The air was tinged with a hint of foul odor, causing Chu Yunhan to frown once more. He distanced himself from the sleeping soldier and found another spot to lie down. Since the probing attack by the other races, there had been no activity for 3 consecutive days. The few hundred warriors who survived in the vanguard camp gradually acclimated to everything within the borders of the Xianyang Empire, just as everyone believed the other races had retreated in defeat. A disturbance finally emerged from the abyssal passage. Dozens of supergiant worms, each exceeding 40 meters in length, began to crawl slowly from the other side of the abyssal passage. Their emergence cast a shadow over the land, akin to a dark cloud. From atop the walls of the Xianyang Imperial Pass, one could clearly observe these supergiant worms, resembling colossal versions of common worms. These creatures occasionally emitted flickers of electricity, a testament to the immense energy contained within them. Should they unleash it, destruction would ensue in an instant. The raised heads bore gaping maws that nearly consumed their entire faces, lined with countless sharp fangs reminiscent of daggers. Accompanying these superworms were several hundred towering monstrosities, over 20 meters tall, each possessing 4 arms. Their arrival intensified the already oppressive atmosphere. Not far behind these terrifying creatures trailed thousands of silver-white beings from the other races, each exuding a chilling aura of ferocity. The lieutenant stood upon the city wall, unable to suppress a shiver at this sight, his complexion paling instantly. With widened eyes, he gazed at the dreadful scene, muttering to himself, "It's the thunderlight giant worms and the frenzied beasts. This is a grave predicament." His trembling voice betrayed a mix of fear and despair. Moments later, regaining his composure, he shouted at the remaining warriors in the vanguard camp. "When the other races attack, everyone must take cover behind the parapets. Under no circumstances should you expose yourselves. Only emerge to fight once the enemy has breached the walls." His voice resonated with a sense of urgent resolve, echoing across the city walls. The vanguard camp fell into a deathly silence, each face reflecting a profound sense of despair. From the lieutenant's tone, all understood the immense terror and strength that the besieging forces would possess. Even the usually stoic lieutenant succumbed to deep despondency. The pallid lieutenant forced a smile, his voice tinged with bitterness. "Brothers, it seems we may not survive this time. Though I have always wished to ensure your safety. I can only watch helplessly as one batch after another of our comrades in the vanguard camp perish. Behind us lie our loved ones, the countless citizens of the Xinjiang continent. We have nowhere to retreat. No escape available. We are their hope for survival. We are the guardians of the Xinjiang Imperial Pass and the Xinjiang continent. This time, I shall only die ahead of you. I implore my brothers to face death alongside me. Brothers, remember, my name is Wang Zhan, the king of war." The lieutenant, Wang Zhan, stood resolutely with his sword, his eyes shimmering with determination. At this moment, the distant war drums had begun to beat, and the call to arms had sounded. Chu Yunhan stared blankly at the lieutenant. In that instant, the figure of the lieutenant appeared to grow remarkably tall in his eyes. "We are willing to face death alongside you, my lord." The eyes of the hundreds of death warriors from the vanguard camp glowed in ominous red as they roared in unison. Though they were acutely aware that this battle might be their final stand, they did not flinch or falter. Instead, they embodied unwavering resolve and bravery. In this moment, for the countless beings across the Xinjiang continent. They transcended their previous anonymity as mere soldiers of the vanguard camp. They became the guardians of the Xinjiang Imperial Pass, symbols of hope, and the indisputable heroes of the Xinjiang continent. In the distance, before the Black Abyss passage, countless hideous and monstrous beings from foreign realms congregated, transforming the landscape into an ocean of darkness. Under the blinding sunlight, a thunderous roar echoed as dozens of colossal lightning worms opened their massive mandibles towards the Xinjiang Imperial Pass. Within their gaping maws, a dazzling sphere of electric light gradually formed, shining with a brilliance that seemed to harbor a miniature star, sending chills down the spines of the human defenders atop the pass. Simultaneously, hundreds of gigantic demon beasts with 4 arms seized boulders weighing thousands of pounds, hoisting them high above their heads and hurling them relentlessly towards the walls of the Xinjiang Imperial Pass. In that instant, a flicker of light swept across the towering walls, which soared over 100 meters high, as countless runic stones erupted in resplendent white radiance. Streams of white light began to converge in the air before coalescing into a colossal runic barrier that shielded the skies. Moments later, hundreds of boulders, each weighing thousands of pounds, descended from afar, crashing violently against the giant runic barrier. The immense barrier trembled slightly, and in an instant, all the boulders shattered into fragments, cascading to the ground like a rain of debris. The electric sphere within the maw of the lightning worm seemed to have finally charged to full capacity, unleashing a barrage of radiant beams that illuminated the heavens in pure white. Dozens of electrifying beams struck the giant runic barrier almost simultaneously, causing it to shake violently under the onslaught. The countless guardians stationed at the Xinjiang Imperial Pass were gripped by fear and anxiety. Fearing that the defensive runes might not withstand such terrifying strikes, the beams emitted by the lightning worms flickered for only a few seconds before gradually dissipating, while the giant runic barrier stabilized once more. A resounding cheer erupted from the defenders atop the pass, echoing like a tsunami. However, Chu Yunhan, observing this scene with a complex expression, did not join in the jubilant cries of his comrades. He noted with growing concern that the brilliance of the runic barrier had dimmed after the barrage of beams. If the foreign lightning worms continued their assault, it was merely a matter of time before the barrier would be breached. His fears materialized mere moments later, as the lightning worms began to gather energy for another onslaught. Once again, dozens of blinding beams slammed into the giant runic barrier. This time, the defenders realized the gravity of the situation. The luminous barrier had completely dimmed. Silence fell over the walls as all eyes turned towards the distant lightning worms, which were once more charging their electric spheres. Despair seeped into the hearts of the defenders, and as expected, after the third barrage, a crisp sound rang out. With a thunderous crash, the giant runic barrier shattered into countless motes of light, dissipating into the ether. In the wake of the barrier's destruction, jubilant and raucous cheers erupted from the ranks of the foreign creatures. Soon after, hundreds of massive boulders plummeted from the sky, crashing mercilessly onto the walls. "Take cover!" cried Captain Wang Zhan in a piercing tone. The hundreds of death warriors from the vanguard camp immediately shielded their heads beneath the battlements. Among them, 7 or 8 boulders hurtled towards their defensive zone. Chu Yunhan watched in horror as dozens of the once vibrant death warriors were obliterated in an instant by the incoming boulders, leaving behind only a gruesome stain of red and shattered flesh. His heart sank, and his hands trembled around the hilt of his sword. Such an assault was beyond the means of those at the body refining stage to withstand. Survival now hinged solely on the whims of fate. Those who remained alive were merely fortunate to have escaped the boulder's wrath. However, it soon became clear to Chu Yunhan that the previous boulder bombardment was merely a prelude to the true catastrophe. A dazzling beam of light struck down mere meters from the vanguard camp's defensive zone, engulfing the area in a radiant tempest of lightning. That section of the wall was blasted away by over 2 meters, and the thousands of defenders stationed there vanished, consumed by the blinding light. As the light receded, there was not a soul to be seen, only a gaping chasm left in its wake. Chu Yunhan stood aghast at the horrific scene before him. A profound sense of crisis washing over him, he could not help but question whether the Xianyang Imperial Pass could truly withstand the onslaught of the foreign invaders, just as despair gripped the defenders. A crystalline dragon's roar pierced the air, and a blinding sword light ascended from the Xianyang Imperial Pass, hurtling towards the distant lightning worms. In an instant, several of the worms, which had been gathering their electric spheres anew, were cleaved in two, their green blood and entrails spilling forth. From the rear of the foreign ranks came an enraged roar as a 3-meter-tall, golden humanoid creature with multiple pairs of enormous wings soared upward, charging towards the Xianyang Imperial Pass. That moment, a general clad in blood-red runic armor stepped forward, wielding an ancient long sword, and took to the skies to confront the golden being. The two clashed fiercely, vanishing into the clouds above. Simultaneously, an ancient and powerful horn reverberated throughout the foreign ranks, echoing across the battlefield. Countless monstrous beings surged forth like a relentless tide towards the Xianyang Imperial Pass. In response, heavy war drums thundered from atop the pass. Prepare for battle. On the ramparts, countless colossal crossbow bolts began to rain down upon the foreign army positioned below the Imperial Gate. Bursts of green blood occasionally erupted from the ranks of the alien horde. Chu Yunhan gripped his long blade tightly, his expression tense as he fixated on the tumult below. Soon, a multitude of monstrous beings surged up the walls with alarming speed. That moment, the guards atop the fortress raised open wooden barrels, pouring their contents over the edges of the battlements. As the liquid cascaded down, it rendered the once firmly embedded sharp blades useless, causing a significant number of alien creatures to slip and tumble off the walls, crashing to the ground in bursts of green blood. However, this did not suffice to halt the relentless advance of the remaining monsters onto the ramparts. Dozens of black alien creatures charged toward the forward encampment's defensive zone. Chu Yunhan's gaze turned icy. He brandished his blade and lunged forward, delivering a fierce strike to one of the creatures that had climbed atop the battlements. With a resounding clang, the beast was cleaved from the wall by Chu Yunhan's hand. Simultaneously, 2 more monstrous beings arrived, their massive and sharp pincers lunging toward him. Just then, several long blades swung in from his side, intercepting the pincers aimed at him. Seizing this rare opportunity, Chu Yunhan swung his blade horizontally, severing one creature's pincer at the root. He then swiftly reversed his grip, sweeping his blade toward the other monster, inflicting a deep gash upon it, with no time to express his gratitude to the nearby reinforcements. Chu Yunhan evaded a razor-sharp blade that lunged toward him. He brought his weapon down upon the head of the creature with the severed pincer, cleaving half of its skull away. The other alien creature, beset by several warriors, was soon overwhelmed. Chu Yunhan rolled beneath its belly, thrusting his blade deep within and forcefully ripping it open. Without a moment's respite, the survivors charged at the remaining monstrous foes. After a brutal melee, the advancing alien horde was systematically dispatched by the death warriors of the forward encampment. However, the cost was steep, with over 100 warriors perishing beneath the onslaught of alien blades. Captain Wang Zhan, his body drenched in the green blood of the aliens, approached with his long blade in hand, joining his comrades in lifting the slain alien corpses and casting them down from the walls. In this fierce battle, Chu Yunhan took the opportunity to deliver final, fatal blows to many of the gravely wounded alien creatures. Yet, before the survivors could catch their breath, another wave of over 100 monstrous beings surged forth from below. The weary death warriors of the forward encampment could only muster the strength to face the new onslaught, engaging in battle once more. Half an hour later, the horde was finally quelled, with no further signs of the alien creatures beneath the ramparts. Exhausted, Chu Yunhan collapsed to the ground, his body riddled with over 10 new wounds, blood soaking his form. Captain Wang Zhan sat beside him, silently tending to his injuries. At that moment, apart from a dozen severely wounded warriors lingering near death, only a scant few dozen remained alive. The injured death warriors lying on the ground cried out in agony, pleading with the captain for release from their suffering. Wang Zhan's eyes brimmed with profound sorrow as he wept silently, personally guiding these brave souls on their final journey. Then, the surviving few, including Chu Yunhan, followed Wang Zhan as he paid his respects to the fallen comrades with a military salute. Captain Wang Zhan's voice rang out. "Brothers, you go ahead. We shall follow soon." Chu Yunhan observed in silence, his heart heavy with unspoken words. However, fortune does not come singly, and misfortune often follows swiftly. A piercing shriek echoed from a distance, and soon a massive silver figure charged toward them from another sector. The group hastily rose, gripping their weapons tightly, their anxiety palpable as the figure drew near. In an instant, a 3-meter-tall alien creature, its silver body radiating a bloodthirsty and perilous aura, stood before them, with claws glinting like blades, 6 elongated and sharp appendages, and a nearly 3-meter-long, barbed tail swaying ominously. It bore a pair of blood-red eyes that exuded extreme malice, cunning, and cold ruthlessness. Upon sighting this silver monstrosity, the captain gasped, "Silver-armored blade demon. Everyone be cautious. Its defenses are impenetrable. It possesses incredible speed and strength, with its only vulnerabilities lying in its joints and head." Upon noticing the warriors, the silver-armored blade demon emitted an excited shriek. In the blink of an eye, Chu Yunhan witnessed a flash of white as it lunged forward. The 2 death warriors at the front had barely raised their long blades before they were showered in blood. Their bodies cleaved in two. Chu Yunhan's heart plummeted. Such speed left no room for reaction. Captain Wang Zhan's eyes widened in horror as he let out a mournful cry. With a swift movement, he darted toward the silver-armored blade demon, akin to a wraith. The clash of steel rang out as the captain's blade met the demon's claws, sparks flying in the air. Immediately, the demon's dual appendages lunged toward the captain's body. With a quick intake of breath, he twisted to evade the assault, rolling to avoid the tail that struck beneath him. Yet, the silver-armored blade demon far surpassed the captain in both strength and speed. Each of its attacks sliced through the air like a scythe, placing the captain in perilous positions, and it was not long before he found himself at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, Chu Yunhan and the other warriors, casting aside their fear, converged upon the beast. Should the captain fall, none of them would survive. However, in the face of the relentless onslaught from the crowd, the silver-armored blade demon appeared remarkably at ease. Deftly maneuvering through the flurry of blades with an air of nonchalance. As the battle wore on, the silver-armored blade demon seemed to grow increasingly impatient, braving the sharp edges of numerous weapons. It darted left and right, its razor-sharp claws and blade-like feet weaving a tapestry of fleeting shadows. Soon, the vanguard of the besieging death warriors began to fall one after another. Yet, the remaining combatants, in their fervor, had forsaken the notion of life and death, charging forward with reckless abandon. One death warrior, pierced through the chest by the silver-armored blade demon's claw, was met with the grim realization of his inevitable demise. A flicker of resolve shone in his eyes as he clasped the demon's claw with all his might, refusing to let go even unto death. The silver-armored blade demon shook its limb, yet could not dislodge the warrior clinging to it. Witnessing this, the other severely injured warriors understood their own fates were sealed and, with renewed determination, leaped forward, clasping the demon's blade-like feet with unwavering tenacity. In an instant, the demon found itself burdened by 7 or 8 warriors, its speed markedly reduced. Seizing the opportunity afforded by the sacrifices of his comrades, the lieutenant, Wang Zhan, struck with precision, severing 2 of the demon's blade-like feet at the joints. The silver-armored blade demon let out a piercing shriek of pain, its body spinning rapidly in place. The death warriors clinging to it were instantly sliced into fragments by the sweeping claws. Their bodies flung away. As Chu Yunhan charged forward, a chill gripped his heart, compelling him to raise his longsword defensively. He was struck by the demon's claw, sent hurtling backward to crash heavily onto the ground. His longsword shattering into 2 pieces, the silver-armored blade demon soon lost its balance, ceasing its violent rotation. The remaining blade-like feet attempted to stabilize its form. Lieutenant Wang Zhan's eyes glimmered with a fatalistic resolve. Disregarding the grievous wounds upon his chest, he leaped forward and struck down one of the demon's claws. With a sickening sound, the demon's sharp tail pierced through Wang Zhan's chest, its tip emerging from his back. Simultaneously, the last few death warriors desperately clung to the demon's other claw point. One among them, summoning all his strength, drew his weapon and severed the remaining claw at the joint. The remaining blade-like feet of the silver-armored blade demon shot forward, impaling the warriors who had clung to it. With their weight pressing down, the now heavily burdened body collapsed to the ground. Devoid of support, Lieutenant Wang Zhan's gaze fell upon the fallen Chu Yunhan in the distance, his hands gripping the demon's tail tightly. With his last ounce of strength, he shouted, "Chu Yunhan!" Chu Yunhan forced himself to swallow the blood filling his mouth, dragging his battered body upright. He picked up a long sword from the ground, limping towards the immobilized silver-armored blade demon. Trembling, he raised the bloodied sword. His eyes filled with an inexorable killing intent. With all his might, he thrust the sword toward the demon's blood-red eyes. Thud! The blade pierced through its skull, and the silver-armored blade demon fell still. A faint smile of relief and satisfaction crept onto Lieutenant Wang Zhan's lips, his gaze losing its luster as his hands, once gripped tightly around the tail, fell limply to his sides, swaying in the air. Chu Yunhan, stifling his grief, rendered a military salute to his fallen comrades and to Lieutenant Wang Zhan. Had it not been for them, he would have perished beneath the blade-like feet of the alien monstrosity long ago. A cold wind swept through, and the lieutenant's furious roar echoed in his mind. "Remember, my name is Wang Zhan, the King of War." The scene at Xianyang Imperial Pass was one of unfathomable carnage. The walls were strewn with severed limbs and shattered bodies, darkened bloodstains soaking the battlements. The entire Xianyang Imperial Pass resembled a Hell's Cape. The Xianyang army, sent to reinforce the pass, suffered devastating losses. Nearly decimated. At the height of the brutal conflict, dozens of bloodthirsty knights donned in dark armor rode forth on massive blood beasts nearly 10 meters tall, sweeping across the battlements. Countless alien beasts and the silver-armored blade demon, previously overwhelming, were shattered like mere insects under the onslaught of colossal war spears. The once desperate defenders, who had teetered on the brink of doom, found hope in the arrival of the Blood Knights. Above the boundless sky, countless streaks of sword light flickered like stars, piercing through the clouds and creating numerous voids. Each beam radiated a dazzling brilliance, exuding an aura of infinite majesty and sanguinary intent. A golden humanoid being, towering 3 meters tall with multiple pairs of massive wings, descended from the cloud tops. Its wings were tattered, and its robust form bore countless wounds as it charged toward the alien forces, leaving a trail of golden blood in its wake. Simultaneously, a thunderous roar erupted from the alien ranks. Soon after, the myriad of beasts that had ascended the walls began their retreat, abandoning the battlefield. The general clad in blood-red runic armor then emerged, radiating an aura of boundless glory. The ancient long sword in his grasp gleamed with golden light, emanating an overwhelming pressure. "The General's might," cried the multitude at Xianyang Imperial Pass, their bloodied faces alight with excitement and joy. Chu Yunhan slumped to the ground, gazing at the celestial figure in the distance, exuding an unimaginable pressure, a flicker of envy crossing his eyes. This figure was none other than Mu Qingyun, the Guardian General of Xianyang Imperial Pass, a pillar of strength for the fortress. He was a legendary figure, rumored to have attained the celestial ascendance, in the realm of Xianyang continent. He stood among the most formidable of beings. As a trial world of the great Tao Xintian system, the power structure inherent to this realm could very well be the path he was destined to traverse. Chu Yunhan had previously inquired about the cultivation realms of this world from Lieutenant Wang Zhan, who had shared all that he knew. The cultivation path of Xianyang continent was divided into 5 stages of body tempering: the 5 extremes Tao repository, the Dragon Spine secret realm, the Yuan spirit secret realm, and the 6 realms of ascendance. Warriors were categorized into 5 stages of body tempering: skin refinement, body strengthening, bone forging, marrow fusion, and blood transformation. In his lifetime, Lieutenant Wang Zhan had reached the pinnacle of body strengthening. Following the 5 stages of body tempering was the 5 extremes Tao repository. Those who reached the 5 extremes Tao repository were deemed strong enough to serve as military officers. Cultivators must refine their heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys to perfection. The 5 organs are the center of life's activities, and the spirit's consciousness is divided among them. Once the 5 extremes Tao repository is perfected, the entirety of the body connects to form a unified whole. Upon breaking through the 5 extremes Tao repository, one enters the Dragon Spine secret realm. The strong of the 5 extremes Tao repository are referred to as martial artists. while those who ascend to the dragon spine secret realm are honored as cultivators. This distinction is a prerequisite for holding the rank of assistant general in the military, setting them apart from the martial artists of the 5 stages of body tempering and 5 extremes Tao repository. The dragon spine secret realm cultivates the great dragon of the human body, represented by the spine, and is divided into 3 transformations. Each transformation brings the cultivator's body closer to perfection. The dragon spine secret realm allows the spine within the cultivator to undergo a metamorphosis, as if a great dragon were birthed within, rendering the body flawless. Upon completing all 3 transformations of the dragon spine, the body becomes impenetrable, sealing all essence and blood, achieving ultimate perfection. This is the pinnacle attainable by mortals. When a cultivator reaches the great perfection of the dragon spine, their flesh ascends to perfection, innate divine power emerges, and they can extend their lifespan by a century. Even in old age, such cultivators do not suffer from blood loss or the dissipation of essence. Until their last breath, they maintain a certain level of combat prowess. Those who achieve the 3rd transformation of the dragon spine are revered as great cultivators. A solitary grand master possesses the strength to contend with thousands of soldiers, moving with unparalleled grace. Only if faced with an overwhelming force of 10,000 troops, disregarding their own casualties, could one hope to encircle and annihilate him. That fearsome blood-slaughter knight is none other than the Grand Master of the Dragon Spine secret realm. The commanding general of the Xuanjia army, overseeing tens of thousands of troops, is a Grand Master at the pinnacle of the Dragon Spine. Upon breaking through the 3 transformations of the Dragon Spine and entering the Yuanling secret realm, one truly distinguishes between the celestial and the mortal. Practitioners within the Yuanling secret realm enjoy lifespans extending for centuries, fearless in the face of an onslaught from tens of thousands of soldiers. Should the army fail to adopt a formation for confrontation, it would merely be a matter of time before they are decimated by the Yuanling practitioners. In the Yuanling secret realm, the cultivation shifts from the physical body to the refinement of spiritual consciousness. Also known as essence, energy, and spirit, the spiritual consciousness resides deep within the brain, significantly influencing the primordial spirit. Those who cultivate in the Yuanling secret realm transcend illusions, discerning the false from the true, and unraveling the fabric of reality. Practitioners consolidate essence, energy, and spirit, birthing 3 flowers within the spiritual platform. Each flower represents a world. Only when essence, energy, and spirit reach perfection, and spiritual consciousness is elevated, does one earn the right to attempt the convergence of the 3 flowers atop the spiritual platform. Countless extraordinarily gifted and exceptionally talented practitioners find themselves stymied at this critical juncture, but a failure in the convergence of the 3 flowers leads to devastating damage to their essence, energy, and spirit. For a practitioner to restore their essence, energy, and spirit to perfection after such a setback is a task more arduous than ascending to the heavens, without the nourishing presence of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. The path of cultivation is virtually severed. Many prodigies of the Xianyang continent have fallen at this threshold, leaving the world in lamentation. Only those who succeed in the convergence of the 3 flowers can nourish their primordial spirit, continually enhancing its power. Practitioners lacking sufficient strength in their primordial spirit are deemed unworthy to continue along the path of cultivation. This is precisely why countless extraordinarily gifted individuals in the world are willing to take immense risks in pursuit of the convergence of the 3 flowers. Those who succeed in this endeavor are unparalleled, dominating the era's exceptional talents, the holy sons and daughters of the major cultivation sanctuaries across the Xianyang continent, the heads and elders of millennial clans, and the renowned disciples of prominent sects are all practitioners who have achieved the convergence of the 3 flowers. Within the various dynasties of the Xianyang continent, they occupy significant positions, wielding immense power. The Grand Commander of the Xuanjiao army, leading hundreds of thousands of troops in the Dian dynasty, is a practitioner who has achieved this convergence. Once a practitioner has honed their primordial spirit's power to perfection, it begins to undergo a transformation. Only those whose primordial spirit has completed its metamorphosis can glimpse the path to enlightenment and ascend to the heavens, that a fleeting glimpse of the legendary 6 realms of ascension. Throughout the countless ages of the Xianyang continent, those who have sought ascension are as rare as phoenix feathers or unicorn horns. Their illustrious names have echoed throughout the lengthy annals of history. The tales of these ascendants are sung by all, representing the ultimate dream in pursuit of millions of practitioners. In the myths and legends passed down through generations, the so-called immortals are precisely those practitioners of the 6 realms of ascension. The quest for immortality and enlightenment is, in essence, the pursuit of these 6 realms. Practitioners of the 6 realms of ascension can be regarded as the founding ancestors of cultivation, establishing sacred grounds for training. Alas, as legendary beings, practitioners of the 6 realms of ascension are elusive and intangible. Ordinary cultivators may go an entire lifetime without ever catching a glimpse of one. Thus, the details of the 6 realms of ascension remain shrouded in mystery for the masses. The officer Wang Zhan only learned of the first realm, the Tongtian realm, from the words of the commanding officer. The divine can inquire of the way, and strength can reach the heavens. As for how to cultivate to the Tongtian realm, he knew nothing. Chu Yunhan could only resign himself to the distance of the 6 realms of ascension, which felt far beyond his reach. The casualties from the second siege by the foreign tribes far exceeded those of the first, in the vanguard camp. Apart from Chu Yunhan, every single one of the over 1,000 valiant soldiers, including Officer Wang Zhan, perished in this battle. Even the supervisory team suffered near total annihilation. When the guarding officer arrived to assess the losses, he was rendered speechless by the horrific scene before him. Especially upon seeing Wang Zhan's lifeless body, a look of anguish crossed his face. Alas, I never expected you would ultimately fall at the gates of the Xianong Empire. The guarding officer, helpless, had himself lost a left arm to the foreign tribes. Of the 5,000 soldiers in the vanguard camp, fewer than 600 survived, and all 5 officers perished in battle. Chu Yunhan, along with the surviving soldiers, was led down from the city walls by the commanding officer to regroup. In this battle, Chu Yunhan single-handedly slew 31 monstrous foreign creatures, in the desperate fight of his comrades. The terrifying silver-armored blade demon ultimately fell beneath his blade, the soul power absorbed by his innate talent. Spirit Reaper coalesced into a dazzling green radiance within his mind. Just the silver-armored blade demon alone yielded 2,000 points of soul power, as he returned to the military camp to recuperate. The scene along the way was one of desolation. The entire path was strewn with severed limbs and corpses as countless soldiers quietly gathered the remains of their fallen comrades. Some guards met such gruesome ends that not a single complete limb remained. Blood and flesh splattered across the walls and ground, leaving only the option to scrape it off and pile it together. The hellish sights before them compelled the surviving soldiers to weep softly. Alas, a profound sorrow flickered in the eyes of the commanding officer as he sighed softly, refraining from reprimanding these soldiers. Those who managed to survive this hellish battlefield, defying the odds, were not to be blamed further. Within the vast military camp of the Dian dynasty, Chu Yunhan was reassigned to a newly formed unit of 1,000. For this battle, his achievements in slaying 31 black foreign monsters and 1 silver-armored blade demon were reported by the commanding officer. 3 days later, bolstered by his significant military accomplishments, Chu Yunhan was promoted 3 ranks, bypassing the rank of squad leader to become an officer. He now commanded this newly organized 1,000-man unit. Chu Yunhan collected a finely crafted steel blade from the military supplies and exchanged all his rewards for a bottle of Qi recovery pills. Qi recovery pills are elixirs utilized by practitioners in the body refinement stage. Due to the rare and precious materials required for their concoction, they are seldom attainable by ordinary warriors. Typically, they are distributed as part of the salary for officers above the rank of captain. An officer's salary consists of 1 Qi recovery pill each month, along with 10 taels of silver. To obtain more, one must earn military achievements on the battlefield to exchange for rewards. Meanwhile, common martial artists can only cultivate using various Qi replenishing and blood-nourishing ingredients. However, their cultivation effects and speed lag far behind those who consume Qi recovery pills. This time, Chu Yunhan's military merit allowed him to exchange for 10 Qi recovery pills, perhaps because he was the only survivor among the 1,000 valiant soldiers of the vanguard camp. Or perhaps due to admiration, the commanding officer discreetly handed him an oiled paper bag. When Chu Yunhan opened it in solitude, he discovered it contained the dried meat of a ground dragon beast, which Officer Wang Zhan had previously surreptitiously gifted him. It weighed nearly a pound in his hand. Late at night, as silence enveloped the world, Chu Yunhan removed his officer's uniform and began to examine his soul power within his mind. Talent: Spirit Reaper Soul Power. 5184 Title: None Rank. 0 Cultivation Method: Body Refinement Technique Item. 0 Realm: Minor completion of body strengthening can be improved. Source Power: 0 Space. 1 cubic meter after surviving a life and death battle. He had amassed a staggering 5,100 points of soul power. Without hesitation, Chu Yunhan uncorked the ceramic vial and swallowed a Qi recovery pill. As the pill dissolved within him, it transformed into a warm current. swiftly replenishing his entire vital energy. The nearly exhausted vitality within him surged back to its peak. All his wounds began to itch, slowly forming scabs. Chu Yunhan directly elevated his minor completion of body strengthening to major completion, instantly reducing his soul power by 1,200 points. Sensing the rapid depletion of his vital energy, he hastily swallowed another Qi recovery pill. With the supplement from the Qi recovery pill, he managed to stabilize his condition. After feeling the immense power contained within the major completion of body strengthening, Chu Yunhan's resolve intensified. Not enough. This level of strength is still far from sufficient. Thus, he poured out 3 more Qi recovery pills from the vial and swallowed them in one gulp. He then elevated his realm once again. Boom! Chu Yunhan felt as if a volcano had erupted within him, his entire body surging with energy and blood. A cacophony of cracking resonated through his bones. In that instant, his soul power diminished by 1,600 points, and an agonizing pain surged through him. Gritting his teeth, Chu Yunhan endured the excruciating torment, beads of sweat pouring down him like rain. After what felt like an eternity, he finally let out a gasp, spewing forth a large pool of foul, rancid blood. The putrid stench filled the air. Following this release, a tremendous force erupted from within him, observing the remaining 2,384 points of soul power. Chu Yunhan refrained from immediately pursuing a breakthrough. Instead, he began to practice the body refinement technique, repeating the exercises over and over. He gradually acclimated to the newfound strength coursing through him. It was only after 2 hours that he wiped away the sweat covering his body. After a brief moment of rest, he consumed all 5 remaining Qi restoration pills from the porcelain vial. A torrent of searing, magma-like energy surged throughout his body. He radiated a misty white heat, his skin glowing a fiery crimson. The energy within him roiled violently, as though it might burst forth. Without hesitation, Chu Yunhan chose to break through. A full 2,000 points of soul power surged through him, causing his bones to emit a faint, pristine luminescence. He reached the minor completion stage of the bone-forging realm. His body, with its sharp angles, resembled a finely crafted statue. Brimming with explosive power. As he gently clenched his fists, the air around him resonated with a thunderous sound. His blood flowed like a great river, creating a cascading roar. Chu Yunhan reveled in the monumental changes he had undergone, his gaze sharpening. Should he encounter that silver-armored blade demon again, he was confident he could slay it swiftly. He would no longer feel the despair and helplessness that had once gripped him, relying on the sacrifice of countless comrades to achieve a narrow victory over a single foe. The following day, over 1,000 soldiers of the newly formed Vanguard Death Squad trained vigorously on the parade grounds. Chu Yunhan stood at the front of the ranks, bare-chested, wielding a 100-fold tempered steel blade, leading all the soldiers in practicing their swordsmanship. The simple actions of chopping, slashing, and cutting echoed with a whistling sound. A cold glint flashed through the air, and a sharp arc of light stung the eyes of all present. The more than 1,000 death warriors gazed at their newly promoted lieutenant with a mix of admiration and respect. In the military, strength commanded respect. A formidable individual was worthy of their reverence. Chu Yunhan's fearsome record of slaying dozens of monstrous foes and silver-armored blade demons had already spread among them. Thus, none dared to show even the slightest discontent toward their newly appointed lieutenant. In the command mansion of Xianyang Pass, dozens of armored generals gathered together. The deputy generals, chief commanders, and grand marshals from various dynasties regarded the middle-aged man at the head of the table with utmost respect. He was none other than Mu Qingyun, the general who had once illuminated the battlefield with a single stroke of his sword. Reports indicated that 3 royal families from the alien races had come to besiege the pass. One had already been injured by my hand, severely weakened. The other 2 have remained hidden, plotting something unknown. What are your thoughts on this alien incursion? The gathered individuals exchanged glances, and one grand marshal rose to speak. General, it appears that the alien races have not exerted their full strength this time. Historically, their assaults on the pass have been all-out efforts. Although this time seems grand, the attackers are merely low-tier factions. Moreover, it has been less than a year since the last incursion. I suspect there is something amiss with this alien invasion. They must be scheming something. We cannot let our guard down. Mu Qingyun's expression grew solemn as he nodded in agreement. Each time the alien races fail in their assaults, they require at least 5 years to recover their strength for another attempt. Yet, this time, only a year has passed. Something must have changed on the other side of the Black Abyss. Furthermore, I have an unsettling intuition that this time, the aliens may not be coming with just 3 royal families. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately became tense. The alien kings are all beings of transcendent power. If even you, General, feel uneasy, could there be royal family members among the invaders? Mu Qingyun furrowed his brow and shook his head. Although the royal families of the alien races wield tremendous power, I could still manage to contend with them. However, this time, it seems the situation is more complicated than just the royal families. What? The assembly gasped in shock, their expressions filled with alarm. It isn't merely the royal families. Are the aliens planning to invade en masse? Impossible. The alien races are numerous, and their royal families are constantly at war with one another. Some great clans harbor deep-seated enmities, making it inconceivable for them to unite. Otherwise, Xianyang Pass would have long since fallen. Mu Qingyun fell silent for a moment before speaking, regardless of the alien schemes. I sought assistance from the capital 10 days ago. Xianyang Pass must not falter, or the world will descend into chaos. Yesterday, I received a reply from the capital. The Grand Marshal of the kingdom has personally set out to aid us at Xianyang Pass. He should arrive within a matter of days. Upon hearing that the Grand Marshal was personally coming from the capital, relief washed over everyone present. The previously anxious expressions melted away in an instant. What? He actually mobilized himself. Excellent. With the Grand Marshal's presence, Xianyang Pass is secure. Ha ha ha. With him here, no matter how many royal or imperial families the aliens bring, they will only be marching to their deaths. Indeed, this time, the aliens will surely suffer significant losses. As Mu Qingyun contemplated the Grand Marshal's imminent arrival, his earlier unease began to dissipate as well. Regardless of the alien schemes, with the Grand Marshal's might, all would be suppressed. He no longer worried over the aliens' plans and turned to a scholar-like man on his right. Have the casualty statistics been compiled? At Mu Qingyun's inquiry, the previously light-hearted atmosphere turned heavy. The scholarly man produced a ledger, opening it with a grim expression. General, the heaviest casualties were suffered by the Xuanjia army from the Dian dynasty, who came to our aid, out of 450. 000 Xuanjia soldiers, only 130,000 remain after 2 battles. Following them, the Philian army, responsible for defense from the Wei Kingdom, suffered over 200,000 casualties. In total, nearly 800,000 of our troops have perished across both battles. Upon hearing such staggering figures, all present wore expressions of sorrow. Since the emergence of the passage from the Black Abyss 3,000 years ago, countless warriors have died defending against the alien incursions. The entire Xianyang continent has paid an exceptionally heavy price. Over the past 3 millennia, countless dynasties have vanished into the annals of history in their struggle against the alien menace. Renowned sects and noble families have sent their disciples forth, sacrificing their lives to protect this land, safeguarding millions of lives from the slaughter of the alien races. Once, the leaders of the Xianyang continent had contemplated negotiating with the aliens, even at great cost. Unfortunately, what the aliens desired was something the Xianyang continent could never offer. The aliens craved the blood and flesh of the continent's billions to owe them. The Xianyang continent was merely a newly discovered pasture. With the myriad lives upon it akin to cattle and sheep. It was a feast bestowed upon them by the gods. With this clear understanding of the aliens' nature, all on the Xianyang continent realized one undeniable truth. This is a war of races. It can only be resolved through the absolute annihilation of one side. In the profound depths of the boundless and desolate wasteland of death, amidst an endless abyss of darkness, flickers of annihilating lightning illuminate the surroundings, revealing the shadowy passage of the void. 6 alien monarchs, their bodies shimmering with golden radiance and emanating an aura of infinite pressure, encircle a crumbling stone tablet towering over 3 meters high, ceaselessly prostrating themselves in reverence. Not far off, a gigantic crimson rune array exudes a disquieting and eerie aura. Unbeknownst to anyone, the blood of the fallen human soldiers of the Xianyang Emperor Guan and the alien races is seeping into the earth at an agonizingly slow pace. Drawn together by the power of the colossal crimson rune array, beneath the surface, a vast sea of blood begins to form. Above this sanguine sea, the dilapidated stone tablet stands sentinel as the ritual unfolds. The 6 alien monarchs slice their arms, allowing their golden essence blood to cascade upon the tablet. The flow intensifies until the monarchs' energies diminish, almost leading them to a fall from grace. Shortly thereafter, 3 figures resembling the human form manifest from the void. Their white bodies emit no discernible aura, appearing as ordinary humans. Yet, upon sighting the 2, all the alien beings, including the 6 monarchs, kneel in homage. All hail our sovereign. The two white humanoids produce a crimson crystal blade, slicing open their wrists, causing torrents of golden blood to spill forth. The void seems to quiver under the weight of the blood, as if it could crush this realm to this moment. The colossal crimson rune array begins to pulsate with a sanguine glow. The sea of blood below roils violently, contracting rapidly until it coalesces into a blood-red crystal the size of an egg. The crimson crystal shoots forth, landing atop the stone tablet, where it is gradually absorbed alongside the golden blood. The 6 alien monarchs and the 2 royal figures bow in unison, their voices reverberating through the heavens. Countless beings as offerings, millions of holy clans as guides. We beseech the heavens, grant us divine grace. Once the ordinary crumbling stone tablet has absorbed all the blood, it begins to radiate a luminous brilliance, an ethereal glow illuminating the dreadful abyss, which halts its tumultuous churn. The devastating lightning and the rending winds of the void vanish, seemingly subdued by this radiant light. The resplendent glow gradually converges in the void, a celestial luminescence. After what feels like an eternity, the light dissipates into the cosmos. The blood-red spear, ablaze with fiery wrath and seemingly capable of annihilating heaven and earth, materializes in the void. The entire expanse quakes at its emergence. Yet upon closer inspection, it becomes evident that this blood-red spear is but a phantom, a mere projection cast upon this realm. Upon beholding the spear, the 2 royal figures exhibit profound elation. The records left by their ancestral king were indeed accurate. This must be the fabled blood god spear, projected into this world after the sacrifice to the towering immortal tablet. It must be it. Alas, it is but a projection, possessing only a singular strike's worth of power. But one strike is sufficient, as it holds the potential to slay gods and demons. Even as a phantasm, none in this realm could withstand the impact of the blood god spear's projection. This time, the Xianyang Emperor Guan shall cease to exist, and the Xianyang realm will possess no means of resistance. Meanwhile, Chu Yunhan, stationed in the training grounds, imparts his insights on breaking through from the skin refinement stage to the strengthening stage to the elite soldiers. A resounding dragon's roar pierces the skies. In the distance, a black dragon, stretching over 100 meters, bursts forth from the clouds. Behind the black dragon trails a golden war chariot, radiant with light. Countless residents within the city gaze upward, awestruck and dumbfounded. I ask that the legendary dragon, am I seeing things? That dragon appears to be pulling a war chariot. Who could this be? Surely, no emperor from the major dynasties could muster such a grand spectacle. The black dragon gracefully swoops, instantly soaring above the Xianyang Emperor Guan. General Mu Qingyun, accompanied by a dozen prominent commanders from various dynasties, ascends from the command residence to welcome the arrival. We salute the Grand Marshal. Mu Qingyun takes the lead, and all bow deeply, their eyes gleaming with utmost reverence. A white-haired elder clad in simple robes emerges slowly from the golden war chariot. Standing majestically in the void, like a deity, he radiates brilliance, surveying the world with an all-seeing gaze. His aged form exudes an aura that overwhelms the heavens and instills awe amongst all beings. The newcomer is none other than the Grand Marshal of the nation, commanding millions of troops from the 6 major dynasties and 12 sacred sects of the Xianyang continent. He is the unrivaled champion of this age. Having dominated the Xianyang continent for millennia, the elder smiles faintly as he approaches the command residence, gliding effortlessly through the air, each step blooming with elegance. The crowd hastily follows him into the residence, where the arrival of this godlike figure ignites fervent discussions among the inhabitants of Emperor Guan. Chu Yunhan, too, gazes in astonishment at the unfolding scene. He had once believed General Mu Qingyun to be the strongest individual in this world, only to discover the existence of such a formidable being. The terrifying aura emanating from the 100-meter-long black dragon was already enough to instill dread. To think that it is merely the steed of the Grand Marshal. To what heights can the Tao of Xiantian ascend? He cannot help but feel fortunate. Perhaps his choice was not in vain. Although the trials ahead seem perilously close to certain death, they ultimately attest to the might of this system. The Tower of Gloom has evaluated the Tao of Xiantian as master of the laws, illuminating the myriad realms. Perhaps, when he reaches the pinnacle of this system, he may finally escape the abyss of the Tower of Gloom. Yet, he cannot help but wonder if he will survive the third invasion of the alien races. As these thoughts swirl in his mind, Chu Yunhan feels a shadow of foreboding settle over him. The previous 2 attempts by the alien races to breach the gates had already inflicted grievous losses upon the defenders of Xianyang Emperor Guan. He, too, had merely survived by the narrowest of margins. It is common knowledge that the third invasion will be cataclysmic, an all-out assault. Perhaps the elite experts within Xianyang Emperor Guan may endure. But how many bottom-tier soldiers like him can escape with their lives? Moreover, an unsettling sense of dread gnaws at his heart. Despite the Grand Marshal's personal reinforcement of the Emperor Guan, can the alien races truly be unprepared? After battling the Xianyang continent for millennia, how could they not have devised countermeasures against its greatest champion? The aliens have chosen to deviate from their past patterns, invading again in less than a year. They must have found a strategy to confront the Grand Marshal. Given the increasing severity of the trials posed by the Tao of Xiantian's system, each alien incursion becomes more devastating. With the world's strongest warrior now present at Xianyang Emperor Guan and no alien capable of matching him in combat, is it conceivable that the Tower of Gloom would allow him to effortlessly complete the final trial? The task assigned by the Tower was survive until Xianyang Emperor Guan withstands 3 invasions of the alien forces. The emphasis is on those 2 words, survive. Although Chu Yunhan has only recently become a hunter for the Tower of Gloom, his understanding of it assures him that it will not be trivial. The impending third invasion of the alien races is likely to be earth-shattering. If he continues on this path, he may very well face certain death. The unease within Chu Yunhan intensifies, a palpable tension reminiscent of a storm brewing on the horizon. It feels as though a great terror awaits him in the near future, convinced that he can no longer remain at the center of this tempest. He resolves to find a way to escape the eye of the storm. As long as he can survive until the third invasion of the foreign army, his trial task will be deemed complete. He will then be instantaneously transported back to the Tower of the Abyss. Concerning the rewards tied to the extent of his completion, he can hardly afford to dwell on such matters at this moment. How can one speak of rewards when life itself is at stake? Surviving is the only path to a future. The consequences of failure extend far beyond mere death. If his thoughts are accurate and he is indeed the sole hunter in this world, then his demise would also herald the obliteration of his reality. As for the war between the Xianyang continent and the foreign races, if the heavens were to collapse, there would surely be someone of stature to uphold it. Given his current strength, his influence on the overall situation is virtually negligible. A flicker of determination flashed in Chu Yunhan's eyes as he proceeded towards the commander's tent. What? Do you wish to hunt those foreign stragglers outside the Imperial Pass? You must understand, hunting the foreign races beyond the Imperial Pass will not earn you any military merit. The commander gazed at the newly promoted officer before him in astonishment. Indeed, my lord, I feel that I am on the brink of a breakthrough. Yet I cannot take that final step. Engaging with others always leaves me apprehensive, preventing me from experiencing the profound revelations of life and death. Thus, I wish to hunt the foreign races and take that step forward. After a moment of contemplation, the commander nodded in agreement. He could not impede an officer's desire to break through, and hunting the foreign races beyond the Imperial Pass did not contravene military regulations. Hence, he did not refuse Chu Yunhan's request, turning to draft a pass for him. Upon receiving the pass, Chu Yunhan wasted no time in returning to his quarters, donning his gear, gathering all his rations, and setting off towards the gates of the Imperial Pass. Remember, you must return to the Imperial Pass within 3 days to renew your pass, or you will be deemed a deserter. After the city guard meticulously examined Chu Yunhan's pass and searched his person, he was allowed to proceed. Only after he had traversed several thousand meters away from the Xianyang Imperial Pass did the unease and trepidation in his heart gradually dissipate. The exit of the Black Abyss Passage. The resounding horns echoed across the heavens. The foreign army surged forth like a tsunami, overwhelming in their relentless advance. 6 golden foreign lords stood poised in the air, exuding an aura of immense power. Atop the ancient and unyielding Xianyang Imperial Pass, the commanding general, Yun, observed the slowly approaching foreign army with a grave expression. Behind him, dozens of deputy generals, commanders, and marshals fixated nervously on the foreign forces. To their astonishment, 6 lords had appeared at once. The foreign races were evidently prepared to exert their full strength in this assault. Just as the crowd was musing over this, the 6 golden lords split into 2 flanks. A member of the foreign royal family materialized from the void, standing before the army. What is that? As anticipated, a royal figure had indeed arrived. Did the foreign races not fear for their royal's demise here? General Yun furrowed his brow slightly, yet remained undaunted, soaring into the air to stand at the forefront. The 7 marshals followed closely, their expressions tense as they gazed at the royal being across from them. The 6 foreign lords bellowed in unison. Mu Qingyun, why do you not kneel before our sovereign? With a calm smile, Mu Qingyun shrugged and replied, Kneel? A mere being from a foreign realm has no right to demand my reverence. The foreign lords erupted in fury, brandishing their weapons. The royal being's indifferent gaze pierced Mu Qingyun, a disdainful chuckle escaping his lips. I had intended to spare your life, to have you serve as a vanguard for my holy clan. Alas, you do not understand the value of mercy. You are not yet worthy to compel my hand. With a subtle flick of his finger, 3 foreign lords shot forth like lightning. Boom! As they struck. The void rippled, and the very heavens seemed to shift with an overwhelming aura of slaughter that threatened to annihilate all living beings in the world. In the face of the 3 lords' assault, Mu Qingyun unleashed a punch, akin to a true dragon's roar, causing silence to envelop the realm as the winds and clouds transformed in an instant. With a resounding crash, their attacks collided, a dazzling brilliance engulfing the surroundings. The royal being's brow furrowed slightly, his expression cold as 3 figures were sent hurtling backward from the blinding light, golden blood raining from the sky. How infuriating. Were it not for my vital essence. Mu Qingyun's gaze was dismissive as he scoffed. Is that all? The foreign lords are hardly formidable. Upon hearing this, the 6 lords' expressions shifted, and they roared in unison, their bodies radiating golden light. Together, they unleashed a singular, unparalleled strike, a radiant beam of light surging towards Mu Qingyun. His expression grew serious as the ancient sword at his side erupted with blinding brilliance. The beam of cold light pierced the heavens, propelling itself towards the dazzling radiance. The entire void began to warp, a piercing chill pervading the atmosphere. The sword light resembled autumn. As if it aimed to cleave the firmament, the torrential cascade of golden blood fell from the void as 6 shattered figures plummeted to the earth. Crashing heavily into the ground, the 6 lords lay incapacitated, their energies depleted and bodies grievously wounded. A fleeting doubt crossed Mu Qingyun's mind. Why were the foreign lords so easily vanquished? Yet, he had no time for further contemplation as he turned to face the royal being. The royal being cast a cold glance at the retreating 6 lords, anger surging in his eyes. Mu Qingyun smiled nonchalantly. When did the foreign lords become so weak? White-skinned specter, allow me to witness the so-called strength of your royal lineage. To ascertain your true capabilities. Impudence. A king must not be insulted, nor a sovereign humiliated. Even if the black abyss were to envelop the heavens, I would remain invincible in this world. The royal being's fury erupted as he pointed a finger, causing the very void around him to tremble. A chill, capable of sending all beings into a state of dread and annihilating all things, began to manifest. The shadow of destruction emerged from the void. Advancing towards Mu Qingyun, Mu Qingyun formed seals with his hands, and the ancient sword burst forth with boundless radiance. The sword began to shatter, morphing into tens of thousands of sword lights, which coalesced before him into a massive rotating wheel of sword light. Spinning rapidly, boom, the shadow of destruction crashed violently against the wheel of sword light. Mu Qingyun spat out a mouthful of blood as the wheel of sword light disintegrated, scattering into motes of brilliance that faded into the air. He was propelled backward 100 meters, yet that shadow continued to pursue him relentlessly. The 7 marshals were struck with horror, throwing themselves in front of Mu Qingyun. Channeling all their strength, they bore resolute expressions, preparing to withstand this earth-shattering strike. Just as despair began to consume them, a dragon's roar resounded across the universe. A dazzling dragon-shaped silhouette tore through the void, radiating an overwhelming celestial majesty. As if even this world could hardly withstand its might. It tore through the void, hurtling towards the alien royal entity in an instant. Startled, the royal being withdrew its outstretched finger, causing the shadow of destruction that could annihilate all things to vanish in a heartbeat. Just as it barely managed to gather its full strength, the resplendent dragon-shaped light had already crashed upon it with an unstoppable force. Ugh! As the radiance dissipated, the royal entity lay shattered, its golden blood staining the earth. With even its arm now gone in the abyss, the figure of the Grand Marshal, protector of the nation, slowly coalesced. With eyes imbued with unfathomable majesty, he coldly surveyed the gravely injured and dying royal being on the ground. Just as the Grand Marshal prepared to deliver the final blow and slay this foreign royal, the void above the battlefield suddenly shattered, revealing a blood-red light blazing like a raging inferno. A suffocating aura, one that could invoke the lamentation of myriad souls and obliterate the heavens and earth, firmly locked onto the Grand Marshal. It was as if the entire world had been ensnared by this sanguine light. rendering all existence immobile. In the eyes of Mu Qingyun and others, filled with despair and terror, the Grand Marshal's pupils constricted in an instant, revealing a depth of hopelessness unseen in millennia. Yet, no matter how he summoned his strength, he found himself utterly immobilized beneath the oppressive grasp of the blood-red light. He could only watch helplessly as this obliterating force thundered upon him, erasing his existence in an instant. The shockwave of the bloodlight reverberated across the vast expanse, crashing towards the towering Xianyang Imperial Pass that had stood for millennia. Under the assault of this sanguine light, the grand edifice, spanning 100 miles, began to dissolve from the towering iron gates, extending hundreds of miles behind it, leaving only remnants of its former glory, as if lamenting its past magnificence. A gaping chasm, plunging dozens of kilometers deep, marred the earth, stretching infinitely. The millions of guards stationed within the Xianyang Imperial Pass were nearly annihilated in this cataclysmic strike. The bloodlight surged skyward, vanishing into the celestial realm. Suddenly, the foreign royal entity fell from the void, its body resembling that of a desiccated corpse, as if its essence and soul had been completely siphoned away, leaving it devoid of life. Mu Qingyun's eyes welled with blood tears, his heart aching at the scene before him. Despair and terror etched upon his face. The Grand Marshal, the indomitable protector of the nation, was dead. The Xianyang Imperial Pass, which had towered for 100 miles, was no more. The billions of souls on the Xianyang continent were poised to face their tragic fate, drenched in blood and sorrow. Not far away, the gravely injured royal being stared blankly at the lifeless form on the ground. It never anticipated that the strike of the blood god spear could drain a royal being of life. Even though it had slain the Grand Marshal of the Xianyang continent and obliterated the Xianyang Imperial Pass that had stood for thousands of years, the elite forces of the Holy Clan were now reduced to the wounded and dying royal itself, alongside 6 other nobles, drained of their blood and unable to rise. Originally, it had planned to lure out the Pillar of Humanity by risking its own injuries, only to have another royal hidden in the void unleash the blood god spear to strike down the invincible Grand Marshal. Additionally, it aimed to obliterate the Xianyang Imperial Pass that had loomed over the Holy Clan for millennia. With that, the Xianyang continent would be left defenseless against the invading forces led by a peak royal. However, it had never expected, not even in the ancient texts left by its royal ancestors, that the blood god spear could be so treacherous. It drained the lifeblood and soul of its wielder completely. Consequently, the Holy Clan's invasion could not achieve its intended goal in one fell swoop. The royal being cast a discreet glance at Mu Qingyun and the others, whose faces were twisted in rage and despair. In its current state, it knew it could not linger any longer, or it would surely perish here. Thus, with a flash of its form, it propelled its battered body towards the abyssal passage behind the alien army, abandoning the 6 nobles lying on the ground, their fates uncertain. The movement of the royal being jolted Mu Qingyun and the others awake. With a furious roar, Mu Qingyun soared into the air, his figure flickering as he pursued the fleeing royal entity. The other generals, their faces etched with murderous intent, turned their gazes towards the fallen 6 alien nobles. Sensing Mu Qingyun's pursuit, the royal being let out a sharp cry. Summoning the alien army in the distance to provide support, Mu Qingyun roared again, his fist smashing through dozens of alien foes that stood in his way, reducing them to dust. The royal being was on the verge of retreating into the abyssal passage. Yet the alien forces blocking the way grew ever more numerous, a dense throng. But a flicker of determination flashed in Mu Qingyun's eyes. His aura surged dramatically, blood igniting within him. That a colossal sword shadow emerged behind him. And with a swing, the blade illuminated the 14 states, resonating like a phoenix's call to the skies. That it surged forth, cleaving through the air. All the alien beings obstructing the radiant sword light melted away like snow beneath the scorching sun. The royal being, who had been reveling in its brief moment of triumph, paused, turning to behold the towering sword light that surged towards it like a flash of lightning, despair washing over its features. Then, it began to dissolve within the brilliance of the sword. Mu Qingyun, his essence greatly diminished, his once raven locks now as white as snow, appeared frail, like an elderly man on the brink of death. His body riddled with wrinkles. He collapsed to the ground, watching the royal entity dissolve in the distance, while the remnants of the alien army closed in for the kill. A flicker of resignation and regret passed through his eyes. Tears streamed down his face as he murmured, riding the sword to conquer the world, joyfully welcoming the dance of green plums. Alas, the bond with you is too hard to sever, and in the days to come, I shall not dwell on it. What a pity that we can no longer share the warmth of the cup, drunk in the spring breeze amidst the crimson wax. Chu Yunhan slowly closed his eyes, awaiting the end of his life. General. From afar, several high-ranking generals rushed through the air, horrified as they beheld Chu Yunhan, whose locks had turned white amidst the flashing blades of the alien forces. Beyond several miles from the remnants of the Xianyang Imperial Pass, Chu Yunhan's pupils constricted, cold sweat breaking out, upon witnessing the cataclysmic blood-red light obliterate the grand and magnificent Xianyang Imperial Pass. He finally comprehended the source of the unease that had lurked within him. There were nearly 10 million soldiers guarding the Xianyang Imperial Pass. Yet under this overwhelming celestial might, everything seemed to dissolve like bubbles, vanishing into the ether in an instant. In this moment, life felt so insignificant. Had it not been for his growing apprehension, he would not have decisively left the city. If that were the case, he too would have been among the souls dissipating into the void. Chu Yunhan silently regarded the countless lost souls at the site of the Imperial Pass's ruins. Regrettably, his own power was meager, akin to an ant, rendering him powerless to alter this fate. He could not even discern the origin of his unease, nor could he confide in anyone else. To do so would risk shaking the morale of the troops. No one would believe the words of a weakling. Only when his strength could transcend all, subduing everything, would he be qualified and capable of altering this wretched destiny. He could not shatter the chains of fate that bound him. Such tragic scenes, such deep-seated regrets, would continue to replay before him countless times. Slowly rising, Chu Yunhan's eyes ignited with boundless determination. One day, I shall seize control of my own destiny. After a long while, Chu Yunhan grasped his long blade, dashing towards the ruins of the Imperial Pass. Moments later, a signal fire blazed atop the remnants of the Xianyang Imperial Pass, sending a plume of smoke soaring towards the heavens. A call to the outside world beyond the desert of death. Upon seeing this signal, hundreds of alien monstrosities prowling nearby surged forth in response. Atop the signal tower, Chu Yunhan gripped his blade, his eyes flashing with cold ruthlessness. Gazing at the feral, bloodthirsty alien beasts, he unleashed a flurry of blade light, as chilling as the wind. Under the flickering blade light, several alien monsters were cleaved in two, collapsing slowly to the ground. Yet, the hundreds of alien beasts showed no fear, charging forth in relentless waves. Chu Yunhan resembled an Azura emerging from the depths of a Vichy hell, slashing through the sea of blood without mercy. The surrounding beacon tower lay drenched in green blood and the dismembered limbs of foreign beasts. These monstrous entities seemed endless, their numbers overwhelming as they engulfed Chu Yunhan's figure like a relentless tide. The setting sun bled crimson against the desolate backdrop. Panting heavily, Chu Yunhan collapsed onto the ground. He had vanquished hundreds of the encircling foes, yet his once mighty steel blade lay in tatters. In the chaos of battle, his left arm was inadvertently severed by the claw of a monstrous adversary. His back bore deep, ghastly scars, and the wound on his abdomen was grievously severe, causing his vision to blur. The silent battlefield seemed to narrate the ferocity and peril of this clash. Just as Chu Yunhan felt his breath growing faint and his spirit waning, a voice resonated in his mind. The trial of the great Dao Xiantian system is nearing its conclusion. The hunter will soon return to the Tower of Ruins. No items from this trial world may be brought back to the Tower of Ruins. The countdown to return commences. 3, 2, 1. A wave of energy undetectable to any living being flashed by. The gravely injured and on the brink of death, Chu Yunhan vanished from this realm in an instant, as if he had never existed. Only a battered steel blade, an oiled paper package, and a set of military armor were left behind. Chu Yunhan felt a sudden darkness before. In the next moment, he found himself within the white expanse of the Tower of Ruins. A pure white light illuminated his battered form. An endless stream of mysterious energy surged into his body. In mere seconds, his grievous injuries were fully healed. His severed left arm regrew completely, and even his waning spirit was restored to its zenith. While still in shock, the voice in his mind echoed again. A colossal screen of light slowly materialized in the void. The trial task of the great Dao Xiantian system has been completed. Congratulations, Hunter, for successfully unlocking the great Dao Xiantian cultivation system. The Hunter returns to their exclusive room within the Tower of Ruins. This exclusive room is a unique space for the Hunter, entirely secure, impervious to any intrusion. System Trial World, Xianyang Realm. System Trial Difficulty, 5 stars. System Trial Task Completion Level, A. Note: ratings range from E to SSS, calculated based on the Hunter's performance. The system trial tasks are unique, and rewards will be double that of other tasks. Rewards from the Tower of Ruins are being calculated. The hunter has successfully completed the system trial task, advancing 1 rank. Congratulations, Hunter, for receiving the Tower of Ruins brand. Storage space increases by 1 cubic meter. Reward of Primal Energy, 3,000. Reward of a level Great Dao Xiantian System Cultivation Method. Double rewards accumulating. Storage space increases by 2 cubic meters. Reward of Primal Energy, 6,000. Reward of S. Level Great Dao Xiantian System Cultivation Method. All rewards have been deposited into the storage space. Please check for yourself. Please select a code name within the Tower of Ruins. The hunter's rank is level 1, unlocking the shared space of the first level of the Tower of Ruins. The hunter's next task is scheduled for 30 days later. The hunter may choose to temporarily return to their own world. The hunter must return to the Tower of Ruins before the task deadline. Otherwise, the tower will directly obliterate the hunter. Suddenly, a black tower-shaped brand appeared on Chu Yunhan's chest. He had not anticipated the double rewards from the system trial task to be so exhilarating. Even the originally awarded a level Great Dao Xiantian cultivation method had transformed into S level. Moreover, he received an additional 6,000 points of primal energy, though he was still unsure of the true value of this so-called primal energy. The previous trial world had been fraught with peril, yielding merely 3,000 points as a reward, by any measure. The universal currency of the Tower of Ruins was undoubtedly a substantial fortune. However, the most pressing matter now was to examine the S-level Great Dao Xiantian cultivation method awarded by the tower. Suppressing his excitement and exhilaration, Chu Yunhan activated the brand to begin his review. Within the brand, a white orb of light materialized. Upon the touch of his thoughts to the orb, hundreds of light points appeared in his mind. When he focused on one, a brief message flashed in his consciousness. Body technique. Ascending the heavens in 8 steps. Chu Yunhan's eyes sparkled with intensity, yet he refrained from making an immediate choice. This opportunity arose from the unique system trial task and its double rewards, granting him S-level methods. He knew not when he might next obtain an S-level reward. Thus, he must proceed with utmost caution. Shifting his focus to the next light point, the message revealed, sword technique, true martial sword manual. The next light point, finger technique, divine extermination finger, upper. Chu Yunhan's pupils constricted sharply at this name. Struggling to suppress his intense impulse, he continued to examine the next light point, palm technique, the 7 absolute of heaven and earth, mind technique, the Northern Dipper's demon suppression record, body technique, the soaring dragon of the surprise phoenix, seal technique, the 8 seals of the heavenly dragon, body refinement technique, the barbarian goddess overbearing body technique. Upon viewing the barbarian goddess overbearing body technique, Chu Yunhan's heart raced wildly. Gazing upon the remaining light points, he ultimately resisted the urge and patiently reviewed them all, until the last light point appeared, body refinement technique, eternal cataclysm body, upper. Without hesitation, he directed his thoughts and chose the eternal cataclysm body, upper. The recent trial task had imparted a profound lesson to Chu Yunhan. In the Tower of Ruins, a realm akin to hell, the essence of survival is paramount. It is not the sharpness of one's attack or the swiftness of one's speed that matters most, but the ability to endure. Only by surviving can one seize control of their destiny. Thus, he unflinchingly opted for this technique, which would enhance his defenses. The eternal cataclysm body, the light point instantly melded into his consciousness. And the detailed information of this body refinement method unfolded before him. Eternal cataclysm body, upper, evaluation. Eternal and indestructible, free from calamity, untouched by causality, unbound by the cycle of rebirth. Note: this body refinement technique is divided into 9 layers. The higher one progresses, the more stringent the requirements for the practitioner's qualifications become. The resources required for the latter 3 layers are exceedingly rare, nearly impossible to find across the myriad realms. And in countless epochs, no one has succeeded in mastering it to perfection, hence its S classification. The first volume techniques are Golden Bell Shield, Diamond Dissolution, and Arhat's Protection. For readers questioning the eternal cataclysm body, consider it a skill that enhances physical strength, defense, and recovery abilities, rather than a cultivation technique. Note the 9 layers: Golden Bell Shield, Diamond Dissolution, Arhat's Protection, Celestial Suppression, Reverse the Firmament, Heavenly Extermination Lead, Chaos Heaven, Infinite Realm, and Forbidden Cataclysm. Following this, the cultivation mantra of the eternal cataclysm body appeared in his mind. Chu Yunhan promptly began to circulate the mantra and engage in cultivation. An hour later, he halted, his expression somewhat grim. Was the qualification requirement for this eternal cataclysm body too high? Or was his own cultivation aptitude exceedingly poor? After practicing for an hour, he hadn't even sensed a trace of energy. Contemplating this, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. However, Chu Yunhan quickly composed himself. He possessed the talent of the Spirit Slayer. As long as he could grasp the fundamentals, he could directly enhance his abilities using his soul power. What need was there for exceptional cultivation aptitude? Thus, he began to examine his soul power within his mind. Talent: Spirit Slayer, Soul Power, 15184. Title: None. Rank: 1. Technique: Body Refinement Technique, Eternal Cataclysm Body, Upper, Body Refinement. Golden Bell Shield not yet initiated. Items: 0. Realm: Minor accomplishment in bone forging, can be enhanced. Primal energy: 6,000. Space: 3 cubic meters. In the final battle upon the remains of the Xianyang Imperial Pass, he fought valiantly, slaying 148 foreign monsters. His Spirit Slayer talent absorbed 14,800 points of soul power, combined with the remaining 384 points, totaling a substantial 15,184 points of soul power. The only regret lies in the nearly 1-pound piece of Earth Dragon jerky that could not be brought back to the Tower of the Abyss. However, the abundance of soul power he had amassed was more than sufficient to significantly enhance his strength. At this juncture, the paramount task was to cultivate the first layer of the Eternal Cataclysm Body to the threshold of mastery. Otherwise, no matter how much soul power he possessed, he would be unable to advance the Eternal Cataclysm Body. As for the codename within the Tower of the Abyss, Chu Yunhan pondered for a moment and chose not to use his real name. Instead, he whimsically dubbed himself Heaven's Punishment, for he was required to complete the tasks issued by the Tower of the Abyss, and he would undoubtedly traverse countless worlds in the future. Should he encounter those capable of cursing him merely by name, it would spell disaster. Moreover, he was not alone in the Tower of the Abyss. Countless hunters had been selected from myriad multiversal civilizations, and each chosen hunter was compelled to devise every means to survive within this endless cycle of tasks, including Chu Yunhan himself. The sole path to survival lay in continuously enhancing his strength to the point of sweeping through the task worlds. The path of greatness is fraught with challenges, and any who dared to obstruct him would face no mercy. Here, no hunter was worthy of his trust, for if he were betrayed or sold out, the price he would pay was one he could ill afford. Chu Yunhan soon discovered a luminous portal within the white expanse, which had appeared unbeknownst to him, according to the information from the Tower of the Abyss. Beyond this portal lay the so-called shared space of the first layer. Stepping through the portal, Chu Yunhan found himself in an immense circular plaza. The cacophony of the plaza was overwhelming, reminiscent of being in a vast marketplace. Before him loomed clusters of buildings in various shapes and sizes. Some were constructed from colossal stones, others forged from an unknown metal, while some resembled gigantic tree-like plants, and still others were composed of flesh-like organs. Above the plaza arched a vast celestial dome, enveloping the entire area. An array of bizarre creatures came into view, some resembling upright beasts, while others shimmered with an otherworldly glow. There were beings entirely mechanical in nature, others that bore semblance to humans yet sported pointed ears and tails, and even those with tentacles. Amidst the throng, Chu Yunhan observed many humans clad in peculiar attire. By his rough estimation, the creatures within the plaza numbered no fewer than 100,000. What astonished him further was that, perhaps due to the influence of the Tower of the Abyss, he could comprehend every sound and word uttered by these beings, grasping their meanings with clarity. Not far ahead, a creature resembling an armored orc spread a massive beast hide across the ground, adorned with a plethora of items, fervently hawking his wares. Fire Element Enchanted Greatsword, rating 38, only requires 200 points of origin power. Mithril Armor, rating 65, comes with anti-magic properties. Sincere buyers may negotiate. Mechanized Rifle, rating 27, Ferocious Firepower, 150 points of origin power, includes 200 rounds of ammunition. Basic Life Recovery Potion, rating 20,300 points of origin power, no haggling, driven by curiosity. Chu Yunhan approached for a closer inspection, prompting the orc vendor to vigorously promote his goods. After a moment, he shook his head and departed, for none of the items met his needs. He continued to wander around the plaza, primarily to familiarize himself with the prices of various goods and to ascertain the value of origin power. Additionally, he sought to discover if there were any items of interest to him. Lastly, by observing the creatures and their offerings, he could glean insights into the types of task worlds that might be issued by the first layer of the Tower of the Abyss. After more than an hour of exploration, he began to grasp the nature of the shared space. This so-called shared space was a venue for trade and communication among the hunters of the first layer. Provided by the Tower of the Abyss, it was an absolutely secure environment, where no one could attack another by any means. Each item was assigned a rating by the Tower of the Abyss, which indicated its value. The stalls in the center of the plaza primarily offered lower-tier items, with high-quality goods being a rarity. In truth, items of a higher rating were predominantly found in the buildings lining the plaza's edges. The sole exception was an establishment akin to an auction house, where all high-rated items could be traded. Items auctioned here came with detailed descriptions of their uses, unlike the simple ratings found at stalls or shops. However, the exorbitant service fee of 10 deterred 95 of participants, as origin power was hard-earned in the task worlds, and no one wished to squander it. The bizarre structures were various shops, some selling equipment, others offering intelligence on task worlds, some selling food, and yet others providing specialized services. The mere thought of the multitude of strange races gave him a shiver. Moreover, the value of origin power proved to be far greater than he had initially anticipated. In a food shop run by humans, he savored a delectable dish he had never encountered before, which cost him 1 point of origin power. After his meal, he began to meander through the shops once more. Shortly thereafter, he stumbled upon items of interest in an equipment store. Azure Edge Sword, rating 85,600 points of origin power. Xian Iron Broadsword, rating 92,720 points of origin power. Ice Element Staff, rating 114,900 points of origin power. Alloy Armor, rating 125, 1150 points of origin power. Anti-Armor Heavy Sniper Rifle, rating 138, 1400 points of origin power. And the Rift Cleaver, rating 198, 2000 points of origin power. The item that caught Chu Yunhan's eye was none other than the Rift Cleaver. After months of arduous training in swordsmanship within the Xinjiang continent, he now found himself without a suitable weapon. Given the Rift Cleaver's rating of 198, it was undoubtedly among the higher-rated weapons in the first layer. After an extensive negotiation with the shopkeeper, he ultimately purchased the long blade for 1680 points of origin power. After spending an entire day browsing various shops in the plaza, he finally acquired all the items he required. Upon returning to his designated room, he began to inventory his possessions: 1 Rift Cleaver, 1 bottle of basic stamina recovery potion, 1 bottle of basic cell repair potion, and 5 tiger bone leopard fetuses. The 2 potions cost him 500 points of origin power, while the 5 tiger bone leopard fetuses drained a staggering 2,500 points of origin power. It was only then that Chu Yunhan realized that items within the cultivation system were the most exorbitantly priced of all. He even spied a manual on the Wind Thunder Sword technique in one shop, priced at a staggering 8,000 points of origin power. After this expenditure, his original 6,000 points of origin power dwindled to a mere 1,310 points. Once he had accounted for all his items, Chu Yunhan commenced his cultivation of the first layer of the eternal cataclysm body, the Golden Bell Shield. He knew he must hasten his mastery of this body-refining technique. He yearned to avoid the despair and powerlessness he had experienced in the Xinjiang continent once more. The next task from the Tower of the Abyss was set to be issued in 30 days. He was uncertain of the dreadful world he would face or the dangers that awaited him. The only course of action he could take was to elevate his strength to its utmost before the next task arrived. Perhaps this way, his chances of survival within the task world would be slightly enhanced, rather than relying solely on luck. His fate could only be wielded by his own hands. As for returning to his original world, he did not yet harbor such intentions. When he became sufficiently powerful, returning would not be too late. After all, apart from his elder sister, who had married and settled far away, there was little else that tethered him to that world. More than half a month later, Chu Yunhan finally sensed a faint aura emerging within him. This aura began to circulate through the meridians of his body, yet the time it took was exceedingly long. It took over an hour to complete a full cycle. The aura seemed to strengthen imperceptibly, but this was enough to elate Chu Yunhan. As long as there were results, he could work with that. As the time passed, apart from meals, he devoted himself entirely to his cultivation. Finally, on the 26th day, he made significant progress with the Golden Bell Shield. Chu Yunhan eagerly utilized his soul power to elevate the Golden Bell Shield from its initial entry level to minor perfection. His soul power, originally at 15,184, plummeted by a staggering 10,000 points in an instant. He couldn't help but wince a few times, as the soul power he had painstakingly gathered was reduced to just over 5,000 points. Truly, this was an S-grade body refinement technique. This was the first layer of the eternal catastrophe destruction body, which consumed an astonishing amount of soul power. After upgrading the Golden Bell shield to minor perfection, he felt a warmth radiating through his meridians. His breath flowed throughout his body, and the taut muscles began to grow even more resilient. His skin, once as tough as leather, became increasingly firm and delicate. Exuding a shimmering golden glow, drawing forth an iron sword, he swiped it across his palm, leaving no mark that it was only when he retrieved the void-cleaving blade and made a gentle cut that a wound appeared. Moments later, the injury began to heal slowly. Chu Yunhan nodded in satisfaction. It appeared that this body refinement technique not only significantly enhanced his bodily defenses but also augmented his recovery capabilities. Observing the remaining 5,184 points of soul power in his mind, he unhesitatingly chose to elevate his bone-tempering realm from minor perfection to major perfection. Instantly, 3,000 points of soul power merged into his body. His entire vitality surged, rapidly depleting. He quickly consumed a tiger bone leopard fetus pill he had purchased, feeling a tremendous surge of vital energy emanating from it, swiftly replenishing his bodily vitality. After a considerable time, Chu Yunhan felt an explosive power coursing through him. His internal vitality was robust, as if he had transformed into a fearsome striped tiger. Information regarding the Tower of Ruins surfaced in his mind. Hunter, Heavenly Punishment Talent, Spirit Execution Soul Power, 2. 184 Title, None Rank, 1 Techniques, Body Refinement Technique, Eternal Catastrophe Destruction Body, Upper, Body Refinement, Golden Bell Shield, Minor Perfection, Items, Void Cleaving Blade, Basic Vitality Recovery Potion, Basic Cell Repair Potion, Tiger Bone Leopard Fetus Pills 4 Realm, Bone Tempering, Major Perfection, Source Power, 1. 315 Space, 3 cubic meters. His strength had reached its peak, and with the remaining time, Chu Yunhan chose to rest adequately, allowing his previously tense nerves to relax. He now merely awaited the arrival of the next task from the Tower of Ruins in serene anticipation. Days slipped by, and soon the task notification from the Tower of Ruins arrived as expected. In the void of his exclusive chamber, a massive light screen materialized. Destruction and extermination task is about to commence. Hunter Heavenly Punishment, please prepare. The world power level for this destruction and extermination task is E. Hunters associated with this task may form teams to venture into the task world. Hunters must refrain from mentioning the Tower of Ruins in any manner within the task world, or face immediate obliteration. Specific task details will be released upon entering the task world. Task countdown begins. 3, 2, 1. With a flash of white light, Chu Yunhan's figure vanished from the room. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself atop a skyscraper, overlooking the entire cityscape that a white energy shield enveloped nearly 100 square meters of space. Within this shield, besides Chu Yunhan, there were 3 other individuals, a towering, muscular orc wielding a massive axe, a human male clad in camouflage military attire and holding a firearm, and a strangely adorned woman draped in animal pelts, her face covered in tribal markings, resembling a human, the moment they appeared in this world. The 3 exchanged tense glances, bracing themselves. The formidable orc brandished his axe, eyeing the others warily. The woman swiftly performed hand seals, chanting incantations, summoning a black wolf of considerable size, its fierce gaze fixated on the group as it stood guard before her. The human male, upon noticing Chu Yunhan, displayed a look of delight. "Hey, brother," he began to greet Chu Yunhan, only to be met with a frigid expression that radiated an air of aloofness. The man awkwardly chuckled, stepping back a few paces with his weapon, signaling he posed no threat. That moment, information from the Tower of Ruins appeared in his mind. Task, Biochemical Frenzy Task Difficulty, 2 stars. On the planet Carrieland, an unknown virus erupted, infecting the entire globe within a year. Billions of Carrieland inhabitants suffered devastating casualties under the virus's onslaught, with countless bodies rapidly decaying post-infection, leaving behind a horde of mindless, bloodthirsty, and savage creatures. Aside from a fortunate few who escaped, the entirety of Carrieland's intelligent civilization faced annihilation. Meanwhile, the mutated virus carriers grew stronger and more vicious over time, and various life forms on Carrieland also began to mutate, putting the remaining intelligent civilization survivors in peril. Task objectives: 1. Identify the source of the virus outbreak on Carrieland. 2. Eliminate the virus's source to preserve the remnants of Carrieland's civilization. Task failure penalty: the difficulty level of the next task will increase by 1. Notice, as time progresses, the mutated entities will grow increasingly formidable. Hunters are urged to complete the task expeditiously. Chu Yunhan furrowed his brow slightly. According to the Tower of Ruins notification, he was not only to contend with countless virus mutations but also to be cautious of being infected by this unknown virus. Furthermore, time was of the essence, as the mutated beings would only become stronger. The other three, upon reading the task information, exhibited expressions of shock. The human male erupted in anger, exclaiming, Are they sending us to our deaths? I just barely survived an F-level world, and now I'm thrown straight into an E world. The towering orc slammed his fist into the ground, releasing his pent-up anger and fear. The woman summoning the giant wolf turned pale, her expression one of dread. Clearly, the difficulty level of this E-task exceeded their expectations. However, for Chu Yunhan, having witnessed the apocalyptic scenes in the Xianyang world, such a task world, while perilous, no longer impacted his state of mind. He did not believe that these so-called virus mutations could possibly rival the prowess of higher beings of other races. If that were the case, the Tower of Ruins would never have classified the power level of this task world as merely E. Moreover, he was eager to discover whether defeating these virus mutations would allow him to absorb soul power. If so, this world would become his hunting ground. He took a deep breath and approached the edge of the building to survey the scene. Before his eyes lay a vast, desolate city. Towering skyscrapers stood tall, yet the entire metropolis exuded an eerie silence. Not even the chirping of insects or the fluttering of birds could be heard, as if it had succumbed to a deathly stillness. While Chu Yunhan assessed the situation, the other three appeared to lack confidence in completing the task alone. Thus, they quickly reached a consensus to collaborate. They all turned to Chu Yunhan, but dared not utter a word. Chu Yunhan cast a fleeting glance at them, his expression indifferent, and paid them no mind. Soon, the protective barrier enveloping them dissipated. He descended alone, silently making his way down to the lower levels of the building. The three exchanged glances, apprehensively following suit. Once they reached the silent street, they maintained a considerable distance behind Chu Yunhan. It was evident they had surmised the reason for the sudden leap from an F-grade task world to an E-plus grade world. There was only one possibility: the extraordinary strength of this cold, unyielding man far exceeded their OW&TO maintain balance. The Tower of Return must have designated this task in an E-plus grade world as for the so-called respect of the strong. To hell with respect. Surviving in the task world was of paramount importance. The dilapidated street faintly hinted at the prosperity it once knew. Now, it lay in utter desolation. The only sound echoing through the street was the sound of their footsteps. The three behind him appeared tense, cautiously scanning their surroundings, fearful that a monster might suddenly leap out and drag them into the abyss. Suddenly, Chu Yunhan's footsteps faltered. His keen senses detected a slight disturbance. In an instant, his leg muscles tensed, and he lunged forward, darting past a shadow in the air, heading straight for a nearby shop. He swiftly kicked the door, shattering it to pieces. Two blue-haired women, resembling humans, screamed in terror as they huddled together, burying their heads in despair. Chu Yunhan paused momentarily before bellowing, "Silence!" Upon hearing his voice, the two women snapped back to reality, tear-streaked faces gazing up at him. The three following him rushed over, carefully maneuvering around Chu Yunhan, attempting to comfort the women while inquiring about the situation. It turned out that since the outbreak of the viral crisis in this world, the sisters had locked themselves inside the building, relying on the substantial food stock from the shop to survive. They had been acutely aware of the despair enveloping the world, filled with man-eating monsters, and had remained exceedingly cautious, afraid to make any noise. Today, as they descended from their upper floor to retrieve food, a faint sound had drawn Chu Yunhan's attention, resulting in him smashing the door. With the comfort of the three, the sisters gradually calmed their frayed nerves and began to recount their tale. Originally, a survivor base had been established by the government in this city, gathering hundreds of survivors. However, the sisters, being too timid, had never ventured out to seek refuge there. About half a month ago, while the base's personnel were out searching for food, they were inadvertently discovered by a mutated creature. Consequently, the survivor base was besieged by a horde of mutated beings, and no news had emerged since it was likely that their fate was grim. As for the origin of the viral outbreak, the sisters were uncertain. Just as they were conversing, Chu Yunhan's gaze turned icy. He drew his blade and advanced forward. The others were momentarily taken aback, quickly regaining their composure and scurrying upstairs to hide. From the distant, vacant street, faint roars could be heard. Soon, several monsters, their skin rotting and revealing raw, crimson flesh, came into view. Their teeth had mutated into sharp, dagger-like protrusions, and their hands had evolved into massive claws. Upon spotting Chu Yunhan, the creatures let out a series of furious roars and charged at him. He squinted slightly before dashing forward with his blade drawn. The glint of the sword flashed fiercely. And in an instant, the mutated monsters were severed into pieces, collapsing to the ground and writhing. Yet, he did not lower his guard, remaining vigilant. Moments later, a grayish-white figure with extraordinary agility leaped down from the outer wall of a nearby building. Its glimmering claws aimed directly at Chu Yunhan. He countered swiftly, slicing through the descending claw with a swift strike. The sound of metal clashing echoed as the creature's claw was severed and sent flying. The monster howled in agony before fleeing in haste. A cold glint flickered in Chu Yunhan's eyes as he dashed after the injured creature, swiftly delivering a fatal blow, shaking off the foul blood from his blade. He frowned. The soul power provided by these viral mutants was exceedingly meager. Each of the previous creatures had only yielded a mere point of soul power. Even slaying this stronger mutant had only granted him 5 points. His initial plan to harvest soul power in this world had thus been thwarted. Unless he encountered a horde of viral mutants, the prospect of amassing soul power was grim. However, facing too many would significantly increase the risk of injury. Once injured, the uncertainty of resisting the viral infection loomed large. He dared not take such a risk. The onlookers hiding upstairs were left astounded by Chu Yunhan's swift dispatch of the monsters. The 3 hunters displayed expressions of elation. Indeed, their cold companion's strength far surpassed their expectations. While they could have dealt with the previous creatures, they could never have done so with such ease. It was clear that to complete the Tower of Return's mission, they needed to cling tightly to Chu Yunhan's coattails. With a powerhouse leading the charge, their chances of survival would be significantly enhanced. However, after waiting for an extended period, they saw no sign of Chu Yunhan returning, but a sense of foreboding washed over them as they hurried downstairs, only to find the street utterly deserted. Where could Chu Yunhan have gone? In the distance, a figure darted away with great speed. It was none other than the departing Chu Yunhan. He could glean no useful information from the 2 women he had rescued. Remaining any longer would only be a waste of time. Moreover, the other 3 hunters were far too weak to provide any assistance. He had no interest in playing the role of a caretaker. In the cycle of life and death within the Tower of Return, there was no room for a shred of sympathy or pity. Otherwise, what awaits him is inevitably an abyss devoid of hope. He must swiftly ascertain the origin of the viral outbreak. If not, as time elapses, the situation may deteriorate to a point from which even he cannot escape unscathed. Soon, a colossal structure materialized within his line of sight. The entrance was forcefully breached, with blood splattered everywhere. Judging by the scene, the incident must have occurred not long ago. It resembled the survivor base mentioned by the 2 women earlier. Chu Yunhan cautiously stepped through the gaping doorway. Inside the hall lay severed limbs and dismembered bodies, occasionally interspersed with the remains of mutated viral entities. The entire building was devoid of any living souls, exuding an atmosphere of extreme bloodshed and horror. He commenced his search through various rooms on the 1st floor, continuing up to the 3rd, where he finally discovered a notebook in an office. Upon opening it, he found it filled with chaotic scrawlings. April 12th. The hospitals are overflowing. Patients infected are starting to exhibit persistent high fevers and skin necrosis. April 14th. The pathology center has yet to provide any explanations regarding the infectious disease. April 18th. The military has sealed off the hospitals. No one is allowed in or out. April 21st. The number of infected patients is escalating. The hospitals can no longer accommodate them. April 25th. The federal government has issued a red alert. Citizens are urged to stockpile supplies, lock their doors, and remain indoors. April 29th. Chaos reigns, utter chaos. The streets are filled with looters and arsonists. May 2nd. Even the National Defense Army has begun to occupy the city, mercilessly shooting down all offenders. May 6th. The National Virus Research Center has issued an announcement. This is a new disease transmitted through respiratory droplets and bodily fluids. May 11th. The first infected patient has died. The condition was horrific, with their body completely rotting away. Even the internal organs were decayed. May 14th. Good news. I've heard that a vaccine will be developed soon. May 18th. Oh heavens, the virus is mutating too swiftly. The newly developed vaccine is utterly ineffective. May 25th. My father has sent word today, urging me to hide in the countryside where there are fewer people. But how can I abandon so many without care? I am their elected administrator of Nolan City. June 7th. I've contacted my father. He informed me the calamity has arrived. This is humanity's self-destruction. It is divine retribution for our greed. June has seen death. All have perished. I am not far behind. So it is. Ha! The infected have turned into zombies. The avaricious Federal Assembly and those despicable merchants. Is this what you desired? Why did you dare to open this hellish Pandora's box? Now it's out of control. Isn't it? Nolan City is doomed. The federal government is finished. Humanity is doomed. Now the world is teeming with demons from hell. What use are the gold coins you've amassed? Go spend them in hell. June 22nd. Humanity has opened the gates of hell with their own hands. Let destruction reign. This is our just punishment. Chu Yunhan's countenance darkened as he closed the notebook. So this viral mutation is called a zombie. What is meant by humanity's self-destruction? What is this hellish Pandora's box? Is the author of this notebook of unsound mind? Couldn't he clarify matters before succumbing to despair? Now he is left to decipher riddles. He detests such situations. Wouldn't it be simpler to charge straightforwardly through? After meticulously searching all areas, he found no further discoveries. Frustrated, Chu Yunhan's face turned icy. Before he could exit the building, the surrounding area was engulfed by a cacophony of growls. Hundreds of zombies emerged into view. Among them a towering, mutated zombie, standing over 3 meters tall. In the rear, a grotesque mass of flesh writhed slowly, covered in holes, oozing an unknown liquid that dripped to the ground, releasing noxious fumes and an unbearable stench. Chu Yunhan suppressed his revulsion and swiftly cleaved several advancing zombies in two. He retreated to the entrance's breach, adopting a defensive stance. This position minimized his exposure to attacks, allowing him to manage the threat with relative ease. He dared not gamble on whether these zombies could breach his skin. This virus, once contracted, the chances of surviving until he could return to the ruins tower were entirely uncertain. Soon, hundreds of zombies encircled the entrance, their relentless advance met with flashes of his blade. Scattering the remains of their kind across the ground, he silently rejoiced, grateful for the sky-rending blade he had acquired from the shared space plaza. Had it been an ordinary steel blade, it would have surely been rendered useless by now. The thought of engaging those zombies and the mutated entities with mere fists filled him with profound nausea. The 3-meter-tall, mutated zombie, blocked by the horde, roared in frustration as the front lines of zombies fell beneath his strikes. His figure came into view of the massive creature. Instantly, it became agitated, sweeping its enormous arms to clear the path. A colossal hand descended upon him. Chu Yunhan's pupils constricted. He swung the sky-rending blade with fervor, severing the giant's hand. Yet, the massive zombie seemed impervious to pain. Its severed limb crashing down upon him, he felt an immense force collide with his body, akin to being struck by a mechanical vehicle. He was sent crashing to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his chest constricted with discomfort. Fortunately, his physical resilience was formidable, and his training in the Golden Bell Shield had reached a minor level of proficiency. Otherwise, such a heavy blow would have surely left him gravely injured. Chu Yunhan's expression grew somber. This zombie exhibited no semblance of pain. Its colossal form housed an extraordinary strength. That last hit must have contained thousands of pounds of force. Engaging in a direct confrontation was undeniably unwise. With this thought, Chu Yunhan retreated. The giant zombie grew increasingly impatient, attempting to force its way through the breach, stirring up a cloud of dust. However, its massive body became stuck, emitting a deafening roar. Seizing the opportunity, he nimbly dodged a reaching hand and delivered a powerful strike to the creature's leg. With a sickening sound, the mutated zombie's left ankle was severed, causing its entire body to lose balance and crash heavily to the ground. A glint of cold light flickered in Chu Yunhan's eyes as he lunged forward, plunging his blade directly into the creature's eye socket. A mixture of black and white liquid erupted forth, and he swiftly evaded the spray. The giant zombie, impaled in the head, gradually ceased its movements. After vanquishing this formidable foe, Chu Yunhan turned to plunge into the throng of zombies. After a protracted struggle, all the zombies lay motionless upon the ground. Only then did the grotesque mass of flesh slowly advance toward him. The sight of its horrifying form, coupled with the overwhelming stench, caused Chu Yunhan's face to twitch, prompting him to swiftly retreat. He had no desire to engage such a repulsive creature. It resembled a conglomerate of viruses, and a single strike might lead to infection. In the outskirts of Nolan City, dusk descended. Within a secluded dwelling, Chu Yunhan retrieved a set of garments purchased from the ruins tower and changed. Today, he had slain hundreds of zombies. absorbing a total of 310 points of soul power. The giant mutated zombie had provided a meager 200 points of soul power. Such a yield paled in comparison to what he had garnered in the system trial world. The following day, the sun shone brilliantly. In a world devoid of human activity, there lay an eerie stillness, yet paradoxically, a vibrant illusion of life. Chu Yunhan emerged from a bookstore, carrying a substantial bundle of newspapers, and began to sift through past news articles. According to his notes, the entire incident should have erupted before April 12th of the previous year. While locating newspapers from that period, he hoped to glean insights into the events that had transpired in this world. After a full hour of searching, he stumbled upon a seemingly inconspicuous report. Shockingly, an archaeology professor from the Federal Academy had led students to an undisclosed site near the capital, uncovering relics of unknown antiquity. Reactions from the surrounding populace suggested that something extraordinary had been discovered, prompting the military to seal off the area completely. Speculation ran rampant among the citizens, wondering if a significant historical dynasty's ruins had been unearthed. Anticipation mounted for the Federal Academy's response to this matter. Reflecting on a line from his notes, why venture to unseal this infernal box? He could almost ascertain that this was a crucial factor in the unfolding events. With this thought in mind, he unfolded the map he had found, seeking the location of the capital. Estimating the distance, he determined that the capital was approximately 800 kilometers from Nolan City. At his pace, even without encountering any unforeseen circumstances, it would take him over 10 days to arrive. As for the myriad of vehicles filling the streets, Chu Yunhan found himself utterly perplexed. These automobiles were entirely dissimilar to the cumbersome machines of his own world, being far more exquisite and compact. Even if he were to encounter a clunky vehicle, he wouldn't know how to operate such a contraption. After gathering a substantial supply of canned goods, he set forth on the route indicated by the map towards the capital. At the city gate of Nolan, a mighty river coursed through, with a large bridge above it completely choked with various vehicles. Approaching the riverbank, he set down his bundle and scooped handfuls of water to wash his face. However, within moments, a colossal shadow surged beneath the tranquil surface of the river, swiftly advancing towards him. A massive white streak sliced through the water's calm, sending countless droplets spraying into the air. Sensing the disturbance, Chu Yunhan gripped his knife tightly and retreated a few steps, fixating his gaze on the oncoming white line. With a resounding splash, an enormous shadow erupted from the water, lunging towards him. Chu Yunhan's heart raced as he beheld the gigantic creature leaping into the air. It was a colossal black fish, its scales glimmering with an eerie sheen under the sunlight. Each scale, the size of a bowl, bore bizarre patterns, forming an impenetrable armor of fish scales. The creature's head was adorned with numerous protrusions, and its blood-red eyes glimmered with a feral hunger and savagery. Its gaping maw was lined with a multitude of sharp, serrated teeth. Startled, Chu Yunhan rolled aside just as the monstrous fish lunged at him. With a thunderous impact, the fish's jaws clamped down where he had stood, producing a deafening noise as its massive body crashed onto the riverbank. With a steely gaze, he sprang into action. The splitting sky blade sliced through the air, landing a heavy blow upon the fish's armor-like scales. The strike produced a shower of sparks, yet only a small wound marred the fish's side. At that moment, the fish's massive tail swept towards him. Whistling through the air, Chu Yunhan swiftly retreated, narrowly dodging the tail's assault. Yet the creature was relentless, twisting its colossal form to bear down upon him once more. Using all his strength, he pushed off the ground, propelling himself several meters backward. With a resounding crash, the fish's body slammed to the ground, sending dust billowing into the air. Observing that his prey was now out of reach, the fish began to turn back towards the river. Enraged, Chu Yunhan leaped forward, plunging his knife into the gills on the left side of the fish's head and yanking fiercely. A torrent of scalding blood erupted from the gills. The fish convulsed violently, swinging its head around to bite at him, but he fell to the ground, evading its jaws while thrusting the splitting sky blade into the fish's belly. Feeling resistance, a glint of ferocity flashed in his eyes. Power surged within him, and he pressed down with all his might. With a guttural sound, the blade pierced through the delicate scales of the fish's abdomen, embedding deeply within. "Open up!" Chu Yunhan roared, gripping the hilt with all his strength. Unleashing his full power, with a ripping sound, he carved a gaping wound several meters long beneath the fish's belly, causing a deluge of blood and entrails to spill forth. The fish writhed in agony, thrashing about violently. Caught off guard, Chu Yunhan was knocked backward by the flailing beast. Gasping for breath, he watched helplessly as the fish, in its struggle, plunged back into the river. The water erupted in a tremendous whirlpool, and the creature's form vanished beneath the surface. Just as he lamented the loss, he noticed crimson splashes erupting on the river's surface. Moments later, a strand of green soul power surged into his consciousness. In the distance, a massive shadow slowly emerged from the water. The soul power absorbed from slaying the giant fish amounted to an impressive 500 points. This was far superior to the rewards from dispatching zombies. After crossing the bridge, he quickened his pace, sensing that the journey ahead might not unfold smoothly. The next day, as Chu Yunhan passed through a village, he suddenly noticed a colossal shadow dart across the ground in the sunlight. Raising his gaze, he beheld an enormous bird soaring through the sky. This unnamed avian creature was adorned with ebony feathers and bore a sharply hooked beak that glinted like metal in the sunlight. Its outstretched wings spanned nearly 20 meters, casting a shadow akin to a dark cloud that obscured the sun. Its scaly skin was fearsome, and its gnarled talons ended in razor-sharp claws, currently clutching a gigantic zombie as it soared towards the mountains behind the village. Chu Yunhan's expression grew grave. He crouched low, waiting until the giant bird vanished into the forest before cautiously rising. He then circumnavigated the quiet village from a distance, continuing on his way on the third day. While traversing the edge of a dilapidated city, Chu Yunhan was met with a shocking sight. Initially intending to scavenge for supplies within the city, he stood atop a crumbling skyscraper, gazing out at the desolate ruins below. The entire city lay engulfed in a sea of zombies, a relentless tide of darkness that submerged the land. Countless grotesque forms mingled within, their collective groans echoing through the air.by's estimation. There were at least over 100,000 zombies in sight. Such a formidable horde was far beyond his current capabilities to confront, even if they all lined up for him to strike. The sheer exhaustion would be overwhelming, not to mention the terrifying mutations lurking within the zombie throng. He held his breath, quietly retreating from the scene, carefully avoiding this ocean of the undead. 3 days into his journey, the other 3 hunters from the Tower of Return, having learned of the source of this apocalyptic world possibly lying in the capital, began their own trek towards the same destination after securing the 2 surviving women. Along the way, Chu Yunhan methodically cleared every small group of zombies he encountered. It was not until he arrived at a seemingly intact farmhouse that he paused to prepare for a much-needed respite. However, just as he was about to enter the dwelling, several sharp crossbow bolts were shot at him from the second-floor window. With a swift motion, he deflected the bolts with a single slash of his blade. And with a glacial gaze, Chu Yunhan advanced toward the farmhouse. The entrance, clad in thick metal, was securely locked from within. He took a few strides forward and delivered a powerful kick to the door. With a resounding crash, the door burst open. Its lock twisted and fell to the ground. Inside, 3 men armed with machetes and crossbows stared in shock at the intruding Chu Yunhan. The trio trembled at the sight of the colossal dent left in the iron door. Upon catching Chu Yunhan's cold stare, the man in the middle, clutching a crossbow, hurriedly stammered, "I'm sorry. We thought you were a zombie." Furrowing his brow, Chu Yunhan gradually lowered his weapon. Ignoring the men, he turned and approached a nearby wooden table. Retrieving 2 cans to begin his meal, the 3 men exchanged glances, cautiously setting down their weapons while keeping a vigilant watch on Chu Yunhan. The one who had spoken earlier returned from another room, carefully carrying a platter of cooked meat and presenting it to Chu Yunhan, saying, "Big brother, this is beef from our farm. Please have a taste. If it's not enough, we have more." Chu Yunhan accepted the platter with a soft thank you and placed it aside, continuing to devour his canned food. The other 2 men, witnessing this, breathed a sigh of relief and quietly retreated to the second floor. The man, seemingly easing his guard, sat down on a nearby wooden chair, a broad smile on his face as he engaged Chu Yunhan in conversation. "Big brother, where do you hail from?" "Nolan City." "Nolan City? That's quite a distance. Did you encounter any of those terrifying zombies on your journey?" "Indeed, I eliminated them all." The man was momentarily speechless. "Big brother, where are you headed next?" "The capital, but the capital is several hundred kilometers away. Would you not consider resting here for a spell?" the man ventured cautiously. Chu Yunhan slightly shook his head, aware that the man was concerned about him taking over the farmhouse. Thus, he replied, "I will rest briefly before departing." The man forced a smile, relieved inwardly. After finishing his canned food, Chu Yunhan did not touch the meat presented by the man. Noticing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed the man's face. He gathered his belongings and prepared to leave, initially intending to rest here for the night, but deciding it unnecessary to disturb the current occupants. Finding another dwelling to stay in would suffice. As he reached the doorway, a faint sound emanated from upstairs, followed by a sudden crash, plunging the place into silence. The man's expression shifted slightly as he awkwardly chuckled. It must be my wife accidentally bumping into something. Chu Yunhan turned his gaze upward, seeing no silhouette in the window, and then strode away. The man exhaled, hastily closing the broken door and securing it with a wooden stick. The glimmer of malevolence flickered in his eyes as he raced upstairs in a room on the second floor. Several naked women were chained to the wall, their bodies marred with various bite marks, burns, and bloodstains, their eyes devoid of any spark. They appeared as mere shells of humanity, battered and on the brink of death. The floor was a gruesome sight, stained with blood and filth, exuding a foul odor. Nearby, another woman lay on the ground, her head bleeding profusely. One of the men wielded a wooden club, striking the woman mercilessly. The man who had rushed upstairs burst into the room, seizing the hair of the incapacitated woman and yanking her upright. He then delivered a brutal punch to her face, blood splattering everywhere. Wretched harlot, do you wish to meet the same fate as your dead husband, to be ground into food for us? Seeing the woman slip into unconsciousness, he tossed her to the floor and stormed into the kitchen. Moments later, he emerged wielding a cleaver. Bring her over. Today we shall savor fresh meat. The other two men, their expressions twisted with cruelty, dragged the unconscious woman before the armed man. The cleaver-wielding man, his eyes glinting with malice, swung the blade toward the woman's hand. Is this the wife you spoke of? Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed from behind him. The man froze, and before he could react, his vision uncontrollably spun toward the ceiling, then whirled several times before crashing to the ground, his consciousness fading. The headless body thudded heavily onto the floor. Chu Yunhan shook the blood from his blade, his icy gaze fixed on the remaining two men. The two men stared blankly at their decapitated leader, their bodies trembling involuntarily. The murderous aura enveloped Chu Yunhan as he moved swiftly, the glint of his blade flashing, and both men were simultaneously struck down. Their agonized wails echoed for a brief moment before falling silent. Observing the hellish scene before him, Chu Yunhan swung his blade, severing the chains that bound the women. The meat the earlier man had offered him was clearly not beef. At that instant, his murderous intent was ignited. As dusk descended, the unconscious woman finally stirred awake. The moment she opened her eyes, an expression of sheer terror washed over her. Glancing around, she realized she was lying on a bed, covered with a garment, with her mother and sister asleep beside her. Struggling to sit up, she found no sign of the three devils. As she steadied herself against the wall to exit the room, she spotted a cold, indifferent stranger consuming several cans of food. Hearing the commotion behind him, Chu Yunhan turned to look, the memory of the time when the captain had saved him flickering in his mind. You reawake. Your injuries are severe. Whether you survive depends on your will to live. The woman stood frozen, as if ensnared in a dream. What about those three? I killed them. The woman's face was etched with disbelief, as if she feared she had misheard. Moments later, tears streamed down her cheeks like a torrential downpour as she collapsed to the ground, emitting heart-wrenching cries. Chu Yunhan observed this scene in silence, gently shaking his head. The following morning, when he inquired about the circumstances of these women, he learned of their harrowing experiences. The woman's family had once lived a blissful life, operating the farm together, accompanied by her mother and sister. Ever since the outbreak of the virus in this world, they had gathered all the food from the farm and secluded themselves within its confines. Given the farm's remote location, devoid of any nearby inhabitants, they managed to survive, albeit barely. It was not until 2 months prior that three men, overcome by hunger, collapsed not far from the farm, upon seeing them from the upper floor. The mother, out of compassion, decided to rescue them. Although the husband initially wished to refuse due to their dwindling supplies, he eventually succumbed to his mother-in-law's pleas and agreed to take them in. The three men expressed profound gratitude for their family's kindness and vowed to leave after a few days of recuperation. However, as time passed, the men showed no intention of departing, with the addition of 3 adult males. The consumption of food surged, soon leading to a critical shortage. Ultimately, the woman's husband confronted the 3 men, demanding that they either leave or venture out to seek food. The men nodded in agreement, promising to set out the following day. Yet that night, under the cover of darkness while the family slept, the 3 men revealed their true, monstrous natures. The woman's husband was brutally slain, while she, her mother, and sister were shackled with iron chains, subjected to the merciless ravages of the 3 men. Even after the food was exhausted, her husband was treated as, from that moment on, the family existed in a living hell. It was only with the arrival of Chu Yunhan, who severed the crossbow bolt with a single stroke, that the woman caught a glimpse of hope from the upper window. As Chu Yunhan prepared to depart, She could no longer restrain herself and weakly called out to him from the window. After listening to her tale, he shook his head slightly. The presence of boundless kindness in a world steeped in despair had already sealed their fate. When order disintegrated, humanity in this apocalyptic landscape was plunged into a hellish existence. Those soulless beasts would reveal their dark and cruel sides, inflicting endless despair and terror upon their benevolent kin. The horror they wrought surpassed that of the undead. After declining the woman's desperate pleas to stay, he resolved to continue on his way. The mission at the Tower of Return awaited his attention. The consequences of failure were not something he could bear. Several hours after Chu Yunhan's departure, the elder woman from the farm leapt from the rooftop. Blood stained the ground as her eyes remained wide open in death. Reflecting boundless regret, approximately 300 kilometers from the capital lay a forest park. Before the apocalypse, it was a renowned tourist destination, attracting countless visitors each year. Now, the once vibrant forest park lay in eerie silence. There was not a single zombie to be found, nor any trace of the mutated creatures that occasionally appeared elsewhere. Beneath the heart of the forest park stood a towering fruit tree. Reaching several dozen meters high, its stout trunk and lush foliage formed a vast canopy, casting shade over a radius of 100 meters. Hanging from its branches were dozens of fruits the size of soccer balls, exuding an intense and peculiar fragrance that wafted through the air. Carrying far and wide, a massive gray bird, wings spanning several meters, caught a whiff of this enchanting aroma from afar. With a piercing cry, the bird soared toward the source of the scent, as if consuming the fragrant fruit would grant it evolution. Soon, the bird discovered the magnificent tree that perched on a branch laden with fruit. Pecking at the bounty hanging there, the fruit skin split open, revealing succulent red flesh, intensifying the alluring scent. Just as the bird prepared to feast, an unseen root suddenly shot forth, piercing its body with alarming speed. With a swift thud, it entered the bird, which began to writhe as the root undulated, producing bulging nodules that transferred into the tree's trunk. The bird's body rapidly shriveled, drained of flesh and blood, leaving behind only skin and scattered feathers. The tree soon returned to tranquility, the fruit's skin quickly mending itself, while the potent fragrance resumed its journey into the distance. Chu Yunhan made his way toward the capital. He dispatched every zombie and mutated creature he encountered with ease. Previous encounters had taught him that his current strength was insufficient to roam freely in this apocalyptic realm. Numerous threats loomed in the shadows, much like the colossal bird, whose mere presence indicated that he was not yet its match. Before reaching the capital, he needed to further enhance his abilities in a world ravaged by biochemical chaos. Even the mutated creatures of the apocalypse were formidable. The source of the unknown viral infection could potentially exceed his wildest imaginings. Thus, he slowed his pace, intentionally eliminating various zombies to absorb their soul power. The sheer number of zombies was overwhelming, yet their only drawback was the meager soul power yielded upon defeat. It was not until he reached a city over 300 kilometers from the capital that he absorbed enough soul power 5,000 points for the Tower of Return to present him with an upgrade notification. He found a secluded spot, retrieved a tiger bone leopard fetus pill from the tower's storage space, and swallowed it. Subsequently, he elevated his bone forging realm to the entry level of the marrow refining realm. Upon this advancement, a brilliant white light radiated from his bones, and an intense itch enveloped him, as if he desired to unearth his very bones. Yet, the itch soon transformed into an overwhelming heat, akin to lava coursing through his bones, causing his entire body to flush crimson. The immense vitality from the tiger bone leopard fetus pill was wholly absorbed by his skeletal structure. After a lengthy period, the searing sensation gradually subsided. Chu Yunhan, drenched in sweat, rose to his feet, and his bones erupted with a cacophony of cracking sounds, feeling the surge of power within his body. Chu Yunhan's face radiated with delight. After breaking through from the bone-forging realm to the marrow fusion realm, not only had the strength contained within his physique significantly increased, but the regeneration speed of his vital energy also far surpassed what it had been previously. With a clenched fist, he struck the nearby wall with great force, causing it to shatter instantaneously. Recalling the colossal mutated zombie he had encountered earlier, he believed that if faced with it again, he would undoubtedly be able to completely overpower it with his newfound strength. However, the most pressing matter at hand was to seize the moment and continue enhancing his abilities. He found himself racing against time. For as the minutes slipped away, the viral infections in this world were rapidly evolving. He had to elevate his power to a level capable of confronting any situation in the shortest possible time. While Chu Yunhan was fervently searching for a horde of zombies to annihilate, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a convoy besieged by the undead. The entire convoy comprised over 50 individuals, each wielding firearms he had never seen before. Their firepower rivaling that of the standard thunderfire rifles used by the army of the Great Xia dynasty in his world. It seemed that the roar of the vehicles had alarmed a horde of zombies numbering in the thousands. The team, busy scavenging for supplies in a vast marketplace, soon found themselves encircled by the relentless undead. They barricaded the market's entrance with their vehicles and took refuge atop them, shooting down the zombies as they came. Yet, as two incredibly swift mutated zombies emerged from the horde, the team began to falter. Their bullets failed to find their mark on these two formidable foes. As the casualties inflicted by the mutated zombies began to rise. The remaining 30 or so members were left with no choice but to abandon their defenses and retreat into the market. After observing the scene from a distance for a while, Chu Yunhan no longer hesitated and plunged into the horde with his blade drawn. Through days of slaughter, he had discovered that ordinary zombies posed no threat to him. His strength at the marrow fusion realm, combined with the minor attainment of the golden bell shield technique, rendered his body's defenses far superior to before. The sharp teeth and claws of ordinary zombies were utterly incapable of breaching his resilient skin. Thus, he began to act without restraint in the face of the common undead. The razor-sharp sky-rending blade left behind trails of afterimages as it cleaved through the zombies in front of him, each one falling to his onslaught. The rampant slaughter soon caught the attention of all the zombies present. The two mutated zombies abandoned their pursuit of the team hiding within the market and turned their focus toward Chu Yunhan, lunging at him from either side. With an expressionless face, Chu Yunhan swiftly countered, slicing one of the mutated zombies in half with a single stroke. Then, with a powerful punch from his left hand, he sent the other mutated zombie flying. Before it could regain its footing, he deftly sidestepped and decapitated it with another swift strike. He then turned and charged back into the throng of zombies. In less than half an hour, the entire horde had been decimated by Chu Yunhan. The ground was strewn with the dismembered remains of the undead. After a lengthy silence, the team that had taken refuge inside the market cautiously emerged to assess the situation, only to be left utterly astonished by the sight before them. Amidst the sea of corpses, a lone man was cleaning the blood from his blade with a tattered piece of cloth. The atmosphere was thick with the aura of death that a man who appeared to be the leader of the group cautiously spoke up. "Excuse me, sir. May I ask if you are the one responsible for slaying all these zombies?" Chu Yunhan glanced at the man but offered no reply. Turning to leave, the man hurriedly called out, "Master, would you care to rest at our gathering place? We have ample food and hot water." Upon hearing this, Chu Yunhan paused, contemplated for a moment, and then nodded in agreement. He had gathered very little food in recent days, and the brutality of his recent endeavors had left him reeking. He longed for a hot bath. The man's excitement was palpable upon receiving Chu Yunhan's assent. He had never witnessed a single human wielding a blade capable of exterminating nearly 1,000 zombies, including two exceptionally swift mutated ones. If such a formidable expert could be invited back to the stronghold, the safety of the stronghold would undoubtedly be elevated to a whole new level. Moreover, during the recent siege by a horde of zombies, they suffered the loss of 23 individuals. With this expert accompanying them on their journey back, the security factor would undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. He had no concerns that Chu Yunhan could be the sort of villain to pose a threat. Given Chu Yunhan's skills, it would be exceedingly effortless for him to seize their supplies. Although they were armed, he did not believe that a master capable of slaying even mutated zombies would have any difficulty evading their bullets. The surviving members hastily transported all the supplies they had gathered from the market onto the vehicles. However, upon witnessing the lifeless bodies of their fallen comrades, an overwhelming silence descended upon them. Quietly collecting the weapons of their deceased companions, they returned to the vehicles. The stronghold of this group was located in a hotel merely a few dozen miles away. The hotel itself boasted 12 stories, surrounded by barbed wire, and its entrance was reinforced with steel sheeting. The windows from the second to the fifth floors were completely blocked, presumably to prevent any mutated zombies from infiltrating through those openings. When the team returned to the stronghold, the guards on the rooftop spotted them from a distance. The heavy doors swung open, and 6 vehicles laden with supplies slowly entered the hotel lobby. As Chu Yunhan alighted from the vehicle, a throng of 70 to 80 women, elderly, and children surged forward to encircle the convoy, eagerly unloading the supplies. When a few children caught sight of the leading man, they rushed toward him with uncontained excitement and embraced him. After escorting Chu Yunhan to a suite on the 4th floor to rest, the man turned and departed. He indulged in a refreshing shower in the suite's bathroom. Shortly thereafter, the man returned with a large bowl of steaming hot food. Once Chu Yunhan finished his meal, the man began to share information regarding the situation at the stronghold. His name was Yas, and prior to the apocalypse, he had served as the sheriff of the area, earning the deep affection of the residents. Following the outbreak, he led the law enforcement team to establish the hotel as a stronghold and commence the rescue of surviving humanity. They had endured the harsh realities of this apocalypse up to now. Currently, the stronghold housed nearly 150 individuals, including over 80 women, children, and the elderly. The remaining few dozen men served as the stronghold's guards. After the loss of 23 companions, fewer than 50 guards remained. Fortunately, they had successfully gathered 6 full vehicles of supplies, sufficient to sustain them for an extended period. Their only looming concern was that their ammunition reserves were nearly depleted. Intrigued, Chu Yunhan inquired about the cause of the viral outbreak. Yas wore a bitter smile and shook his head, admitting that he was unaware of the specifics, only knowing that the initial infected appeared in the capital. The virus rapidly spread within a short time, swiftly engulfing the entire Federation and subsequently radiating out to the rest of the world. Within less than 2 months, the federal government began to crumble, and they lost contact with other nations. After discovering that no useful intelligence could be gleaned, Chu Yunhan shifted his inquiries to the distribution of zombies in the vicinity. He intended to remain at this stronghold for a while, using it as a base to gradually cleanse the surrounding area of zombies. That the sheriff, Yas possessed intimate knowledge of the situation within a 100-mile radius. Over the past year, he had frequently led teams to scavenge for supplies and food, thus having a clear understanding of the distribution of zombies. Yas produced a blank sheet of paper and sketched a rudimentary map, marking the locations where zombie hordes might exist within 100 miles. He also indicated areas where mutated zombies and other aberrant creatures could potentially be found. Chu Yunhan carefully studied the map, committing all the information to memory. With the assistance of this map, he would no longer need to expend considerable time searching for small-scale zombie groups. He could simply follow the mapped routes and eliminate them. Over the course of 3 days, Chu Yunhan thoroughly cleared all the small-scale zombie groups surrounding the stronghold. Having slain more than 5,000 zombies in total, the only area remaining was the city of Binus, situated ahead of the stronghold. Binus City was an expansion of the capital, Newman City. The lower-class populace, alongside workers and merchants, had been relocated to Binus City by the federal government. The population residing there exceeded 1 million. Following the viral outbreak and the onset of the apocalypse, the residents of Binus City began a mass exodus. Even so, at least over 200,000 zombies still roamed the city, with countless mutated zombies among them. Yas, the sheriff of the stronghold, had never dared to approach Binus City, confining his activities to the vicinity of the small town where the stronghold was located. While Chu Yunhan was cleansing the surrounding zombie groups, all members of the stronghold mobilized to follow him, clearing the battlefield and collecting supplies. As Chu Yunhan gazed at the distant city of Binus, he recognized it as the sole thoroughfare leading to the capital. Surrounded by towering mountains, traversing around Binus City would necessitate scaling the peaks. However, Chu Yunhan had no intention of taking a detour. He needed to drastically enhance his strength before entering the capital. The overwhelming presence of zombies in Binus City represented the perfect opportunity for him to cultivate his abilities. As time passed, he could distinctly sense the escalating strength of various zombies. A sense of urgency weighed heavily on his heart. The time granted to him was limited. After ensuring an adequate supply of food, Chu Yunhan instructed Yas and the others to return to the stronghold. The battles to come were not ones they could participate in. In the ensuing days, armed with only a knife, Chu Yunhan navigated the edges of Binus City, harvesting every zombie he encountered. Meanwhile, in another direction outside Binus City, 3 weary hunters trudged toward the city. After enduring long hours of travel and combat, all 3 were thoroughly exhausted. A massive black wolf returned from afar, and a woman clad in animal skins closed her eyes for a moment, her face lighting up with delight. Ahead lay a park, seemingly devoid of zombies or mutated creatures. Let us take refuge there for the night. The orc, wielding a massive axe, and the man in military attire exchanged glances of elation upon hearing the news, promptly nodding in agreement. The trio traversed the expansive stone path within the park, arriving at an abandoned wooden cabin to rest. As twilight descended, the weary companions succumbed to slumber early. The park, once tranquil, now enveloped in an eerie stillness. At dawn, the man clad in camouflage was the first to awaken. He gently pushed open the cabin door and ventured outside in search of a clean water source. Soon, a potent and peculiar fragrance of fruit wafted through the air. His eyes brightened as he followed the scent. Before long, he stumbled upon a towering fruit tree, soaring several dozen meters into the sky, its branches adorned with an array of strange fruits. The source of the alluring aroma, the glimmer of delight, crossed his face as he sprinted toward the tree. However, when he was within 30 meters of it, he suddenly halted. It was then that he noticed the tree's formidable trunk was surrounded by a multitude of pelts and skeletal remains, strewn across the ground, creating a scene both bizarre and terrifying. Realization dawned upon him. The entire park was enveloped in an unnatural silence, devoid of even the faintest hum of insects. This unsettling quietude tightened his heart, invoking a foreboding sense of dread. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to retreat. The risk of pursuing the fruit was not worth it. Yet, scarcely had he retreated 10 meters when dozens of sharp, barbed roots erupted from the ground, surging toward him. Terrified, he exerted every ounce of strength to flee. Just as he thought he was gaining distance from the tree, more razor-sharp roots emerged from the earth ahead, flanking him on all sides. Desperation surged within him as he drew 2 pistols from his waist, firing wildly at the encroaching roots. The bullets ricocheted off the roots with a series of metallic clinks, failing to pierce even the bark. In a moment of hopelessness, dozens of roots lunged at him from all directions, penetrating his body. Suspended in midair, his form deflated rapidly, akin to a punctured balloon within mere seconds. Silence reclaimed the area, leaving behind only a camouflage-clad human skin and a heap of shattered bones. Eventually, the slumbering woman and the orc within the cabin awoke. They soon realized the military man was missing, and despite searching the vicinity, his whereabouts remained a mystery. Anxiety and unease enveloped them. His rifle was still left inside the cabin, making his sudden disappearance implausible. The woman summoned a large black wolf, which sniffed the scent lingering on the rifle before darting toward the park's center. Exchanging a glance, the two hurriedly followed the wolf. It was long before they arrived at the grassy clearing. They stood in shock before the colossal tree at its center. Meanwhile, the black wolf circled a pile of something on the ground, growling softly. Rushing over, they were met with a horrifying revelation. The human skin on the ground was clad in the very camouflage of their missing companion. A cold sweat drenched them as terror gripped their hearts. They also discerned the unsettling anomaly surrounding the towering tree. The ground was littered with pelts and bones, presenting a hellish tableau that sent alarm bells ringing in their minds. Reacting swiftly, they bolted back in the direction they had come. But as they sprinted less than 10 meters, a multitude of barbed roots surged from the earth, converging upon them. The orc, axe in hand, roared fiercely and unleashed his innate abilities. His entire being radiated a crimson glow, muscles bulging instantaneously. With a sweeping motion, his giant axe cleaved through the obstructing roots, severing bark and releasing crimson sap. The roots emitted a chittering sound as if alive. Seizing the opportunity, the pair accelerated their escape. However, the injury to the roots seemed to enrage the towering tree. A resounding rumble echoed from the ground as hundreds of sharp roots erupted, hurtling through the air toward them. Seeing this, the woman swiftly formed a hand gesture, and the black wolf transformed into a red light, merging into her. In an instant, her form expanded, her speed exponentially increasing. With a powerful leap, she shot forward, breaking free from the encircling roots. The orc, however, lagged behind, helplessly watching her escape. With a furious roar, he gripped his axe tightly, spinning rapidly. The axe created a blur of motion, clashing with the roots and sending sparks flying. Surrounded by hundreds of roots, he found himself ensnared within a massive sphere. Suddenly, several roots burst forth from beneath him, swiftly penetrating his body. The orc's pained wail echoed, his movements slowing. Before he could react further, roots surged toward him from above, invading through his head, eyes, and ears. In less than 10 seconds, his robust form withered away. With a clatter, his giant axe fell to the ground. The transformed woman was still not out of danger. Roots continued to erupt from the ground around her, launching toward her in a relentless assault. More roots burst forth ahead. Despair flickered in her eyes. However, steeling herself, she swiftly formed hand seals, creating a flickering afterimage. Moments later, a mournful howl of the wolf resonated from within her, and a crimson aura enveloped her, doubling her speed as she narrowly evaded the onslaught of roots. Once she had distanced herself nearly 100 meters from the tree, the relentless pursuit of the roots finally ceased. Trembling violently, she collapsed to the ground, coughing up copious amounts of blood, her vitality waning. Glancing back at the orc-esque grim fate, dread surged within her. Upon entering this world, they had discovered that its power levels reached E+, far exceeding the F-grade worlds they had previously encountered. Thus, they had formed a fleeting alliance, facing countless dangers together, relying on each other's support to reach this point. And yet, in this seemingly innocuous place, they had nearly met their demise. Her sorrow was not for the loss of her companions, but rather the daunting realization that, without their assistance, completing the task at the Tower of the Abyss had become an insurmountable challenge. In a desperate bid for survival, she had just sacrificed her spirit beast, utilizing her innate abilities to narrowly escape a dire situation. Without the assistance of her spirit beast, she found herself bereft of her greatest source of power before reaching the Tower of Return. Confronted by a world teeming with formidable forces, her only hope of completing the Tower's mission to eradicate the virus's origin lay in locating that solitary figure who had departed alone. After the departure of this enigmatic figure, the three of them had diligently followed the trail left behind. Only under the protection of this individual could she dare to hope for a safe return to the Tower of Return. Summoning her strength, she rose and moved away into the distance. She had to flee this terrifying place and seek refuge with that figure as swiftly as possible. Meanwhile, Chu Yunhan stood gravely, his gaze fixed on an approaching monstrosity of terrifying proportions. His frenzied assaults on zombies and mutants at the outskirts of Binu's city had finally attracted the attention of a powerful entity within the city limits. A mutant creature, stretching dozens of meters long and 5 meters wide, was grotesquely adorned with myriad ghastly faces, emitting mournful wails that instilled profound horror in all who beheld it. Its massive head was lined with razor-sharp serrations, resembling a colossal centipede. Faced with this horrifying mutant, Chu Yunhan had no choice but to proceed with utmost caution. Upon detecting him, the mutant charged at an alarming speed. With his right hand gripping his blade, Chu Yunhan advanced rather than retreating. Propelling himself forward with powerful strides that as the creature's gaping maw lunged towards him, he twisted his body, narrowly evading its lethal bite. In a swift counter, he plunged his blade into the creature's neck. Propelling himself forward several dozen meters, the mutant's entire body was cleaved open by the blade, releasing a torrent of foul, putrid liquid from the gaping wound. The left side of the mutant was nearly severed, and the faces on its back shrieked in piercing agony. Chu Yunhan flicked the blood off his blade, advancing with agility as he unleashed a flurry of strikes, bisecting the massive creature into segments. The mutant writhed violently on the ground before curling up into an immobile heap. Surprised by the absorption of 300 points of soul power, Chu Yunhan marveled at how effortlessly he had dispatched such a monstrous entity. A feat he had not anticipated. He had expected a cataclysmic battle, yet it had been resolved with mere strikes. After vanquishing the mutant, Chu Yunhan ascended to the rooftop of a sturdy 5-story building, a pre-selected battleground. Once atop, he retrieved 2 hollow steel pipes and began to strike them together, producing a resounding, ear-piercing noise that reverberated through the vicinity. Soon, the distant howls of countless zombies echoed in response. A horde of dark, writhing zombies emerged from various directions, racing towards the sound. Within a short span of time, thousands of zombies surrounded the building. Observing this, Chu Yunhan discarded the steel pipes and drew his blade. Positioning himself at the stairwell to await the oncoming horde, a throng of zombies soon surged from below, filling the stairwell to capacity. With a cold, indifferent gaze, Chu Yunhan ascended to meet the advancing zombies. Before long, the stairwell was choked with the bodies of slain zombies, while more continued to press forward from behind. Chu Yunhan stepped back a few paces, allowing the rear zombies to crowd in before he unleashed his assault. As time passed, the number of zombies dwindled, and only when the last one collapsed did he exhale heavily, drenched in sweat, collapsing onto the ground. Despite the overwhelming numbers, the zombies posed little threat to him. However, the exertion had taken a significant toll on his stamina. Only his mastery of the marrow fusion realm enabled him to endure. Had it been in the past, he would have long since succumbed to exhaustion. After resting for a while, Chu Yunhan resumed his search for a suitable location to continue his efforts. The fierce battles persisted until dusk, when the night proved far more perilous than the day. This left him feeling utterly fatigued, both physically and mentally. His immediate goal was to find a secure place to rest for the night, and continue his endeavors the following day as the dying sun gradually descended. Night fell. The patrolling personnel at the gathering site spotted a figure approaching from a distance. When they raised their weapons in caution, they were relieved to discover it was a woman clad in animal skins. Not a zombie or mutant. Upon entering the gathering area, the woman collapsed, succumbing to a deep slumber at that moment. Chu Yunhan was hiding in a basement, voraciously consuming food. After finishing his meal, he shed his blood-soaked garments and donned a fresh set of clothes. Leaning against the corner of the basement, he began to assess his gains. His soul power had reached 14,000 points. He had hoped to elevate his golden bell barrier to a higher mastery, only to find no notification of improvement. It appeared that his soul power was insufficient for a breakthrough. Reluctantly, Chu Yunhan consumed a tiger bone leopard, expending 8,000 points of soul power to advance from the entry-level marrow fusion realm to the minor mastery stage. Following this breakthrough, his strength increased by approximately 30%. The remaining 6,000 points of soul power were inadequate for further enhancement. After acclimating to his newfound strength, he soon fell into a deep slumber. The next day, in the southeast of Binu's city, thousands of zombies, interspersed with dozens of mutant zombies, surged towards an 8-story building like a tidal wave that on the rooftop, flashes of blades danced as severed limbs flew through the air. After a considerable duration, calmness gradually returned. Over an hour later, a similar scene transpired in another block. This cycle of carnage persisted for over a week before finally abating. Outside the gathering site, Chu Yunhan trudged in, utterly exhausted. Upon spotting him, the patrolling guards swiftly opened the gates, and Yas, accompanied by several dozen individuals, emerged to welcome him back. Chu Yunhan exuded an overwhelming aura of menace, akin to a reaper who had just emerged from the depths of hell. His presence rendered the crowd speechless, the atmosphere thick with tension. It was only Yas's voice that shattered the eerie silence. My lord, a woman came earlier and claimed to know you. Chu Yunhan looked at Yas, perplexed, as a woman stepped forth from the crowd. She was one of the hunters who had descended into this world alongside Chu Yunhan. Upon seeing him, the woman burst into tears, exclaiming, "Boss, my name is Kiali. I finally found you. They are all dead. I am the only one left. Please, let me follow you. I am willing to do anything." Chu Yunhan furrowed his brow, replying bluntly, "I do not wish to carry a burden. You may stay here and await my resolution of the virus's source." Having dismissed the pitiable Kiali, Chu Yunhan turned and strode into the hotel. Behind him, Kiali, wiping her tears, froze momentarily, her face contorting with hatred, yet feeling utterly helpless. Chu Yunhan was unwilling to offer her protection, and she lacked the courage to venture to the capital. Having lost her spiritual beast, her strength had dissipated entirely. Now, all she could do was wait in this gathering place for Chu Yunhan to complete the task at the Tower of Return by himself. However, once the task was accomplished, her contribution would undoubtedly be minuscule. Upon returning to the Tower of Return, her score would surely be low, and her rewards would be significantly diminished. Regrettably, Chu Yunhan disregarded her plight. Completely unmoved by her circumstances, after more than a week of effort, combined with the previous accumulation of over 6,000 points, Chu Yunhan's soul power had reached approximately 50,000. Without hesitation, he spent 20,000 soul power to elevate his body refinement technique. The Golden Bell Shield, from minor success to major success. After cultivating this technique, his physical defenses had risen dramatically, far surpassing what could be achieved by merely breaking through a few minor realms. Without the existence of the Golden Bell Shield, he would have never been able to navigate through the tide of corpses. For safety's sake, enhancing his body refinement technique was undoubtedly the most prudent choice. Unfortunately, the remaining 30,000 soul power was insufficient for further improvements to the technique. With the Golden Bell Shield now at major success, his overall defense had significantly increased. Even the Sky Rift Blade could only create a slight wound on his arm, and the mere swipe of an ordinary iron sword left no trace whatsoever. Chu Yunhan even had Yasi shoot him several times with a handgun, and to everyone's astonishment, the bullets merely left a few red marks on his body. Had it not been for the repeated firing at the same spot, even his skin would have remained unpierced. Only a more powerful rifle could breach his skin, with the bullets becoming lodged in his muscles without penetrating further. He devoted the remaining soul power entirely to enhancing his realm. The 30,000 soul power directly elevated his minor success in the essence fusion realm to the entry level of the blood transformation realm. The only miscalculation on his part was that the remaining 2 tiger bone leopard fetus pills were insufficient to counterbalance the blood essence depletion caused by his consecutive realm advancements. Consequently, when he broke through to the blood transformation realm, the excessive consumption of blood essence left his body in a state of extreme weakness. After consuming the purchased primary stamina recovery potion, he barely managed to regain a fraction of his strength, preventing him from collapsing entirely. Upon reaching the blood transformation realm, the blood within him began to boil. His blood grew increasingly viscous, akin to mercury. He recuperated in the gathering place for a full 3 days, consuming 7 to 8 pounds of meat at each meal, but he nearly exhausted the canned meat collected by the gathering place before he managed to recover somewhat. However, he now faced the awkward dilemma that without new pills or substantial nourishing items, his strength could not be further enhanced. With the elevation of his realm, the consumption of his body had escalated sharply. Forcing further advancement could result in a catastrophic bodily collapse due to the immense depletion. Moreover, upon returning to the Tower of Return, he would need to continue searching for pills with potency surpassing that of the tiger bone leopard fetus pills to meet his increasing consumption. After resting for 2 more days in the gathering place, Chu Yunhan finally restored his body to peak condition. Feeling the immense power coursing within him, he was finally able to alleviate the anxiety that had plagued him. Throughout the recent battles, he had distinctly sensed that as time progressed, the zombies were rapidly enhancing both in strength and speed. This cast a shadow over his prospects of heading to the capital to confront the source of the virus. Fortunately, with the assistance of his innate talent for exterminating spirits, his rate of improvement far exceeded that of the infected entities. Initially, he believed it would be challenging to gain strength in this world, as he could only obtain a small amount of soul power from slaying a single zombie. Even defeating a formidable mutated entity would yield no more than 200 or 300 soul power. Yet, he had overlooked the staggering number of zombies in this world. There were so many that they seemed endless. Once the quantity reached a certain threshold, qualitative changes ensued. This substantial boost in strength solidified his resolve to seize the opportunity and accumulate a significant amount of soul power. Otherwise, upon entering the next world, such an opportunity might never present itself again. After recuperating, Chu Yunhan was bolder than before. Armed with a single blade, he charged directly towards the center of Binhu's city. The entire city of zombies was roused, and countless zombies poured out in a dense, dark wave, resembling a black sea surging towards him like a tsunami. The roars of the zombies echoed throughout the city, a deafening sound that even those in the gathering place could hear clearly. Everyone in the gathering place cowered in their rooms, trembling in fear from the thunderous roars, fully aware that the cause of all this chaos was the man who resembled a god of war. In that moment, Chu Yunhan appeared to them as a divine messenger sent to rescue them. In this boundless despair and terror of the apocalypse, he would eradicate all evil and liberate Carrie Lawn from the depths of hell. However, at this moment, in the center of Binhu's city, the divine messenger in their eyes, war god Chu Yunhan, was desperately fleeing. Damn, I was too arrogant. Chu Yunhan muttered curses under his breath as he sprinted with all his might. The sky rift blade cleaving through the encroaching zombies. The rapid enhancement of his strength and the dramatic increase in his physical defenses instilled him with confidence, leading him to believe he could sweep through the sea of corpses in the entire city. It was not until he was truly besieged by over 100,000 zombies that he realized he had overestimated himself. The overwhelming numbers of zombies, combined with several thousand mutated entities, taught him what it meant to be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Even if he were made of iron, such a multitude could crush him to a pulp. With no other choice, Chu Yunhan decided to flee. Under the siege of the sea of zombies, it took him several hours to finally escape from Binhu's city. Finding an abandoned house, he collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. This encounter felt like a bucket of cold water dousing him. The arrogance and pride that had accompanied his rapid increase in strength evaporated in an instant. It brought him back to his senses, pulling him away from his fervor for harvesting soul power. The speed at which these zombies were gaining strength was accelerating. They had improved by at least 50% since his initial arrival in this world. Previously, he had fantasized about locating the source of the virus in the capital and delaying its resolution. Allowing him to gradually eliminate zombies in this world, he envisioned making a significant profit all at once, reaping soul power for 10 or 8 years. Once he accumulated hundreds of millions or even billions of soul power, he would return to the Tower of Return and sweep through all worlds. With such a vast amount of soul power, he, who once felt like an ant in the Xinjiang continent, could easily defeat even the most formidable alien rulers with a single punch. Unfortunately, given the current rate of enhancement among the zombies, encountering a horde would make survival exceedingly difficult for him. Let alone harvesting soul power across the globe. At this moment, he could not afford to wait any longer. He had already squandered enough time. He remained entirely ignorant of the current situation regarding the virus source. If he continued to waste time clearing zombies gradually, the virus source might escalate to a level he could not contend with. Resolutely, Chu Yunhan decided to regroup and set forth towards the capital. Within less than an hour, he arrived at an unusually quiet park. The air carried a peculiar fruity aroma. Intrigued, Chu Yunhan sought the source, hoping to discover some rare treasures. It wasn't until he reached the center of the park that he beheld a towering tree. Several dozen meters high, the branches of the tree bore dozens of massive fruits, exuding an intense fragrance. However, around the tree lay a gruesome scene, littered with the fur and shattered bones of various creatures, both human and zombie. This sight revealed to him that the so-called fruits were likely traps meant to lure prey. Yet, he could not fathom the tree's method of attack. Thus, Chu Yunhan gathered several large stones nearby and hurled them forcefully at the eerie tree. Bang! One by one, stones struck the trunk of the great tree, leading to a shocking scene that left Chu Yunhan astounded. Dozens of long, thorny roots erupted from the ground, launching themselves towards the rolling stones that had fallen. The fist-sized stones were shattered upon impact with the roots. Chu Yunhan watched this spectacle with great interest, soon formulating a plan. In no time, he dismantled several small wooden cabins in the park. Transforming them into timber, he forcefully hurled large bundles of wood around the base of the great tree. Hundreds of roots shot skyward, pulverizing the wood that had fallen upon the trunk. Moments later, the shattered wooden fragments formed a vast circle, encircling the colossal tree. Chu Yunhan retrieved the matches gifted to him by Yasi, igniting a bundle of clothing intertwined with the wood, and hurled it into the pile. Soon, a great fire blazed vigorously, illuminating the sky with its fierce glow. The crackling flames engulfed the strange tree, producing a sizzling sound. Before long, countless roots emerged from the earth, lunging towards the fire. Yet, this time, the unstoppable roots met their nemesis. Instead of extinguishing the flames, they too became engulfed in fire. Within moments, hundreds of roots broke apart under the scorching heat, collapsing to the ground. The dense branches and leaves of the tree also caught fire, and dozens of large fruits fell to the ground, their charred skins oozing bright red liquid that emitted a pungent odor. The inferno raged on for an extended period, until the towering tree finally succumbed. Crashing down, its massive trunk reduced to charred remains, sending plumes of black smoke into the air. However, what puzzled Chu Yunhan was that he felt no surge of soul power from this event. Thus, he made his way towards the pile of charcoal resembling a small mountain, situated 100 meters away. Upon reaching the trunk of the strange tree, he swung his blade, sending charcoal flying in all directions. Just as he was about to sever the trunk completely, a peculiar spherical creature encased in a transparent gelatinous substance emerged from its center. This spherical entity, roughly the size of a human head, was adorned with countless red filaments that penetrated the branches of the tree. A glint of coldness flashed in Chu Yunhan's eyes as he raised his hand and cleaved the creature in two with a single stroke. An intensely foul odor immediately wafted into the air. Blood-red liquid spilled from the bisected mass, revealing numerous unfamiliar organs writhing within. Chu Yunhan grabbed a few burning pieces of wood and tossed them onto the halves of the creature, soon filling the air with a nauseating stench. In his mind, a trace of soul power emerged, amounting to an astonishing 2,000 points. To his surprise, slaying this entity had yielded such a significant influx of soul power. He shook the red liquid off his blade and continued towards the capital. With vigilance etched on his face, Chu Yunhan stood at the entrance of the main road leading into Newman City, gazing perplexedly at the eerily silent metropolis before him. Unlike other cities, which were typically overrun with zombies, the capital now seemed hauntingly quiet, as if all the undead and mutated beings had vanished. This bizarre scene heightened his wariness. Cautiously stepping into the city, he found all the towering buildings shrouded in an unsettling stillness. After searching several structures, he unearthed no signs of life or presence. Reluctantly, he pressed onward towards the city center. Newman City sprawled over an area of more than 5,000 square kilometers, and after hours of walking, Chu Yunhan finally entered the true urban zone. The cityscape was littered with remnants of devastation. Countless vehicles lay crashed together, blocking all major thoroughfares. The ground was stained with splotches of blood, as if recounting the despair and death once experienced by its human inhabitants. Strangely, he encountered no corpses or remnants of the deceased, nor any sign of the undead. It wasn't until he arrived at a grand theater that he noticed something amiss. The square in front of the theater was riddled with deep, uneven craters, while enormous mechanical vehicles he had never seen before cluttered the area. Their massive cannons and heavy steel armor attested to the formidable power and danger they once possessed, but now they lay in ruins, reduced to heaps of scrap metal. Upon cautiously entering the vast theater, he discovered that the roof had entirely collapsed. Inside the expansive hall, an enormous circular structure fashioned from numerous trees resembled a colossal bird's nest. Within this vast nest lay 3 gigantic black eggs, each towering several meters high. Chu Yunhan climbed into the nest to scrutinize these colossal eggs, noting their distinct differences from any he had encountered before. The eggshells appeared to be forged from black metal, gleaming with a metallic sheen. He brandished his and struck forcefully, leaving only a faint crack on the surface. A fierce glint ignited in Chu Yunhan's eyes as he summoned all his strength, unleashing a chilling strike that shattered the eggshell open. With a resounding crack, a massive fissure formed, and a torrent of viscous red and yellow liquid erupted forth, spilling everywhere. Moments later, his expression brightened. This enormous egg had granted him 1,000 points of soul power. Without hesitation, he proceeded to shatter the other 2 eggs as well, after absorbing a total of 3,000 points of soul power. Chu Yunhan decided against lingering further, turning away from the gigantic nest. After trekking several dozen miles towards the city center, the daylight gradually dimmed. He found a 2-story house by the roadside, intending to rest until the morrow. Just as he consumed a few canned goods, a piercing, shrill cry echoed through the air. Startled, Chu Yunhan rushed to the window to investigate. Soon, a colossal shadow swept across the ground. Looking up, he beheld a massive dark cloud racing towards the city center. In the dim twilight, he could vaguely discern a supergiant bird soaring through the sky, stretching several dozen meters long. The creature emitted a series of sharp, ear-piercing cries that left his ears ringing. Chu Yunhan's expression shifted as he surmised that this might be related to the 3 giant eggs he had shattered. He felt a surge of relief, grateful for his swift escape. Otherwise, encountering such a terrifying creature would have made survival exceedingly difficult. That night, the once quiet city erupted into chaos. From the city center came the sounds of tremendous roars and shrill cries, indicating that the supergiant bird had mistakenly engaged in battle with another terrifying monster. The cacophony persisted until deep into the night, gradually subsiding. It was not until later that the giant bird returned to its nest, seemingly wounded from the encounter. The following morning, Chu Yunhan emerged from the house, invigorated, and continued his journey towards the city center. As he passed by a bookstore, he chanced upon a detailed map of Newman City. After reviewing the route, he altered his course towards the location of the Federal Academy. According to previous information, it was a professor from the Federal Academy who had unearthed some relic, inadvertently triggering the apocalyptic virus that swept across the globe. If he could reach the Federal Academy, he might uncover some clues. The Academy was not far from his current location, prompting him to quicken his pace. After more than an hour, a vast complex of buildings came into view. This was once the Federal Academy. However, the Academy now lay in an unusual silence, with its intact structure suggesting it had not suffered significant damage. Yet, as Chu Yunhan searched through the premises, he heard a faint noise. Reacting quickly, he dashed into a nearby building. Upon kicking open a door, he found an elderly man seated at a table, devouring a plate of gooey food. The sudden intrusion startled the man, causing him to drop the plate onto the floor. Chu Yunhan was momentarily stunned. He had not expected to encounter a living person in this desolate city. As the elderly man discerned that a human had entered, he was momentarily taken aback. Astonished that life still persisted in such a terrifying place, he promptly shut the door and sat directly before the elder. "Who are you?" The elder, however, evaded the question and inquired, "Who are you? How have you survived until now?" Chu Yunhan furrowed his brow and drew forth the rift-breaker knife, which he slammed onto the dining table with a resounding bang. The elder's expression shifted, and he swallowed hard, immediately responding to Chu Yunhan's inquiries with utmost sincerity. My name is Chris, and I am a professor at the Federal Academy. Do you know of an archaeology professor? He unearthed a relic before the outbreak of the virus. Upon hearing this, the elder's face stiffened, and a peculiar look crossed his features. I believe I am the archaeology professor you mentioned. Chu Yunhan's eyes brightened, and he pressed further. What exactly did you discover? Where did the virus originate? The elder glanced at the knife on the table and began to recount the events that had transpired. 1 year prior, the elder had received news that during foundation digging in the outskirts of the capital, Newman City, a circular stone dome had been unearthed. He promptly took his students there, after several days of excavation. A massive stone structure resembling a monastery was revealed. This enigmatic edifice had no entrance, completely sealed off by colossal stones. Ancient inscriptions adorned the stone walls, and after translation by numerous professors specializing in archaic languages, it became evident that the walls bore a dire warning. The demon of immortality is sealed here. Those who break the seal shall incur the wrath of the gods. Hell shall return to the mortal realm. The tragedy of Aaliyah's destruction shall be reenacted. Upon translating this ominous warning, all present abandoned any thoughts of opening the structure. Elder Chris resolved to rebury the massive stone building. Throughout the protracted history of Calarandan Star, Aaliyah had once been a civilization of unparalleled brilliance. Thousands of years ago, countless exquisite artifacts and written records unearthed from various locales attested to the prosperity of Aaliyah's civilization. Yet, at some juncture, Aaliyah seemingly vanished, leaving a void in history. No records exist to elucidate what transpired, leading to the radiant civilization's disappearance. After reburying the stone structure, Elder Chris reported the curse inscribed on the walls to the federal government, hoping to secure the area and prevent any excavations. However, to his astonishment, the term immortality within the curse appeared to cast a spell, intriguing high-ranking officials and members of Congress, ignoring his vehement opposition. The federal government forcibly excavated the massive stone edifice, ridiculing him for his superstition in believing an ancient curse. Upon opening the stone structure, they discovered an altar upon which rested a mysterious metallic artifact. This metallic object resembled a small triangular pyramid, inscribed with enigmatic runes. The entire metallic pyramid was seamless, without a single gap. The federal government promptly dispatched troops to secure the site and transported the metallic pyramid to the research institute. The next day, the federal government convened countless scholars and professors to decipher the secret of this metallic pyramid, with Elder Chris among them. Yet, no one could comprehend the meaning of the runes adorning the pyramid. Progress stalled, and the government gradually grew impatient. Consequently, they resorted to forcibly cutting open the metallic pyramid. The moment the metallic pyramid was opened, a collective gasp of astonishment erupted. Inside lay a colossal heart, still pulsating. This revelation sent everyone into a frenzy of exhilaration. The heart, sealed for millennia, was still alive. Could the legendary immortality truly exist? Or did this heart belong to a deity? The federal government swiftly ordered a media blackout regarding this discovery and commenced research on the gigantic heart. Soon, they extracted blood and tissue samples from the heart, uncovering a previously unknown virus. This virus exhibited extraordinary vitality, entering a dormant state devoid of any nutrients, yet capable of rapid proliferation upon receiving nourishment. Researchers conducted live experiments using mice, discovering that even after death, the presence of this virus allowed the mice to retain remarkable vitality. However, researchers could not determine whether the deceased mice retained consciousness. To verify this, they began experimenting on death row inmates, executing them first, then injecting the virus into their corpses to observe subsequent changes. Remarkably, all executed inmates resurrected. Yet, upon revival, they had lost nearly all cognitive abilities and responses to external stimuli. The virus merely sustained their physical vitality. Consequently, they began experimenting directly on living subjects. The results were disheartening. All inmates injected with the virus gradually lost their sanity and exhibited extreme aggression. This outcome left the federal government profoundly disappointed. Researchers shifted their focus, attempting to induce mutations and evolution in the virus through various methods. Everyone aspired to cultivate a virus that could maintain the vitality of aging or damaged bodies without compromising mental faculties. Should they succeed in developing such a perfect virus, humanity would achieve true immortality. Humanity would ascend to the status of deities, immortal and impervious to harm. The temptation of this perfect virus was utterly irresistible to high-ranking officials and members of Congress. particularly those aged and frail, whose desire for the perfect virus reached a frenzied peak. Major corporations within the Federation equally yearned for the emergence of this perfect virus, as it promised not only boundless wealth, but also eternal control over that wealth and status. Thus, experts from various fields of biology, medicine, and virology were summoned to the capital to engage in extensive research on the virus. During the course of their investigations, the virus mutated several times, yet the mutated strains still failed to meet their expectations. Research continued until one fateful day when the virus mutated uncontrollably. The earlier strains could only be transmitted through bodily fluids, but the newly mutated virus could spread through the air. Initially, researchers were oblivious to this change. It was not until a surge of infections emerged among the staff, accompanied by symptoms of contagion, that the federal government realized the gravity of the situation. However, by then, it was too late to contain the outbreak. The virus had already spread beyond the research institute, infecting the families and neighbors of the researchers. Soon, the entire capital witnessed a surge of virus infections. The previously developed vaccines proved ineffective against the mutated strain, which was far more terrifying than its predecessor. Infected individuals experienced skin necrosis, their bodies twisted and mutated under the virus's influence. Meanwhile, the original viral host, the colossal heart, evolved in ways that defied comprehension. The viral host appeared to exert control over all the newly spawned viruses. Under its dominion, all infected researchers were consumed, serving as sustenance for the viral host. The research institute transformed into a nightmarish hellscape. The sole silver lining was that the mutated virus rapidly lost its airborne transmission capabilities, reverting to transmission solely via bodily fluids. Newman City, with a population exceeding 2 million, found itself grappling with over 70 infected individuals. The remainder either perished amidst the chaos or fled at the very first opportunity. The number of survivors within the vast city has dwindled to an alarmingly low figure. What is most terrifying is that the viral progenitor appears to be in a state of constant evolution. Every few months, hordes of zombies and their mutated counterparts would spontaneously converge upon the location of the viral progenitor, only to be consumed and transformed into sustenance. This situation persisted until half a month ago, when the last batch of zombies was devoured, which explains the absence of any undead in the entire capital. The only beings unaffected were the mutated organisms infected by the virus, who seemed to retain their original cognition and reason. Humanity's pursuit of a flawless viral effect manifested in previously inconspicuous animals, which felt like a cruel jest played upon mankind by the heavens. That it must be said, this is indeed a profound irony. Although Elder Chris did not participate in the subsequent research endeavors, he firmly believed that the warning inscribed on the stone wall was no mere jest. Thus, upon sensing something amiss, he promptly sought refuge in the underground storage of the Federal Academy, where provisions were kept. Regrettably, his family remained in their hometown and were not in the capital, and he dared not venture into the zombie-infested world alone to seek them out, hence, relying on the vast reserves in the underground warehouse. He managed to survive until now. After listening to Elder Chris's account, Chu Yunhan instantly grasped that the source of the virus in the Tower of Oblivion mission must indeed be that viral progenitor. However, what currently vexed him was the fact that this viral progenitor, after such an extensive period of evolution, especially after having consumed over 1 million zombies from the capital, likely possessed power far beyond his imagination. This also filled him with great perplexity. The Tower of Oblivion had rated this world as E+ level. Logically, if the highest combat power in this world was the super colossal bird he had previously encountered, which stood several dozen meters tall, he could comprehend that. After all, with his capabilities, he was not incapable of engaging in battle. Yet, what level of power must a viral progenitor that had evolved for over a year and consumed more than 1 million zombies possess? Even a mere thought would reveal that the strength of this viral progenitor was undoubtedly beyond the scope of E+. So, why did the Tower of Oblivion merely rate this world as E+? Given the tower's capacity to eradicate threats across the multiverse, such an oversight seemed implausible. The only conceivable explanation was that this so-called viral progenitor had undergone some transformation that Chu Yunhan could not comprehend. Now, he had to ascertain the specific circumstances surrounding the viral progenitor. Only then could he devise a means to eradicate this source of the virus. After Chris marked the location of the research institute on the map, Chu Yunhan set off without delay. The institute lay on the other side of the city, A considerable distance from the Federal Academy, he dared not squander any more time. Otherwise, should the viral progenitor evolve once more, his mission could very well become unachievable. And considering the potential penalties and consequences of failure, given the Tower of Oblivion's merciless nature, he had no desire to take such risks. After a relentless day of frantic travel, he found himself ever closer to the Research Institute. That moment, a thunderous cacophony of battle echoed from a distant area. Ascending to the top of a tall building, he realized that a colossal superbird was fiercely engaged in combat with an immensely gigantic beast. The creature towered over 10 meters, adorned with golden fur and sporting two formidable horns, resembling a colossal lion with antlers. The two titanic beings appeared to have endured a brutal confrontation. The superbird bore several massive wounds on its wings from the beast's bites, with torrents of blood flowing freely, while its abdomen bore deep gashes. Conversely, the beast's back was marred by the superbird's sharp talons, blood saturating its body, and its massive head had several gaping wounds from the bird's pecking. Nearby structures had succumbed to the ferocity of their clash, collapsing in a wide swath. Chu Yunhan's eyes gleamed with intensity as he observed the struggle from a distance. Should either creature sustain significant injury, he would seize the opportunity without hesitation to slay them both. However, after hours of fierce combat, the two beasts did not fight to the bitter end as Chu Yunhan had envisioned. Instead, they ceased their hostilities, each retreating with their injuries. After a moment's hesitation, Chu Yunhan resolved not to provoke them for the time being. Given the strength of the two titans, attempting to vanquish them would undoubtedly come at a considerable cost. Unless they were gravely weakened, he was reluctant to take such risks, particularly with an unknown viral progenitor awaiting his attention. After resting for a night, Chu Yunhan finally arrived at the location of the Research Institute the following afternoon. The once towering 20-story building had vanished entirely. In its place stood a colossal circular black object, soaring over 40 meters high. The surface of this immense entity was riddled with large, vein-like structures that pulsed and writhed as if it were a living organism. Chu Yunhan stared in awe at this bizarre creature, realizing that the viral progenitor was far different from his initial expectations. He had anticipated a terrifying monster, yet here lay a structure reminiscent of a biological edifice. Standing before this enigmatic entity, he felt as minuscule as an ant. Faced with the enormity of the viral progenitor, he was at a loss as to where to begin. Drawing he attempted to strike the surface of the progenitor, inflicting several deep gashes that revealed a dense network of biological tissue within, from which viscous liquids and tissues dripped. Yet, his efforts seemed as insignificant as an ant's bite on an elephant. The progenitor remained utterly unresponsive. Frowning slightly, Chu Yunhan summoned his strength and began to slash with fervor. His blade flashed with brilliance, each strike carving substantial wounds into the progenitor's surface, coating the ground in a mixture of slime and shredded biological matter. At last, after creating a gaping wound several meters wide, the viral progenitor finally reacted. The massive circular entity began to convulse violently, with red liquid coursing rapidly through its vein-like structures. Suddenly, a 10-meter-high circular passage opened up on its surface, revealing strange tissues within. From this aperture emerged a bizarre creature, nearly 3 meters tall and covered in slime. This grotesque humanoid bore a gaping maw filled with sharp teeth, while its arms sported enormous, razor-like claws. Its body was densely covered with blood-red eyes, and several rows of bony spikes protruded from its back, trailing a nearly 2-meter-long, spiky tail behind it. Chu Yunhan regarded this monster with a grave expression, his eyes alight with wariness. Upon spotting him, the creature lunged forward with the speed of an arrow released from a bow, accompanied by a pungent stench. Its sharp claws lunged toward Chu Yunhan with a chilling glare. He swung his to intercept the incoming assault. The creature's claw was severed in a single decisive stroke, and Chu Yunhan deftly twisted his body, delivering a powerful arc of his blade toward the monster's body. The creature was sent flying several meters away, crashing violently to the ground with a gaping wound marring its form, red liquid oozing from its numerous eyes, just as Chu Yunhan prepared to deliver a fatal blow. His expression suddenly changed, and he swiftly evaded. Several razor-sharp bony spikes whizzed through the air, embedding themselves deeply in the spot where he had just stood. After narrowly dodging a barrage of spikes, Chu Yunhan propelled himself forward, charging toward the creature. With a flash of cold light, he swung his down upon the monster. With a resounding clang, a bony tail intercepted the blow, sending sparks flying as the blade struck it. To his surprise, the swing failed to sever the creature's tail. Instinctively, Chu Yunhan unleashed a powerful kick against the creature's body, sending it reeling several meters away. Twitching as if severely injured, he advanced decisively, delivering a swift stroke that severed the monster's head from its body. Upon vanquishing the creature, he absorbed a mere 100 points of soul power. The creature's strength puzzled him. Its fearsome appearance belied a weakness far beneath his expectations. Yet, Chu Yunhan quickly grasped the situation. From the massive, bloodied opening in the viral progenitor, a continuous stream of creatures began to emerge. Cursing under his breath, he realized that this viral progenitor functioned like a biological factory, churning out monsters without end. At that moment, he comprehended why the Tower of the Abyss rated this world as E+. The progenitor's evolutionary trajectory was not focused on enhancing individual strength, but rather on functioning as a biochemical nest, continuously producing monstrous entities. The countless zombies he had previously consumed had become raw materials for this monstrous factory. Within mere seconds, dozens of biomonsters surged forth from the gory passage. Upon spotting Chu Yunhan, they instantly raised the spikes on their backs, unleashing a barrage of bone spikes toward him. His expression darkened as he swiftly maneuvered his before him, creating a semicircular barrier of blades. The sounds of clashing echoed as countless spikes were cleaved to the ground. And Chu Yunhan's expression soured further. Once the horde of biomonsters had exhausted their volley of spikes, he shot forward into their midst like a bolt of lightning. The air crackled with the sound of his blade, blood and viscera flying as he unleashed a relentless assault upon the biomonsters, reminiscent of a fearsome warrior emerging from the depths of hell. After a protracted struggle, he successfully annihilated all the biomonsters produced by the progenitor. Yet, he remained vigilant, his gaze fixated on the circular passage as anticipated. Within minutes, a new wave of biomonsters erupted from the opening. With a roar of fury, Chu Yunhan charged back into battle against the fresh onslaught. As twilight descended, the ground before the biochemical nest was littered with the corpses of monsters. After hours of fierce combat, he found himself utterly exhausted, panting heavily, his body marred by numerous wounds from the bone spikes. Though he possessed the strength to dominate the biomonsters, he pondered how long this relentless slaughter could possibly continue. His physical strength was nearly depleted, yet the biochemical mother nest seemed unaffected, continuously producing biochemical monsters. No matter how fiercely he struck at the core of the nest, it appeared to sustain no damage whatsoever. He understood that he had to leave today. Otherwise, he might be drained to death by the relentless biochemical mother nest. Seizing the opportunity before the nest spawned another batch of monsters, Chu Yunhan decisively chose to retreat. That night, hidden within a towering building, Chu Yunhan gazed at the enormous shadow in the distance. A headache beginning to form. The vast body of the biochemical mother nest posed no real threat to him with his current strength. However, the nest could ceaselessly churn out biochemical beasts, without a particularly effective strategy. It would be exceedingly difficult to eliminate the nest. The following day, Chu Yunhan refrained from further entanglements with the biochemical mother nest and returned to the Federation Academy to seek out Chris. Upon hearing Chu Yunhan's account, Chris was left utterly astonished, unable to believe that the viral core had evolved into a colossal biochemical factory if the biochemical mother nest were allowed to continue evolving. Who knew what terrifying monsters it might produce in the future? It was clear that without sufficient firepower, tackling this enormous nest was utterly impossible. Determined, Chu Yunhan decided to return to the gathering place to see if Yas and the others could harness the forces of this world to assist him in dealing with the biochemical mother nest. Chris managed to find an intact vehicle on the street and, together with Chu Yunhan, set off towards the gathering place. By the time they arrived, it was already the next day. Upon learning of Chu Yunhan's intentions, Yas pondered for a moment before proposing a solution. The only weapons we have are rifles, and our ammunition is scarce. If that monster is truly as massive as you say, our current firepower would likely be ineffective. We must find some heavy weaponry. Before the apocalypse, a military force had been stationed in Newman City that if we can locate their military base, we might find a solution. Chris's eyes lit up at this suggestion, eagerly agreeing. Indeed, there was a military presence in Newman City, but after the viral outbreak, that force suffered heavy casualties. I know their base is located on the outskirts of the city. There should be what you need. Energized by this prospect, Chu Yunhan urged everyone to set off. Time was of the essence, as the biochemical mother nest continued its evolution. After Yas organized the affairs of the gathering place, he led over 60 guards in a vehicle, leaving behind only the elderly, children, and a handful of guards. The next day, when they arrived at the military base on the city's outskirts, they found it utterly deserted, the ground littered with the remnants of battle. Chris exclaimed with excitement, "This is it. Let us go in and see if we can find some heavy weapons." As they entered the military base, they observed bullet holes peppering the structures, a clear indication of the fierce combat that had once occurred there. After a brief search revealed no sign of life, even the zombies that had previously roamed freely were nowhere to be found. Dozens of them quickly dispersed to search, and after half an hour, someone discovered a massive iron door leading underground. The door was firmly sealed, equipped with an electronic keypad, yet no one knew the code. Chu Yunhan examined the door closely, realizing that its thickness made it nearly impossible to breach by force. He then approached the adjacent wall and struck it with a powerful punch, creating a circular indentation but failing to break through. The wall was sturdier than he had anticipated, with no other option. He used the rift blade to methodically chip away at the bricks until, after half an hour, he had carved out a passage. Upon entering, they discovered an exceedingly long corridor that descended deep underground. At the corridor's end lay an immense chamber, filled with heaps of items obscured by tarpaulins. Upon unveiling the tarps, they found an assortment of fuel, military uniforms, canned goods, firearms, military trucks, ammunition, and shells. However, they found no heavy artillery or other formidable weaponry. Despite thoroughly scouring the entire military base, nothing of the sort was discovered. The group promptly replenished their firearms and ammunition from the underground warehouse. After some contemplation, Chu Yunhan instructed Yas to fill over 10 trucks with various fuels and shells. They opened the iron door using the switches inside and drove the trucks outside the base, leaving the remaining supplies behind for later use once Yas and the others relocated the gathering place there. After a period of rest, the group set off in their convoy of trucks towards the location of the mother nest. However, midway through their journey, they encountered an obstruction. Before them stood a colossal beast. Over 10 meters tall, the same creature Chu Yunhan had previously battled alongside the supergiant bird. It had evidently heard the trucks and rushed over, clearly perceiving them as potential prey. A chill spread across Chu Yunhan's face as he instructed the others to fall back and charged alone towards the beast. Wielding his blade, the beast swiped at him with a massive paw, clearly underestimating this small human. But as Chu Yunhan propelled himself into the air and sliced off a significant portion of the beast's forepaw, the creature finally recognized the threat he posed. A flicker of fear crossed its eyes, and enraged by the injury, it bared its razor-sharp teeth and let out a thunderous roar, preparing to pounce. Just as Chu Yunhan landed and braced for the beast's assault, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The beast, displaying remarkable intelligence, disregarding its wounded paw, turned and fled. Stunned, Chu Yunhan watched as the beast sprinted away, covering 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Given its massive size, there was no way he could catch up. He could only helplessly watch as the creature's form gradually faded from view. The members of the gathering place were equally astonished by Chu Yunhan's prowess. As such a gargantuan mutated creature appeared before them, many displayed expressions of despair. They had previously faced a 2-meter-tall mutated dog, resulting in the deaths of 7 or 8 people to bring it down. Facing a beast over 10 meters tall, their rifles could hardly pierce its hide. Yas was profoundly shaken. He knew Chu Yunhan was powerful, but he had not anticipated this level of strength. The fact that this terrifying super-mutated creature chose to flee from Chu Yunhan was surreal, making it feel like a mere illusion. Chu Yunhan snorted coldly. "Consider yourself fortunate to have escaped." As the crowd arrived at the location of the biological nest, he discovered that its appearance had undergone a significant transformation. The towering structure, once 40 meters high, had now burrowed over 10 meters underground. The originally black, mucus exterior had developed layers of scaly, keratinous plates. Moreover, the gaping wounds, several meters in size, that he had inflicted were now completely healed. The remnants of the hundreds of bioweapons he had slain had vanished without a trace. The massive, 10-meter-wide fleshy passage had contracted to a mere 5 meters in size. That he immediately comprehended that such a drastic change in the biological nest indicated that it was nearing the completion of its evolution. He promptly instructed everyone to stack all the shells and fuel from the truck around the biological nest. As they cautiously transported the supplies halfway, the nest seemed to sense the impending danger. The enormous body, exposed above the ground, trembled violently in response, causing Chu Yunhan's expression to shift. He swiftly positioned himself at the entrance of the 5-meter-wide fleshy passage, wielding his blade. The others, noticing the urgency, fell silent as they drove over 10 military trucks to encircle the biological nest. Yas, accompanied by a few others, opened several barrels of fuel, beginning to douse the area with it, trailing towards the distance. Soon, a horde of bioweapons surged forth from the passage. Unlike before, the newly emerged creatures had shrunk from over 3 meters to around 2 meters in height. Their once sharp claws had transformed into gleaming bone blades, and their blood-red eyes had become a series of bony shells. Upon seeing Chu Yunhan blocking the passage, the bioweapons brandished their bone blades and charged at him, with both hands gripping his sword. He executed a powerful downward slash, the blade of his weapon clashing against the incoming bone blades with a resounding clang. Although he managed to create a significant gash on the edge of the blade, it was not severed. He then delivered a swift kick to the creature, sending it sprawling to the ground, but it quickly recovered and stood back up. Chu Yunhan's expression grew solemn. These new bioweapons were far stronger than their predecessors. It was evident that dispatching them would not be as effortless as before. As the tide of bioweapons continued to swell from the nest, he decided to enter the fleshy passage and barricade them inside. With the passage only 5 meters wide, he could effectively confront 3 bioweapons at a time, making the situation more manageable. After engaging in combat for over 10 minutes, he heard Yas's voice calling from afar. They had prepared everything and were now merely waiting for him to withdraw from the nest's vicinity. Without hesitation, he turned and sprinted away, while the bioweapons pursued him relentlessly, streaming out of the passage. When Chu Yunhan had lured hundreds of bioweapons several hundred meters away from the nest, Yas and his companions ignited the trails of fuel they had spilled on the ground. Flames erupted along the paths, racing towards the biological nest. Witnessing this, Yas and the others swiftly hopped into their vehicles and floored the gas pedals, speeding away. The explosive power of the fuel and shells from the 10 military trucks was enough to level everything within several hundred meters. Even at a distance of over 1,000 meters, the shockwave from the explosion could potentially be fatal. Fortunately, igniting the fuel would require some time before the shells would detonate. This interval provided them ample opportunity to distance themselves by several thousand meters. The flames spread rapidly, reaching the stacks of fuel and shells near the biological nest in mere seconds. Boom! A tremendous fireball erupted skyward, blanketing the entire area in fiery hues. Chu Yunhan felt the scorching wave of heat wash over him from behind, prompting him to dash away with all his might. The bioweapons in pursuit seemed to sense the imminent danger to their nest and turned to charge towards it. The biological nest began to contract violently amidst the roaring flames. Acutely aware of the threat of annihilation, its towering form, once over 30 meters high, began to secrete mucus frantically as it shrank in size. The surface of its body, covered in scaly plates, darkened and glimmered with a metallic sheen in the firelight. However, the quantity of fuel Yas and the others had amassed was overwhelming. Countless gallons enveloped the biological nest, and the intense flames emitted a noxious odor as they scorched its flesh. Thick plumes of black smoke billowed into the sky. The mounds of shells beside the nest and on the military trucks began to glow red from the heat. Minutes later, the searing shells detonated. Boom! A massive mushroom cloud ascended, accompanied by a deafening explosion that reverberated throughout the region. The earth trembled beneath the force of the blast. A colossal shockwave radiated from the side of the nest, obliterating everything within several hundred meters in an instant. Windows shattered in houses for miles around. And at that moment, the entire capital, Newman City, bore witness to the towering flames and the explosive cacophony. The supergiant bird and the colossal beast within the city were startled into a frenzy. Hastily fleeing Newman City, Yas and his companions had managed to escape several thousand meters away by the time of the explosion. They too were rocked by the immense shockwave, struggling to maintain their footing, their ears ringing. Meanwhile, Chu Yunhan, despite having sprinted over 1,000 meters, was also toppled by the force of the explosion. His clothing was torn to shreds, and his back bore the marks of burns. Fortunately, his physical defenses were formidable. Otherwise, he would have sustained grievous injuries. Once he regained his composure and turned to look back, he found that the once mighty biological nest had been reduced to a shower of flesh and debris. The hundreds of bioweapons that had returned to the nest had also been turned to ash in the explosion. Strangely, The Tower of Ruins did not issue a completion notification for the task. After nearly an hour of waiting, the massive flames gradually subsided. Chu Yunhan promptly returned to the site of the biological nest for inspection. The explosion's epicenter, the area within several hundred meters, was blanketed with charred remnants of flesh. Each step he took produced a squelching sound. The location that had once housed the biological nest was now completely flattened, leaving only a vast crater spanning 100 meters. Chu Yunhan began to search meticulously. The absence of a completion notification from the Tower of Ruins raised concerns. Could the biological nest have survived such a cataclysmic explosion? However, no matter how thoroughly he searched, he found no evidence. He scoured the area within several hundred meters. Apart from the charred remains, there was not a single intact structure in sight. After waiting for another hour, he reluctantly conceded defeat and prepared to leave. Half an hour later, he emerged from a nearby pit. Approaching the explosion's center, his expression darkened considerably. Damn it, truly nothing remains. As night fell, a biting wind swept through, scattering the charred remnants around the explosion's epicenter. Beneath the 10-meter-deep soil where the biological nest once stood, a massive, 2-meter-diameter red mass pulsed and writhed rapidly. After some time, the enormous red mass began to grow translucent, as if being absorbed by something. Plop! A pair of pallid hands tore apart the translucent orb of flesh. A woman, indistinguishable from a human in appearance, emerged naked from the grotesque mass. Dozens of blood-red veins cascaded from her navel. Slowly, she opened her eyes, revealing orbs as black as night, devoid of any emotion, resembling a mere automaton. Subsequently, she seized the flesh orb, shredding it into countless fragments before consuming them entirely, as if her slender form concealed an insatiable abyss. After devouring the entirety of the orb, she gestured with her hands, excavating the soil above her head as she clawed her way towards the surface. After an extended period, the charred ground was unearthed, and the woman emerged from below. Sensing the presence of air, she inhaled deeply and began to walk into the distance. Finally, you have emerged. Damn it. I've been stuck here, smelling the stench and enduring the wind all day. Aren't you adept at hiding? Why have you stopped? The figure of Chu Yunhan materialized before the woman. Blocking her path, she stared at Chu Yunhan for a considerable time, as if sensing something. The previously emotionless gaze began to reveal hints of fear. Her delicate and frail body began to tremble in the biting cold. Chu Yunhan clicked his tongue twice, observing her exposed form with keen interest. At that moment, the terror in her eyes dissipated somewhat. As if ancient memories began to resurface in her mind, her ample chest involuntarily swelled, creating a wave of pure whiteness. Then, a blinding white light reflected in her obsidian gazed eye. In an instant, she collapsed to the ground. Chu Yunhan flicked the blood from his blade, pursed his lips, and muttered to himself, a biochemical mother nest towering dozens of meters high has somehow condensed into this wretched form. In quick succession, gleaming flashes of cold light descended upon the creature, slicing it into a heap of fragments. After a while, the flesh remnants began to quiver. Then, a bucket of fuel poured from the sky, drenching the remains. A match fell, igniting a conflagration that soared skyward, causing the remnants to sizzle until they were reduced to charred remains. At that moment, the voice of the Tower of Return echoed in Chu Yunhan's mind. Mission: Biochemical Frenzy. Mission difficulty: E1. Identify the source of the Carolantan star virus outbreak. 2nd. Annihilate the virus source to preserve the remnants of civilization on Carolantan star. Congratulations, Hunter, for independently completing all tasks of divine retribution. You are about to return to the Tower of Return. Please prepare for your return. Moments later, a wave of energy surged, and Chu Yunhan vanished from his location. Meanwhile, a woman in the gathering place displayed a look of shock on her face before disappearing from the room. The only remnants left in the room were a barely audible echo. Divine retribution? An act of heaven's punishment. A pure white radiance illuminated Chu Yunhan's form from the exclusive chamber of the Tower of Return. In almost an instant, the myriad wounds adorning his body healed completely. A vast luminescent screen gradually materialized. The hunter returns to the exclusive chamber of the Tower of Return. Mission: Biochemical Frenzy. Mission World. Carolantan star. Mission difficulty: 2 stars. E-level mission completion degree. A. Note: ratings range from E to SSS. Calculated based on the hunter's specific performance. The Tower of Return is tallying rewards. Rewards: 1 Reika automatic rifle, 1 A-level source crystal, 3 merit storage space, increased by 1 cubic meter source power, increased by 3,500. All rewards have been deposited into the storage space. Please check them at your leisure. The hunter's next mission is scheduled for 30 days hence. The hunter may choose to temporarily return to their own world. The hunter must return to the Tower of Return before the mission time expires. Otherwise, the Tower of Return will directly erase the hunter. Note: the exchange shop of the Tower of Return is now open. Please review it at your convenience. Chu Yunhan gazed at the mission settlement information displayed on the screen, his expression darkening slightly. This time, the biochemical frenzy mission could be said to have been accomplished entirely by his own efforts. Yet, he was astonished to find the final completion degree was merely 8-. It seemed the rating had been impacted by the explosive conclusion of the biochemical mother nest's demise. Was the Tower of Return encouraging all hunters to accomplish missions through their own strength? At this moment, the luminous screen began to shift. The exclusive exchange shop is now open. Point 1. The currency for all items in the shop is exclusively source crystals. Point 2. The shop only accepts source crystals of the same level to exchange for items of corresponding levels. 3. All items exchanged in the shop are soul-bound to the exchanger and cannot be shared or traded with other hunters. Point 4. Once an item is exchanged in the shop, it cannot be returned or replaced. Hunters should exchange with caution. Point 5. Items in the shop will only display those belonging to the hunter's system. Point 6. The shop is limited to 5 items, which will refresh randomly each time the hunter returns. 7. The item tiers range from F to SSS, with higher tier items having a lower refresh probability. Point 8. Source crystals can be split, but not synthesized, at a ratio of 1. 2.9. Items in the shop can be actively refreshed using source power, with the first refresh costing 1,000, and each subsequent refresh costing double the previous price, and so forth. After reviewing the exchange shop's guidelines, Chu Yunhan began to scrutinize the items available. Upon opening the list, the very first item left him utterly astonished. Point 1. Blood-soaked specter gun, weapon, level, S. Description: forged from the 9 hellish depths of the yellow springs with the fires of purgatory. Infused with the blood of ghostly spirits over a century, on the day the gun is completed, demonic flames will surge, and its malevolence will shake the world. Exchange price: 1 S-level source crystal. Merely reading the description made it clear that this was undoubtedly a weapon of extraordinary caliber. Regrettably, the exchange price was equally extraordinary. Chu Yunhan shook his head in disappointment. Such a fearsome weapon was far beyond the means of a rookie at the first level. Even if he managed to obtain it, it would surely be beyond his capability to wield. Indeed, it might cause more harm to himself than to others. What a pity for such an extraordinary stroke of luck. 2. Radiant armor. Armor, level, F. Description: the armor is forged from fine steel, weighing 80 pounds, with substantial defensive capabilities. Exchange price: 1 F source crystal. Point 3. Blood demon pill level, E. Description: consumes all bodily essence, transforming it into explosive power, significantly enhancing combat strength for a duration of 100 breaths, but leaving the user in a state of extreme weakness afterward. Point 4. Soul calming incense level, E. Description: soothes the mind and clears the intellect, rendering one impervious to demonic temptations. Burning time: 15 minutes. Exchange price: 1 E-level source crystal. Point 5. Fine iron sword level, F. Description: a standard long sword for wanderers, forged from fine iron, weighing 12 pounds. Exchange price: 1 F source crystal. After examining the items in the shop, Chu Yunhan shook his head. Except for the first item, the Blood Moon gun, which is beyond his means, the other 4 items hold little value for him. Although the bright armor is entirely forged from steel, its defensive capability does not significantly surpass that of his golden bell shield. It is merely a superfluous addition. The blood demon pill is but a one-time use item, and once consumed, it is likely to leave him in a severely weakened state. As for the soul calming incense, while its duration is brief, it could prove somewhat useful in the realm of spirits. However, to dismantle an A-grade origin crystal for such a trivial item would only indicate a lapse in judgment. After all, according to the hints from the Tower of Return, origin crystals can only be dismantled, not synthesized. The fine iron sword? Even if gifted to him, he would deem it an inconvenience. It appears he must await the next refresh of the marketplace to see if any valuable items emerge. After closing the exchange shop, Chu Yunhan began to tally his gains from the recent biochemical frenzy mission. After exhausting all his soul power to elevate the Golden Bell shield to mastery and advancing his realm to the initial stage of blood transformation, he acquired 2,000 points by defeating that peculiar tree and another 3,000 points by shattering 3 giant eggs. Ultimately, he had slain over 340 biochemical monsters within the biochemical nest. Presently, he still possessed over 40,000 points of absorbed soul power. Without hesitation, he raised his body refinement technique to the pinnacle of the Golden Bell shield. Unlike other cultivation techniques, the body refinement technique has an additional perfection stage at each layer. The Tower of Return rewarded him with 3,500 points of origin power, bringing his total to 4,810 points. Moreover, he received a Leica automatic rifle, an A-grade origin crystal, and 3 points of merit. The Leica automatic rifle could be sold off directly, while he could exchange the origin crystal later when suitable items appeared in the marketplace. As for the 3 points of merit, they are intended for elevating his hunter rank. To advance from a rank 1 hunter to rank 2. 10 points of merit are required, which he currently lacks. After calculating all his acquisitions from this mission world, Chu Yunhan turned and exited his private chamber, arriving at the shared square. The square was bustling with activity, filled with countless hunters trading items. Chu Yunhan did not wish to waste too much time setting up a stall for sales, though doing so might yield some additional soul power if he encountered someone in need. He approached a shop at the edge of the square and sold the Leica automatic rifle, rated at 69 points, for 400 points of origin power. In a restaurant run by humans, he spent 1 point of origin power to enjoy a lavish meal. Subsequently, he returned to the shop where he had previously purchased the tiger bone leopard fetus pill. This establishment, known as Yudon Workshop, is one of the few in the entire square that sells pills from the great Dao Shantian system. Various pills were displayed on the counter. After a moment of hesitation, Chu Yunhan refrained from purchasing the tiger bone leopard fetus pill again. Although this pill required only 500 points of origin power, it no longer sufficed for his needs during a breakthrough. Instead, he inquired with the shopkeeper about better options for replenishing vitality. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up as he quickly retrieved a blood-red pill from the counter and presented it to Chu Yunhan. The Xian blood pill, crafted from the blood of a century-old extraordinary beast, combined with 100-year-old ginseng, angelica, and white peony. For practitioners of the great Dao Shantian system, it is undoubtedly a supreme remedy for replenishing vitality. Chu Yunhan nodded and directly asked, "How much does it cost?" The shopkeeper, visibly pleased, responded, "The crafting of this pill not only requires expensive materials, but the failure rate is also quite high. I operate on a principle of modest profit and high sales volume. So it's 4,000 points of origin power per pill." Upon hearing the price, Chu Yunhan turned to leave. The shopkeeper was taken aback and quickly called after him, "Wait. Although this pill is a bit pricey, it is indeed worth the value. How about you propose a price?" Chu Yunhan halted, turning to face the shopkeeper with a hint of mockery in his gaze. "Do you take me for a fool? How much origin power can one accumulate in a single mission world? Not to mention, among the hunters of the great Dao Shantian system, I have yet to encounter another like myself. At most, I'll offer you 1,500 points per pill. If you refuse, you might as well let it gather dust." The shopkeeper smiled awkwardly, recognizing the truth in Chu Yunhan's words. He recalled his own harrowing experience in the trial mission of the Immortal Demon Path system, where he barely survived and received a B-grade reward. He had chosen alchemy among numerous B-grade techniques, hoping to amass substantial origin power through pill crafting to enhance his strength. However, he faced an embarrassingly stark reality. His talent was inadequate, limiting him to the production of only low-level pills. Yet, such low-level pills merely replenish vitality and do not augment spiritual power, making them of little use to hunters of the Immortal Demon Path system. Only novice practitioners in the beginning stages would require such vitality-restoring pills. Once a novice successfully advances to the Qi refinement stage, the need for vitality replenishment diminishes. The Xian blood pill, as a premier vitality-restoring pill, is priced far beyond the means of novices. Undoubtedly, it is best suited for practitioners of the great Dao Shantian system. The issue, however, is that the trials for the great Dao Shantian system in the Tower of Return are the most perilous among all systems. Very few hunters manage to successfully pass these trials. The few who originally did have already advanced to the second level. The batch of Xian blood pills he crafted previously has become virtually unsellable. Finally encountering Chu Yunhan, a new practitioner of the great Dao Xintian system, he naturally hoped to make a significant profit. Yet, he did not anticipate that this newcomer would be difficult to deceive. If he failed to sell this time, he would be left with a burden. His own strength would inevitably be affected, making the next mission world all the more challenging. The shopkeeper, resigned, said softly, "I want to hide it from you. The cost to produce the Xian blood pill is already 1,700 points of origin power. I can offer it to you for 1,800 points each. If that is not acceptable, I'd rather use them to feed my spirit beasts." Chu Yunhan pondered for a moment and decided not to press the shopkeeper further, recognizing that this price was likely his bottom line. 3 Xian blood pills for 5,200 points of origin power. That is all I have. If you agree, we have a deal. If not, then there is nothing more to discuss. The shopkeeper gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. After purchasing the Xian blood pills, Chu Yunhan found himself completely depleted of origin power. There was no need for him to linger in the shared square any longer. Upon returning to his private chamber, he first checked his current status. Hunter, Tianfa talent. Jilling soul power, 119 title, none rank. 1, merit 310, technique. Body refinement technique. Eternal catastrophe body, upper, body refinement. Golden bell shield perfection items. Rift breaker knife, primary cell repair potion, A-grade origin crystal, Xian blood pill 3 realm. Minor achievement in blood transformation origin power, 0 space. For cubic meters after organizing his situation. Chu Yunhan directly summoned the Tower of Return to take him back to his world that on Water Blue Star, in the Daxia Dynasty, Jiangnan Province, in an old house on the 2nd floor of Yong'an Town. Chu Yunhan suddenly appeared in his bedroom. It felt as though everything he experienced in the Tower of Return was merely a dream. Yet, as he felt the vast power within him, he understood that his future life would lead him into an entirely unknown realm. After changing into a new outfit, he stepped out onto the bustling street. The familiar scene served as a reminder that his roots were forever anchored in the Daxia Dynasty of Water Blue Star. It wasn't long before his former subordinates approached him, led by a man named Sang Biao, who shouted from a distance upon spotting Chu Yunhan, "Brother Han, where have you been all this time? We've searched everywhere for you. Boss you appeared a few days ago, and he has collected the debt you owed, totaling 20,000 gold." After speaking, he handed over a hefty bundle of cash. Chu Yunhan did not accept it. He gazed at the brothers who had accompanied him for many years and shook his head. From now on, they would no longer inhabit the same world. Sang Biao, "I have pressing matters to attend to, and I will have little time for you all. You have followed me for so long. Please divide this money among yourself and the brothers. From now on, this group of brothers will be entrusted to you." Upon hearing this, Sang Biao was momentarily taken aback. Disbelief etched across his face. Chu Yunhan patted his shoulder and turned to leave. Sang Biao, watching the retreating figure, opened his mouth, yet uttered not a word. Chu Yunhan slept for a full 2 days at home, finally allowing the nerves that had been perpetually taught to fully relax. That it was only in this world that he could lay down all defenses and genuinely unwind. However, on the 4th day after returning to the real world, the patrol officers from the Enforcement Bureau came knocking. Inside an old residential house in Yong'an Town, several corpses lay sprawled in the living room. The table was strewn with wine bottles and prepared food. The entire room was splattered with blood, resembling a slaughterhouse. The bodies on the floor had their limbs severed, piled haphazardly to the side. Their abdomens were slashed open, innards scattered across the ground. Chu Yunhan stood outside the police cordon, his expression ashen as he surveyed the scene. "Brother Han, who have you offended? Such a grave enmity." The coroner stated they were all dismembered while still alive. This is the first time something of this magnitude has occurred in Yong'an Town. That a uniformed captain from the Enforcement Bureau fixed a cold gaze on Chu Yunhan. "Neighbors say you met just 4 days ago. And then this calamity struck. Don't tell me you know nothing about it. This case has even drawn the attention of the county magistrate. You cannot bear the weight of this. It would be prudent to disclose any events that transpired, so we can protect you. You must understand, you might very well be the next victim." With a grim expression, Chu Yunhan glanced at the captain and then turned to leave. A flicker of anger crossed the captain's eyes as he turned to instruct the other officers. "Notify all personnel to set up surveillance near Chu Yunhan's residence tonight. The perpetrator may come looking for him. Also, investigate if they have offended anyone recently." That night, Chu Yunhan lay in bed, gripping the void-splitting blade. as if awaiting the arrival of someone. Yet, until dawn, not a single sound broke the silence. The officers who had been on watch nearby were also exhausted, yawning endlessly as the sky brightened, and the killer failed to appear as anticipated. The captain had no choice but to inform everyone to stand down and return that evening to continue their vigil. Once all the officers departed, a flicker of ferocity flashed in Chu Yunhan's eyes. Moments later, the iron door of his room opened silently that a middle-aged man, wearing a face of mockery and hatred, stepped inside. Upon seeing Chu Yunhan, the man's eyes flared with malice, yet he refrained from attacking immediately. Instead, he leisurely sat on the couch beside the bed. Looking at Chu Yunhan, who lay there, he burst into maniacal laughter before finally speaking. "Boss Han, you remember me, don't you?" With a look of confusion. Chu Yunhan asked, "Boss you shouldn't have the capability to kill Sang Biao and the others." "Indeed, the old me could not," the man replied. "Back then, I merely borrowed 10,000 gold from you, and within a few months, I managed to double it to 20,000. You scoundrels nearly drove me to jump off a building." Chu Yunhan furrowed his brow. "When you lost everything and came to borrow money from me, I made it abundantly clear. You were to repay within half a month, with only half the interest, and if it exceeded a month, it would double. But none of that matters now. What intrigues me is how you managed to kill Sang Biao and the others." At these words, veins bulged on Boss Yu's forehead, his eyes bloodshot with deep-seated hatred as he spat. "Do you have any idea what I have endured? Do you know what hell is like?" "I know. For I have crawled out of hell. You scum will never comprehend how I survived my return to this world. The other insects have already been sent to hell. Now it's your turn." With that, Boss Yu's body suddenly swelled, his face contorting grotesquely, his shirt burst apart, and his hands morphed into a pair of razor-sharp, blood-red bone knives. Chu Yunhan's eyes widened in surprise as they fixated on the black vortex mark emblazoned on Boss Yu's chest. As if sensing Chu Yunhan's gaze upon the black mark, Boss Yu coldly proclaimed, "This is the emblem of hell. And you, not even worthy of a place in hell." He prepared to dismember Chu Yunhan alive. "Is this the mark of the city of End?" Chu Yunhan's question rendered Boss Yu momentarily speechless. "How do you know of the city of End?" Rising, Chu Yunhan mused, "So, it appears I am not the only one chosen in this world." He had always believed that he was the sole individual selected by the Tower of Ruins, that it was unexpected to discover that someone else had been chosen by the city of End. In this small Yong'an town, two people had simultaneously entered the primordial land. If that were the case, then surely, many others throughout the entire Great Xia dynasty must also have been chosen. Originally, he had hoped to exchange information with a fellow compatriot from the primordial land. However, it seemed that would no longer be necessary, as there would be ample opportunities in the future. No sooner had he finished speaking than a blinding flash of blade light sliced through the air. Boss Yu's arms were severed at the shoulders, blood gushing forth. Following that, Chu Yunhan delivered a swift kick, sending Boss Yu crashing through the wall behind him. Lying on the ground, Boss Yu's bones shattered from the impact. Fear flickering in his eyes as he screamed, "How is this possible? Could it be that you are also?" Ignoring him, Chu Yunhan advanced, blade in hand. "Wait, we can—" Before he could finish, Boss Yu's head was severed, rolling to the ground. After tidying up the scene, Chu Yunhan sat on the edge of his bed, contemplating the implications of this incident. If even the small Yong'an town had two individuals chosen by the primordial land, there could very well be more than just two. How many people throughout the Great Xia dynasty were selected? Yet, he had never heard any news regarding the selected ones. Had this phenomenon only recently begun? Or had it been ongoing? Although his strength was considerable among novices, what if someone had entered the primordial land before him, possessing greater power? How would he confront that? It seemed that even in the real world, he must proceed with caution. After all, apart from the system trials, he had only experienced one task world, even though his growth rate far exceeded others due to the assistance of his innate talent. He had not been in this realm long enough. So brief was his time that he dared not take any risks. Moreover, was the Great Xia dynasty aware of the existence of the primordial land? If they were aware, what stance would they take regarding those who executed tasks within the primordial land? As one of the mightiest empires of Water Blue Star, the Great Xia dynasty boasted a population nearing 1 billion and an area spanning millions of square kilometers. Countless powerful individuals resided within the empire. He had previously seen reports about the empire's strong figures in the newspapers. The the Grand Master of the National Teaching, Yuxuanji, had once slain nearly 1,000 wolf cavalry mechanical troops from the northern Mang royal court with a single sword strike at the border, forcing the right noble king of northern Mang to retreat. The empire's chancellor, Zhan Tai Yuxuan, had commanded the heavens with 9 words during a year of severe drought, causing the skies to darken and torrential rains to pour down. The great Xia dynasty's prince of national defense, the prince of war, Huang Fu Tianjue, could alter the weather with a mere gesture, as if he were a terrestrial deity. The army of the great Xia dynasty boasts a staggering number of millions. The arsenal at their disposal features an array of astonishing weaponry. The standard-issue Thunderfire rifles possess a power that surpasses even that of the firearms he encountered in the biochemical cataclysm mission world. Not to mention the terrifying Thunder God artillery he has heard whispers of. These executors from the primordial land grow stronger with each experience in a mission world, enduring cycles of life and death, striving to survive against all odds. Upon returning to the real world, how many can resist various temptations and refrain from indulging themselves? Just like Boss Yu, who, having just acquired power, eagerly resorts to cruelly torturing those who have wronged him. Such individuals are not unique to Boss Yu. He will certainly not be the first, nor the last. As the saying goes, a hero commits transgressions with their martial prowess. Once the number of perpetrators engaging in crime and violence increases, the Great Xia dynasty will undoubtedly take action. Given the might of the Great Xia dynasty, capturing these executors before they fully mature will undoubtedly prove to be a difficult endeavor. Thus, at least until he attains sufficient power, maintaining a low profile is the only means of survival. On that day, the patrol team of the Law Enforcement Bureau continued to keep watch near Chu Yunhan's residence. However, after a week of vigilant observation, no unusual activity materialized, leaving the patrol captain perplexed. Logically, after the brutal slaying of Sang Biao and his companions, the next target should have been their leader, Chu Yunhan. Yet, the prolonged silence raises the question, does this incident truly bear no connection to Chu Yunhan? After several more days of surveillance, the patrol team reluctantly decided to abandon their post in search of new leads. Qinglian County, which administers 5 towns and has a population exceeding 300,000, counts Yong'an Town among its ranks. Historically, Yong'an Town has never witnessed such a brutal murder, and this incident has become the talk of the entire county. The Law Enforcement Bureau's inability to solve the case has left the populace in a state of anxiety. Fearing that the deranged killer may one day appear at their doorstep, the county magistrate finds himself overwhelmed by the pressure surrounding this heinous crime. Ultimately, he escalates the case to the Jing'an Division of the Langya Prefecture. The Jing'an Division serves as the law enforcement agency established by the Great Xia dynasty across various provinces and prefectures, directly overseen by the imperial court, with even the governors of major provinces lacking the authority to command it. The Jing'an Division is tasked with managing significant cases nationwide, overseeing the enforcement of law and order, quelling civil unrest, espionage, and any cases that local law enforcement cannot handle. Within the Great Xia dynasty, the Jing'an Division is a presence that many dare not mention. Generally, even in cases of grave murder, local law enforcement agencies would hesitate to report to the Jing'an Division, for once they intervene, the situation slips beyond the control of local governments and law enforcement. Thus, the magistrate was reluctant to report to the Jing'an Division unless absolutely necessary. However, with rumors spreading throughout the county and towns, and the law enforcement bureau's continued ineffectiveness, the magistrate feared that he might soon lose his position. Consequently, he had no choice but to report to the Jing'an Division, entrusting them with the case to restore public confidence. Upon receiving the magistrate's telegram, a man clad in brocade exited the Jing'an Division and boarded a mechanical train bound for Qinglian County. Meanwhile, Chu Yunhan remained unaware that the Jing'an Division had taken over the case. At this moment, he was honing his sword techniques on the rooftop of his residence. Although he had recently achieved a minor breakthrough in the blood transformation realm and perfected his golden bell shield, his swordsmanship still relied on the skills learned during his time in the Jinwu city of the Xianyang continent. Should he encounter an opponent of equal strength, his swordsmanship could become a liability. Regrettably, he lacked the resources to acquire advanced sword techniques, leaving him to continually refine his foundational skills. The following morning, at the entrance of the Yong'an Town Law Enforcement Bureau, the brocade-clad man presented his identity token and, under the watchful eyes of the patrol officers, entered the case handling area. We extend a warm welcome to the esteemed Grand Flag officer's visit to Yunhan Town. The patrol captain, displaying utmost respect, hurried forward to greet the brocade-clad man. Grand Flag officer Chu Yunhan smiled slightly, nodded, and began, "Please provide me with a detailed account of the case and your thoughts on the matter." The patrol captain promptly retrieved the case files and began his thorough explanation. Upon hearing that the deceased had been gruesomely dismembered while still alive, Chu Yunhan's expression darkened. The brutality of the killer's methods, dismembering victims while they still drew breath, was a rarity even in the most heinous cases he had handled. Furthermore, the case files indicated that the deceased, known for their boldness and fighting spirit, had shown no signs of resistance at the time of their deaths. The Law Enforcement Bureau had identified all individuals with whom the deceased had conflicts, yet yielded no results. That Chu Yunhan meticulously examined every detail before turning to the patrol captain. "This Bossu, a notorious gambler, has been missing for several months. Yet just days before the victims' deaths, he returned 20,000 gold coins. Have you investigated the source of his funds?" The patrol captain was momentarily taken aback and immediately instructed several officers to conduct an inquiry. Moreover, all the deceased were subordinates of this Chu Yunhan. Why was he the sole one unharmed? It appears he has also been missing for several months. Has there been any investigation into his whereabouts during this time? The patrol captain quickly recounted the surveillance efforts of the past few days to Chu Yunhan. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Yunhan rose and instructed the patrol captain, "Let us go meet this Chu Yunhan." When they arrived at Chu Yunhan's home, he had just concluded his sword training. The moment Chu Yunhan set eyes on Chu Yunhan, his pupils constricted, and his body tensed involuntarily. A master. In an instant, Chu Yunhan understood why Chu Yunhan had been untouched in this incident, though he had entertained doubts about Chu Yunhan being the perpetrator. The deceased had been his loyal subordinates for many years, and their relationship had been amicable. Chu Yunhan had no motive to ruthlessly slay his own men. Nevertheless, he had a strong premonition that Chu Yunhan must know something. Noticing the visitors, Chu Yunhan's demeanor remained cold as he sheathed his sword and turned to face them. "I am Chu Yunhan, Grand Flag Officer of the Jing'an Division. May I have a moment to speak with you?" "Brother Chu." Upon hearing this, a flicker of seriousness crossed Chu Yunhan's eyes. "The Jing'an Division? Let us converse below." Once inside his room, Chu Yunhan got straight to the point. "Brother Chu, would you kindly disclose your whereabouts over the past few months?" Chu Yunhan's pupils abruptly constricted, and he fell silent. Having spent nearly 3 months in the ruins tower, the passage of time in the mission world mirrored that of the real world. He found it impossible to explain his abrupt disappearance. The Jing'an Division's formidable reputation preceded it. No matter what excuse he concocted, it would undoubtedly be uncovered. Thus, he chose silence, believing that saying less would lead to fewer mistakes. That it seems Brother Chu is hesitant to share. "Surely you have some suspicions regarding the perpetrator. Would you be willing to divulge them?" "Bossu." Chu Yunhan erupted with laughter. "It appears my suspicions were not unfounded. The Law Enforcement Bureau has thoroughly investigated all those with grievances against you. Yet this Bossu remains elusive. Coincidentally, he has also been missing for several months. Brother Chu, do you believe that this Bossu will strike again?" Chu Yunhan regarded the man before him with a grave expression, pondering for a long time before slowly shaking his head. He should not continue his crimes. Chu Yunhan's pupils narrowed, and he nodded in agreement, smiling. "Then we shall not intrude further. Brother Chu, I trust we shall meet again. Farewell." With that, Chu Yunhan turned and departed. The patrol captain and others followed closely behind, and after some distance, he cautiously inquired, "Sir, should we not investigate Chu Yunhan's background thoroughly?" Chu Yunhan's expression remained serious as he shook his head. "This case ends here. Rest assured, the perpetrator will not surface again." The captain of the patrol and his companions were momentarily taken aback by the words they heard by the time they regained their composure. Chu Yunhan had already walked away on the mechanical train back to the capital city. Chu Yunhan took out the notebook he always carried and wrote down a few lines. "The suspect in the murder case at Yunhan Town. Bossu, possibly the chosen one. Deceased, slayer, Chu Yunhan. Chu Yunhan, suspected chosen one, strength unknown. Likely a master of the 5th realm of martial arts." After a brief moment of hesitation, he added another note in the notebook. "Can be recruited." Once the personnel from the Jing'an Division departed, Chu Yunhan began to contemplate how he would confront this violent enforcement agency of the Empire in the future. After conversing with the captain named Chu Yunhan, He realized that his act of slaying Boss Yu could not be concealed from the Jing'an division. However, this was not a significant issue, as Boss Yu had initially killed several people before seeking him out, and he had acted merely in self-defense. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that Chu Yunhan had noticed his disappearance over the past few months. This was something he could not explain. He had been directly transported to the Tower of Return, followed by the system trial task. Initially, he had intended to focus on enhancing his strength within the Tower of Return without rushing back to the real world, as there seemed little purpose in returning. Yet, he had not anticipated the emergence of Boss Yu. This situation left him with no time in the real world to make reasonable arrangements for the blank period during which he completed tasks in the Tower of Return. Since Chu Yunhan had specifically mentioned the matter of his disappearance, it indicated that the Jing'an division must have some knowledge regarding information about the original land. However, it remained unclear what stance the Jing'an division or the Great Xia dynasty held towards the executors. If they acknowledged the existence of the executors, that would be acceptable, but if they opposed them, he would need to devise a plan in advance. Originally, he had intended to visit Chang'an Prefecture in the Liang province to see how his sister, Chu Yunhan, was faring. However, he had to abandon that notion until he understood the Great Xia dynasty's attitude toward executors. Visiting his sister would only bring her endless trouble. Ultimately, it boiled down to his insufficient strength. Otherwise, he would not have to contend with so many worries. One day, when his power was strong enough to suppress the entire world, who would dare to seek trouble with him? For now, he had to take it one step at a time. For the first time, Chu Yunhan felt a yearning to enter the task world of the Tower of Return. Only by experiencing more task worlds could he rapidly enhance his strength. Had he not been chosen by the Tower of Return to become a hunter, he might very well have been among those brutally slain by Boss Yu. His previous hatred and aversion towards the Tower of Return gradually began to fade at this moment. As the days passed, Chu Yunhan dedicated all his time to honing his swordsmanship. Perhaps due to his mediocre cultivation aptitude, the progress of his body refinement technique was exceedingly slow. Rather than waste time, it was more prudent to elevate his combat skills. Soon, it had been 28 days since he returned to the real world. After this period of arduous training, his mastery of swordsmanship became more nuanced, more instinctive than before when he wielded his sword. It flowed as naturally as the graceful movements of an antelope. The next task world was about to arrive. It was time to return to the Tower of Return. After making the necessary preparations, Chu Yunhan purchased a ticket to the capital city and boarded the mechanical train. Upon disembarking, he did not enter the city but instead turned towards the nearby mountains. With a flash of energy, Chu Yunhan's figure vanished deep within the mountains to eye in the exclusive chamber of the Tower of Return. Chu Yunhan organized all his belongings and awaited the arrival of the next task world. Time flew by, and with another flash of energy, he disappeared from the exclusive chamber. When Chu Yunhan opened his eyes again, he found himself in a vast underground chamber. The entire basement was constructed of massive stones. Fully equipped with living essentials, he was clad in coarse linen garments. Silver crosses hung throughout the walls, and on the wooden table before him lay a thick Bible, worn from years of handling. At that moment, the task prompt from the Tower of Return slowly materialized in Chu Yunhan's mind. Task: The Woe of the Blood Moon. Task difficulty: 2 stars. E-grade: The Angel Dinilas. On the day of Christ's crucifixion, committed a fall from grace and was cursed with eternal damnation by God. Unable to bear the eternal darkness and solitude, Dinilas chose to end his own life. Before his demise, he bestowed his fallen blood upon his earthly servants. Thus, darkness and fear enveloped the land, and the legend of the Blood Clan spread throughout the world. The war between humanity and the Blood Clan commenced, leading both sides into a protracted conflict. The werewolves raised by the Blood Clan seized the opportunity to betray, escaping the Blood Clan's control, resulting in an imbalance of power, ultimately leading to humanity's victory in the war. On the brink of extinction, the 13 most powerful Blood Clan members formed an Elder Council. The Elder Council established 6 commandments, guiding the remaining Blood Clan to evade the human world to survive. However, as time passed, the once mighty Blood Clan elders fell into slumber. After an extended period, the newly born Blood Clan ceased to adhere to the 6 commandments. Meanwhile, in the shadows, the bloodthirsty and ferocious werewolves revealed their fangs. The human world was once again shrouded in the breath of death. Task objectives: 1. Identify and eliminate the mastermind behind the indiscriminate slaughter of the populace. 2. Restore the glory of the Church of Light. 3. Slay the progenitor of the werewolves. 4. Eliminate the 13 blood clan princes. 5. Annihilate the fallen blood. Hint. Completing any 3 tasks allows for the choice to return. Hint. The Hunter Tianfa's identity in this world has been replaced by the Grand Knight Commander of the Tribunal. Warning. This task world is an open world. Hunters should remain vigilant against the judgers of the City of End. Hint. Due to a significant power disparity, the judgers of the City of End have already entered the task world in advance. Task failure punishment. Immediate execution. After reading the task information, Chu Yunhan furrowed his brows. It turned out that the executors of the City of End were referred to as judgers. He hadn't expected to encounter the executors of the City of End so swiftly. From the task prompts, the relationship between the 2 parties seemed far from harmonious. Moreover, the Tower of Return had assigned him the identity of the Grand Knight Commander of the Tribunal to facilitate his task completion. The punishment for task failure was direct execution. This realization instantly burdened him with immense pressure. In the previous world, task failure merely elevated the difficulty level of the next task. However, with the presence of the judger from the City of End, the Tower of Return imposed the maximum penalty for task failure. It appeared that the competitive dynamics between the original lands were more intense than he had initially anticipated. That moment, footsteps echoed from outside the basement door, followed by the iron door swinging open. A priest clad in splendid ecclesiastical robes entered. Upon seeing Chu Yunhan, he promptly produced a parchment scroll, unfurled it, and began to read aloud to Chu Yunhan. By unanimous consent of the church's bishops, we have approved the proposal put forth by the Grand Judger of the Tribunal. The imprisonment of the former Grand Knight Commander Tianfa is hereby temporarily revoked. Commander Tianfa is to proceed immediately to the church to meet with His Holiness the Pope. After reading the notice, the priest's eyes displayed a mix of reverence and fear, and a smile crept onto his face. Commander Tianfa, His Holiness the Pope sends his regards. Furthermore, the Grand Judger is already waiting for you at the tribunal. Chu Yunhan nodded silently, following closely behind the priest of the Holy See as they exited the dimly lit basement. The city of Cisnea, renowned as the headquarters of the Church of Light, housed the world-famous cathedral. At the opposite end of the city stood the imposing edifice of the Inquisition, instilling dread in the hearts of countless heretics and malevolent forces. Upon arriving at the grand entrance of this formidable structure, an elderly man, clad in simple attire and bearing an expressionless visage, awaited his arrival. Behind him stood a throng of knights, their gazes sharp and their ornate armor gleaming. The moment the elder beheld Chu Yunhan, a look of relief spread across his face. "Child, may the Lord bless you," he exclaimed, stepping forward to clasp Chu Yunhan's hand as they made their way into the Inquisition building. The knights, brimming with excitement and fervor, followed closely in their wake. Within an exceedingly modest study, the elder gazed at the taciturn Chu Yunhan and lamented, "In your efforts to eradicate heresy in the past, you have taken too many lives. While I comprehend your anguish, the words of the populace can be formidable. These years have brought you suffering. I hope you do not hold me accountable." Chu Yunhan regarded the elder, understanding that it was due to his position, and thus nodded, managing a faint smile. The elder, noticing the acknowledgement, could not help but return the smile. He then retrieved a letter from the desk and handed it to Chu Yunhan, beginning his narration. 1 year ago, the entire populace of a small town in Lutras fell victim to a sudden demise. 1328 lives lost. All the deceased were drained of their blood. Less than a month later, villagers from 2 hamlets on the outskirts of Peter met the same grim fate. Bloodless and lifeless. In the span of a year, hundreds of similar cases have emerged across the nation. Even the royal guards dispatched for investigation have mysteriously vanished in their numbers. Just last month, a church established by the Holy See in Malay was attacked by unidentified assailants, resulting in the deaths of several clergy members, including a cardinal. After extensive research, the cathedral has concluded that these enigmatic assailants are likely the fabled evil blood clan. His Holiness the Pope has sent forth a knightly order led by 3 cardinals to investigate and pursue the blood clan. However, a week ago, they were discovered to have returned to the embrace of the Lord. Therefore, I propose to the Holy See to absolve your transgressions and entrust you with the full responsibility of resolving this matter. Here is your Knight Commander's armor. It has now returned to its rightful owner. Child, go forth to the cathedral. His Holiness will grant you authority. Execute your judgment and make these malevolent creatures aware that the Church of Light is not to be trifled with. The glory of the Lord shall shine upon the entire world." Chu Yunhan cast a glance at the elder, uttering not a word. After donning a suit of silvery armor, he strode purposefully out of the room. Outside, the throng of knights, witnessing his resolve, fell in line behind him. In the heart of Cisnea, a cadre of knights, led by the armored figure, mounted their steeds and galloped forth from the headquarters of the Church of Light. As dusk settled, they arrived at a small town over 200 kilometers from Cisnea. "David, is this the Rhine town mentioned in the intelligence?" Chu Yunhan inquired with a detached tone, but a temple knight behind him promptly responded, "Indeed, my lord. According to the intelligence, Rhine town is the most likely location to be targeted." Chu Yunhan surveyed the brightly lit town in the distance, a cold and ruthless glint flickering in his eyes. With a swift flick of his whip, he charged ahead into the town. As night deepened and the moonlight waned behind the clouds, the once bustling Rhine town fell into an eerie silence. The townsfolk had concluded their evening leisure and succumbed to slumber. Yet, in the stillness of the residential district, a faint rustle pierced the quietude. Agile figures darted through the streets, slipping into various wooden abodes. However, the anticipated cries of terror never echoed forth. Soon, these figures emerged from the houses, their expressions wrought with confusion. The townspeople, who should have been resting, had inexplicably vanished. Not just one or two families, but the entire population was gone, as if no one had ever inhabited this place. At the forefront, a pallid man with blood-red eyes sensed an unsettling foreboding. With a wave of his hand, dozens of figures followed him as they hastened toward the town's exit. Just as they were about to burst forth from the small town, they came to an abrupt halt. At the entrance, a man clad in armor stood poised, blade in hand. Under the moonlight, his silver armor shimmered ominously, the blade glinting with a cold light, emanating an aura of lethal intent. All exits were blockaded by a legion of knights. The pale man faltered for a moment before a sneer of contempt and malice crossed his features. With a swift motion, he lunged towards the armored figure, his mouth slightly agape to reveal a set of sharp fangs. His claw-like hands reached for the knight's neck. In a flash, the knight's blade pierced through the man's abdomen. Yet, the man seemed unfazed, as if the wound had no bearing on him, continuing his assault on the knight's throat. With a crack, the sharp claws sank into the knight's neck, only to meet an impenetrable barrier. As if striking steel, the claws shattered, failing to breach the knight's skin. In an instant, the armored knight seized the pale man's throat, lifting him effortlessly into the air. The once formidable figure now appeared as feeble as an infant in the knight's grasp, struggling in vain. The pale man's eyes widened in sheer terror. "Who are you?" Chu Yunhan gazed at the man suspended before him, murmuring to himself, "Your body is unaffected by injury. It seems your regeneration is remarkable. Your speed is extraordinary. Your strength nearly triple that of an ordinary human. So, this is the so-called Blood Clan vampire. I wonder where its fatal weakness lies." He then plunged his blade into the pale man's heart, a torrent of blood gushing forth, and moments later, life ebbed from him. "Ah, it seems the heart is the weakness." With a swift motion, he discarded the lifeless body onto the ground, and, like a tiger pouncing on its prey, leapt into the remaining throng of foes. The clash of blades resounded, chilling the air with intensity. In mere minutes, over 30 vampires met their demise at Chu Yunhan's hands, each slain Blood Clan member granting him 10 points of soul power. Evidently, these vampires were among the lesser lineage of the Blood Clan. Otherwise, they would not be so weak. Initially hoping to capture a significant target, he was instead met with a slew of mere minnows. Turning to the knights surrounding the vampires, he commanded, "Cleanse the area. We shall proceed to the next location." In the kingdom of Winnegard, within the royal palace's rear courtyard, King Richardson regarded the 3 individuals before him with an expression of grave seriousness. "Are you saying you know who is behind these massacres?" The foremost of the trio, an extraordinarily beautiful woman, bowed respectfully to the king, her melodious voice resonating through the hall. "Indeed, Your Majesty, my companions and I have investigated this matter for a month and have successfully apprehended several perpetrators. Based on their methods and characteristics, I can ascertain that they are the fabled vampires." King Richardson's countenance shifted at her words, and he turned to the captain of his guards beside him. "Is this the individual you insisted I meet? Have you come to mock me with such an absurd claim?" the captain of the guards, upon hearing the king's inquiry, turned pallid, his forehead beaded with sweat. A fortnight prior, these individuals had approached him through his wife, beseeching him to introduce them to King Richardson. They promised a substantial reward of 500 gold coins if he complied. After discreetly investigating the backgrounds of the trio, he discovered that the leading woman was the daughter of a wealthy merchant in the locality who had always held the royal family in high esteem, satisfied that their intentions were not malevolent towards the king. He acquiesced. Seizing the opportunity presented by the king's good mood that day, he put forth their request. He had initially presumed they merely wished to behold the king's visage, but was taken aback when, upon their encounter, they made startling declarations. "Your Majesty, I have brought the murderer. I hope you will step outside to witness the truth," the woman proclaimed, as if anticipating the king's skepticism. Consequently, she had brought the so-called murderer along. "Oh, I am most curious to see what manner of fiend this murderer is," King Richardson exclaimed, his interest piqued, and he followed the trio outside at the entrance. One of the exceptionally tall men among them opened a large black sack, revealing a young man, unconscious and pallid. Before the eyes of King Richardson, they dragged the young man outside that moment. The midday sun blazed fiercely. Under its rays, the young man emitted a piercing scream. Enveloped in billowing black smoke, his body then ignited violently, swiftly reducing him to a heap of ashes. King Richardson stood aghast, finally convinced of the truth in the trio's words. The royal library contained records of vampires, which he had previously dismissed as mere fanciful tales. The reality aligned perfectly with those accounts. Vampires indeed turned to ash in sunlight. And no wonder so many victims had been drained of their blood. This revelation made everything comprehensible. The king's perception of the trio transformed instantaneously, and his demeanor softened. He inquired what rewards or requests they might have. After the banquet, the trio exited the palace. The tall man, puzzled, asked, "Mo Qingqi, did we really spend a month merely to acquire the temporary command of the Rose Knight Order?" The woman named Mo Qingqi replied gravely, "Bruce, did you not notice a grave issue regarding the hints from the City of the End?" "What issue?" he queried. "This task world is an open world, and our team entered together. Yet, we have not uncovered any information about those who entered this task world from the Tower of the Abyss. Only yesterday did the City of the End issue a hint that the hunters from the Tower of the Abyss had entered the task world. They were a full month behind us in entering. Moreover, it is just one individual. This indicates that this hunter must be significantly stronger than our trio combined. You are well aware of the relationship between the City of the End and the Tower of the Abyss. If we encounter any conflict in tasks or interests, it will undoubtedly become a battle to the death. The City of the End allowed us to enter the task world a month in advance to lay our plans. Only with the support of local forces within the task world can we hope to confront this unknown adversary." Bruce and another man's expressions darkened upon hearing this. Mo Qingqi quickly reassured them. "Do not be overly concerned. We have successfully obtained the temporary command of the Rose Knight Order. Whether in completing tasks or facing the hunter from the Tower of the Abyss, we now possess ample confidence. I refuse to believe this hunter can be so powerful as to contend with us, who have the Rose Knight Order at our disposal. If that were the case, given his level of strength, he could not possibly have entered an E-level task world, unless he is a novice who has not experienced many task worlds. But how could a novice possess such strength?" Bruce's expression softened slightly as he nodded. "True, even we three together might not defeat the Rose Knight Order. I cannot believe the hunter from the Tower of the Abyss could be that formidable." Mo Qingqi smiled gently. "Let us proceed to the Rose Knight Order's stronghold. Only by securing control over the Rose Knight Order can we commence our next phase of the plan. The town of Hisniel, a territory belonging to the noble Viscount Neo of the Kingdom of Winegard, was home to thousands of residents who typically assisted the Viscount in cultivating and managing vineyards. The red wine produced in Hisniel was renowned throughout Winegard for its rich flavor. Even King Richardson had praised Hisniel wine. However, when Chu Yunhan and his companions arrived at Hisniel, they found themselves too late. All the townsfolk had been drained of their blood and perished. The temple knights who entered Viscount Neo's castle reported to Chu Yunhan that the Viscount and his family had also met their demise. As Chu Yunhan surveyed the terror and anguish etched upon the faces of the deceased townsfolk, his expression darkened profoundly. Particularly upon entering the castle, he observed that the Viscount's wife and daughter had evidently suffered indignities before their deaths. The Viscount himself had been gruesomely impaled through the skull by a wooden stake, his body left pinned to the ground. The atmosphere around Chu Yunhan and the Temple Knights became unbearably oppressive and terrifying. As if their leader were a volcano on the verge of eruption, an immense danger, tracking their trail, the blood had not yet dried. Their escape must have been recent. No matter what, they must capture these vampires. This time, not even Satan could save them. Understood. On a narrow road 30 kilometers from Hisniel, a group of ragged young women was bound by ropes and dragged forward. The entire party, aside from the captured girls. Numbered around 150, the leader of this group, a young man clad in a black tailcoat, moved with elegance and possessed striking features, resembling a noble that a sycophantic companion beside him exclaimed, "My lord Baron, capturing so many maidens will surely delight the Count." "Indeed, the taste of virgin blood is the most exquisite," the Baron replied. "Remember to keep 3. I wish to rear them well. Rest assured. The finest 3 maidens are already prepared for you." The man then selected 3 from the throng of captives and presented them before the Baron. The Baron grasped one girl's chin, elegantly kissing the back of her hand. "Ah, indeed, maidens are the most delectable. Just the scent alone has me almost impatient." He laughed at that moment. The sound of galloping hooves approached from the narrow road behind them. The Baron frowned and turned to look. A troop of several dozen knights was galloping towards them. Upon seeing the iris flower emblem on their breastplates, the Baron's smile gradually faded. This insignia belonged to the Temple Knights of the Church of Light? The sight of the golden iris flower emblem on the leading silver-armored knight sent a jolt of terror through the Baron. His blood-red pupils constricted in fear as he gasped, "The captain of the Temple Knights? Were you not imprisoned by the Church? How could this be possible?" Before the Baron could regain his composure, Chu Yunhan leapt down from his steed, his figure flashing as he plunged into the throng of adversaries ahead. Instantly, the air was filled with the glint of blades, sharp as icicles, and blood sprayed in all directions. The valley echoed with countless cries of agony. Several dozen Temple Knights hastily dismounted, wielding their broadswords as they charged at the enemy. Witnessing the countless bloodkin being slaughtered by the Temple Knight commander as easily as chopping vegetables, the Baron was utterly terrified, his soul nearly fleeing. His body darted like a shadow into the woods. Seeking a rapid escape, having completely disregarded the fate of his slaughtered subordinates, the Baron was acutely aware of the terrifying prowess possessed by the Temple Knight commander. It was because of the excessive bloodshed during the Inquisition against heretics that the commander had claimed the lives of countless foes. With the tally reaching into the tens of thousands, the Temple Knight commander's merciless slaughter instilled profound terror even in the armies of the Church and the kingdom. Many voiced their accusations, deeming him a violator of God's mercy. Labeling him a demon from hell, he was burdened with numerous titles: the Scythe of Death, the Infernal Judge, the man whom even Satan feared, among others. In a desperate attempt to quell the public's rage and dread, the Church had no choice but to confine the Temple Knight commander within the Inquisition. Yet shockingly, this harbinger of death had been released. How unfortunate it was that he had encountered him. The Baron had no inclination to confront such a being as the pinnacle of the Church's martial strength. This terrifying entity was beyond the capacity of a mere blood-kin Baron to contend with. Not even the esteemed Count could stand against him. As the Baron fled swiftly into the woods, Chu Yunhan propelled himself forward with tremendous force, akin to a cannonball, swiftly catching up to the Baron. In an instant, a flash of cold light flickered, sending the Baron crashing to the ground. With an expression as cold as ice, Chu Yunhan approached, withdrawing his blade. "I shall grant you but a single opportunity. Confess everything clearly. I will grant you a swift end. Otherwise, I shall imprison you, tormenting you daily with varied means of suffering. When you can no longer endure, I shall feed you blood, and once you have regained your strength, I will continue that I will torment you until the day I draw my last breath. Then, I shall hand you over to another to continue your suffering. I assure you, you would not wish to know what the taste of eternal agony and torment feels like." At these words, the Baron's eyes filled with boundless fear and despair. His entire body trembled uncontrollably, plunging into an abyss of dread. Was this truly something a human should utter? Even the devil of hell would be infinitely more merciful. In a state of extreme terror and hopelessness, the Baron divulged all matters concerning the blood-kin and their subsequent plans. Deep within a vast, desolate forest outside the city of Yenningen stood a majestic castle, Castle William. The Elder Council of the Bloodkin, one of the 13 clans, the ancestral land of the Cappadocia family, it was also the resting place of Prince William of the Bloodkin, the elders of the Bloodkin Council. Along with the princes of the 13 clans, chose to enter eternal slumber to prolong their lives while adhering to the 6 sacred tenets of the Bloodkin. They would only awaken in the face of grave peril to the council or the 13 clans. Anyone daring to disturb their slumber would be met with merciless punishment. Since Prince William of the Cappadocia family fell into slumber at the underground altar of the castle 300 years ago. The other elders of the family subsequently followed suit in the ensuing centuries. The control of the Cappadocia family fell into the hands of the 5th-generation direct descendant of Prince William, Count Vianu as a new generation of bloodkin. Count Vianu had not experienced the baptism of the Great War against humanity. Thus, he held the tenets established by the council in disdain. He was weary of forever lurking in the darkness of the shadowy castle. In Count Vianu's eyes, humanity was merely sustenance for the bloodkin. The immensely powerful bloodkin had absurdly adopted seclusion as their foremost tenet. The first tenet, seclusion, forbidding all bloodkin from revealing their true selves before humans. This tenet was the most critical and fundamental of all bloodkin laws. Any who violated it would face the council's most severe penalties. To him, this was nothing short of a grand joke. With humanity's frail form, they were fated to be the blood bank of the mighty bloodkin. He could not comprehend why, given the strength of the bloodkin, humanity could not oppose them. Why would the council establish such laughable tenets? Such restrictions would only bind the hands of the bloodkin, surrendering the world to the lowly humans, the antiquated members of the council, despite their formidable power. Only cowered in the shadows, destined to be cast aside by time. If that were the case, then let the old relics of the council remain in eternal slumber upon the altar. No one would awaken them again. The new generation of bloodkin nobles would inherit the noble will of their kind and reclaim dominion over a world that rightfully belonged to them. Count Viana chose to seal the ancestral altar of the Cappadocia family with massive stones. Thus, no one could enter to awaken those elders. The Cappadocia family would remain under his control forever. After discussions with the new generation of leaders from the other 12 clans, all agreed with Count Vianu's perspective. The current 13 clans of bloodkin no longer required those old relics. Upon awakening, they would only usurp the power from their hands. Therefore, it was better to let those old relics sleep eternally. Consequently, under Count Vianu's proposal, the 13 clans reached a unanimous agreement. They would collaborate to assault the human world, reclaiming dominion over it for the bloodkin. All humanity would become the bloodkin's sustenance, to be enjoyed at their leisure. After seizing control of the world, it would be divided into 13 portions. The esteemed 13 clans would each govern their respective domains, becoming the eternal rulers of their territories. Thus, after reaching a consensus, the 13 clans of the bloodline launched a war against the human realm. What had previously been mere prelude to the bloodline's aggression was now set in motion. Once it was confirmed that the human world lacked the strength to resist, the bloodline would descend upon the world in great numbers. The gloomy forest, an immense and boundless expanse of woodland, lies on the borders of the kingdom of Vinegard. According to scattered legends and the tales of wandering bards, the gloomy forest is a haven for werewolves. Centuries ago, a servant of the fallen angel Annihilate fell into slumber after consuming the blood of the fallen. On a night of a full moon, a wild wolf infiltrated his dwelling and, upon seeing the slumbering servant, bit him as the flesh imbued with the fallen blood was swallowed by the wolf. The servant was jolted awake by the pain. Before he could react, the wolf fled in fright. Soon after, the fallen blood began to undergo wondrous transformations within the wolf's body. The creature's size swelled exponentially, and it gained the ability to walk upright. Its claws sharpened and its strength surged. The wolf began to relentlessly assault livestock and even humans. Eventually, humans could no longer endure the onslaught of this wolf and organized an army to hunt it down. After several attempts and the sacrifice of hundreds of lives, they finally succeeded in slaying the beast. However, the wolf's carcass was not cremated or buried, but rather secretly hidden away by a soldier. After consuming the flesh of the wolf, this soldier began to undergo a mutation that on a night of a full moon, his body began to swell uncontrollably, transforming him into a towering 3-meter-tall werewolf. Each time he morphed into this creature, he lost all semblance of reason, attacking every living being in sight. The werewolf became addicted to the fresh blood and flesh of humans and other animals. Transformed, he stood 2 meters tall, Ferocious and formidable, they as humans bitten by werewolves began to mutate as well. The werewolf clan was born. Upon learning the truth, the soldier was engulfed in fear that he dreaded the thought of harming his own kin in a fit of rage. Terrified of being discovered, he led the transformed werewolves deep into the forest. They subsisted solely on the creatures of the woods, choosing not to interfere with human society, until, one fateful day, the werewolves stumbled upon a grand castle in the depths of the forest. While exploring this castle, they were discovered by its master, a prince of the bloodline. Upon realizing the existence of this new species, the Blood Prince captured all the werewolves, due to the ability of werewolves to infect humans with their bites. The prince began to exploit them as slaves, using them as guards and laborers for his castle. A century later, the war between the bloodline and humanity commenced. As the conflict escalated, the fierce battles between humans and the bloodline intensified. The werewolves, enslaved by the bloodline, were ordered to join the fray. However, the bloodline had treated the werewolves with extreme brutality over the years, while the untransformed werewolves retained their human intellect. Thus, when the war reached its zenith, the werewolves, led by the soldier, rebelled. With their newfound strength, agility, and keen senses, the werewolves became an overwhelming force. The bloodline, upon being bitten, lost their ability to heal themselves. Furthermore, after enduring a prolonged war, humans gradually discovered the bloodline's weaknesses. Sunlight and silver weapons could harm their undead forms, and a wooden stake through the heart could slay these monsters. Consequently, the human army began to exploit these vulnerabilities, hunting down the bloodline with renewed vigor. As the bloodline faced near extinction, they were compelled to form a council of elders, establishing 6 decrees and stealthily withdrawing from the human world. Only the remnants of the bloodline managed to survive in this realm. In the aftermath of the war, the werewolves, having lost their reason post-transformation, frequently slaughtered humans, making them targets of human hunts as well. Ultimately, a small faction of surviving werewolves, led by the soldier, retreated into the gloomy forest. After centuries of procreation and survival, the werewolf clan had evolved into a formidable force, hidden deep within the gloomy forest, biding their time for revenge against both humans and the bloodline. Following the large-scale assault on humanity by the 13 clans of the bloodline, several men, accustomed to trading furs at the border town, hurriedly ventured into the depths of the gloomy forest, seeking a colossal cave. After traversing the dark and damp interior for an indeterminate distance, they finally arrived at a vast pit within the cave. This chasm was filled with numerous stone abodes where countless werewolves resided. The men approached the innermost stone hall and recounted the events occurring in the human world to the guards stationed there. After prolonged deliberation, the guards reached a consensus. They proceeded to a grand stone sarcophagus, pouring copious amounts of blood into the engravings adorning its surface. As the blood flowed, the sarcophagus began to stir with life. Finally, with a resounding boom, the lid of the sarcophagus was hurled aside, revealing an enormous werewolf rising from within. A terrifying and malevolent aura permeated the air. The men, upon witnessing the giant werewolf, immediately knelt, exclaiming in unison, "Ancestor!" The giant werewolf, its eyes glowing red, fixed its gaze upon the kneeling men, then gradually diminished in size, transforming into a human male, none other than the soldier who had secretly consumed the wolf's carcass. "How long have I been asleep? Ancestor, you have slumbered for 385 years. 385 years. Grew, and the others should be long gone. The Gru ancestors passed away 3 centuries ago. Only you, Ancestor, possess the gift of eternal life among the werewolf clan. Why awaken me, Ancestor? The bloodline has forsaken the 6 decrees. The 13 clans have commenced a large-scale assault on humanity." Upon hearing this, the werewolf ancestor erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha. It seems I have finally awaited my opportunity for vengeance. I have longed for this day for over 4 centuries. The bloodline and humanity must pay for their past transgressions. How many kin do we have now?" The prideful expressions of the kneeling men revealed their satisfaction. "Ancestor, the werewolf clan boasts over 8,000 members now." The werewolf ancestor muttered, "Enough, sufficient. William, await my return. This time, I shall ensure that the bloodline becomes naught but dust in the annals of history. The time has come for the werewolf clan to rule this world." The Cappadocia family, the Gangrel family, the Bruhoff family, the Nosferatu family, the Setite family, and the Malkavian family, comprising over 5,000 vampires from 6 bloodlines and 13 clans, were stealthily advancing towards Valent City under the cover of twilight. Led by Count Vianu and 5 other counts of the 13 clans, Valent City, the second largest city of the Kingdom of Winegard and its most significant commercial hub, lies nestled beneath the Carpathian Mountains. The Swan Lake within Valent City is renowned as the most famous attraction in the Kingdom of Winegard. The city is home to nearly 200,000 residents, including countless affluent individuals. The Lord of Valent is the esteemed Duke Rienfield of the Kingdom of Winegard. Despite being a figure of immense power within the kingdom, Duke Rienfield was currently hosting a grand banquet for the Knights Templar from the Holy See-S Inquisition. The Lord's manor was lavishly adorned with banquet tables, laden with an array of delectable dishes served continuously by attentive attendants. 500 Templar knights sat in stoic silence at dozens of tables, their expressions devoid of warmth as they indulged in the exquisite cuisine. In the meat hall, Duke Rienfield was seen urging his daughter, Tina, to fill the wine goblet of the Templar commander, Chu Yunhan. As the Duke's sole daughter, Miss Tina was cherished and pampered on ordinary days. She exuded an air of arrogance and capriciousness, yet now she was perspiring profusely, cautiously pouring red wine into the goblet of the Templar commander. Duke Rienfield raised his goblet, gesturing towards Chu Yunhan before downing the contents in a single gulp. With a rosy glow lighting his face, he remarked, "Commander of the Judgment Knights, I have perused the Pope's personal letter. I am profoundly grateful for the Pope's timely warning and the assistance of the Templar Order. Otherwise, I would be at a loss on how to confront the 200,000 citizens of Valent City. With the support of the Templar Order, I am confident that those vampires will face the most stringent judgment under the brilliance of the Holy See. The 6,000 city guards of Valent are entirely at your command. Commander of the Judgment Knights, the safety of Valent City rests upon your shoulders." Chu Yunhan nodded impassively, directing his full attention to the sumptuous feast before him. Duke Rienfield, however, remained unfazed by Chu Yunhan's indifferent demeanor. He was well aware of the Templar commander's character. Upon receiving the Pope's missive, he had been drenched in cold sweat, astounded by the emergence of the mythical vampires. The Kingdom of Winegard had endured countless assaults over the past year, all perpetrated by these vampires. Cursed be those fiends for setting their sights on Valent City, with its population of 200,000. Although Valent boasted 6,000 city guards, it provided him no solace. The Templar Order, led by 3 cardinal archbishops, had all perished at the hands of these vampires. Only with the arrival of the Templar Order led by Chu Yunhan had his anxious heart found some respite. Not due to the 500 valiant Templar knights, but because of this commander, known as the Scythe of Death and the Arbiter of Hell. Duke Rienfield had long witnessed the terror this Templar commander embodied. The Inquisition of the Holy See was regarded by all within the kingdom as a purgatory on earth, a realm of death without life, owing to the very existence of this Templar commander. The war against the heretics had instilled such profound fear in him, a soldier by nature, that he felt the hairs on his neck bristle. In that battle, this Templar commander single-handedly penetrated the ranks of the heretic army. Following the conflict, he had issued orders for the execution of over 10,000 heretics. As a knight of the Holy See, even though those heretics had sacrificed infants to malevolent deities, such slaughter was unfathomable. He had never imagined a mortal could attain such formidable prowess, especially one so cold and ruthless. Yet, fortunate indeed, this time, the Scythe of Death, the Arbiter of Hell, had come to assist him with the presence of this Templar commander. He was eager to uncover the fate that awaited those vampires. As the night deepened under the silvery glow of the moon, Valent City seemed to succumb to slumber, enveloped in profound stillness. Save for the tightly shut gates and the occasional patrol of guards upon the walls, Count Viana's vampire army had now arrived at a nearby grove outside the city, gazing at the distant Valent City. Illuminated by the moonlight, Count Viana's blood-red eyes glimmered with cunning, ferocity, and a thirst for blood. With a swift motion of his hand, the 5,000 vampires surged forth like a ravenous tide, stealthily advancing towards Valent City. Before the patrolling guards on the city walls could utter a cry of alarm, several high-ranking vampires had already snapped their necks. As the city gates swung open, the horde of over 5,000 vampires poured in. Once all the vampires had entered, Count Viana commanded the gates to be shut, sealing every human within Valent City. The Lord's manor had been silently encircled by the 5,000 vampires. To their astonishment, upon infiltrating the grand manor, they found it devoid of any guards. Count Viana scoffed derisively. Valent had enjoyed peace for far too long, to the point of losing all vigilance. This time, let them become the sumptuous feast of the bloodline. As Count Viana pushed open the main door and stepped into the hall, he was met with the sight of a knight clad in silver armor. Standing resolutely with a sword in hand, the knight's icy gaze, sharp as a blade, was fixed intently upon him. Behind the knight, the hall was filled with armored warriors, a palpable aura of lethal intent permeating the air. Count Viano's heart skipped a beat, and he swiftly retreated from the hall. Gazing at the knight who emerged slowly from the hall, Count Viano's face turned pale with fury as he bellowed, "Annihilate them!" Instantly, countless vampires behind him shrieked and charged towards the hundreds of knights. However, in a flash of cold light, several vampires at the forefront were cleaved in two by a single stroke. Chu Yunhan propelled himself forward, akin to a fierce tiger plunging into a flock of sheep. The hundreds of Templar knights raised their greatswords, forming a battle line as they surged towards the densely packed vampire army. The dazzling radiance of their blades flickered among the throng of vampires, glinting with deadly intent. The vampires encircling Chu Yunhan let out piercing screams as they were ruthlessly slaughtered, witnessing the knight's effortless carnage among the vampires. Count Viano's blood-red eyes seemed to ignite with flames. His razor-sharp fangs protruded, and his fingernails elongated into lethal claws. With a fearsome howl, several counts from the 13 clans followed him into the fray against the knight. Slash! A harsh cutting sound pierced the air. The razor-sharp fingertips laboriously tore through Chu Yunhan's armored a noble of the Blood Clan, a direct descendant of the Blood Prince. Count Viano and his companions possessed unparalleled speed. The heavy armor encasing Chu Yunhan rendered him less agile. Under the assault of 6 counts, his armor was slashed, revealing multiple gashes. Chu Yunhan's expression darkened, incited to wrath by the counts, with a single stroke. He sent one count, who had attacked from the right, flying, followed swiftly by a left punch that struck Count Viano with tremendous force. Viano barely had time to evade, and he was instantly propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. It took a considerable time for Viano's injuries to mend, thanks to the formidable recovery abilities of the Blood Clan. When he turned to glance at the knight, he was horrified to discover that only one of the 5 counts surrounding Chu Yunhan remained, in a matter of mere minutes. The other 4 counts had been ruthlessly slain by that terrifying knight. Even the Blood Clan counts, possessing exceptionally powerful regenerative abilities, could not survive after having their heads severed. Terror flickered in Viana's eyes as he seized the opportunity to flee towards the city lord's mansion while Chu Yunhan pursued the remaining count. After Chu Yunhan crushed that count into a pulp, he turned to find that the severely wounded vampire had vanished without a trace. He did not pursue the fleeing vampire, but instead directed his onslaught against the vampire horde. To him, these vampires were merely countless manifestations of soul energy. The 5 vampires he had just slain had provided him a staggering 2,500 points of soul energy. This exhilarated him to no end, transforming even the grotesque and terrifying vampires into something almost endearing in his eyes. As Chu Yunhan plunged into the vampire ranks, the pressure on the Holy Knight Order significantly diminished. Time passed slowly, and the bloody slaughter continued unabated. No vampire could withstand a single strike from Chu Yunhan. The number of slain vampires grew. Countless others awakened to the terror of death, gazing upon the horrific scene reminiscent of a slaughterhouse. Numerous vampires witnessed their comrades meet a merciless demise. The remaining vampires emitted piercing, terrified shrieks as they scattered in panic. However, upon reaching the gates of Valent City, they found that the entrance had already been ordered sealed by Count Viano. The towering 10-meter walls could only be scaled by high-ranking Blood Clan members, just as they prepared to recklessly clear the debris blocking the gate. Countless torches ignited atop the walls. 6,000 city guards and the pursuing Holy Knight Order had them completely surrounded. The surviving 3,000 vampires instantly revealed expressions of despair. Chu Yunhan halted the intervention of the Holy Knight Order and the city guards. These more than 3,000 vampires harbored over 30,000 points of soul energy. He, alone, with his blade, charged directly into the throng of vampires. The scene was unimaginably brutal, rendering all present silent with dread. Observing the man who rampaged through the sea of corpses and blood, even the cold-hearted Holy Knight Order felt a sense of fear in their hearts. When Duke Rainfield, the Lord of Valent City, arrived at the scene, every last vampire had already been slaughtered by Chu Yunhan. Gazing at the hellish sight before him, the noble and elegant demeanor of the Duke evaporated entirely. Indeed, he was still that reaper of souls. The Church's imprisonment over the years had not altered him in the slightest. Instead, he had become even more bloodthirsty, cruel, and ruthless. Following that night, the infamous reputation of the Holy Knight Commander would surely resonate even louder. Drenched in blood, Chu Yunhan strode directly towards his residence, leaving behind the thousands of vampire corpses for the city guards to clear. The following morning, the entire populace of Valent City was aware of the events that transpired the night before. While they were relieved, They were also terrified of the man more fearsome than Satan himself. The typically bold and boisterous citizens became increasingly cautious in the following days. Only when the terrifying Holy Knight commander led the Holy Knight Order out of the city did everyone finally breathe a sigh of relief. Soon, tales of Chu Yunhan's solitary slaying of thousands of vampires in Valiant City spread throughout the entire Wynegard kingdom. His fearsome reputation soared to new heights. Even many children ceased their weeping upon hearing the name of the Holy Knight commander. Upon returning to the Inquisition of Cisnia City, even the notoriously ruthless presiding judge could not help but advise him to seek inner peace and reflection. He suggested that Chu Yunhan read the Bible more often to experience God's mercy and compassion. The gazes of all clergy members towards him were filled with fear, as if they were beholding the infernal lord of demons. Chu Yunhan simply nodded silently at the judge's counsel before turning to leave. He made his way to the Holy See's chapel to report on the Blood Clan's machinations. The Pope remained silent for a long while before summoning the red-robed archbishops scattered throughout the nation. During the papal meeting, the Pope informed all the archbishops of the situation. After an entire day of discussion, the Pope personally visited the royal family of Wynegard to meet with King Richardson. The following day, King Richardson convened the commanders of the three major military divisions of the kingdom. He mobilized 50,000 soldiers from the Fury Lion Legion, the Flame Dragon Legion, and the Holy Shield Legion, along with 2,000 members of the royal family's Rose Knights, dividing them into 3 armies to launch a campaign against the 13 clans of the Blood Clan. Simultaneously, the Pope issued a papal decree. The Holy See would dispatch 8 red-robed archbishops and 3,000 holy knights to assist the 3 major legions in exterminating these heretics cursed by God. As for Chu Yunhan and the Holy Knight Order of the Inquisition, they remained in Cisnia. This was due to the unanimous opposition of the 3 legion commanders to allow the exceedingly ruthless Holy Knight commander to participate in the battle. They feared that should this terrifying commander succumb to bloodlust, he might not spare even the soldiers of the kingdom's legions. If that were to happen, none would be able to stop him. In the entire Wynegard kingdom, only the presiding judge of the Inquisition possessed the authority to command this Holy Knight commander. Others, including King Richardson, could not compel his obedience. Even the Pope himself would have to negotiate with him. Thus, it was decided to leave this Reaper of Death at the Inquisition, where his mentor could keep him in check. The proposals of the 3 legion commanders met with no objections from King Richardson or the Pope. The first reason was that the concerns of the 3 commanders were not unfounded. Chu Yunhan's participation might adversely affect the morale of the 3 legions. The second reason was that keeping Chu Yunhan at the Inquisition would provide a defensive force in case Cisnia faced an attack from the 13 clans. Upon receiving the order to remain at the Inquisition, Chu Yunhan felt no discontent regarding the matter. The 13 clans of the Blood Clan were not easy foes. Each clan boasted blood princes who had lived for centuries. Merely relying on these tens of thousands of soldiers to confront the 13 clans would only lead to self-inflicted suffering. In this E-rank, 2-star world, the pinnacle of combat power undoubtedly lay with the princes of the Blood Clans and the ancient werewolf progenitor. Although Chu Yunhan was unaware of their full strength, he could glean an understanding by referencing the top-tier combatants of the biochemical rampage world in a similarly ranked E-rank, 2-star world. The strength of the Blood Princes and the werewolf progenitor would undoubtedly rival that of the biochemical mother nest. Moreover, this world lacked any particularly powerful systems of strength. The so-called Knight Orders and Legion soldiers were only marginally stronger than ordinary people. The red-robed archbishops of the church possessed some blessings and healing magic, but in his eyes, they were little more than a slight step above mere tricks. These armies could deal with ordinary vampires without issue. However, when faced with the Blood Princes, it would only result in a one-sided massacre. Had it not been for the werewolf rebellion in the past, humanity might not have triumphed in the war against the Blood Clans, unless the Pope personally intervened. Regarding the Pope of the Radiant Church, he has always failed to perceive the true strength of the Pope. On the surface, the Pope appears to be merely an ordinary elder. However, he possesses an inkling that this Pope may be far more complex than he seems. The notions of God and heaven may indeed have once held true significance. The current mission demands the extermination of the progenitor of werewolves and the princes of the 13 bloodline clans. Furthermore, it necessitates the obliteration of the long-forgotten fallen blood. The penalty for failure is execution without mercy. To fulfill this mission, he must devise a way to ascertain the strength of his targets. In pursuit of understanding the bloodline princes and the werewolf progenitor, he has meticulously perused clandestine documents from the Inquisition. Through these top-secret texts, he uncovers the true origins of the fallen blood and the bloodlines. Legend has it that, as a reward for the guardians of paradise, the virtuous and upright angels were blessed by God on Christmas Day. Among the multitude of angels, none shone brighter than Michael. The most favored by God, he is known as the one resembling God, having led the angelic legions to vanquish the fallen angel Lucifer, casting him into the abyss of hell. To honor Michael's unwavering devotion and contributions to heaven, God appointed him as the vice-sovereign of paradise, the Lord of Light. However, an angel named Dinilas, dissatisfied with God's preferential treatment towards Michael, succumbed to Satan's temptation and chose to forsake the light in favor of darkness. Thus, on the day of Christ's passion, he committed the act of falling. God's wrath over Dinilas's betrayal was immense. He cast upon him an eternal curse from the angelic pool. Henceforth, you shall no longer belong to the light, but shall dwell forever in darkness. The moment you behold the light, you shall be reduced to smoke and ashes. You shall no longer partake in sumptuous feasts, but shall sustain yourself solely by the consumption of blood. Should you cease to feed on blood, your strength and visage shall wither. The Satan who had tempted Dinilas into his fall was himself cursed by God, resulting in a betrayal of the initial promise. The gates of hell were forever barred to Dinilas. Consequently, Dinilas became reviled by both heaven and hell, condemned to exist solely within the shadows of the human realm, unable to endure the eternal darkness and solitude. He chose to transform into ashes when the light descended. Before his demise, Dinilas bestowed his fallen blood upon his earthly servant. Thus, the legend of the vampire bloodlines began to circulate throughout the world. The bloodlines possess formidable power, extraordinary speed, and rapid healing abilities. The purer the bloodline, the greater the strength. High-ranking vampires can even levitate, hypnotize humans, and transform into bats. As the bloodlines recklessly drained human blood, darkness and terror enveloped the world. Humanity could not accept their status as the sustenance of vampires, thus igniting a fierce conflict between humans and bloodlines. After a prolonged struggle, humanity gradually uncovered the weaknesses of the bloodlines. They feared the light, and silver weapons could inflict harm upon their undead forms. Piercing a vampire's heart with a wooden stake could also lead to their demise. The Radiant Church and the human armies commenced a widespread hunt for the bloodlines during daylight. Additionally, the werewolves, once nurtured by the bloodlines, rebelled en masse under the leadership of their progenitor. The scales of victory began to tilt in favor of humanity. As the bloodlines faced extinction, the 13 most powerful vampires convened to form the Council of Elders. These 13 were venerated as princes by all bloodlines, wielding supreme authority within the council. To ensure the survival of their kind, the council established 6 sacred tenets that all bloodlines must adhere to without fail. The first tenet, isolation. No bloodline may reveal their true nature to humans. This tenet is the most crucial and fundamental law of the bloodlines. The second tenet, sovereignty. Each bloodline prince holds absolute power over their territory. The third tenet, progeny. No bloodline may bestow the initial embrace upon a human without the council's consent. Transgressors, along with their progeny, shall face execution. The fourth tenet, responsibility. Each bloodline must personally educate their progeny. Any transgressions committed by the progeny shall be punishable to the bloodline as well. The fifth tenet, respect. Bloodlines must honor each other's sovereignty. No actions may be taken on another's territory without consent. The sixth tenet, kinslaying. Killing a fellow bloodline is strictly forbidden unless sanctioned by the council or agreed upon by a prince. For severe violations of these 6 tenets, the punishment is succinct: death without reprieve. The council led the compliant bloodlines away from humanity's world. Thus, the bloodlines successfully established their continued existence in this realm. The 13 vampire princes succumbed to a deep slumber. As for the werewolf progenitor, he too transformed into a werewolf after consuming the carcass of a wild wolf tainted with fallen blood. Therefore, if the fallen blood indeed exists in this world, then angels must certainly exist as well. However, it is possible that they are constrained by certain limitations, preventing their appearance in the human realm. Thus, the power level of this mission world is classified as merely E-plus-A-S, God's earthly representative. If the Pope were merely an ordinary man devoid of power, it would indeed be a colossal farce. Consequently, during the campaign against the bloodlines by the 3 great legions in the Church, he would simply remain at the Inquisition, awaiting news. This would conveniently lure out the princes of the 13 bloodline clans, should the strength of these princes fall within his capacity to confront. He could then seek to challenge them, the residents of the Roast Knights of the Winnegard royal family. Emo Qingqi, upon receiving the command from King Richardson, promptly joined forces with his companion Bruce, leading the 2,000-strong Roast Knights to rendezvous with the three great legions. The mission issued by the City of the End comprises 3 tasks: to eliminate the princes of the 13 bloodline clans, to slay the werewolf progenitor, and to eradicate the fallen blood. Completion of any 2 tasks guarantees a return to the City of the End. Relying solely on their trio's strength, accomplishing the mission would be exceedingly difficult. Hence, Emo Qingqi expended a full month to secure a measure of military authority. Only with the aid of a substantial army could they hope to fulfill their mission. After successfully obtaining temporary command of the Roast Knights, Emo Qingqi remained poised, awaiting the opportune moment. Now, that opportunity has arrived. The 3 great legions of the kingdom are mobilizing against the 13 bloodline clans, and they too are participating, with such a formidable force at their disposal. She is confident that the completion of this mission should pose little challenge. No matter how formidable the bloodline princes and the werewolf progenitor may be, they cannot withstand the onslaught of nearly 60,000 troops. Furthermore, she possesses a powerful trump card. Should she ascertain the location of the hunter from the Tower of the Abyss, she could likewise employ the 2,000 Roast Knights to encircle and annihilate him. Upon the convergence of Emo Qingqi and the 3 grand legions, the army swiftly donned their armor and set forth. This venture was fortified by intelligence provided by the Holy See, which had a comprehensive understanding of the concealed whereabouts of the 13 clans of the bloodline. The Rose Knight Order was to join forces with the Furious Lion Legion to launch an assault on the ancestral stronghold of the Gangluo family. Nearly 20,000 troops surged towards the Vania forest. Meanwhile, the Sacred Shield Legion and the Blazing Dragon Legion were tasked with attacking the Cappadocia and Brush families, respectively. The 8 cardinals dispatched by the Holy See, accompanied by 3,000 temple knights, were divided into 2 teams to assist the 2 major legions. Following nearly 10 days of arduous march, the Furious Lion Legion finally arrived at the hidden domain of the Gangluo family within the Vania forest. Gazing upon the vast expanse of forest, the commander of the Furious Lion Legion gestured grandly, signaling the troops to penetrate the dense thicket of Vania forest. Deep within the forest, nestled in a valley, stood a magnificent fortress of colossal stone, the concealed stronghold of one of the 13 bloodline clans, the Gangluo family. A fortnight prior, the new leader of the Gangluo family, Count Karl, had led over 1,000 descendants of the bloodline away from Vania forest. It was only a week ago that those remaining at the ancestral site of the Gangluo family learned of Count Karl's demise. A direct descendant of Prince Turing and the 6th-generation head of the family. Count Karl had brazenly violated the 6 sacred decrees set forth by the Council of Elders for the bloodline. His death sent shockwaves throughout the Gangluo family, for they had all witnessed his actions firsthand. Whether in agreement with Count Karl's ideals or in fear of his power, they had all chosen to remain complicit. Little did they anticipate that Count Karl would meet his end in Valent City. Their collective inaction amounted to a blatant betrayal of the council. No one could fathom the retribution they would face once Prince Turing awakened to this news. Amidst their trepidation, a newly appointed Viscount temporarily assumed control of the family. Their only course of action was to ensure that the prince and elders of the Gangluo family remained in slumber at the family altar, for no one dared to awaken them, lest they face unprecedented punishment. Yet today, the hidden sentinels of the Gangluo family in Vania Forest returned with news that plunged them into despair. Tens of thousands of human soldiers had entered the Vania Forest, advancing directly towards the ancestral grounds of the Gangluo family. At this moment, nearly over 2,000 bloodline warriors remained to defend their stronghold. In a state of panic, the Viscount led all available guards to fortify the key positions within the fortress. 3 days later, the Furious Lion Legion and the Rose Knight Order finally laid eyes upon the ancient, colossal fortress. The edifice loomed within a valley shrouded by towering trees that blotted out the sunlight, casting the entire valley into shadow. Mo Qingqi, gazing at the distant stronghold of the bloodline, could not help but smile. It was evident that the intelligence provided by the Holy See was remarkably precise. This time, the Gangluo family had nowhere to escape. Under the command of the Legion leader, the troops commenced the felling of nearby trees to construct siege engines. A day later, all siege equipment was ready. The Furious Lion Legion and the Rose Knight Order divided into 5 waves, launching successive assaults on the Gangluo family fortress. They aimed to utterly dismantle the Gangluo family through an unrelenting offensive. As the sound of horns echoed, the first wave of 4,000 soldiers, armed with massive ladders and siege rams, charged towards the fortress. The bloodline sentinels defending the castle retaliated with arrows, raining death upon the advancing human soldiers. By the time the human soldiers braved the hail of arrows and scaled the walls, fewer than 3,000 remained from the initial wave. Upon witnessing the successful ascent of the walls, the commander of the furious Lion Legion swiftly grasped that the defenders of the Gang Luo family were few in number. Without hesitation, he ordered the second wave to commence their assault. Although the bloodline warriors possessed strength and speed far exceeding that of humans, as long as their heads and hearts remained intact, their combat abilities would not falter. However, the sheer number of human soldiers was overwhelming. While entangled with the first wave of attackers, the second wave surged forth. The vampire sentinels found themselves besieged by multiple human foes. As time wore on, the vampire defenders could scarcely hold their ground. Countless vampires fell, slain and decapitated by the swords of their assailants. The newly appointed Viscount, witnessing the increasing tide of human soldiers breaching the fortress, realized with dismay that they lacked the strength to withstand the onslaught. In this critical juncture, he found himself with no options left. To awaken the elders and Prince Turing might invite severe punishment, but it could spare him from death. Should the human forces breach the fortress, all would surely perish, with no alternatives. The Viscount swiftly led a dozen bloodline warriors to the innermost sanctum of the fortress. Clearing the massive stones sealing the underground altar, blood was poured over the stone coffins housing the 10 or more elders and Prince Turing, as they anxiously awaited their awakening. However, it wasn't long before the sounds of battle echoed from outside the altar. Human soldiers had breached the core of the Gang Luo family's stronghold. The skirmish outside concluded swiftly. The dozen or so bloodline sentinels guarding the altar soon fell silent. With a resounding crash, the altar doors were forced open by a cadre of human soldiers. Hundreds of soldiers surged inside. The Viscount, observing the invading soldiers, felt despair wash over him. Gritting his teeth, he brandished his sword and charged at the intruders. The battle lasted mere minutes before the Viscount was overwhelmed and slain by the onslaught of human soldiers. As the combat concluded, the soldiers surveyed the blood-soaked stone coffins before them, their expression shifting to one of caution. A few soldiers approached cautiously, straining to push against the lids of the coffins, only to discover that even with all their might, they could not budge them. Several soldiers hastily exited to report their findings to the Legion commander, while dozens of others unsheathed their weapons and began to encircle the stone coffins with vigilance. The blood pooled on the coffins swiftly absorbed, vanishing without a trace. As the last remnants of blood were consumed, the stone coffins began to tremble incessantly. The soldiers, startled by the commotion, gathered their swords and moved closer to investigate. Then, with a resounding boom, more than a dozen stone sarcophagi were hurled aside by an immense force, crashing into the crowd and leaving dozens of soldiers bloodied and battered before anyone could regain their composure. An exceptionally aged, desiccated humanoid creature resembling a mummified corpse emerged from each sarcophagus. These undead beings seemed to have sensed the pungent scent of blood in the air, and they crawled out of their stone confines with alarming speed. Advancing towards the soldiers, startled by this terrifying sight, the soldiers screamed and fled the altar in a panic. It appeared that the undead had only just awakened, lacking the restoration of their hearing and sight. They merely followed the scent of blood on the ground, quickly making their way to the crimson stains and beginning to lap up the blood. Before long, Imo-Chin-Chi arrived with 2 companions and several hundred rose knights. Upon witnessing the more than 10 undead figures on the altar, they immediately deduced that it must have been the vampires of the Gang Luo family who had roused the elders of their lineage. Imo-Chi-Chi swiftly removed the staff from her waist and began to chant an incantation. A radiant light flashed from the blue gem atop the staff, and 3 massive fireballs materialized in the air. As she pointed the staff at the undead, the fireballs hurtled towards them with a fierce roar. The 3 undead were instantly engulfed in flames, reduced to ashes in mere moments. Sensing the imminent danger, the remaining undead hastily crawled towards the group. Bruce, standing beside Imo-Chin-Chi, let out a furious roar as he began to expand rapidly. In the span of mere seconds, he transformed into a towering bear over 2 meters tall. Rising on his hind legs, the massive bear swatted one of the undead to the ground and positioned himself protectively in front of Imo-Chi-Chi. Meanwhile, another companion retrieved a gigantic firearm from his storage space. Upon pulling the trigger, a tremendous spark erupted from the barrel, and a barrage of bullets swiftly rained down upon the undead. The sheer force of the bullets shattered the undead into pieces. As Imo-Chi-Chi used fireball magic to incinerate the last few undead, a collective sigh of relief escaped the group. she was astonished at how easily she had vanquished over a dozen bloodline elders. Fortunately, these slumbering elders had just awakened and had not yet had the chance to consume a significant amount of fresh blood to regain their full strength. Otherwise, this battle would have been far more arduous. However, before she could thoroughly inspect the altar, the ground began to tremble violently. Soon, massive fissures appeared in the stone-paved floor. Just as Mo Qingqi and her companions stood on high alert, an unexpected calm descended. After several minutes of waiting without any sign of movement, the group intended to advance for a closer inspection. Suddenly, countless bats surged forth from the gaping chasm, quick to react. Mo Qingqi unleashed several fireballs that were already prepared, launching them at the bats. Yet, these creatures were remarkably agile, darting with incredible speed and swiftly circumventing Mo Qingqi and her companions, racing towards the altar's periphery. The hundreds of rose knights outside the altar were caught off guard as the swarm of bats plunged into their midst. With their exceptionally sharp fangs, the bats rendered the knights' armor as fragile as paper, piercing through and swiftly draining the blood from their bodies. The air was soon filled with anguished cries, and Mo Qingqi's expression shifted dramatically as she shouted, "Be cautious. It is Prince Turing of the Gangluo family." At that moment, a parchment scroll made of sheepskin was swiftly drawn from within his garments. The scroll emanated a faint yet discernible aura of authority. Sensing impending danger, the swarm of bats immediately relinquished their pursuit of blood and hastily fled beyond the castle's confines. Mo Qingqi and her companions, neglecting the wounded Rose Knight, hurriedly pursued them. By this time, the battle at the Gangelo castle had reached its conclusion. All members of the Gangelo vampire clan had been slain by the soldiers of the Furious Lion Legion. As the soldiers commenced clearing the battlefield, a sudden mass of bats erupted from the depths of the castle. They surged into the ranks of soldiers, unleashing a cacophony of anguished cries. Within mere minutes, dozens of soldiers fell victim to the bats, their blood entirely drained, leaving their bodies pallid and skin withered as they collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The bats, now gorged with blood, glistened crimson, coalescing into a singular mass in the dim air before the terrified gazes of countless soldiers. They writhed incessantly, merging into the form of a man clad in a resplendent blood-red robe adorned with intricate patterns. This man was none other than Prince Turing of the Gangelo family, who had slumbered for centuries. A formidable presence radiated from him, accompanied by an overwhelming aura. His cold, blood-red eyes appeared devoid of any emotion as they scanned the multitude of human soldiers surrounding him. In an instant, he vanished from sight, appearing among the soldiers. The armor worn by the soldiers provided no defense against the lethal talons of Prince Turing. Countless soldiers crumbled under the shadow of death, as fragile as weeds mercilessly harvested. Prince Turing ruthlessly slaughtered every soldier he encountered. Faced with the prince's ghostly swiftness, the human soldiers could only futilely swing their great swords, unable to inflict any harm. As the toll of death among the soldiers increased, only those standing in the sunlight filtering through the towering trees remained unscathed. The rest quickly fell, their bodies strewn across the ground. In the distance, the Legion commander witnessed this carnage and, with a furious roar, charged at Prince Turing like a ferocious tiger. His massive two-handed sword cleaved through the air, aimed directly at the prince. However, to the commander's astonishment, Prince Turing did not evade the strike. He allowed the sword to cleave into his shoulder. Before the commander could react, he felt a searing pain in his chest. A pale hand had thrust into his torso, and with a swift pull, Prince Turing revealed a cruel smile as he devoured the remains of the commander before his very eyes. The commander's body slowly collapsed to the ground, his fading vision catching sight of Prince Turing extracting the sword from his shoulder and discarding it on the ground. The grievous wound on his shoulder writhed momentarily before swiftly healing. In his final moments of despair, the commander exhaled his last breath. When Mo Qingqi and her companions burst forth from the castle, they were met with the horrific sight of the Furious Lion Legion soldiers lying lifelessly across the ground, having been slaughtered by Prince Turing. Fear flickered in Mo Qingqi's eyes as she beheld the gruesome scene before her. She had never anticipated the overwhelming strength of Prince Turing. The sheer number of human soldiers bore no significance to this vampire prince. His ghostly speed rendered any attempt at offense futile. The envisioned encirclement of the prince by thousands of soldiers had proven utterly ineffectual. No weapon, no matter how formidable, could touch him. Observing the prince continue his rampage, Mo Qingqi gritted her teeth and retrieved the earlier parchment scroll. Incanting the spell inscribed upon it, her staff radiated a brilliant light in the darkened air. A powerful surge of energy began to materialize. Prince Turing, amidst his frenzied slaughter, sensed this potent magical disturbance. He paused, coldly regarding Mo Qingqi, who stood atop the castle with the scroll in hand. In an instant, he transformed into a multitude of bats, vanishing into the shadows of the distant forest, disappearing from sight. Realizing that Prince Turing had been deterred, Mo Qingqi forced herself to halt the incantation. However, this action resulted in a backlash of magic, and with a gasp, she spewed forth a torrent of blood, staggering to the commander's lifeless body. A wave of despair surged through her. Prince Turing was a foe far beyond her capacity to confront. Such power had undoubtedly reached the pinnacle of this world. The only potential threat she possessed against him lay in that fortuitously acquired magical scroll. Yet, there were as many as 13 vampire princes of his caliber. Alongside an unknown werewolf progenitor, the magnitude of such adversaries filled her with profound hopelessness. The task issued by the City of the End was to eliminate the 13 clan princes and the werewolf progenitor. Given the current circumstances, it seemed an invitation to her own demise. Mo Qingqi collapsed to the ground, her two companions equally engulfed in despair, just as she contemplated accepting the severe repercussions from the City of the End and abandoning the mission. An unsettling thought struck her. If a single Prince Turing was this powerful, rendering an assault by nearly 20,000 soldiers ineffective, how could the Blood Clan possibly possess 13 princes? Moreover, how had humanity triumphed over such a formidable bloodline centuries ago? Even more perplexing was the fact that humanity had not only defeated the Blood Clan, but had forced them to retreat into the primordial forest for hundreds of years. Ultimately, they had vanquished both vampires and werewolves. It was inconceivable that mere numbers of human soldiers could achieve such a feat. Even if vampires had weaknesses against sunlight and silver weaponry, the vampire princes could easily launch nocturnal attacks against human armies. There must exist some mysterious force within the human realm. This enigmatic power was undoubtedly the key to humanity's victory over the Blood Clan and werewolves. At this moment, it dawned upon Mo Qingqi. The City of the End had allowed her team to enter the task realm a month in advance, not to seize control of the army, but to provide her with time to seek out the power that had enabled humanity to overcome the Blood Clan and werewolves in the past. She had fundamentally misunderstood from the outset. This misapprehension had led to the dire situation they now faced. With newfound clarity, Mo Qingqi summoned her strength and began to rally the surviving soldiers. When she finally counted their numbers, she discovered that over 4,000 soldiers had perished at the hands of Prince Turing. Thousands more had fled in terror during his bloody onslaught. Upon her arduous return to Cisnea with the surviving troops, she received further grim tidings. The Sacred Shield Legion, which had attacked the Cappadocia family, had also suffered a massacre at the hands of the recently awakened Prince William. Of the 23,000 soldiers, barely over 10,000 had escaped alive. The situation was even more catastrophic for the Blazing Dragon Legion assaulting the Bruff family. The elders and princes of the Bruff family had long since awakened. When the Blazing Dragon Legion arrived, night had fallen, and they had intended to wait until dawn to strike. However, they were unexpectedly attacked that very night by the Bruff Prince and 11 elders leading their vampire army. Nearly the entirety of their 20,000-strong force was annihilated, with only a scant few hundred soldiers managing to flee. The 8 cardinals of the Radiant Church and 3,000 holy knights suffered near-total casualties. This staggering defeat sent shockwaves throughout the kingdom of Vinegard. King Richardson's hair turned white overnight upon learning of the 3 legions' dismal fates. The populace, upon receiving the news, was gripped by trepidation. The strength of the Blood Clan had left everyone astounded. No one had anticipated that the vampires, once thought to exist only in legend, were indeed real. Moreover, even the most formidable legion of the kingdom cannot withstand the onslaught. The catastrophic defeat of the 3 major legions and the Holy See has left the kingdom of Wienergard bereft of sufficient strength to resist the Blood Clan, the border cities adjacent to the ancestral land of the Blood Clan. Mass panic has ensued, with countless citizens fleeing, clutching their families and possessions, rushing towards the royal capital of Cisnea. Despair is etched on the faces of all. The entire kingdom is engulfed in an atmosphere reminiscent of an impending apocalypse. Under the royal command, the stationed troops at the borders of Wienergard have begun to mobilize towards Cisnea, utterly neglecting the threats posed at the frontier. Protecting the Wienergard royal family has become the utmost priority. Should Cisnea fall victim to an attack by the Blood Clan, the kingdom of Wienergard could very well face annihilation, upon learning of the near-total demise of all the cardinals and holy knights. The Pope of the Holy See kneels before the divine statue within the sacred hall, fervently praying. Subsequently, he issues a decree commanding all clergy of the kingdom to return to Cisnea. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Inquisition, Chu Yunhan is poring over various classified documents in the basement. The Chief Justice hastily arrives, delivering the grim news of the 3 legions' devastating defeat. Stunned, Chu Yunhan processes the information. He had long anticipated that the 3 legions would be no match for the princes of the 13 blood clans. Yet, he had not foreseen such a catastrophic loss. Merely 3 clans have decimated the most powerful legions of the kingdom of Wienergard. If all 13 blood clans are mobilized, how can Wienergard hope to defend itself? Even the awakened elders of the 13 clans alone possess enough power to vanquish an ordinary human army, not to mention the princes of the various clans who have also awakened. Although he is uncertain of the magnitude of the disparity between himself and these awakened princes, their strength undoubtedly ranks among the apex of this world. Observing the Chief Justice's evident concern, Chu Yunhan offers a reassuring smile. "Fear not, for I am still here," the Chief Justice sighs, replying, "If it were merely one blood prince, I would be unconcerned. However, there are 13 princes from the 13 clans. Tianfa, you are my most exceptional disciple and my greatest pride in this life. The Inquisition will inevitably fall into your capable hands. I know your temperament. This time, you must not act impulsively as you have in the past. The blood clan cannot be handled by you alone. Moreover, the Holy See's existence for a millennium is not without its trump cards. Heed my counsel this time. Let the matter of the blood clan be addressed by His Holiness the Pope. Remain within the Inquisition and only intervene when absolutely necessary." Nodding in agreement to the Chief Justice's concerns, Chu Yunhan replies, "Very well. I shall heed your words. Unless it is absolutely unavoidable, I will refrain from intervening." In the shadowy depths of the Carpathian Mountains, a colossal temple stands resolute, constructed entirely from massive stones, now adorned with a verdant coat of moss from the passage of countless years. Dense underbrush and thickets have long since enveloped the temple. For centuries, no human has dared to tread within. Yet, at this moment, flickering candlelight emanates from the innermost sanctum of the temple. Visible through the grand entrance point, 13 men are gathered around a massive stone table. The elegantly poised gentleman seated third from the left is none other than Prince Turing, the one who laid waste to the furious Lion Legion. The man at the head of the table exudes an aura of unparalleled might and authority, surpassing even that of Prince Turing. After surveying the assembly, he slowly begins to speak. "Since the establishment of the Council of Elders, we have not convened a judgment meeting in nearly 4 centuries. This meeting will deliberate the war between the Blood Clan and humanity. Since the day we, the 13, decreed the 6 edicts of the Blood Clan, no bloodkin has dared to contravene them. Yet, upon our slumber, the descendants of the 13 clans have forgotten the Council's authority. The descendants of the Gangrel, Bruja, Nosferatu, Setite, Malkavian, and my own Cappadocian clan have not only flouted the 6 edicts, but have openly launched assaults against humanity. They have even sealed the altar, attempting to ensure our eternal slumber. Such treachery cannot be tolerated. The betrayal of these descendants has not only incited war with humanity, but has also disrupted our slumber, awakening us prematurely. All bloodkin involved in these actions must face the most severe punishment." As the man concludes, the remaining 12 princes voice their unanimous agreement. "I concur." Prince Turing's countenance darkens. His Gangrel clan has suffered the most devastating losses among the 13 clans. He was awakened only at the last moment of his clan's annihilation. Having just roused from slumber, he is yet to regain his strength. All of the elders of the Gangrel clan, awakened but a moment ago, have perished. The remaining members of his clan are utterly extinct. The Gangrel clan has effectively become a mere shadow of its former self. Though he may bestow the embrace and gradually nurture successors, each time he does so, it results in his own power stagnating for an extended period. By the time he restores the Gangrel clan, he will find himself at a considerable disadvantage compared to the other princes. The premature awakening of all the princes has also thwarted their previously devised plans for advancement. Contemplating this, Prince Turing seethes with frustration. Casting a resentful glance at the man seated at the head of the table, "William, this crisis has arisen due to your Cappadocian clan. Viana has brazenly violated the 6 edicts, inciting the 13 clans to wage war against humanity. Not only has this disrupted our slumber, but it has also led to the Gangrel clan being overrun by humans in our ancestral home, resulting in total annihilation. You must provide me with an explanation for this matter." Prince William furrows his brow and replies, "My direct descendant, Vianu, has been publicly executed by my hand. All descendants of the Cappadocian clan involved in this conspiracy have also met their end. I express my deepest regrets for the plight of the Gangrel clan. As for the upcoming resolutions, I shall consider how to compensate for the losses suffered by the Gangrel clan." Satisfied, Prince Turing nods in acknowledgement. Prince William continues. The primary purpose of this judgment meeting is to discuss how to address the ongoing war with humanity. Humanity forced us into seclusion, compelling us to slumber for centuries. Now that the war has commenced, the 6 edicts we established no longer suit the current circumstances. The conflict between the Blood Clan and humanity is now inevitable. We must decide whether to continue our seclusion or to wage war against humanity and reclaim what rightfully belongs to us. That I invite all princes to cast their votes. After a moment of hesitation, Prince Bruha, seated to the right, poses a question. If we choose to wage war against humanity, how shall we confront the divine intervention of the Holy See? Prince William smiles faintly, producing a small glass vial from within his robes. Within the vial lies half a bottle of a black liquid, its presence exuding an aura of decay, corruption, and darkness, even from behind the glass. What is this? The princes gasp in astonishment at the vial. The blood of corruption. How did you come to possess such a thing? It becomes evident that the blood of corruption, a relic from the progenitor, has fallen into his hands. William, you cannot withstand the curse and erosion of the blood of corruption. Do you wish to become a mindless monster like the progenitor? Prince William shakes his head, smiling. While I harbor a desire to consume it, I certainly do not wish to end up like the progenitor. I am fully aware that I cannot endure the erosion of the blood of corruption. This is an eternal curse bestowed upon us by God himself. We cannot bear it, and neither can the Holy See withstand the divine intervention. Thus, the forces capable of thwarting our bloodline's dominion over the earth have vanished from the realm of humanity. Upon hearing Prince William's elucidation, all the assembled princes immediately comprehended his intentions. The expressions of concern that had once clouded their faces dissipated instantly, replaced by unbridled excitement. In the past, during the great conflict between the clans, although the treachery of the werewolves dealt a significant blow to the bloodline, the true turning point in the war was the sacred intervention of the Light Holy See. Originally, the bloodline boasted as many as 24 prince-level beings. However, the divine arrival of the Light Holy See led to the bloodline's utter defeat. In that battle, the Light Holy See annihilated 11 prince-level vampires. Upon witnessing the dire situation, the remaining 13 made a swift retreat, thus ensuring their survival. Otherwise, how could mere humans and werewolves possibly vanquish the immensely powerful bloodline? Now, however, the last vestige of concern has been dispelled. Prince Turing was the first to voice his stance. I choose to go to war. It is time to reclaim the world that rightfully belongs to us. Agreed. Half a month later, the once bustling and vibrant city of Yinningen had succumbed to desolation. Following the disastrous defeat of the 3 great legions of the Kingdom of Wynegard, the citizens of Yinningen began to flee the border city with their families in tow. Initially, after the Sacred Shield Legion took a brief respite in Yinningen, they ventured into the depths of a vast, desolate forest beyond the city. Yet, within a mere few days, the once formidable legion returned in a state of utter disarray, akin to frightened strays. Out of an initial force of over 20,000 soldiers, only slightly more than 10,000 managed to escape. The eyes of those who returned were filled with terror and despair. Under the relentless inquiries of the citizens of Yinningen, the soldiers recounted their harrowing experiences. Consequently, the populace was plunged into an abyss of panic, fearing that the legendary vampires would descend upon Yinningen. Even the mightiest Sacred Shield Legion was powerless against the slaughter wrought by the vampires. Ordinary citizens, in the face of such terror, felt they could do nothing but await their doom. Thus, a mass exodus commenced. The city of Yinningen, which once boasted a population of over 50,000, now harbored merely 8,000 souls. Aside from the garrison of the Lord's Manor, the remaining inhabitants were primarily elderly individuals, unable to move swiftly. They were reluctant to abandon the city they had called home for a lifetime, unwilling to forsake the livelihoods they had tirelessly built. Clinging to the hope that, for hundreds of years, vampires had not attacked Yinningen, they speculated that perhaps this time would be no different. Meanwhile, the Lord of Yinningen was also gripped by anxiety. Unlike the ordinary citizens, fleeing Yinningen would spell certain death for him at the hands of the king. Thus, he could only silently pray to God, hoping that the vampires would spare Yinningen. As for the citizens, he did not impede their flight. Even in death, he wished to avoid the indelible stain of infamy, for he could not bear to face the ancestors who had once been honored for their martial prowess. The over 2,000 members of the Lord's Guard stood vigil atop the city walls, patrolling ceaselessly to ward off the impending vampire assault. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the world into twilight, the patrolling soldiers witnessed a scene that plunged them into despair. From the depths of the forest beyond the city, countless figures emerged, rushing towards Yinningen with astonishing speed, just as they sounded the alarm. The lead group of pale-faced men scaled the towering 6-meter walls with remarkable agility, commencing a brutal slaughter of the guards stationed there. Following closely, a throng of vampires swarmed up the walls. Engaging the guards in a fray, the guards' swords struck the vampires, yet their efforts were in vain. These creatures felt no fear of ordinary weaponry, as only a strike to the heart could inflict harm upon them. This realization enveloped the guards in a profound sense of dread and hopelessness. An array of blood-curdling screams echoed through the night. As the onslaught of vampires intensified, the guards began to fall in droves. At that moment, the Lord of Yinningen, wielding a silver weapon, rushed forward leading a contingent of his guards. Under the influence of the silver weapon, several vampires lost their formidable regenerative abilities and were swiftly dispatched by the Lord. Just as he severed the head of one vampire, a shadow darted from the distance, materializing before him in an instant. Before the Lord could react, sharp fangs pierced his neck. He felt his lifeblood pouring forth uncontrollably. And before he could muster a scream, he withered away. This spectacle instilled profound terror in all the guards, who abandoned their fight against the vampires and fled in panic. Regrettably, their speed paled in comparison to that of the vampires. And soon the vampire horde caught up with the fleeing guards, mercilessly slaying them one by one. Yinningen was stripped of any semblance of defense. The vampire army surged forward, descending upon the panicking populace. The entire city of Yinningen was engulfed in terror, and no matter how the citizens attempted to hide, they were inevitably discovered by the searching vampires, dragged from their hiding places, beneath the cloak of night. Yinningen resembled a hellscape, enduring a nightmarish ordeal. On that same evening, 11 other cities within the kingdom of Wynegard simultaneously faced the onslaught of the vampire horde. The guarding armies were utterly incapable of resisting the vampire advance, resulting in the tragic deaths of countless residents. The following day, news spread throughout the kingdom that 12 cities had fallen to the vampires, and innumerable lives had been lost. The residents of numerous cities began a frenzied flight. With over 1 million souls pouring into the capital, Cisnea, many cities were rendered deserted, resembling ghost towns. Upon receiving the news, King Richardson hastily organized the remaining forces of the kingdom, assembling an army of 110,000 to safeguard Cisnea and the surrounding cities. The 12 vampire legions effortlessly seized control of various cities. The kingdom of Wynegard found itself on the brink of collapse. Those humans who had not yet managed to flee were captured by the vampires. Destined to become their food reserves, as night fell, the vampire army commenced another wave of attacks. With each city lost, the entire population of the kingdom of Wynegard fell into profound fear and despair. The people began to fervently beseech God for salvation. Just when all believed that the vampire horde would inexorably advance upon Cisnea, an unexpected turn of events transpired. From the shadowy forest emerged over 8,000 werewolves, led by the progenitor of their kind, reclaiming the city that had been overtaken by the vampires. The vampires remaining in the city were utterly slaughtered by the werewolves, towering over 2 meters. The werewolves exhibited immense strength and swiftness. Ordinary vampires stood no chance against them. Their once prized physical prowess and regenerative abilities proved futile in the face of the werewolves. Even the elders of the vampire clan found themselves in disarray when confronted by the werewolves' relentless assault. A prince from the 13 clans, incensed by the werewolves, personally led thousands of vampires into battle against the werewolf army. However, this prince was ultimately outmatched by the werewolf progenitor, who surpassed him in both strength and defense. The prince could only rely on his speed to evade the werewolf progenitor's attacks, yet his offensive measures were ineffective against the werewolf leader. The prince's extraordinary regenerative capabilities faltered under the relentless pressure of the werewolf progenitor. In desperation, the prince retreated with the remnants of his vampire kin. The sudden emergence of the werewolf army forced the entire vampire horde to halt their advance on human cities to prepare for the werewolf clan. The princes of the 13 clans convened an emergency elder meeting to strategize their response to the werewolf progenitor's involvement. The kingdom of Wynegard, which had been steeped in despair, finally caught a glimmer of hope. Mo Qingqi, after conversing with King Richardson, gained access to the royal archives. After sifting through countless documents, he discovered that centuries ago, during the Great War between the two factions, the vampires had ultimately been vanquished by the Holy See. Since that conflict, the Holy See's reputation within the kingdom of Wynegard had even eclipsed that of the royal family. However, The records did not reveal the means by which the Holy See had triumphed over the vampires. It seemed the Holy See was intent on concealing certain secrets from the world, destroying all records pertaining to that war, with even the royal family failing to retain innate. Qingqi promptly made his way to the Holy See sanctuary to seek an audience with the Pope. Meanwhile, outside the Inquisition, a throng of people had gathered, predominantly composed of the kingdom's nobility and wealthy elite. They were all aflame with righteous indignation, demanding an audience with the presiding judge, despite the guards' attempts to disperse the crowd. Their efforts proved futile. Ultimately, the presiding judge emerged to ascertain the purpose of their gathering. Upon seeing the judge, a multitude surged forward, encircling him and vehemently questioning, "Why are the temple knights not permitted to protect us? The citizens of the kingdom? Indeed, the vampire has slaughtered so many innocents. Why does the Knights Templar remain indifferent?" "Exactly. Chancellor, you must provide us with an explanation today. Isn't the Grand Knight of the Templar exceptionally powerful? Where has he gone? Could it be that he has hidden himself at the mere sight of the vampires? Chancellor, speak plainly. How many gold coins would it take to compel the Grand Knight to emerge and repel the vampire horde? That so-called Knight of the Scythe, the infernal judge, could he truly be afraid?" The Chancellor, in a state of helplessness, could only pacify the agitated crowd, repeatedly assuring them that the Holy See would protect them. However, the already anxious crowd was unwilling to heed the Chancellor's reassurances. Led by a few individuals, the crowd surged past the guards and stormed into the court. They demanded that the Grand Knight provide them with an explanation as to why he had not intervened against the vampire army. As the throng crowded around, searching the court, Chu Yunhan also heard the commotion. Just as he exited the basement, he was spotted, and a multitude of people rushed towards him. They confronted the bewildered Chu Yunhan with loud accusations. A wealthy individual who had fled from another city to Zisnia even pulled out a bag of gold from his bosom and threw it at Chu Yunhan's feet, shouting with immense anger and contempt, "Isn't it money you desire? Name your price, and then immediately go forth to drive away those damned vampires." No sooner had he finished speaking than a flash of steel glimmered, and the wealthy man's head severed from his body. Rolling into the crowd, the decapitated neck gushed forth a torrent of blood, splattering those nearby. In that moment, Chu Yunhan felt a surge of soul power within him. The crowd, once fervent, now stood in stunned silence. Staring at the head at their feet, wiping the blood splattered across their faces, they gazed at the cold, unyielding man before them, and then fell into an eerie stillness. Moments later, piercing screams erupted, and the crowd scattered in panic. Only then did they recall that this man was a far more ruthless killer than the vampires. The Chancellor, who had rushed over, looked upon this scene with a resigned sigh. This only served to solidify the rumors surrounding Chu Yunhan as a murderous fiend. Chu Yunhan turned to the Chancellor and inquired, "What is the current state of the battle? Is it truly unnecessary for me to intervene?" The Chancellor rubbed his forehead and sighed. "The situation is dire. The vampire army has already encroached upon the vicinity of Zisnia. However, the werewolves have also unexpectedly joined the fray. Thus, the vampire army has momentarily halted their advance, but it is unlikely to last long. The kingdom's forces cannot withstand the onslaught of the vampires. Our only hope now lies with the Pope." Chu Yunhan curiously asked, "Is the Pope more formidable than the vampire princes?" "No, the Pope is merely an ordinary old man, incapable of even defeating a young person." "Then why do you still place your hopes in the Pope?" "Because the Pope wields the power of faith accumulated by the Holy See over centuries." Power of faith? Yes, all sincere followers of the light continuously bestow faith upon the Church. Typically, this power is of little use. However, when it reaches a certain threshold, it becomes akin to a divine artifact of the Church. Noticing Chu Yunhan's apparent lack of understanding, the Chancellor continued to explain. "The power of faith gathers in the holy pool within the sanctum. Once it accumulates to a significant degree, the Pope can harness it to invoke a divine descent. The rituals and incantations for this divine descent are known only to the successive popes. Once the Pope initiates this sacred summoning, the vast reservoir of faith amassed by the Church over centuries will be sacrificed to the legendary heaven. Heaven will respond to the devotee's offering, and the fabled angels will truly descend upon the mortal realm. This is the Holy See's greatest trump card. When the situation becomes utterly irretrievable, His Holiness the Pope will not hesitate to sacrifice all the power of faith. The amount of faith offered will directly influence the strength of the angels that descend upon the world. The more faith that is sacrificed, the stronger the angels that appear in the mortal realm. In the past, during the war between the two races, the Pope of that generation summoned a four-winged angel from heaven. At that time, There were 24 vampire princes of the highest caliber, 11 of whom were slain by the four-winged angel. The remaining vampires fled in disarray, leading to the subsequent formation of the 13 clans of the Blood Kin. This time, the Holy See has accumulated faith for several hundred years. Such a terrifying amount could even summon a six-winged archangel from heaven. Should the Pope truly call forth a six-winged archangel, unless the 72 demon lords from hell appear, the vampires would be nothing more than ants in the presence of the archangel. And this is precisely why I do not permit you to join the battle. Chu Yunhan pondered for a moment and asked, "Are angels truly that powerful?" The Chancellor chuckled. "Just how powerful they are, I cannot say, for they are the guardians of the mythical heaven, at the very least. The vampire princes would not stand a chance, regardless of their numbers. It would be of no consequence. Therefore, no matter how formidable the vampires may be, their fate is sealed for defeat and annihilation. Moreover, this time, the Pope will surely not allow any vampire prince to escape." After listening to the Chancellor's account, Chu Yunhan furrowed his brow. Allowing the Pope to use the divine descent to summon angels from heaven would not bode well for him. The task of the Tower of the Abyss required him to slay the progenitor of the werewolves and the princes of the 13 clans of the Bloodkin. If his targets were ultimately slain by angels, would that count as him completing the task? Chu Yunhan could not afford to take that gamble, for the punishment for failing the task was execution. Thus, he needed to eliminate all his targets before the Pope could invoke the divine descent. Now that the princes of the 13 clans had awakened from their slumber and gathered together, it spared him the trouble of searching for them individually. Additionally, the other target, the progenitor of the werewolves, had also appeared. If he could slay them, the task would only be missing a fallen blood to achieve perfect completion. With this thought, Chu Yunhan could no longer contain himself and directly stated to the Chancellor, "I wish to confront these vampire princes and ascertain their true strength." The Chancellor was taken aback, looking at his disciple in disbelief. "Why would you choose to take such a risk? Is waiting for His Holiness the Pope to summon the divine descent not an option?" Chu Yunhan replied earnestly, "Master, I have never been one to cower in fear, hiding behind others. Only by battling true masters will I grow ever stronger. Rest assured, I am fully aware of my own capabilities. Even if I am outmatched, my life will not be in jeopardy." The Chancellor stared at him in astonishment, and after a long silence, he sighed deeply. He gently wiped the golden iris emblem on Chu Yunhan's attire. "Go forth. I believe in you. You are my greatest pride in this life." Chu Yunhan nodded slightly before turning and striding purposefully towards the grand entrance of the Inquisition. The presiding judge watched the tall figure gradually recede into the distance, silently bringing his hands together in prayer before the divine statue. This time, Chu Yunhan did not bring the Knights Templar of the Inquisition. He was to confront the progenitor of the werewolves and the princes of the 13 clans of vampires. The Knights Templar would serve no purpose in this battle. They would only meet a futile demise. It was far better for them to remain guarding the Inquisition. As he rode forth on his steed, exiting the gates of Cisnea, he glanced back at the city, pausing in silence for a moment before galloping towards the city seized by the vampires. Galicia had fallen to the vampires a week prior. After the werewolves joined the fray, the vampires halted their advance at Galicia and did not continue their assault on the kingdom of Wenagard by the time Chu Yunhan arrived at Galicia. All the residents had been imprisoned by the vampires, serving as a blood reservoir. Upon entering the city, he found it utterly deserted, the streets strewn with scenes of carnage. Being daytime, the vampires hid in the shadows of the buildings. Deep in slumber, with a cold demeanor, Chu Yunhan entered each house, systematically slaying the hidden vampires one by one. It was not until several hours later that he reached the Lord's Manor. He had dispatched over 3,000 vampires in Galicia. Pushing open the doors of the Lord's Manor, he entered a hall already in disarray. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped into the dim interior. Moments later, the hall was filled with blood-curdling screams as at least 1,000 vampires surged from the second and third floors. Seeing this audacious human before them, every vampire bared their sharp fangs, unleashing furious roars as they lunged at him. Chu Yunhan regarded the oncoming vampires with an impassive expression, his right fist striking forth with tremendous force. The vampire opposite him exploded upon impact, while their razor-sharp claws and fangs proved utterly ineffective against him, failing to even scratch his skin. As more vampires encircled him, Chu Yunhan drew his blade, the rending sky knife, sweeping it across and cleaving several vampires in two, their bodies collapsing and writhing on the ground. As the hall was filled with flashes of steel and glimmering light, The floor became littered with vampire corpses. After an intense battle, he had slain over 300 of them. The remaining vampires, witnessing this horrifying scene, recoiled in terror. At that moment, several vampire elders awoke from their slumber and emerged from their chambers, their blood-red eyes reflecting extreme fury upon seeing the carnage. With a piercing howl, they lunged at Chu Yunhan with a speed far exceeding that of ordinary vampires, their razor-sharp fingertips aimed directly at his chest. Observing the man who was methodically slaughtering their kin, the vampire elders felt a cruel disdain wash over them. They vowed to torture this arrogant human to death using the most brutal means. With a sharp ding, the fingertips of the vampire elders pierced Chu Yunhan's body. Their utter disbelief. Their incredibly sharp claws shattered, as if striking a piece of impenetrable metal. Chu Yunhan, disregarding their assault, murmured to himself, "It seems the Golden Bell Shield's defense is far stronger than I initially imagined." He then seized one of the vampire elders and slammed him forcefully to the ground, eliciting a shriek of agony. The remaining vampire elders were filled with terror, retreating in haste. Witnessing their companion's pitiful state and the wretched cries, a profound dread surged within them. This human was akin to a demon from hell, instilling a level of terror they had not experienced in centuries. They had never imagined that a human could possess such formidable power. Before this man, they, as elders of the vampire clan, felt as weak as infants. Their once invincible claws could not even mar his skin. In that moment, all the vampires believed they were facing a hellish demon clad in human flesh. Yet, Chu Yunhan did not grant them time for reflection. In an instant, he charged towards the vampire elders, the flash of his blade claiming one elder's life before he could even utter a scream. Another elder was struck in the waist by his kick, sent hurtling into a distant wall, creating a massive hole, their body collapsing in a heap without a sound. The remaining vampires, witnessing their elders so effortlessly dispatched, were terrified and scrambled into various rooms, as if this might allow them to evade the demon's pursuit. Chu Yunhan walked slowly through the ravaged battlefield, then approached the rooms where the vampires had hidden. Before nightfall, he had thoroughly searched the entirety of Galicia. Despite slaying over 4,000 vampires, he found no trace of the vampire princes. That he did, however, discover over 1,000 residents of Galicia imprisoned in the original dungeons. They were crammed into cells, each less than 10 square meters, filled to capacity with desperate souls. In the overcrowded dungeons, the faces of Galicia's residents were ashen, engulfed in unending despair. The occupying vampires dragged dozens of them from the dungeons daily, draining their blood before the eyes of the others. Enduring such a hellish existence, they had lost all hope of survival. When Chu Yunhan unlocked the dungeons, they remained unresponsive for a long time, merely staring blankly, numb to the prospect of being dragged away by vampires. Only when he severed the locks of all the cells did disbelief flicker in their eyes. The joy of having escaped death washed over their faces, and the rescued residents burst into tears. Kneeling before Chu Yunhan in gratitude for his life-saving intervention, Chu Yunhan silently observed the survivors, letting out a soft sigh before turning to exit the dungeons, after resting for a night in Galicia. The following morning, he mounted his steed once more, continuing his journey towards the next city seized by vampires. In the span of just 2 weeks, Chu Yunhan had liberated 12 cities from the vampire scourge, having slain over 100 vampire elders and nearly 30,000 ordinary vampires. The soul power absorbed by his innate ability had reached a staggering 300,000. Nearly 50,000 residents had been rescued from these vampire-occupied cities. Thus, all human cities that had fallen to the vampires were cleared by Chu Yunhan. Yet, despite this, he found no sign of any vampire princes. It was as if they had vanished from the world entirely. Even after he had nearly eradicated all vampires, they remained elusive. The only remaining stronghold was the city seized by the werewolves. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Yunhan set off for the werewolf territory. For him, whether it meant slaying the princes of the 13 clans or the progenitor of the werewolves, these tasks were inevitable. Only by completing all the missions issued by the Tower of Ruins could he reap substantial rewards upon his return. If possible, he did not wish to overlook a single one of the 5 tasks issued by the Tower of Ruins. Only by striving to perfectly fulfill every mission in each task world could he rapidly enhance his power. In the infinite multiverse, every task represented a cycle. If he merely coasted along, completing the Tower of Ruins tasks with the bare minimum, he might encounter insurmountable challenges and enemies in the next world. By then, it would be too late for regrets. In the past, at the Xianyang Emperor's Pass, When confronted by the formidable forces of foreign tribes, he felt as insignificant as an ant, forced to retreat in disgrace. Helplessly, he watched countless comrades, who had entrusted their lives to him, perish before his very eyes, yet he could do nothing to save them. This profound humiliation was etched into his heart like a sharp blade. Meanwhile, the ambiguous stance of the great Xia dynasty towards the hunters loomed over him like an insurmountable mountain. Should the dynasty decide to eliminate such unstable elements, his current abilities would render him utterly defenseless. Furthermore, his sister would also be ensnared in endless troubles. Thus, he must cherish every single assignment at present. Only by devising every possible means to enhance his task completion rate could he attain better rewards. Moreover, his innate talent as a spirit slayer destined him to rise from the carnage. The more enemies he vanquished, the greater the soul power he absorbed. It was only with sufficient soul power that he could continuously break through, ensuring his survival in the abyss of the Return to Ruins Tower. Since the whereabouts of the 13 Blood Clan princes had not been uncovered, he would begin with the progenitor of the werewolves. Crossing a vast expanse of wilderness, the city seized by werewolves emerged before him. Unlike the Blood Clan, werewolves bore no fear of sunlight. Their sole dread lay in silver weapons. Thus, upon Chu Yunhan's arrival, the werewolves atop the city walls spotted him from a distance that a few of them, upon seeing him, charged towards him with reckless abandon. By the time they stood before Chu Yunhan, they had already undergone their transformation into werewolves. Towering nearly 2 meters, with bulging muscles, menacing faces, bloodied fangs, and glinting claws, each aspect testified to the werewolf's superiority over vampires. Their only deficiency was a lack of intelligence and a sparse population, especially after transformation. They would gradually lose their rationality. When ordinary werewolves bite humans, some of the injured may transform into werewolves after a few days. However, these transformed beings become completely mindless beasts. Even if the progenitor of the werewolves stood before them, they would still view him as a target. Consequently, once humans fell into the clutches of werewolves, their chances of survival were virtually non-existent. Unlike vampires, who reproduce by turning humans into progeny through the exchange of blood, werewolves can breed amongst themselves, albeit with a notably low pregnancy rate in female werewolves. So low, in fact, that they may bear only one offspring throughout their entire lifetime. Thus, the population of werewolves has consistently lagged far behind that of vampires, let alone humans. The werewolves seemed utterly disinterested in why this human had appeared here. To them, his very presence on the battlefield marked him as an enemy, with enormous, sharp claws howling through the air. They lunged at him. Chu Yunhan remained calm, coldly observing the approaching claws. With a single punch, he unleashed a torrent of ferocious power, sending the attacking werewolf crashing to the ground, lifeless. Sensing the absorption of 20 points of soul power within his mind, he dispatched the remaining werewolves one by one. After shaking off the blood from his hands, he strode towards the city. In the distance, upon witnessing their companion's sudden demise, the werewolves let out a mournful howl. As Chu Yunhan crossed the city gates, he beheld countless werewolves beginning their transformations, their bodies swelling rapidly in a short span of time. Once transformed, a throng of werewolves charged at him with ferocity. Chu Yunhan's gaze turned icy. The void blade became a flurry of afterimages as it cleaved through the oncoming werewolves. Blood splattered as the robust forms of the werewolves fell helplessly before the blade's sharpness. Akin to chopping vegetables, the werewolves' claws could inflict no harm upon Chu Yunhan. Soon, more and more werewolves lay defeated. A thunderous howl echoed from afar. Chu Yunhan looked up to see 2 towering werewolves, each standing at over 2.5 meters, sprinting towards him from the rooftops. Upon reaching the city gate, they leapt down with ferocity, their glinting claws aimed at his head. Chu Yunhan retaliated with a punch that sent one flying, then swiftly charged at the other, driving his elbow into its midsection. The werewolf doubled over in agony. Retching, with a swift motion, Chu Yunhan severed its head from its body, just as he prepared to deliver a final blow to the fallen werewolf. A colossal howl drew near. A giant werewolf, exceeding 3 meters in height, charged at an astonishing speed. Its thick white fur and explosive muscles seemed to harbor boundless power, and its claws were twice the length of those of ordinary werewolves. Chu Yunhan chuckled coldly, summoning all his strength as he surged towards the giant werewolf. The collision was thunderous, sending both figures hurtling backward. Chu Yunhan wiped the blood from his arm, his expression turning serious. Since achieving mastery of the Golden Bell Shield, this was the first time he had sustained an injury. He realized that this giant werewolf was likely the progenitor of its kind. The skin, impervious to both vampire elders and werewolves, had been breached by the progenitor in their initial confrontation, leaving several wounds. After arriving in this world, he had not experienced such an exhilarating battle in a long time. The opponents he had faced previously had been far beneath his prowess, often crushed underfoot. Encountering a rival comparable in both strength and physique exhilarated Chu Yunhan. Clenching his fists, he transformed into a blur as he lunged at the werewolf progenitor. The newly risen progenitor swiped at him with its claw. Chu Yunhan's fist crashed against the giant paw, forcing the progenitor back several meters. Its eyes turned crimson, emitting an enraged roar for the first time. Someone had surpassed it in strength. Even the princes of the Blood Clan had only dared to rely on speed, never challenging it directly. With a powerful kick, the werewolf progenitor lunged at the human, its massive jaws snapping towards Chu Yunhan. Chu Yunhan's gaze sharpened as he swiftly evaded the giant werewolf's assault, then delivered a fierce elbow strike to its side. The progenitor, seemingly oblivious to the pain, pivoted rapidly, its blood-red eyes fixated on Chu Yunhan. Its forelimbs gouged deep furrows into the ground as it leapt, aiming its razor-sharp claws at Chu Yunhan's heart. Chu Yunhan nimbly dodged, the progenitor's massive palm missing its mark. With a powerful push off the ground, he leapt high, delivering a crushing blow to the back of the progenitor's skull. The impact reverberated, and with a crack, the progenitor stumbled, crashing to the ground. Chu Yunhan, filled with exhilaration, bellowed, "Come on, bring it on." The werewolf progenitor shook its head and rose, its massive form taut, emitting a series of cracking sounds. Then, its speed surged, resembling a streak of lightning as it charged at Chu Yunhan. Chu Yunhan felt an overwhelming force barreling towards him. He had no time to react and was sent flying several meters. He crashed heavily to the ground, pain radiating throughout his body. Rising, he wiped the blood from his lips. A newfound gravity in his eyes thought he had not anticipated that the werewolf progenitor would possess not only formidable toughness and strength but also such astonishing speed. As the progenitor leapt towards him, Chu Yunhan executed a swift spin, delivering a powerful kick to the oncoming beast. The progenitor's massive form was sent hurtling backward by the force of the blow. "Oh!" The progenitor of the werewolves emitted a heart-wrenching howl. Blood gushing forth from its savage MAW.IT roared in fury, lunging once more at Chu Yunhan with a ferocity that seemed intent on tearing him asunder, summoning every ounce of strength. Chu Yunhan struck out with his fist against the oncoming beast. The tremendous force collided violently with the werewolf progenitor's chest, causing it to spew forth a copious amount of blood. In a desperate embrace, the colossal hands of the progenitor gripped Chu Yunhan, exerting an immense force that left him gasping for breath, as if being crushed by an overwhelming weight. The very bones in his body began to emit ominous cracking sounds. No matter how hard he struggled, the prodigious power shackled him, rendering him unable to escape. Blood dripped from the progenitor's maw as it poured every ounce of strength into an attempt to strangle this formidable adversary. A glint of determination flashed in Chu Yunhan's eyes, and he forcefully drove his knee into the progenitor's lower body. The beast let out a pained howl, its grip momentarily loosening. While this strike did not liberate him, it revealed a chink in the progenitor's defenses. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Yunhan withdrew his right hand and delivered a powerful uppercut to the progenitor's jaw. The impact sent the creature staggering back several meters, its jaw reduced to a bloody mess. The instant he broke free from his confinement, Chu Yunhan's figure flickered as he unleashed a flurry of punches to the werewolf progenitor's temples. Blood gushed from its ears and nostrils, its massive form trembling uncontrollably. Without the slightest hesitation, Chu Yunhan continued to rain down blows upon the progenitor's head like a tempest, relentless until the creature's body slumped lifelessly to the ground, devoid of all breath, panting heavily. Chu Yunhan retrieved the rending sky blade from a distance. As he felt the surge of 5,000 points of soul power absorbed into his mind, he turned to regard the multitude of werewolves in the distance. Their expressions rife with terror, the menacing aura emanating from him caused them to instinctively recoil. In a flash, Chu Yunhan dashed into the throng of werewolves. Blades gleamed as he dispatched them with ruthless efficiency. The death of their progenitor seemed to awaken the primal ferocity within the wolves, their already limited rationality rapidly eroding. Countless werewolves surged towards the figure of slaughter, engulfing him in a sea of fur and fangs. Under the blazing sun, the city transformed into a hellish battleground, a grotesque spectacle of unending carnage and death. When Chu Yunhan emerged from the city, soaked in blood and surrounded by a mountain of corpses, it was already deep into the night. In the entire city, apart from the few hundred werewolves who had regained their senses and fled, every other beast lay slain by his hand. He had neither the strength nor the will to pursue the retreating pack. The relentless assault of over 7,000 werewolves had drained him to the bone. His hands trembled uncontrollably, nearly unable to maintain a grip on the rending sky blade, though the common werewolves could not breach his skin. Their relentless onslaught left him no respite to catch his breath. He had fought from dawn until nightfall, his spirit utterly exhausted, and even his robust body felt weakened, despite having reached the minor completion of the blood transformation stage. His bones had sustained multiple fractures under the assault of thousands of werewolves. His skin had turned an alarming shade of purple, filled with bruises, and his internal vitality was all but depleted. Even after a grueling half-month of cleansing 12 cities and slaying tens of thousands of vampires, none had left him this utterly fatigued. Stumbling to a small river outside the city, he stripped off his blood-soaked garments and plunged into the water. He spent a full half-hour scrubbing away the darkened blood and flesh clinging to him, turning the river's surface a deep crimson. Once cleansed, he collapsed onto the grassy bank, succumbing to exhaustion and slipping into a deep slumber. It was not until the following evening that he stirred awake. Rising to his feet, he assessed his condition. A full day of rest had allowed the bruises to dissipate significantly under the restorative powers of the blood transformation stage. His internal vitality began to replenish slowly. Though the previous day's battle had nearly rendered him incapacitated, it had also granted him an astonishing absorption of nearly 160,000 points of soul power. Coupled with the cleansing of numerous cities over the past month, where he had vanquished over 30,000 vampires, the total soul power absorbed had surged to a staggering 470,000. Chu Yunhan could scarcely fathom the heights his strength could attain if sufficiently replenished with elixirs to support his breakthrough. Without hesitation, he consumed a basic cell restoration potion from his spatial inventory, which swiftly healed the myriad of minor injuries within his body. Next, he retrieved the remaining 3 Shin blood pills and swallowed one. As the immense medicinal power surged through him, he resolutely initiated his ascension. 40,000 points of soul power instantly melded with his being. With his blood beginning to boil, a vaporous energy erupted from his form. Soaring skyward, he leaped from the minor completion of the blood transformation stage directly to its major completion, his strength increasing by nearly half with the breakthrough. The body refinement technique finally reached its zenith, with the next realm being the 5 Extremes Tao collection. Alas, the body refinement technique learned from Xinjiang continent could only ascend to the major completion of the blood transformation stage. As he reviewed the information in his mind, his gaze sharpened, and a wave of elation washed over him. Hunter, Heavenly Punishment Talent, Spirit Severing Soul Power, 432,151 Title, None Rank. 1. Merit 310, Technique. Body Refinement Technique, can be deduced. Eternal Cataclysmic Body, Upper, Body Refinement. Golden Bell Shield, Complete, can be enhanced. Items, Rending Skyblade, A-Class Origin Crystal Realm. Major completion of Blood Transformation Origin Power, 0 space. For cubic meters, though there was no further information regarding realm advancement. The body refinement technique had indeed shown the potential for deduction. Chu Yunhan did not deliberate on whether to return to the Tower of the Abyss to exchange for a new technique. Instead, he immediately opted to deduce the body refinement technique to as a practitioner of the Great Tao Xintian system. The Tower of the Abyss had placed the trial task within Xinjiang continent. In the early stages, the body refinement technique from Xinjiang continent would undoubtedly surpass other initial techniques in its utility for him. The subsequent techniques deduced from the body refinement technique would undoubtedly be the most suitable for his cultivation. Though perhaps the Tower of the Abyss possessed superior techniques, only those that truly fit him could be deemed the best. As countless points of soul power surged into the depths of his consciousness. The original 430,000 points of soul power diminished by a full 100,000. Almost an hour later, the body refinement technique transformed into the Yin-Yang 5 Elements Secret Classic. With the completion of this technique's deduction, the possibility of advancement in the major completion of the blood transformation stage finally appeared. Even the most composed Chu Yunhan could not contain his excitement at this moment. The 5th stage of body refinement barely qualified as an entry into the Great Tao Xintian system. At best, it could only classify him as a powerful martial artist. Had it not been for the completion of the Golden Bell Shield, he might not have even been able to contend with the werewolf progenitor. The realm beyond the 5th stage of body refinement, the 5 Extremes Tao collection, was an entirely different matter. The Yin-Yang 5 Elements Secret Classic corresponded to the 5 organs and elements of the human body. The 5 Extremes Tao collection focused on refining the body's most vulnerable internal organs, practitioners must hone their heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys to perfection. The 5 organs serve as the center of human life activities. Representing the core of the body, the so-called 5 organs harbor essence and energy without spilling. Hence they are the vessels of spirit, vitality, and soul. Once the 5 extremes Tao collection is perfected, it signifies that the martial path has reached its pinnacle. Achieving a true state of vitality akin to a billowing smoke, the entirety of one's being must coalesce into a flawless, unified whole. Only upon the complete mastery of the 5 extreme Tao canon can one be deemed to have genuinely touched the threshold of the great Tao's mystical celestial system. As for the secret realm of the dragon spine that lies beyond the 5 extreme Tao canon, it represents the utmost limits of mortal capability, a true crossing into that grand gateway. Contemplating this, Chu Yunhan decisively chose to undergo a breakthrough. A staggering 100,000 points of soul power surged instantaneously into his liver, which began to emit a radiant glow. The once turbulent and surging vitality within his body began to deplete rapidly. Chu Yunhan hastily swallowed the remaining 2 Xian blood pills in one gulp. The immense medicinal potency released by the Xian blood pills swiftly replenished the rapidly consumed vitality. It was not until half an hour later, when the vast medicinal energy had been entirely expended and the vitality within him had been reduced by more than half, that the rapid depletion finally ceased. The brilliance emanating from his liver also receded entirely. A considerable amount of viscous black substance began to ooze from his skin. Chu Yunhan let out a gasp as he expelled a large pool of black foul blood. After reaching the pinnacle of refinement, his body's detoxification capabilities became extraordinarily powerful. He promptly leaped into the river to cleanse himself of all the impurities expelled from his body, feeling as though he had become lighter. He experienced an unprecedented sense of refreshment. Moreover, it seemed as if an immense vitality was continuously being generated within him, a formidable sensation surging to the forefront of his mind. Chu Yunhan understood that he had finally broken through to the first level of the 5 extreme Tao canon. With liver. After this breakthrough, he began to sense the colossal power hidden within his body. Although he still possessed 23,000 points of soul power, allowing for further enhancement of his cultivation, he refrained from proceeding any further. Each advancement in his cultivation would deplete a significant amount of his vitality. Without sufficient medicinal supplements, recklessly pushing forward could very well leave him as nothing more than a desiccated husk. Thus, he opted to enhance his physical refinement technique, allowing the 100,000 points of soul power to permeate throughout his being. Golden radiance began to emanate from him, his once exceptionally resilient skin gradually transforming into a bronzed hue. As time passed, the golden glow began to merge with his skin and muscles. Chu Yunhan drew forth the sky-splitting blade and made a swift incision on his arm, only to be met with a jarring sound of friction. Given the sharpness of the sky-splitting blade, it astonishingly failed to pierce his skin. After breaking through to the second layer of the Vajra resolution, his body's defenses had reached a terrifying level. Were he to face the progenitor of the werewolves now, even with the full extent of the progenitor's might, it would likely be incapable of inflicting any harm upon Chu Yunhan. In terms of defense, strength, and speed, he had ascended to the pinnacle of this world. His overall power was now at least several times greater than it had been prior to this enhancement. Upon reviewing the information of the returning ruins tower, his details had transformed to the following: Hunter, Heavenly Punishment Talent, Spirit Execution Soul Power, 132,151 Title, None Rank, 1, Merit 310, Cultivation Technique, Yin-Yang 5 Elements Secret Classic, Eternal Catastrophe Body, Upper, Physical Refinement, Vajra Resolution Entry Items, Sky-Splitting Blade. A-Class Origin Crystal Realm, first level of the 5 Extreme Tao Canon, with Source Power, 0 Space. For cubic meters having pushed his power to its utmost limits, a profound confidence glimmered in Chu Yunhan's eyes. In this E-Class task world, his strength had reached the apex of this level. Unless someone capable of surpassing the power threshold of this world emerged, he firmly believed that no one could pose a threat to him. Now, all that remained was to locate the princes of the 13 clans and the fallen blood. After cleansing all the cities occupied by the Blood Clan, he found no trace of the princes. They had either hidden themselves or, perhaps, all retreated to the capital of the Winegard Kingdom, Cisnea. With this thought in mind, Chu Yunhan mounted his steed and set off towards him. At this moment, Cisnea was in a state of fervor. Ever since Chu Yunhan had swept through the vampire-occupied cities and rescued over 50,000 civilians, those individuals had hurriedly fled to Cisnea, sharing tales of the terrifying achievements of the Grand Knight Commander with the populace. Upon learning of the situation, everyone erupted into jubilant celebrations. The fear and despair that had weighed heavily upon their hearts had finally been lifted. They had never imagined that the army of the Blood Clan could be vanquished by a single individual, the Grand Knight Commander. Though the notorious reputation of that killer had cast a shadow, no one dared to voice complaints against him this time. After receiving the news, many who had sought refuge in Cisnea prepared to return to their hometowns as soon as they could confirm the information. Even King Richardson, upon hearing the tidings, allocated a bounty of fine wine and delicacies from the royal treasury to celebrate this good news alongside the people. Meanwhile, within the Holy See, the presiding judge of the Inquisition and several high-ranking bishops appeared exceedingly helpless and regretful. When the Blood Clan initiated a total war against humanity and seized over a dozen cities, the Pope had departed for the Holy See's forbidden ground, the Pool of Light, more than half a month prior to address the threat posed by the Blood Clan. The Pool of Light had accumulated the power of belief amassed by the Holy See over several centuries. Half a month ago, the Pope had already sacrificed all the power of belief to the heavenly realm and initiated the divine descent ceremony. Once the ceremony commenced, it could not be interrupted. Otherwise, all the power of belief would be squandered, and the vessel for the divine descent would inevitably turn to ash. The divine descent entailed offering countless powers of belief as sacrifices to a particular angel in the heavenly realm. Upon receiving the power of belief, the angel would experience a significant enhancement in strength in return for the sacrifice. The angel would bestow blessings, descending in the form of a soul into the world of the one who offered the belief, entering the pure vessel prepared by the Holy See. Although the angel could not fully exert its innate power upon descending, it would be more than sufficient to vanquish any Blood Clan or werewolf progenitor. The Pool of Light, as the absolute forbidden ground of the Holy See, had always been accessible solely to the Pope. Neither the cardinals nor the presiding judge of the Inquisition were permitted to enter. They could only guard the periphery. The duration of the divine descent would be extensive, the more powerful the angel being summoned, the longer the time required. The remaining hundreds of holy knights and the Knights Templar of the Inquisition stood vigil outside the forbidden ground, preventing anyone from intruding and interrupting the ceremony. The presiding judge, sensing the powerful aura of light emanating from within the forbidden ground, recognized that they had reached a critical juncture, if all proceeded without incident. The angel descending this time would likely surpass even the one summoned during the war with the Blood Clan hundreds of years ago. After all, the power of belief sacrificed this time was unprecedented. A culmination of centuries of accumulation by the Holy See. Within the confines of the Forbidden Land, a woman lay submerged in a shimmering pool radiating celestial light. She emanated an aura of boundless sanctity, her exposed skin glistening with an ethereal luminescence. The Pope, kneeling earnestly beside her, recited ritualistic incantations with unwavering fervor. The pure power of faith contained within the luminous waters continuously flowed into the woman's being. As time progressed, the essence she exuded grew increasingly potent, enveloping her entirely in an infinite glow. Amidst the radiance, her form began to undergo a remarkable transformation. A pair of resplendent wings, forged from light, unfurled gracefully from her back, while another two pairs coalesced in the process. Witnessing this extraordinary spectacle, the Pope could not suppress his excitement and astonishment. The centuries of accumulated faith from the Church of Light had indeed bestowed upon them the blessing of a six-winged archangel. The sacred descent ritual was nearing its conclusion. They needed merely to wait half a day for the archangel to truly manifest in this world. At that moment, whether it be the 13 vampire clan's princes or the progenitor of the werewolves, they would be reduced to ashes beneath the archangel's divine might. This time, the Church of Light would eradicate all vampires and werewolves entirely, just as the presiding judge lamented the countless powers of faith. A group of individuals clad in black cloaks swiftly approached the entrance of the cathedral at dusk. The cathedral knights stationed at the entrance immediately intercepted these unwelcome guests as one knight advanced to inquire. A sudden sound echoed, and the knight collapsed to the ground. The remaining guards, sensing something amiss, prepared to investigate when the mysterious figures darted past them with astonishing speed. Several guards clutched their bleeding necks. Expressions of agony etched upon their faces, mouths agape, yet unable to utter a warning. Before they too fell to the ground, this group of enigmatic assailants burst into the cathedral, the headquarters of the Church of Light, which had never faced an attack in centuries, transformed into a scene of carnage. Hundreds of cathedral knights and the tribunal's holy knights found themselves utterly powerless against the onslaught. The phantasmal speed rendered all resistance futile. Yet, The one-sided massacre did not instill fear in these devout believers. Even though they could not inflict a single scratch upon their attackers, they still grasped their swords and charged toward the enemy. The presiding judge, stationed outside the forbidden land, also heard the faint sounds of battle from within. He unsheathed his great sword and hurriedly rushed outside. Upon witnessing the gruesome scene, an enraged roar escaped his lips, and he lunged toward the assailants, his colossal sword soaring toward the foremost cloaked figure. However, this furious strike was effortlessly evaded by the figure, who seized the judge's arm, tearing open gaping wounds that bled profusely. Before the judge could react, he felt a chilling sensation in his back, followed by intense pain. 2 deep gashes, exposing bone, had been inflicted upon him, and blood gushed forth. Staggering, he managed to plant his sword into the ground. Struggling to remain upright, the cloaked figure appeared somewhat surprised, not expecting this human to withstand such grievous injuries without collapsing. In an instant, the figure dashed toward the wounded judge. The judge laboriously raised his sword, but was unable to block the imminent strike. A sharp pain pierced his chest as a hand plunged directly into his heart, the sharp fingertips piercing through with his last ounce of strength. The judge drove his sword into the body of the cloaked figure before him. Yet, it seemed the figure remained unscathed, withdrawing his hand from the judge's chest, discarding the sword upon the ground. And turning to depart, the judge fell heavily to the ground, his vision blurring, catching a fleeting glimpse of the silent, cold figure, whose blood-stained lips curled into a faint smile, after dispatching the last of the guards. The cloaked figures removed their hoods, revealing the 13 princes of the vampire clans. Prince William, who had just slain the judge, sensed the overwhelming, detestable aura of sanctity and located the forbidden pool. The entrance to the forbidden land was forcefully breached with a resounding crash. The Pope, taken aback, turned to see the 13 vampire princes stride in, their gazes instinctively drawn to the radiant figure. At that moment, the woman, who bore the arrival of the 6-winged archangel, sprouted a second pair of luminous wings. With a third pair coalescing behind her, Prince William's expression shifted dramatically as he charged toward the woman. The Pope quickly extended his arms to block William's path, but was effortlessly flung aside, crashing to the ground in unconsciousness. Witnessing the imminent completion of the sacred descent ritual and the emergence of the third pair of wings, a look of sheer terror crossed William's face as he hastily produced a glass vial containing the blood of the fallen. With a swift motion, he uncorked the vial and poured its contents over the woman. Almost instantly, the once holy and radiant aura surrounding her transformed into decay, corruption, and darkness. It was as if the being descending was no longer a 6-winged archangel from paradise, but a demon from the depths of hell. The woman, her eyes tightly shut, displayed a fleeting expression of anguish, and the wings that were on the verge of materializing dissipated in an instant. A terrifying aura began to awaken from within her. Sensing this awakening, Prince William and the other 12 vampire princes turned pale, fleeing at once from the forbidden land. Moments later, the woman who was meant to bear the 6-winged archangel's descent slowly opened her eyes, an expression of nobility, coldness, and ruthlessness emerging within. Upon perceiving the corruption of the luminous pool by the fallen blood and the tainted vessel she inhabited, the woman let out a furious roar. Her 4 wings erupted behind her, now transformed into a striking blend of black and white, purification of light. With a wave of her hands, an intense brilliance cascaded from above, enveloping her being. The rapidly spreading fallen blood began to retract under the radiance, as if struggling against it. Yet, the fallen blood proved remarkably resilient and potent, exuding a miasma of decay and darkness that clashed with the light. Meanwhile, the 13 vampire princes, having narrowly escaped, collapsed the entire passageway outside the forbidden land, sealing off its exit. Sensing a shift, Prince William's once pale expression began to ease. Fear not. The fallen blood is not something this yet-to-be-completed 6-winged archangel can withstand. Upon hearing William's words, the other 12 vampire princes exhaled in relief. The overwhelming aura of light had indeed startled them. Had they allowed the 6-winged archangel to complete her descent, they would have been crushed like ants beneath her might. And now, as they had anticipated, the curse contained within the fallen blood had successfully disrupted the sacred descent ritual, forcing the archangel from heaven to witness their escape, trapped in the forbidden land as she grappled with the taint of the fallen blood. The sacred descent had a time constraint. The incomplete 6-winged archangel lacked the power to purify the fallen blood within the allotted time. The princes, having fled the cathedral, seemed somewhat embarrassed by their hasty retreat. Thus, the gaze of many turned towards the throngs outside, their eyes ablaze with a cruel and sinister crimson glow. Soon, phantasmagorical figures surged into the crowd under the twilight. The following day, as the sun rose, its golden rays bathed the earth. However, in Cisnea, the usual morning cacophony of vendors' shouts and bustling footsteps was conspicuously absent. Overnight, Cisnea had transformed into a macabre tableau of corpses strewn across the landscape. Countless bloodstains and lifeless bodies littered the city's streets. Following the night of carnage wrought by the 13 princes of the bloodline, Cisnea found itself ensnared in a hellish scene. Numerous residents, akin to lambs awaiting slaughter, were mercilessly slain by the blood princes. It was not until the sun ascended, casting its light upon the land, that the princes ceased their butchery, retreating into the shadows where sunlight could not reach. Biding their time for the next round of slaughter, the anguished screams and cries for help that echoed throughout Cisnea the previous night left the populace in shock. Countless individuals fled the city, heedless of the dangers by dawn. The streets of Cisnea lay desolate. Those who had not managed to escape emerged from their hiding places, their faces etched with profound terror as they crossed over the bodies scattered on the ground. Rushing madly towards the city's outskirts, even King Richardson, shielded by his guards, hastily fled the city. The grand and prosperous capital of the Winegard kingdom had, in the span of a single night, become a ghost town. It was at this juncture that Chu Yunhan, having traveled tirelessly through the night, finally returned to Cisnea. Along the way, upon hearing from fleeing residents of the Bloodline Prince's massacre, he hastened his pace. Upon entering the city, he dismounted his steed and swiftly made his way to the Inquisition. However, he found no one he sought and thus turned towards the Holy See. Upon entering the sanctuary, seeing the elderly man lying quietly on the ground, his chest pierced and his lifeblood drained, Chu Yunhan's expression darkened instantly, a murderous intent pervading the air as if it had congealed. He knelt beside the fallen elder, gently wiping the dried blood from his face, cradling the elder's corpse and retrieving the great sword that had accompanied him through countless battles. He walked solemnly towards the Inquisition. He placed the elder's body and weapon within a coffin, interring them in the hallowed grounds reserved for past inquisitors. Thereafter, he stood vigil at the city gate, a solitary figure with a sword. As dusk approached and darkness enveloped the land, the 13 bloodline princes emerged from their hiding places. Upon witnessing the desolation of Cisnea, they regarded it with indifference, mocking laughter escaping their lips. For those with extended lifespans, no matter where humanity sought refuge, they ultimately could not escape the fate of slaughter. The world would once again succumb to the dominion of the bloodline. Regardless of where humans fled, it held no significance. Their sole purpose was to be corralled, serving as the blood reservoirs for the bloodline. The last trump card of the Holy See, the divine manifestation, had been tainted by the blood of the fallen. No force remained in this world capable of posing a threat to the bloodline. Even the mightiest were but a solitary individual. Perhaps a single prince could not subdue the werewolf progenitor. Yet together, the 13 princes would certainly prevail. This elucidated why the werewolf progenitor had seized a city from the bloodline, while the 13 princes had not rushed to eliminate him. For the 13 princes, the only true threat in this world was the Holy See. Thus, they resolved to prioritize the eradication of the Holy See. And now, the game of flight and slaughter was about to commence. The princes anticipated that these pitiful creatures might add a modicum of amusement to their long and tedious existence. As the 13 princes arrived at the gates of Cisnea, poised to continue their pursuit of fleeing humanity, they were astonished to find a lone human standing there, quietly observing them. Prince Turing of the Gongro family smirked wickedly, a bloodthirsty, cruel smile gracing his lips as he exclaimed, "What a delightful little insect! Daring to gaze upon us without fleeing. To reward his bravery, I shall tear him asunder. Do not dare to contest with me." The other princes erupted in laughter, jesting, "Lord Turing, do take care not to be vanquished by this valiant one. After all, humans revel in tales of heroes triumphing over dragons. Indeed, Turing, be cautious. The tale of the hero overcoming the demon has echoed through the annals of humanity for centuries." Turing replied with a chuckle. "Enough of this trifling banter. We have scurried away so many ants. We must now devote time to hunt them down." With that, Turing's figure flickered as he charged toward the human at the gate. His blood-red eyes glinted with cruel mirth, while the human appeared momentarily stunned, rooted to the spot in shock. Turing swiftly approached, seizing the man's shoulders and violently tearing him apart. Yet, the anticipated shrieks and spouts of blood failed to materialize. Turing paused in disbelief and, undeterred, continued to exert force. The human remained still, coldly regarding him. At that moment, the raucous laughter of the other princes echoed from afar. A profound sense of humiliation washed over Turing. His previously pallid visage now flushed with crimson. With a fierce thrust, he aimed to plunge his hand into the man's chest, intending to extract and consume the insect's heart before his very eyes. As recompense for his earlier embarrassment, clang, a sharp pain shot through Turing's fingertips. Glancing down, he saw all 5 of his fingers had been broken. His once razor-sharp claws now bent grotesquely. Turing's expression shifted to one of disbelief. And in an instant, he realized something was amiss. Just as he prepared to retreat, he felt his arms firmly grasped by the human. A voice whispered in his ear, "Is this all you have? What audacity brings you to my presence?" Before Turing could regain his bearings, an excruciating agony surged through his body. Rip! Chu Yunhan tore Turing's arms from his body with brutal efficiency. Blood gushed forth from the severed ends. Turing let out a cry of anguish, only to feel a hand plunge into his chest. An intense pain radiated from his heart as he beheld the terror in Turing's eyes. Chu Yunhan exerted a gentle pressure, reducing it to mere pulp. A massive hand then enveloped his vision, seizing his face. Bang! Turing's body finally crumpled to the ground, twitching feebly. The 12 princes in the distance stood aghast, witnessing this surreal spectacle. In mere seconds, Turing had been effortlessly crushed like an insect by the human. This bizarre scene led all the princes to question their own sanity, taking a moment to process, gazing upon the lifeless form of Turing. A look of sheer terror gripped their faces. They could scarcely fathom that Turing, who had survived for centuries like them, would meet such a demise. Prince William's expression darkened considerably, an overwhelming dread swelling within him. While Turing may not have been as powerful as he, the difference was marginal. Yet, the human had extinguished Turing's life as one might squash an ant. This left William feeling as though struck by lightning. He even began to suspect that the human might be a guise of the divine 6-winged archangel. Yet, the man bore no trace of divine essence. Altogether, tear him apart. Prince William let out a furious roar. Shortly thereafter, 12 bloodline princes flickered into motion, darting towards Chu Yunhan like wraiths. The bloodline princes closed in to encircle him. A glimmer of hatred and ferocity flashed in Chu Yunhan's eyes. With a surge of strength in his legs, he propelled himself forward like a bolt of lightning, instantly positioning himself before the multitude of bloodline princes. His right fist struck like a phantom, crashing into one of the princes with tremendous force. The impact was akin to a cannonball hitting its target, creating a massive crater in the prince's chest. The unfortunate prince was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, emitting only weak groans. Simultaneously, with his left hand, he seized another prince by the arm, and in the face of the latter's terror-stricken gaze, hurled him down with brutal force, resulting in a resounding boom. After dispatching 2 bloodline princes, Chu Yunhan surged forward again, barreling into another prince like a freight train. Crack! The prince was sent flying several dozen meters, his bones shattered as he tumbled to the ground. Howling in agony, Prince Brunner's blood-red pupils constricted sharply, and he retreated from the encircling crowd, seeking to distance himself from this horrifying monster. However, Chu Yunhan was relentless. Like a shadow, he swiftly caught up with Prince Brunner, delivering a crushing blow to his head. With a resounding bang, Brunner's body slowly crumpled to the ground, motionless. Prince William watched in disbelief as 4 formidable bloodline princes were swiftly eliminated by Chu Yunhan. And he could not help but let out a furious howl. His blood began to coalesce within his body, a trace of fallen blood lurking deep within his veins gradually gathering at his fingertips. Emanating a blinding crimson light, he pointed a finger at Chu Yunhan's body. Just as he was about to make contact, Chu Yunhan grasped William's wrist, halting the dazzling crimson radiance mere inches from his chest. Preventing it from advancing, William's complexion shifted dramatically, exerting all his strength, yet his fingertip remained immovable. The other besieging princes, witnessing this, threw themselves at Chu Yunhan, without regard for their safety. A fierce glint flashed in Chu Yunhan's eyes as he exerted force with his right hand. Crack! William's wrist was instantly crushed, and the blood-red light at his fingertip began to dim and fade away. A mouthful of blood spewed from William, and his aura significantly weakened. With a flick of his hand, Chu Yunhan sent William flying through the air, crashing to the ground at a distance. The remaining bloodline princes trembled in fear, eager to release Chu Yunhan and flee. Yet, Chu Yunhan offered them no chance to escape. With a quick flash, he delivered a heavy punch to one prince's head, obliterating him on the spot. Without hesitation, he followed up with another punch to the waist of a different prince, creating a gaping hole in his body. The prince immediately crumpled, collapsing to the ground in agonizing screams. The other surviving bloodline princes, terrified, scattered in all directions. Chu Yunhan drew his, swiftly cutting down a pursuing prince. He then turned and relentlessly pursued the remaining 6 fleeing bloodline princes. Since breaking through to the 5 extremes Dao concealment realm, Chu Yunhan's speed had seen a remarkable enhancement. Even the bloodline princes, with their ghostly swiftness, lagged far behind him. After a fierce chase, he managed to slay 5 of the fleeing bloodline princes. The last remaining prince, seizing the opportunity while Chu Yunhan pursued the others, recited an incantation, transforming into a swarm of bats and successfully escaping, vanishing from Chu Yunhan's sight. When Chu Yunhan returned to the city gate where the battle had occurred, the prince whose chest he had caved in with a punch had already departed from the realm of the living. Meanwhile, another prince, whose bones had been pulverized, miraculously crawled away over 100 meters due to his powerful regenerative abilities. Chu Yunhan approached and swiftly beheaded this prince, then turned to the 2 severely wounded bloodline princes, dispatching them with precise strikes. Among the bloodline's 13 princes, aside from the one who had escaped, only the weakened Prince William remained, slumped on the ground, his breath faltering. Chu Yunhan stepped before him and inquired, who was responsible for the death of the elder wielding the double-handed sword in the holy hall of the Bright Church. At this, Prince William froze, his expression shifting to one of profound regret. Had he known this monster sought vengeance for the casual killing of an elderly human, he would never have dared to harm a single hair on the old man's head. With a self-deprecating smile, he weakly asked, "Who exactly are you?" "I." Chu Yunhan replied, "I am the disciple of that elder, the Grand Knight of the Inquisition." Prince William's face turned incredulous as he murmured, "Impossible. How could a mere human possess such immense power?" Chu Yunhan's gaze turned frigid, and he chose not to respond further. With a flash of his blade, William's body collapsed to the ground. After eliminating all the severely wounded bloodline princes, Chu Yunhan set off in pursuit of the fleeing prince. Regardless of the task assigned to him by the Tower of Ruins or the death of the Chief Justice, he would not allow any bloodline prince to escape, even if it led him to the ends of the earth. He would annihilate them all. In a grove 80 kilometers outside of Cisnea City, a swarm of crimson bats swiftly flew into a tree hollow, startling a squirrel within, which scurried out with frantic cries. This group of red bats was none other than the fleeing Prince Morsisus. Watching the squirrel escape, Prince Morsisus hesitated to kill it, fearing that even a drop of blood might attract the pursuing demon. Moments later, footsteps echoed from outside the grove. Chu Yunhan surveyed the woods with a cold smile. He had previously spotted the bat swarm entering this grove, clearly intending to hide from his pursuit. Slowly, he entered the woods, his keen gaze scanning for any signs of movement. Soon, a series of squeaks echoed through the air. Fixing his gaze, he noticed a small squirrel perched on a branch, incessantly chattering towards a distant hollow. A glint of mockery flashed in his eyes as he approached the oak tree, leaping onto the trunk and delivering a powerful punch to the hollow. Boom! The entire tree, along with the hollow, exploded upon impact. Amidst the flying splinters, the swarm of crimson bats was pierced by countless wooden shards, falling to the ground in disarray. Chu Yunhan approached the bloodied bats and crushed them one by one underfoot. The remaining 10 or so lightly injured bats desperately attempted to ascend into the sky, but were swiftly severed in half by the flashing blade. It was only then that Chu Yunhan sensed the 3,000 points of soul power absorbed by his innate ability. Soul extinguish. With the last bloodline prince slain, Chu Yunhan prepared to return to Cisnea. He still had one final task to complete, to eradicate the fallen blood. Since the previous prince had mentioned the fallen blood's contamination of the descending angel, it strongly suggested that the fallen blood was likely residing within the angel itself. Upon reaching the holy hall of the Bright Church, he found 2 men vigorously excavating a forbidden area deep within the hall. This place had previously been off-limits even to him, the Grand Knight, accessible only to the Pope. Noticing Chu Yunhan's arrival, the 2 men immediately halted their digging, their gazes fixed on him with wariness. These 2 men were the judges from the City of the End, companions of Mo Chi-Chi. Chu Yunhan regarded them coldly and inquired, "The fallen blood should be within, correct?" The countenance of the 2 men suddenly shifted dramatically. They had previously concealed themselves during the frenzied slaughter by the Blood Clan prince. Only later, upon receiving a message from Mo Chi-Chi, did they learn that she had been buried within the sacred grounds of the church. Given her precarious state, they hastened to devise a means to rescue her. "Who are you? One of the men, named Bruce, inquired while transforming into a towering brown bear over 2 meters in height. The other man produced a massive firearm, aiming its muzzle at Chu Yunhan. That a flicker of understanding crossed Chu Yunhan's eyes. It dawned on him that these two were the judicators from the City of Twilight. Since entering this task realm, this was his first encounter with another inhabitant of the original realm. From the task prompt of the Ruins Tower, he had gleaned that the judicators had entered the task world prior to him. Until now, he had heard nothing about them, suggesting they had been hiding away. However, they appeared rather weak. After careful consideration, Chu Yunhan recalled that slaying the judicators from the City of Twilight would yield no rewards from the Ruins Tower. Moreover, he was uncertain of the potential negative repercussions. Thus, he resolved to spare them for the time being. I am the Grand Knight of the Inquisition. Upon hearing Chu Yunhan's response, the two men turned pale. What? You were the legendary Grim Reaper's scythe? Previously, when Chu Yunhan had wreaked havoc in Valiant City, they had learned of his legend from King Richardson. They never anticipated encountering him at this moment. Step aside. The Pope seems to still be within the sacred grounds. Hesitating briefly, Bruce and his companion quickly cleared the way. After all, he was the Grand Knight, and it was entirely reasonable that he would seek to rescue the Pope and investigate the corrupted blood. Moreover, they seemed unable to contend with him. Chu Yunhan approached the entrance to the sacred grounds, which was buried beneath rubble, and with a few forceful punches, he shattered the stone barrier with a resounding crash. Debris flew in all directions, and within moments, he had breached the entrance. Ignoring the astonished expressions of the two men, he stepped into the sacred grounds. In the distance, a figure leaned against the wall. Seated on the ground, emanating an aura of profound weakness, it was none other than the Pope of the Light Church, who had previously initiated the sacred descent ritual upon spotting Chu Yunhan's entrance. The Pope's eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope. Knight of divine punishment, you must stop her. She has been tainted by the corrupted blood and will soon lose her sanity, becoming a fallen angel. Chu Yunhan turned to see a woman with 2 pairs of wings, anguish etched upon her features, emerging from the light pool within the sacred grounds. Most of her body had turned black, and the darkness continued to creep toward her head. The wings behind her had become as dark as ink, exuding an aura of decay and shadow. How can we stop this? Chu Yunhan inquired. The Pope shouted urgently, kill her. The corruption is irreversible. Once she is completely tainted, she will become a fallen angel, and this world will face unspeakable horrors. At that moment, upon seeing the woman, Bruce and his companion cried out, Captain! As they rushed forward to assess her condition. Chu Yunhan paused, quickly realizing that the woman afflicted by the corrupted blood was also a judicator from the City of Twilight. He turned his gaze toward the Pope with a look of confusion. The Pope offered a rueful smile and explained, her name is Chi, a favored guest of King Richardson and the commander of the Rose Knights, when the Blood Clan army began their assault on the human realm. She sought my assistance, hoping to gain the power to defeat the Blood Clan. The situation was dire, as the Blood Clan was on the verge of invading Zisnia. The sacred descent ritual required a pure vessel. If successfully performed, an angel from heaven would descend upon this vessel, granting her the power to vanquish the Blood Clan. She was perfectly suited for this role. However, the sacred descent could only last for 30 days. Once the duration expired, the angel would return to heaven, and Chi would regain her full consciousness. Unfortunately, at the most critical moment of the ritual, the Blood Clan prince stealthily infiltrated the sacred grounds and sprinkled the corrupted blood into the light pool. The uncompleted 6-winged angel, unable to purify the corrupted blood, was instead on the verge of being tainted by it. Sensing the impending disaster, the descending 6-winged angel abandoned her partial power and returned to heaven. While Chi awakened, powerless to resist the encroaching corrupted blood, should she become entirely tainted, the residual power of the 6-winged angel and Chi's consciousness would succumb to the corrupted blood, transforming her into a fallen angel cursed by God. Thus, the only way to prevent this calamity is to kill her before the complete corruption occurs. Chu Yunhan nodded thoughtfully and continued, how can we utterly eradicate the corrupted blood? The Pope pondered for a moment before responding. According to the Church's records, centuries ago, after the angels descended following the sacred descent ritual, they defeated the progenitor of the Blood Clan and disposed of his body, which contained the corrupted blood, into the magma beneath Mount Vis. This ultimately obliterated the corrupted blood. However, it remains a mystery where the Blood Clan prince acquired the corrupted blood. I see. Chu Yunhan nodded. turning to draw the void splitter as he approached Imochichi. The two men, who had been assessing her condition, paled at the Pope's words, their eyes warily fixed on the advancing Chu Yunhan. Bruce, in his bare form, let out a ferocious roar, his massive paw striking out towards Chu Yunhan. With a calm gaze, Chu Yunhan delivered a punch that sent the bear flying, crashing violently against the wall before rolling to the ground. Howling in pain, the other judicator, witnessing Bruce's plight, turned pale with shock. Instantly, the muzzle of his firearm erupted in flames, and a barrage of bullets rained down upon Chu Yunhan, yet they could not even breach his skin. Ignoring the gunfire, Chu Yunhan closed the distance, delivering a backhanded slap that sent the judicator sprawling through the air, flipping several times before crashing to the ground, unconscious. Imochichi, desperately battling the encroaching corrupted blood, stared in astonishment as her companions were effortlessly overwhelmed by Chu Yunhan that he approached her, observing her condition, and shook his head, saying, "How could you be so weak and survive in the city of twilight?" At his words, Imochichi's pupils constricted, her face betraying a look of terror. The Grand Knight of the Inquisition was, in fact, a hunter from the Ruins Tower. Since entering this task realm, she had been seeking information about the hunters from the Ruins Tower, but had found none. The hunters had entered the task realm a full month after her team, so she understood from the outset that this hunter would undoubtedly be far more powerful than them. To balance this disparity in strength, the city of Twilight had allowed them to arrive a month early. However, she never imagined that the figure known as the Grim Reaper's Scythe, the Hell Judicator, would be the very hunter from the Ruins Tower. The gap in their power was staggering. After all, this was merely an E-level world. Why would the Ruins Tower dispatch such a monster to complete a task? She had previously contemplated relying on the Rose Knights to surround and overpower him. But now, it was all over. Imochichi, in anguish, tightly shut her eyes. Faced with such a disparity in strength, she found herself utterly powerless to resist. Even her trump card, a third-tier magic scroll, would likely stand no chance of activation in the presence of the hunter. Moreover, in her pursuit of the strength necessary to slay the vampire prince, she had undergone the holy ascension ritual of the Church of Light, only to be tainted and eroded by the corruption of fallen blood. Plunging her into this perilous predicament, Chu Yunhan, however, gazed with keen interest at the sinister blood that was gradually spreading across her body, and remarked, "How about I help you find liberation, by the looks of you? It seems you cannot withstand the encroachment of the fallen blood. If you lose your autonomy and succumb to this corruption, who knows, you might become exceedingly lascivious after all. Even angels can fall. And a woman's descent into depravity is likely far more terrifying." Hiss, such horror. Upon hearing this, Imochichi abruptly opened her eyes, her face flushed with anger as she shouted, "I will not fall. You are the one who will become utterly depraved." After her outburst, she cast a glance at her fallen companions before donning a resolute expression. Closing her eyes once more, it seemed she was communicating with something in her mind, just as Chu Yunhan prepared to draw his blade. Intent on delivering a fatal strike, a sudden radiance erupted from Imochichi's body. In an instant, she and her two companions vanished from this world, leaving behind only a fleeting, ethereal silhouette. A remnant of the failed divine descent of the six-winged archangel. After losing its vessel, the power manifestation slowly dissipated into the air. The fallen blood, having lost its target for corruption, reverted to a pool of black liquid, cascading to the ground like mercury, rolling incessantly. Chu Yunhan bent down to retrieve a glass vial from the ground, carefully containing the fallen blood within it. Then, gazing at the spot where Imochichi had disappeared, he murmured to himself, "Did I mistakenly enter the original land? Is the city of N so benevolent towards the judicators? The mission remains unaccomplished, yet I can return forcibly. Damn it, why does the Tower of Return enforce execution?" Meanwhile, in a vast, chaotic city at the center of the infinite multiverse, Imochichi found herself in her private chamber, disregarding any need for healing as she erupted into curses. A month later, the capital city of the Winigad Kingdom, Cisnea, gradually regained its former vibrancy. The citizens of the kingdom were well aware that the immensely powerful Grand Knight of the Temple had slain all the vampire princes and werewolves. Moreover, throughout this month, the Grand Knight had led the surviving knights of the Inquisition in purging every hideout of vampires and werewolves. Henceforth, these creatures would become mere legends. The Knight, known to all as the Scythe of Death and the Hell Judicator, also acquired another title among many, the Reaper of Demons. The prestige of the Church of Light had never been greater. to the extent that even the prince of the Winigad kingdom was required to accept the pope's baptism and blessing to ascend to the throne. Atop Mount Vis, Chu Yunhan gazed into the volcano's mouth, where magma occasionally erupted, casually tossing a glass vial into the molten depths. Moments later, his figure vanished from this realm. In a flash of white light, Chu Yunhan reappeared in his designated chamber within the Tower of Return. The healing light lingered upon his body for but a few seconds before dissipating entirely. Simultaneously, the mission settlement information from the Tower of Return materialized. Hunter returned to the exclusive chamber of the Tower of Return mission. The Lament of the Blood Moon mission difficulty, 2 stars. Grade first. Identify and slay the mastermind behind the indiscriminate slaughter of civilians. Second, restore the glory of the Church of Light. Third, slay the werewolf ancestor. Fourth, slay the 13 vampire clan princes. Fifth, annihilate the fallen blood. Mission completion level, S. Note, ratings range from E to SSS, based on the hunter's performance. Rewards from the Tower of Return. Reward, 1 vampire prince level bloodline. 1 S-grade origin crystal, for merit storage space, increased by 1 cubic meter. Rewarded origin power, increased by 60. All rewards have been deposited into the storage space. Please check at your convenience. Next mission time for the hunter is in 30 days. The hunter may choose to temporarily return to their own world. The hunter must return to the Tower of Return before the mission time. Otherwise, the tower will directly erase the hunter upon reading the mission settlement information. Chu Yunhan's face brightened with joy. He had finally achieved an S rating for the mission of the Lament of the Blood Moon. He had completed all 5 tasks issued by the Tower of Return entirely on his own. Though merely an S rating, it was sufficient to satisfy him greatly. The rewards from the tower were exceptionally bountiful. The origin power reward, the origin crystal, and the merits were all precisely what he required. The vampire prince level bloodline did not align with his cultivation system and held a low ceiling for him. However, even if it was of no use to him, he believed it would fetch a good price at the auction within the shared square, especially since most hunters on the first level of the Tower of Return possessed relatively low strength. Each mission experience was fraught with peril. Should he ever wield the vampire prince level bloodline, it would undoubtedly provide a significant enhancement in terms of survival and speed. This aspect was particularly crucial within the Tower of Return. After reviewing the mission settlement information, Chu Yunhan directly accessed the exclusive exchange mall of the Tower of Return. 1. Queen Bee Needle, hidden weapon, level, F-grade description, the stinger of a blood-poisoned bee queen. Imbued with deadly venom. Exchange price, 1 origin crystal of F-grade. 2. Tianyang herb level, D-grade description, one of the primary ingredients in Tianyang pill, capable of neutralizing the properties of Xianin herb. Exchange price, 1 origin crystal of D-grade. 3. Xian iron spear level, E-grade description, a long spear forged entirely of Xian iron, incredibly resilient, weighing 120 pounds. Exchange price, 1 origin crystal of E-grade. 4. Cloud spirit jade pendant level, C-grade description, a protective jade pendant, capable of withstanding 1 attack below C-grade. Exchange price, 1 origin crystal of C-grade. 5. Tiger spirit demon blade, weapon, level, B-grade description, forged from Gingshan gold using the elemental fire of the earth. It encapsulates the spirit of the Xian tiger within. Upon completion, it exudes a ferocious flame, capable of soul capturing and spirit seizing, unyielding to those lacking great resolve. Exchange price, 1 origin crystal of B-grade. Upon reading this, Chu Yunhan's eyes brightened. The tiger spirit demon blade surpassed his rift blade by several tiers. With his rapidly ascending power, the rift blade had gradually fallen short of his needs. In the future task worlds, should he encounter formidable foes, his weapon would become his sole vulnerability. He had initially contemplated visiting the Sharing Square to auction his bloodline of the Blood Clan Prince, while simultaneously scouting for a suitable weapon in the auction house. To his surprise, he stumbled upon it directly in the exchange mall, but he disregarded the note about the unyielding nature of those lacking great resolve. Without hesitation, he split his previous A-grade origin crystal into 2 B-grade origin crystals and procured the Tiger Spirit Demon Blade. The Tiger Spirit Demon Blade gleamed a silvery white, adorned with a blood-red vein along its blade, and the hilt featured an intricately carved fierce tiger, according to the rating system of the Tower of Return. Items exceeding D-grade would no longer receive a score but would merely be classified by their grade. The Rift Blade held a mere score of 198, categorizing it as an E-grade weapon. While the Tiger Spirit Demon Blade had achieved B-grade.as, Chu Yunhan grasped the Tiger Spirit Demon Blade. A chilling roar of a tiger echoed in his mind, within the depths of his consciousness. A massive white tiger began to materialize, its blood-red eyes fixed intently upon him. Suddenly, it lunged forward, its fearsome jaws poised to bite down upon him. Chu Yunhan's expression hardened as he concentrated all his strength into a single punch, striking the tiger's head and sending it flying several meters away. Without waiting for the white tiger to recover, he charged forward, delivering blow after blow to its head until the enormous tiger's form dissipated entirely. Only then did he withdraw from his consciousness. Gazing at the now tranquil Tiger Spirit Demon Blade in his hand, Chu Yunhan let out a cold chuckle and casually stored it in the Tower of Return's storage space. After acquiring the Tiger Spirit Demon Blade, he still possessed one B-grade and one S-grade origin crystal. Contemplating this, he couldn't resist spending 1,000 points of origin power to refresh the exchange mall, hoping for a stroke of luck to procure the items he desired, preferably of S-grade. When the exchange mall refreshed, he focused intently, only to find his expression darken. The best item available was a D-grade wind-chasing sword technique, a complete waste of his 1,000 points of origin power. Upon closing the exchange mall, he exited his exclusive room and made his way to the first floor's sharing square of the Tower of Return. At the center of the square lay the auction house established on every floor of the tower. Chu Yunhan promptly listed his Blood Clan Prince-level bloodline for a price of 10,000 points of origin power, while simultaneously browsing the items currently up for auction. After perusing for a while, he discovered that the most expensive items were a jade slip containing a fragment of a blade technique and a magical artifact known as the Celestial Master Seal. The Tower of Return's description regarding the blade technique fragment indicated that, after countless ages, most of the information contained within the jade slip had been lost. Even the name of the blade technique remained unknown, and only the first 3 moves and some insights into the technique were preserved. All subsequent moves and cultivation methods had been entirely forgotten. Yet, despite its incompleteness, the Tower of Return had ascribed a terrifying S-grade rating to it. Upon reading the auction house's description, Chu Yunhan's heart raced. Even in such a fragmented state, the Tower of Return still awarded it an S-grade evaluation. It was easy to infer that had the contents of this blade technique not been lost, it would undoubtedly rank among the most elite techniques even within the Tower of Return. This realization ignited a spark of desire within him. Previously, the blade techniques he had learned on Xinjiang continent were merely rudimentary slashing moves. He had always relied on strength and speed to defeat his opponents, while his proficiency in blade techniques could be described as dismal. To acquire a top-tier blade technique, he would have to wait for it to appear in the exclusive exchange mall or purchase it from others. Although this blade technique was severely incomplete, he possessed the talent of spirit severing, allowing him to deduce. If he could successfully learn the first move of the blade technique, he could use his soul power to reconstruct all the subsequent lost techniques. It was a perfect match for his spirit-severing talent. With this thought, Chu Yunhan eagerly checked the price of the blade technique fragment. However, the exorbitant price of 100,000 points of origin power hit him like a bucket of cold water. Staring at the price, Chu Yunhan felt a surge of anger, wishing he could drag the seller out and beat them to a pulp. He had only received 6,000 points of origin power as a reward for completing an S-grade mission in the Tower of Return. How could this person dare to list it for such an outrageous sum? Even if the item were indeed worth that much, who could afford it? The first floor of the Tower of Return was predominantly filled with novice hunters. Even if one risked their life to complete a single mission, they would only earn a few thousand points of origin power. No one would dare hoard origin power without using it, as the consequence would be stagnation in strength, likely leading to death in the next task world. Such a price would not attract a buyer even after 100 years of listing. Realizing this, Chu Yunhan understood. The seller had set such a high price to exchange it for something of equivalent rank. Thus, he contacted the seller, who went by the name of Di Ming, based on the information provided in the auction house. The seller quickly responded, and they arranged to meet at a human-operated restaurant. Half an hour later, a figure clad in a black cloak and mask appeared before Chu Yunhan. Casting a glance at the individual, Chu Yunhan directly inquired, "What do you wish to exchange for that blade technique fragment?" After sitting down, the man named Di Ming smiled and replied, "A demonic cultivation technique of the same rank within the immortal and demon path system." Chu Yunhan furrowed his brow and shook his head. "Not only do I not possess such a thing, but even if I did, I wouldn't exchange it with you. You must understand, This blade technique fragment is severely incomplete. Containing only the first 3 moves and some insights, no one would be willing to trade an S-grade technique for it. Let's discuss something more practical. You've likely been trying to sell it for quite some time. As no one on the first floor of the Tower of Return would buy it, Di Ming shook his head, sighing, I don't have any urgent needs at the moment if it comes to it. I can only wait until I ascend to a higher level to see what I can find. With that, he stood to leave an S-grade origin crystal. Chu Yunhan's voice called out from behind. Di Ming halted, turning to stare intently at Chu Yunhan. Chu Yunhan regarded him coldly. After a moment, Di Ming suddenly burst into laughter that I've seen the strongest among the first floor of the Tower of Return. But this is the first time I've encountered you. You must have been chosen as a hunter not long ago, right? I never thought you would possess an S-grade origin crystal. It seems a formidable newcomer has arrived in the Tower of Return. Very well, if you have that, then we can proceed without issue. However, you must understand, while theoretically anyone can cultivate, this blade technique is more suited for those within the great Dao Xiantian system. Once the transaction is complete, there will be no turning back. Chu Yunhan remained silent, directly initiating a trade request through the Tower of Return. Once the transaction was completed, he rose and departed without hesitation. As he reached the doorway, he turned back for a lingering glance at the hunter known as Di Ming. After Chu Yunhan left, Di Ming gazed at the source crystal suspended in the space, and a sudden smile broke across his face. An intriguing newcomer. Following the successful trade, Chu Yunhan did not rush back to his room to cultivate the knife technique. Instead, he made his way to the shared square, where he sold his original void splitter knife for the modest price of 1,000 points of source power. He was unwilling to squander time bargaining at a stall. Continuing to the central auction house of the square, he sought items or elixirs that could replenish his vitality. After an extensive search, he discovered that the majority of elixirs no longer met his needs. Upon reaching the realm of the infinite Tao, the amount of vitality required for each breakthrough had become overwhelmingly vast. Typically, elixirs meant to restore vitality could hardly compensate for the expenditure incurred during his ascension. Relying solely on his body to accumulate vitality would take an excessively long time. Reluctantly, he returned to the medicine workshop, spending 5,200 points of source power to purchase 3 Shin blood pills. Upon returning to his designated room, Chu Yunhan took out the fragmentary jade slip containing the knife technique and began to attempt to cultivate this nameless style. The moment his consciousness entered the jade slip, an overwhelming chill surged toward him. He found himself standing on a vast, desolate plain. A figure, indistinct in appearance, was calmly cleaving the void with a knife from a distance. That stroke, imbued with a remarkable cadence, sliced through the cold wind, creating a brilliant white knife mark that flashed in the air. The originally fierce cold gust eerily dissipated before that figure, and the fluttering edges of its garments regained tranquility. In an instant, the figure vanished from the desolate land. Chu Yunhan's pupils constricted as he stared blankly at the dazzling knife mark gradually fading into the air. The indescribable trajectory and the essence contained within the knife mark profoundly shook him. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though he glimpsed an entirely new world. At this moment, everything in the world had vanished, leaving only him and the extraordinary knife mark that had just been executed by that figure in his mind. The tiger-soul demon blade materialized in his hand, and he struck forward into the void. No, this is not right. 1 stroke, 2 strokes. Chu Yunhan seemed to be tireless, relentlessly cleaving the void with countless strikes. What was amiss? His eyes were bloodshot. Filled with confusion and bewilderment, he appeared almost possessed. Frantically swinging his blade toward the sky, 1 stroke after another, he unleashed an endless torrent of attacks. Yet, no matter how many times he struck, he could not come close to replicating the brilliance of that knife mark. There was no essence to his movements. They resembled mechanical repetition. What was wrong? A frenzied light flickered in Chu Yunhan's eyes as he endeavored to recreate that breathtaking knife mark. His consciousness and spirit felt as though they were being drawn away by that mark, constantly propelling him toward the abyss of madness. It was not until a chill breeze brushed against his face that he abruptly halted. His frenzied actions ceasing, he closed his eyes, silently attuning himself to the flow of that cold wind, and gradually, he found peace. Time passed, and suddenly, with his eyes still closed, Chu Yunhan slowly traced an enigmatic arc forward. His movements were extraordinarily deliberate. As if fearful of disturbing the passing breeze, the white line flashed in the air for an instant before disappearing. Chu Yunhan abruptly opened his eyes, a brilliant light igniting within them. An uncontainable joy surged forth that he fixated on the void before him, as if something immensely alluring resided therein. After a prolonged moment, the tiger-soul demon blade cleaved once more into the void, seemingly tracing some intricate pattern to carve out a remarkable white line. The fierce cold wind appeared to pause for an instant. Then, it swiftly swept past him. Chu Yunhan erupted into wild laughter. As the tiger-soul demon blade radiated a blinding light, its blade tracing a peculiar curve through the void, the speed of his strikes accelerated, each cut more resplendent than the last. Eventually, after some time, the tiger-soul demon blade unleashed a thunderous roar that a colossal white tiger illusion coalesced from the blade's tip, then surged toward the distant void along the knife mark. The once fierce cold wind dissipated in that moment, as if erased from this vast land by that knife mark. Only then did Chu Yunhan finally cease his relentless slashing. At that moment, his spirit and vitality plummeted, causing him to collapse to the ground. When he awakened once more, he found himself lying on the floor of his designated room. Rubbing his throbbing head, he glanced at the luminous screen in the void and was startled to realize that 3 days had passed. Truly, the S-class fragment of the knife technique was formidable. He had not anticipated that merely learning the first form would nearly deplete all his vitality and spirit. Fortunately, he had finally grasped that fleeting opportunity and successfully entered the realm of understanding. Although he was still far from the essence embodied by the figure in the jade slip, he remained confident that one day he would attain such a state. With this thought in mind, Chu Yunhan hastily reviewed the information in his mind. Hunter, Heavenly Punishment Talent, Spirit Execution Soul Power, 171,151 Title, None Rank, 1, Merit 710, Cultivation Method, Yin-Yang 5 Elements, Secret Tome. Eternal Catastrophe Body, Upper, Fragment of Knife Technique. First Form, Wind Cleave Body Refinement, Diamond Resolve, Entry, Items, Tiger Soul Demon Blade, B-Grade Source Crystal, Xian Blood Pill X3 Realm. First Extreme of the 5 Extremes Tao, with Source Power, 800 Space, 5 cubic meters. A surprising situation unfolded before him. There was no information regarding any potential enhancements within the knife technique section. Moreover, his remaining soul power exceeded 170,000, yet he was still unable to progress to the second form of the knife technique. It was worth noting that even breaking through to the second layer of the Eternal Catastrophe Body had only required 100,000 points of soul power. The only explanation was that he had not met the prerequisites for advancing the knife technique. Given this situation, it appeared that he would need to wait until his spirit reached a higher level before he was qualified to attempt learning the second form of the knife technique. At that moment, an overwhelming hunger surged within him, compelling Chu Yunhan to temporarily abandon his thoughts and head to the shared square for a hearty meal. After resting for 2 days in his designated room, his spirit was fully restored that a wave of energy surged, and Chu Yunhan's figure vanished from the confines of his room. In the depths of the mountains near the city of Langia, a figure suddenly appeared, causing a wild hair to bolt in fright. Upon returning to the real world, Chu Yunhan emerged from the mountains and gazed at the immense city in the distance. After a moment of hesitation, he made his way toward the city. As the largest city in the Jiangnan province of Langia, serving as both the economic and administrative center, the population of the city reached an astonishing 3 million. Chu Yunhan had only visited the city once, on his 10th birthday, when his elder sister had taken him for a day of exploration. The prosperity and grandeur of the city had left a profound impression on young Chu Yunhan. Upon entering the city, the towering skyscrapers, bustling traffic, and vibrant crowds enveloped him, creating a sense of detachment from reality. He meandered along the bustling streets, absorbing the lively atmosphere of the city. In that moment, the tension he had held in the Tower of Return began to dissipate. The real world felt more like a sanctuary for his spirit, after enduring the relentless cycle of bloodshed in the myriad worlds. Returning to the real world to unwind was a rare opportunity for respite. Yet, the memory of his previous visit to Yong'an Town on a case with the Jing'an division sparked a flicker of concern within him. If he were merely a lone wanderer, it would be one thing. However, he also had his elder sister, who had been his sole companion since childhood, and she was his only family in this world. He is able to remain in the real world for no more than a month. Should he return to the Tower of Return and his sister encounters danger or trouble in the real world, he would be utterly powerless to assist her. Even if he were to return and eliminate everyone, it would not undo the tragedy. He cannot fathom the actions he would take if any misfortune were to befall his sister. If his only family, his sole connection, were to be slain, what purpose would there be in the existence of this world? Therefore, he must assist his sister in finding a powerful force in the real world that can shelter her. Allowing him to return to the Tower of Return with peace of mind, in the Great Xia dynasty, no force is more formidable than the official imperial authority. Thus, he resolved to inquire with the Jing'an division in the capital regarding their stance on the executors of the primordial realm. If the Jing'an division does not target the executors, then he can boldly seek to join the Law Enforcement Bureau. Moreover, with his current strength, he is confident that none in the Langya prefecture could detain him. As long as he remains unscathed, the Jing'an division would certainly not dare to act against his sister. After learning the address of the Jing'an division, Chu Yunhan made his way there without delay. The Jing'an division is situated in a 12-story edifice on the eastern side of the capital, its grand and imposing entrance flanked by 2 stone statues of mythical beasts. Passers-by hurried their steps upon sighting the Jing'an division, seemingly fearful of being ensnared within. Within the guard kiosk at the entrance, several armed sentinels vigilantly observed all pedestrians. As Chu Yunhan approached, the guards sternly halted him, and one stepped forward to interrogate him about his purpose. Chu Yunhan provided the name of the chief officer, Su Jinhong, to the guards, stating that he had come to seek him. One guard promptly dashed into the building to relay the message. And shortly thereafter, the chief officer, Su Jinhong, clad in ornate robes, emerged. Upon seeing Chu Yunhan, Su Jinhong appeared momentarily taken aback, as if greatly surprised. He then greeted Chu Yunhan with a beaming smile and ushered him into the building. Inside the office on the 3rd floor of the Langya Prefecture Jing'an Division, Su Jinhong placed a steaming cup of tea in front of Chu Yunhan and inquired with curiosity, "Is there something specific that brings you to seek me today, Brother Chu?" Chu Yunhan pondered for a moment before tentatively asking, "Might I inquire if the chief officer is aware of where Boss Yu vanished to during those few months?" A flicker of surprise crossed Su Jinhong's eyes, and after a prolonged silence, he replied with a smile, "If my guess is correct, Boss Yu should have gone to the same place as you, Brother Chu." Chu Yunhan remained silent, his gaze fixed on Su Jinhong. Understanding his apprehension, Su Jinhong drained his cup of hot tea and slowly remarked, "There is no need for such wariness, Brother Chu. In fact, situations like that of Boss Yu and yourself are not uncommon in the Great Xia dynasty. This phenomenon has been observed worldwide. Approximately 6 years ago, a series of disappearance incidents began to surface across various provinces of the empire. Despite exhaustive investigations by the Law Enforcement Bureau, no leads were uncovered. Initially, it was presumed to be a series of homicides, with the missing presumed to have been obliterated. However, as the cases multiplied and spread globally, it became evident that there was no connection among the disappeared individuals. Eventually, the Law Enforcement Bureau discovered that some of the previously missing persons had re-emerged. Upon detailed investigation, these individuals all chose to resist questioning. After months of absence, those who returned exhibited extraordinary strength and remarkable abilities. With some possessing various strange powers, the patrols of the Law Enforcement Bureau were no match for them. Consequently, the Jing'an Division took over the investigation, following the capture and interrogation of these individuals by our skilled operatives. They inexplicably vanished. No matter what methods we employed, we could not ascertain how they disappeared from the Jing'an Division. It wasn't until one day that one of our own officers went missing from his home while asleep. Months later, that officer reappeared at the very place he had vanished from. It was after this incident that we learned of the cities of Finality and the Tower of Return, the 2 realms of origin. Given the gravity of the situation, this matter was discreetly reported to His Majesty the Emperor by the Jing'an Division's headquarters. That year, the Emperor, along with Prime Minister Zhang Taiyuxuan and various princes, deliberated for half a month. Since the realms of origin pertain to the survival of our world, the Empire ultimately decided to assist those fortunate enough to enter the realms in enhancing their strength. We have since referred to these individuals as the Chosen Ones. However, as some of these Chosen Ones grew increasingly powerful, a faction began to emerge, with certain individuals believing themselves to be divine elects. The future deities. They deemed themselves the rightful rulers of this world, believing that the fates of all should be governed by them. They asserted that all resources in the world should be at their disposal for cultivation. They established an underground force that they called the Hall of Celestials. The mention of the Hall of Celestials, Su Jinhong's eyes betrayed a glimmer of disdain and animosity. After a brief pause, he continued, "Since the establishment of the Hall of Celestials, they have aggressively sought to gather the Chosen Ones. Their methods are audacious, treating human life as mere chaff and all things as mere fodder. Thus, conflicts erupted between the two factions. The Empire endured significant losses before managing to eliminate several key leaders of the Hall. Subsequently, the Hall went into hiding, occasionally orchestrating horrifying bloodshed within the Great Xia dynasty. Of course, many chosen ones opted to serve the Empire, which promised to safeguard their families. Therefore, I have long known that you, Brother Chu, are one of the chosen ones from the primordial realm. There is truly no need for such caution. In fact, many others like you exist within our Jing'an division. A spark of insight flickered in Chu Yunhan's eyes, as he realized that many had been chosen by the primordial realm 6 years prior. Those who had not reappeared were either those who failed the trials and perished or were unable to pass the selection altogether, since the Great Xia dynasty had long been aware of the situation regarding the primordial realm. He felt no further need to conceal his own circumstances. Moreover, hearing Chu Yunhan mention that he could choose to join the Empire, which would also guarantee the safety of his sister, alleviated his concerns regarding her well-being upon entering the Tower of Return. Observing Chu Yunhan deep in thought, Chu Yunhan smiled and suggested, "Brother Chu, why not consider joining our Jing'an division? Currently, chosen ones may opt to join either the military or the Jing'an division. Should you choose the military, you would be stationed at the borders, primarily tasked with preventing other nations' chosen ones from infiltrating the Great Xia dynasty. Conversely, joining the Jing'an division allows you to select any division, such as our Langya Prefecture Jing'an division. After returning from the primordial realm, you would have little to do, only assisting with cases that the Law Enforcement Bureau or ordinary Jing'an division members cannot handle. Furthermore, joining the Jing'an division not only offers substantial remuneration, but also grants you official status as an imperial officer, along with access to all information the Empire has gathered regarding the primordial realm. Brother Chu, rather than wandering the precipice of life and death alone, it would be far wiser to align yourself with the Empire. The Empire will also provide essential cultivation resources to all chosen ones. Moreover, as I understand, you have a sister who is married in the Chang'an Prefecture of the Liang Province. Should you join the Empire, your sister will also be afforded its protection." Chu Yunhan, without any excessive hesitation, nodded in agreement. After all, his purpose was to alleviate his concerns. Since he had obtained the desired answer, there was no need for indecision. Chu Yunhan, seeing Chu Yunhan's nod, was equally elated. If Chu Yunhan were to join the Jing'an division, it would also reflect well on him as a recommender. Chu Yunhan handed a form to Chu Yunhan, instructing him to fill it out according to his actual circumstances, after which the Jing'an division would verify its authenticity. This was crucial for determining the treatment Chu Yunhan would receive upon joining. Chu Yunhan picked up the form and examined it closely. Apart from filling in the basic information, the first item required was the primordial land he entered and the time of entry. Upon completion, the second item pertained to the cultivation system he chose and the evaluation of the trials he undertook. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to fill it out truthfully, as the Dai Dao Xiantian system was too conspicuous to conceal. The third item on the form asked for the number of completed tasks and the final evaluation. After pondering for a moment, Chu Yunhan wrote down the number 3, with evaluations of A-, and S-. Only by demonstrating sufficient potential would the Jing'an division take him seriously, ensuring greater protection for his sister. For the final item regarding his current strength, Chu Yunhan did not shy away, directly stating, "First extreme of the 5 extremes Daozong." When Chu Yunhan submitted the completed form to Chu Yunhan, Chu Yunhan glanced at it casually. Suddenly, he froze in place, seemingly in disbelief, and picked it up again to scrutinize it multiple times before confirming that he had not misread. Chu Yunhan stared intently at Chu Yunhan for a long while. Then, with a serious expression, took the form and exited the office. Within half an hour, Chu Yunhan re-entered with a middle-aged man. Upon seeing Chu Yunhan, the man beamed and introduced himself. His name was Lu Jianjun, a deputy of the Jing'an division, the highest-ranking officer of the Jing'an division in Langya Prefecture, overseeing the entire division in the city. The Jing'an division in Langya Prefecture comprised 812 members, including 1 deputy, 2 captains, 8 standard-bearers, and 16 team leaders. Unlike ordinary individuals joining the Jing'an division, those chosen by destiny could assume the position of team leader directly upon successful entry. Furthermore, those powerful chosen ones who had experienced multiple task worlds could even take up high-ranking positions within the Jing'an division. Throughout the entire Xia dynasty, there were over 1,000 chosen individuals in the Jing'an division. Among these, only one had chosen the Dai Dao Xiantian system, and successfully passed the trial tasks. Moreover, Chu Yunhan's task world evaluations of A, and S were exceedingly rare among the chosen individuals of the Xia dynasty. Lu Jianjun clearly recognized that Chu Yunhan's strength and potential warranted his personal visit to extend goodwill. After providing an overview of the Jing'an division, Deputy Lu Jianjun advised Chu Yunhan to temporarily reside within the division. His official position would need to be reported to the provincial city's Jing'an division, where the provincial inspector would make the final decision. After bidding farewell to Chu Yunhan, Lu Jianjun took his documents and departed. Su Jihong then cheerfully led Chu Yunhan to the residence of the Jing'an division members. After helping him choose a quiet room, he busied himself with procuring various daily necessities. During their conversation, Chu Yunhan learned that although the Jing'an division was renowned and held in high esteem, the tasks its members undertook were fraught with peril. They often dealt with ruthless outlaws or cases that defied common understanding. Each year, the Jing'an division in Langyue Prefecture suffered losses of at least 100 members during task execution. However, due to the division's unique nature, only individuals with significant strength or potential had the opportunity to join. The full complement of the Jing'an division in the city was 1,200, yet it remained difficult to recruit to capacity. Most members were elite veterans from the military. Hence, the Jing'an division was always eager to recruit those with formidable strength who were willing to abide by imperial law, especially the chosen ones. Anyone who successfully recommended a chosen individual to join the Jing'an division would receive substantial merit. This was why Su Jihong was willing to meet with Chu Yunhan upon hearing he sought him out. After joining the Jing'an division, Chu Yunhan spent his days honing the wind/technique in the training grounds. It was not until a week later that Su Jihong informed him of the provincial city's appointment for him. Chu Yunhan was appointed as the standard bearer of the Jing'an division in Langyue Prefecture, bypassing the team leader position entirely. The previous standard bearer had perished during a task, and Chu Yunhan took over his role, overseeing 2 team leaders and 64 members. Upon arriving at the 7th Battalion's floor, all personnel ceased their activities and stared at him with wide eyes. They had previously received word of a chosen individual being appointed as their standard bearer, which came as a surprise to everyone in the 7th Battalion. The 2 team leaders, Zhong Wu and Li Yunfei, had been in their roles for nearly 5 years and were well regarded by the members for their care and support. Following the standard bearer's sacrifice, everyone had assumed the new standard bearer would be selected from among the 2. However, they were taken aback by the sudden arrival of a newcomer, inciting feelings of indignation among the battalion members. Upon seeing their expressions, Chu Yunhan immediately understood the situation and shook his head, realizing he could not escape the necessity of establishing authority. He bellowed towards the office area, "All members of the 7th Battalion, assemble at the training ground immediately." With that, he turned and strode away. The dozens of people in the office area momentarily froze, exchanging glances before looking towards the 2 men among them. "What are you waiting for? The standard bearer has spoken. Do you dare defy orders?" The 2 exchanged a glance, sighed, and led the way to the training ground. When everyone arrived, they found the area already crowded with onlookers eager to witness the spectacle. They had heard the news of the new standard bearer in the 7th Battalion, and they understood the implications of this situation. A new official was about to make a name for himself. With an impassive expression, Chu Yunhan surveyed the members of the 7th Battalion and spoke. "I know you are dissatisfied, and I am giving you an opportunity. You may all come at me together. If you can defeat me, I will resign immediately." Just as he awaited the 2 team leaders to mock him, filled with animosity, and the crowd to surge forward for a display of power, he was taken aback when the 2 team leaders simultaneously declared, "Report, standard bearer. None of us are dissatisfied. We warmly welcome you to the 7th Battalion." Chu Yunhan was momentarily stunned, utterly caught off guard by their unexpected response. This situation had suddenly turned awkward. In the distance, hidden among the crowd, Su Jihong also found himself dumbfounded. He had deliberately spread the word to allow Chu Yunhan to showcase his prowess before everyone in the Jing'an division, thus establishing his reputation. Yet, the 2 team leaders turned out to be far more astute than he had anticipated, failing to challenge Chu Yunhan as he had envisioned. This had become a predicament. His good intentions had inadvertently backfired. He had intended to do a favor for Chu Yunhan, well aware of the latter's terrifying potential. During the investigation in Yong'an, he had discovered that Chu Yunhan was merely a reckless ruffian. Yet, in less than 6 months, he had reached the first extreme of the 5 extremes Daozong. Such a rate of progress was unmatched even among all the chosen individuals he knew. He had toiled for 18 years, with his family investing countless resources in his training. Even now, he had only achieved the complete fifth realm of martial arts, equivalent to the perfected blood transformation realm within the Dao Xin Tian system. There remained a long journey ahead before he could break through to the sixth realm of martial arts, equivalent to the five extremes Daozong. This was undoubtedly an exceptional figure, and if he did not seize the opportunity to forge a bond now, when would he? To his astonishment, the two captains were not devoid of intelligence. A newly appointed chosen one within the Jing'an division was unexpectedly designated as the chief banner officer, indicating either remarkable strength or astonishing potential. How could they possibly oppose such a figure leading their 7th Battalion? With a powerful chief banner officer at the helm, the 7th Battalion would undoubtedly undertake perilous missions with significantly heightened safety. No one would jeopardize their life over a mere position. Chu Yunhan quickly grasped the situation. It seemed every member of the Jing'an division was astute, devoid of any simpleton. With no dissent, it was clear that henceforth he would assume the role of chief banner officer of the 7th Battalion. From this day forward, regardless of the treacherous tasks the 7th Battalion faced, he would stand resolutely at the forefront. Very well, now that we are acquainted, you may disperse. Captains, please provide me with the case files that require resolution. Understood. The entirety of the 7th Battalion responded in unison, their voices resounding. Upon arriving at the office, Chu Yunhan perused through a thick stack of case files. Captain Zhong Wu and Li Yunfei stood by, meticulously detailing each unresolved case. The majority were homicide cases that the law enforcement agencies across the counties of Langya Prefecture could not handle, which had already been entrusted to the Jing'an Division for investigation, the Imperial Royal Family's direct law enforcement agency. The Jing'an Division generally only needed to ascertain the identity of the perpetrator to enact justice, without requiring substantial evidence. Consequently, many cases, despite their obscurity and lack of evidence, would lead to immediate arrests once a suspect was identified. This method of handling cases had alienated many, particularly among the common folk, who harbored a rather unfavorable perception of the Jing'an Division. While executing their duties, Jing'an Division members often encountered exceptionally ruthless martial artists, resulting in a consistently high casualty rate. Several months prior, the 7th Battalion had faced a homicide case that culminated in the death of their chief banner officer and 26 of his men. Such grave losses reverberated throughout the entire Jing'an Division of Langya Prefecture, with 2 lieutenants dispatched to investigate the case still unaccounted for. This day, the Jing'an Division had yet to uncover the identity of the assailant. As Chu Yunhan examined the various cases within the files, he selected the most troublesome one and instructed Zhong Wu to gather the team, as he would personally oversee its resolution. This particular case involved a sizable factory in Qinghe County, under Langya Prefecture, which had been entirely consumed by flames, resulting in the deaths of 23 workers. The factory owner's entire family of 5 had also been slaughtered. Following their investigation, the local law enforcement agency had identified a suspect. However, the patrol team sent to apprehend him had all perished at the hands of the suspect. The assailant even began to target the officers of the law enforcement agency, leading to the deaths of dozens of patrol officers. The entire Qinghe County was engulfed in fear, with even officials and officers of the law enforcement agency hesitant to step beyond their precincts. The case was swiftly reported to the Jing'an Division, but even the 12-member team dispatched to Qinghe County subsequently vanished without a trace. The chief banner officer of that team returned severely injured. Thus, the case remained unresolved, awaiting the return of the Jing'an Division's lieutenants for further action. Upon hearing that Chu Yunhan intended to address this case, Captain Zhong Wu's expression shifted, and he hesitated to speak. Ultimately, he remained silent and proceeded to gather the team. Following such a heinous homicide, Qinghe County was no longer the bustling and prosperous place it once was. Although the assailant had not targeted ordinary citizens, the fear of the unknown loomed large. Consequently, nearly all the shops on the streets had shuttered, and the common folk refrained from venturing outside. When Chu Yunhan and his team arrived in Qinghe County, they were met with a scene of desolation. Upon entering the local law enforcement agency, the officers within were already as jittery as startled birds, filled with anxiety. Upon learning of the arrival of the Jing'an Division, the head of the law enforcement agency rushed out to meet Chu Yunhan, his face pale with fear, recounting the circumstances surrounding the case. Years prior, a wealthy merchant had returned from afar and established a pharmaceutical enterprise in Qinghe County, specializing in the production of a fever-reducing medication for children. Due to the merchant's keen marketing acumen and willingness to invest, This medication gained significant acclaim across several surrounding counties. However, 2 months ago, the Qinghai County Judicial Bureau received a report from a woman claiming that this fever medication had caused her child's death. The investigators took the matter seriously, as pharmaceuticals were strictly regulated within the Great Xia dynasty. After examining the deceased child alongside several local physicians, the investigators concluded that the child's death was unrelated to the medication. Instead, it was caused by an inflammation resulting from prolonged high fever. The family, however, had ignored the situation, delaying proper treatment and instead resorting to a folk remedy they had heard of, burning talismans to ash and mixing them with water for the child to drink. Followed by submerging the child in cold water. The child's condition worsened, and only when it was nearly too late did the family procure the fever medicine. Unfortunately, due to the delay in the child's exposure to cold water, severe inflammation set in, leading to death. After clarifying the cause of death to the child's family, they refused to accept responsibility for their ignorance. They caused a ruckus at the Judicial Bureau for several days, culminating in the law enforcement officers arresting the disruptive family members. They were subsequently charged with negligence resulting in death and sentenced to 3 years in prison. However, an unforeseen event unfolded. 3 of the family members hanged themselves in the law enforcement agency's jail one night. This incident escalated swiftly, with news of their suicide spreading to several surrounding counties. Countless citizens speculated whether the law enforcement agency had subjected them to torture, prompting their tragic decision to end their lives. Before an investigation team could be dispatched from the prefectural city, the merchant's factory was set ablaze. This was soon followed by a series of assaults and homicides. Initially, the law enforcement agency believed the attacks were acts of revenge by the deceased family. However, it wasn't until the Jing'an division conducted its investigation that it was discovered the assailant had no ties to the deceased family whatsoever. The perpetrator was merely an 18-year-old youth who, having heard various ludicrous rumors, fancied himself a vigilante, targeting corrupt officials. Unfortunately, the youth possessed extraordinary skills, rendering typical martial artists powerless against him. The Jing'an division's prior failures only emboldened the youth further. After hearing the account from the head of the law enforcement agency, Chu Yunhan glanced at Zhong Wu, who nodded in affirmation of the director's words. After inquiring about the assailant's movements, Chu Yunhan instructed Zhong Wu and the others to remain at the law enforcement agency for security. While he set out in search of the youth, he was keen to uncover the circumstances that had endowed this young man with such formidable power. The members of the Jing'an division were at least martial artists of the second realm, with the captain being above the third realm, and the injured chief banner officer a formidable fifth realm warrior. Yet they had been unable to subdue an 18-year-old youth, suffering severe injuries in the process. Chu Yunhan did not search for long before he encountered the youth who had claimed the lives of dozens. It seemed the youth was aware that the Jing'an division had dispatched personnel to apprehend him, as he had deliberately come to confront Chu Yunhan and his companions. Clad in a black cloak with white dyed hair, the youth wielded an exquisitely crafted ancient sword. Upon seeing Chu Yunhan, disdain flickered in his eyes, and a cold, arrogant smile graced his lips as he scoffed. "You court officials truly fear not for your lives. Why not live well, instead of acting as lackeys for the tiger, leading yourselves to doom?" Chu Yunhan suddenly posed a question. "What does it feel like to kill?" The youth was taken aback, seemingly unprepared for such an inquiry. His expression darkened, and he fell silent. Chu Yunhan continued, "You set fire to claim the lives of 23 innocent workers, extinguishing the entire family of the factory owner, sparing neither the elderly nor the children. In the aftermath, he went on to slay dozens of patrolmen and members of the Jing'an department. You have not even grasped the truth of the matter. You merely acted on hearsay and ruthlessly took action, believing yourself to be a champion of justice? Enough." The youth roared, his face flushed with rage. Clearly infuriated, he then produced a peculiar jester's mask from his bosom and donned it upon his face. At the very moment he wore the mask, the essence of the youth transformed into one of cunning and madness. He carelessly discarded the exquisite and ornate ancient sword onto the ground and erupted into wild laughter. A laugh that seemed to embody endless insanity and strangeness. When he revealed his blood-red eyes, they radiated a thirst for blood and ferocity. In an instant, his figure vanished, rushing towards Chu Yunhan with an eerie swiftness. A razor-sharp scalpel in hand, he slashed towards Chu Yunhan's mouth. Chu Yunhan's expression remained impassive as he swiftly grasped the scalpel that had approached his face, exerting a slight force that shattered the instrument into several pieces. The deranged youth immediately retreated, only to suddenly conjure a dozen or so sharp scalpels, hurling them at Chu Yunhan with great speed. Chu Yunhan advanced calmly, closing the distance as the scalpels clinked against his form. Observing that his attacks seemed ineffective against Chu Yunhan, the youth's frenzied gaze revealed a flicker of astonishment. Subsequently, he threw the remaining scalpels with even greater madness until he had exhausted every last one. Chu Yunhan tore away the tattered remnants of his clothing, revealing an unscathed upper body. Witnessing this, the youth's blood-red eyes narrowed sharply, and he suddenly plunged both hands into his own body. He created 6 blood holes, forming the symbol of a hexagram. That a crimson light erupted from his body, and the youth began to tremble uncontrollably. Then, a sound akin to bones grinding and shattering echoed as his form began to twist grotesquely. His hands elongated, and his fingers transformed into razor-sharp claws. His entire being appeared to be forcibly stretched by some unseen force, becoming a grotesque amalgamation of man and beast. His previously swift speed surged to even greater heights. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared before Chu Yunhan, his lethal fingers darting towards Chu Yunhan's eyes with blinding speed. Chu Yunhan's gaze remained cold as he delivered a powerful punch to the advancing claws, shattering the youth's hands with ease. The mutated youth let out a screech and instantly retreated. However, Chu Yunhan pursued him in an instant, seizing the youth's head and forcefully driving it into the ground. With a resounding crash, a large crater formed in the earth. The youth lay bloodied within the pit, the hexagram pattern on his body slowly fading. His elongated form twisted back to its original shape. Chu Yunhan forcibly ripped the jester's mask from the youth's face, which seemed almost fused to him. The youth, now in a state of unconsciousness, let out a pitiful scream of agony, jolted awake by the intense pain. Chu Yunhan regarded the blood-stained mask in his hands, a flicker of understanding crossing his eyes. The youth, now stripped of his previous arrogance and coldness, was filled with an overwhelming fear of death. Tears streamed from his normal eyes as he wept and pleaded, I'm sorry, I don't want to die, please." Chu Yunhan, expressionless, inquired, "Where did you acquire this jester's mask?" I found it," the youth stammered. As Chu Yunhan applied a slight pressure with his foot, the sound of cracking bones emanated from the youth's right leg. "It belonged to my father. I stole it from him." Chu Yunhan lifted the youth and proceeded towards the law enforcement bureau. When all the patrolmen and Jing'an department members beheld the pitiful state of the youth that Chu Yunhan brought in, disbelief etched across their faces. No one expected that within a mere half-hour, Chu Yunhan would apprehend the perpetrator of such heinous crimes. Moreover, given the state of the youth, with shattered arms and drenched in blood, it was clear he had been thoroughly incapacitated. When Chu Yunhan relayed the situation to the bureau chief, the chief was left dumbfounded. He had not anticipated that this youth had attained such bizarre abilities merely by stealing a mask from his father. This revelation left even the Jing'an department officers, including Zhong Wu, feeling the gravity of the situation. The youth had taken many lives, and according to imperial law, he was destined for execution. If a mere object could confer such extraordinary powers, then the youth's father must be immensely formidable. Faced with the crimes of his son, would he choose to uphold justice or defy the empire for his child's sake? Zhong Wu and the Jing'an department members escorted the youth back to the capital, while Chu Yunhan remained in Qinghe County, awaiting the arrival of the youth's father. The western side of Qinghe County was a villa district, home to the affluent and elite that a single villa could sell for hundreds of thousands of gold coins. It was within this locale that the youth, guilty of unspeakable crimes, resided. According to the youth's account, his father had vanished nearly 2 months prior. Chu Yunhan stationed himself at the villa, anticipating the father's return. A week later, just as Chu Yunhan prepared to depart Qinghe County and return to the capital, a disturbance rippled through the air, heralding the return of the youth's father to the realm of reality. A middle-aged man, exuding an aura of authority, appeared within the villa. The instant he materialized, he noticed Chu Yunhan seated nearby. Instantly, the man became wary, his gaze fixated on Chu Yunhan with suspicion, particularly narrowing upon the jester's mask he toyed with. "Who are you? What are you doing in my home? How did this mask end up in your possession?" Chu Yunhan replied coldly. "Do you have any idea what chaos your negligence has wrought by leaving this item in the material world?" Yet the middle-aged man seemed unfazed by the question, scanning his surroundings as if recalling something vital. His expression shifted dramatically, and he shouted, "Where is my son? What have you done to him?" Chu Yunhan frowned, shaking his head with a sigh. It seems you are of the same ilk. If you neglect your child, you must bear the consequences of his actions. With that, he lunged towards the middle-aged man. Delivering a powerful punch, bang, the middle-aged man responded in kind, and their fists collided. The force sent him staggering back 3 steps before he regained his footing. Realizing the disparity in their strength, the man's expression shifted. And he bellowed, fish dragon transformation. His body emitted an ethereal glow, swelling rapidly as dark scales sprouted all over. Golden horns emerged from his forehead, and his hands morphed into enormous, glimmering claws that he exuded an overwhelming and tyrannical presence. Chu Yunhan's demeanor grew serious. The middle-aged man seemed to have embarked on a path of biological evolution. After his transformation, Chu Yunhan was struck by an acute sense of danger, sensing that he was at least a tier above him in terms of power. The middle-aged man, after transforming, surged forward in an instant, his massive palm crashing into Chu Yunhan's chest before the latter could even react. Chu Yunhan's entire body was sent flying, colliding heavily against the wall. The tremendous force shattering it completely as he struggled to rise from the ground. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, only to reveal a deep crimson mark carved into his chest by that one strike. This marked the first time he had experienced a breach in his physical defenses since advancing to the second level of his body refinement technique. Moreover, the man's speed was significantly beyond his own. Seemingly unwilling to afford Chu Yunhan any opportunity, the middle-aged man flickered past him, his hands clasped together as he brought them crashing down. Chu Yunhan instinctively raised his arms in defense, his muscles tensing as he bellowed. Vajra release, channeling the full power of the second level of the eternal calamity destruction body. A radiant golden light erupted from him. Boom! The colossal force struck Chu Yunhan's arms with tremendous impact, sending shockwaves that hurled the objects in the room into disarray. The middle-aged man was also propelled backward by the sheer force. With a grim expression, Chu Yunhan shook his hands before drawing out the tiger's soul demon blade from his spatial storage. His gaze fixed warily on the figure of the middle-aged man. Seeing that his previous attack had failed to breach Chu Yunhan's defenses, the man's expression shifted to one of seriousness. In an instant, a pitch-black spear materialized in his hands, emanating an eerie glow. Dragon's soul break. A dragon-shaped wisp of shadow surged forth as the black spear lunged toward Chu Yunhan in a heartbeat. Chu Yunhan's pupils constricted, and the tiger's soul demon blade burst forth with a blinding cold light, striking fiercely against the spear's tip. The overwhelming force erupted, causing Chu Yunhan to stagger back several meters, his palms bruised and trembling. The middle-aged man slammed heavily against a distant surface, the black spear now bearing a fine gash. A flicker of pain crossed his face upon seeing the damage to his spear. His gaze toward Chu Yunhan turned cautious, as he finally recognized him as an equal adversary. Who exactly are you? The general of the Jing'an division. The middle-aged man's expression shifted dramatically. The Jing'an division? What crime has my son committed to warrant such attention from you? Chu Yunhan's gaze turned icy as he spoke slowly. Your son set fire, resulting in the deaths of 23 people, annihilating a family of 5. He brazenly wielded the mask you left behind to recklessly kill dozens of law enforcement officers. Even those from the Jing'an division sent to investigate suffered casualties at his hands. A flicker of regret flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. The clown mask had been intentionally left at home, as he feared unforeseen circumstances might arise while he undertook tasks in the city of the end. He had specifically purchased the mask, knowing it was one of the few items accessible to ordinary people. Despite his repeated warnings to his son to only use it in life-threatening situations, he never imagined his son would exploit it for wanton slaughter in the real world. He understood well that within the Great Xia dynasty, powerful experts were abundant, and it was no place for judges of their level to act with impunity. He was keenly aware of the Jing'an division's nature as a brutal law enforcement body within the Great Xia dynasty. True to form, when his son committed murder, the Jing'an division came knocking. Moreover, they dispatched someone of comparable strength. With that thought, a headache began to throb in the middle-aged man's mind. Does my son still have a chance? After killing so many innocent lives, what do you think? I have only one son. If I am willing to pay a price, can the Jing'an division spare him? Chu Yunhan scoffed. What price could possibly outweigh so many lives? What could surpass the laws of the empire? The middle-aged man's face darkened, a flicker of malice flashing in his eyes as he murmured, is there not a shred of opportunity left? Does the Jing'an division truly seek to eradicate him completely? You must understand, I am a judge from the city of the end. my rate of power increase far exceeds that of those in the real world. Should my only son perish, I will unleash a reign of bloodshed upon the great Xia dynasty." Chu Yunhan regarded the middle-aged man, a glimmer of coldness crossing his eyes. "For the very words you have uttered, you shall have no chance to return to the city of the end." With that, the tiger's soul demon blade in Chu Yunhan's hand erupted in a dazzling brilliance. A chilling aura, sharp and laden with murderous intent, surged forth from the blade. The middle-aged man felt the weight of that intent, his expression shifting dramatically. Raising the black spear, he channeled his entire strength into it, and the dark shaft became enshrouded in the ethereal images of 9 black dragons swirling around it. 9 dragons shattering heaven, the man roared, gripping the spear with both hands, channeling all his might as he lunged toward Chu Yunhan like a black dragon. Chu Yunhan slowly closed his eyes, feeling the overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him. A stunning blade technique flashed in his mind, the mesmerizing cut that could astonish the heavens. Wind slash, the tiger's soul demon blade erupted with a thundering roar, and an enormous white tiger apparition surged forth from the blade, following a path imbued with extraordinary resonance as it lunged toward the oncoming black dragon shadow. Boom! A formidable force erupted instantaneously, causing the walls of the villa to collapse and shatter, as if swept away by a tempest. The black spear in the man's grasp was severed in an instant by a flash of the blade, leaving him rooted to the spot, overwhelmed by excruciating pain coursing through his body. Gradually, his vision blurred, and his consciousness began to plunge into an eternal abyss of darkness. Chu Yunhan forcefully swallowed the blood pooling in his mouth, trembling as he retrieved the fallen black spear. Alas, it had been cleaved in two, losing all semblance of its former elegance. Were it not for his mastery of the wind-cleaving blade technique, he would likely have been forced to flee in disgrace. Upon returning to the Qinghe County Law Enforcement Bureau, he instructed the patrol officers to expedite the transfer of the middle-aged man's corpse, the severed spear, and the jester mask to the Jing'an Division in the capital. Meanwhile, he tended to his injuries within the bureau. 3 days later, when Chu Yunhan re-entered the Jing'an Division, all members of the 7th Battalion had lined up at the entrance to warmly welcome his return. This case was originally to be addressed only after the return of the Jing'an Division's lieutenant, yet unexpectedly, Chu Yunhan had resolved it single-handedly upon his appointment. Moreover, it was revealed that an even more formidable figure lurked behind the perpetrator. Many commanding officers breathed a sigh of relief, grateful they had not impulsively taken on the case themselves, for it would likely have led to dire consequences. The handling of this incident left every member of the 7th Battalion secretly relieved. At last, they had a capable commander at the helm. It was rumored that the slain middle-aged man was a master at the late stage of the 6th realm of martial arts. Such prowess could only be matched by 2 lieutenants or captains within the entire Jing'an Division. To their astonishment, this newly appointed commander possessed such extraordinary strength. The mission was subsequently reported to the provincial Jing'an Division. And given the nature of the perpetrator, the ultimate reward was anticipated to be a substantial sum of merit. Lieutenant Lu Jianjun, upon learning of Chu Yunhan's injuries, personally delivered a vial of healing medicine to him. Thanks to the elixir's effects, his relatively minor injuries healed within a matter of days. Concurrently, Lu Jianjun conveyed important news. The Jing'an Division headquarters had ordered the Jing'an Division branch in Chang'an to covertly ensure the safety of his sister. Furthermore, all records pertaining to Chu Yunhan had been sealed. This was a standard operating procedure for the Jing'an Division, as their unique position often made them enemies to safeguard the members and their families. Their information would be kept under wraps, even from local government offices and law enforcement agencies. In the following days, Chu Yunhan began leading the 7th Battalion in addressing numerous unresolved cases. It was not until he was on the verge of returning to the primordial tower that he paused all tasks. After reporting to Lu Jianjun, the lieutenant presented him with a wooden box. Upon opening it, Chu Yunhan was greeted by the fragrant aroma of a blue medicinal pill. Lu Jianjun explained with a smile. This is a cultivation pill approved by the Jing'an Division headquarters. Every chosen individual who joins the Jing'an Division receives one. Afterward, you must rely on your merits for further exchanges. This pill is called the Qingling pill, a third-tier elixir specifically concocted by the Imperial Royal Pharmacy's alchemists. It is intended for martial artists at the 6th and 7th realms, perfectly aligning with your 5 extremes Daozong realm. Additionally, your monthly salary will be stored within the Jing'an Division, available for your use upon your return from the primordial land. Pondering for a moment, Chu Yunhan inquired, how much merit is required to exchange for the Qingling pill? Lu Jianjun, his expression serious, advised, I strongly recommend against using your merits for the pill. Unlike others, you are a chosen individual with an extraordinarily rapid rate of growth and strength. Others seek to exchange merits for various cultivation pills because their abilities are lacking. Climbing the ranks within the Jing'an division requires a significant amount of merit, even if they meet the merit standards. Their strength may not keep pace. You, however, possess great potential. It's best to conserve your merits until you have grown powerful enough to apply for a promotion directly. Remember, Chu Yunhan, whether within the Jing'an division or elsewhere. Power is paramount. When you wield sufficient power, pills will be within easy reach. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Yunhan nodded in agreement. As Lu Jianjun departed, he handed him a dossier, urging him to study it carefully before his return. It contained information gathered by the Empire over the years regarding the primordial land. Once alone in his chamber, Chu Yunhan meticulously examined the document. 6 years prior, the Great Xia dynasty began to witness the emergence of chosen individuals selected by the primordial land across various regions. However, those who successfully survived the trial and returned to the real world numbered fewer than 1 in 10. Among the cultivation systems associated with the primordial land, the most frequently chosen were endless armament and life evolution. As their trial tasks were relatively straightforward, the survival rate for these trials reached around 1/3. Following these were the elemental control and ascending to divinity systems, where the survival rate for novices dropped to merely 1 in 5. The survival rate for those choosing the immortal and demonic Dao system was even lower, falling below 1 in 10. Lastly, the Great Dao Xiantian system had yielded only 2 survivors among countless chosen ones since its inception 6 years ago. Among the 2 individuals, one has been recruited by the Jing'an division, while the other has joined the military. Now, there is an additional figure, Chu Yunhan. In terms of equal realms, practitioners of the Dai Dao Xiantian system exhibit a distinct advantage over those from other systems in the early stages of cultivation. Particularly in the later stages, the superiority of the Dai Dao Xiantian system becomes even more pronounced. However, this situation is not absolute. Ultimately, it depends on the individual cultivator's talent, disposition, and fortune within the 2 primordial lands. Numerous factions exist, yet within the first layer of the Guishu Tower and the first district of the End of Day City, no factions are present. Thus, both the first layer of the Guishu Tower and the first district of the End of Day City are collectively referred to as the novice area. Only after the practitioners from the 2 primordial lands accumulate 10 merit points can they initiate the ascension task. Those who successfully complete the ascension task will advance to the second layer. Generally, the difficulty level of ascension tasks is 1 tier higher than that of regular tasks, and the worlds of ascension tasks will lift restrictions on killing once all practitioners of an intelligent civilization in the primordial land perish. The world of that civilization will transform into an ascension task world. This implies that the 2 primordial lands will dispatch practitioners to cleanse and annihilate the intelligent civilization within the task world. The End of Day City and the Guishu Tower typically maintain a relationship of cooperation and competition, yet upon entering ascension tasks, this transforms into a struggle for survival. This serves as a selection and elimination mechanism for practitioners within the 2 primordial lands. Countless practitioners have perished within ascension tasks, leading many to hesitate in undertaking them. However, the tasks issued by the 2 primordial lands at the same level become increasingly arduous, until they exceed the practitioner's capabilities. Should practitioners refuse to pursue merit rewards and deliberately complete tasks with lower evaluations, they will inevitably face death. Thus, it effectively coerces practitioners to undertake ascension tasks. Only by successfully completing ascension tasks and progressing to higher levels can practitioners attain greater power and equipment. Moreover, the 2 primordial lands differ significantly in their treatment of practitioners. The tasks encountered by judges in the End of Day City are, comparatively speaking, less challenging than those in the Guishu Tower. Punishments for tasks in the End of Days City rarely involve executions. Consequently, the number of judges in the End of Days City far exceeds that of the Guishu Tower. Conversely, the Guishu Tower resembles a breeding ground for predators, where only the strongest hunters can survive. The weak are deemed unworthy of existence within the Guishu Tower. After reviewing all the documentation, Chu Yunhan gained a general understanding of the Guishu Tower. The following day, after making all necessary preparations, Chu Yunhan returned to the Guishu Tower from the designated room prepared by the Jing'an division. Upon exiting the exclusive room, he proceeded directly to the auction house to check the auction status. The previously consigned bloodline of the Blood Clan Prince had already been purchased, and after deducting a 10 handling fee, Chu Yunhan successfully received 9,000 points of primal power. After scouring the entire auction interface without discovering any suitable elixirs for his use, Chu Yunhan reluctantly returned to his exclusive room to continue practicing the wind-cutting blade technique. As the task deadline approached, Chu Yunhan vanished from his exclusive room, in the 32nd year of the Tianheng era of the Daong dynasty. Emperor Tianheng indulged in debauchery, neglecting state affairs, and became wholly absorbed in alchemy and the pursuit of immortality, allowing eunuchs to wield power. The eunuchs seized control of the court, rampant in selling official positions, forcing capable ministers and generals to resign and retreat to obscurity. The struggles of the common folk were exacerbated by exorbitant taxes and various oppressive levies, leading to widespread suffering amidst annual disasters. The populace faced displacement, resorting to cannibalism, and the land was strewn with the bodies of the dead. In times of great calamity, resentment against the heavens arises, resulting in the decline of the dynasty's fortunes. In the Fengyang Road of Qinzhou, Baoqing Prefecture, and Yunshao County, as night deepened and the bright moon hung overhead, 5 men clad in black garments, wielding iron picks and carrying hemp ropes, stealthily approached an ancient tomb nestled within a remote mountain. This ancient tomb, located at the mountain's peak, had once embodied the essence of a dragon, yet, unbeknownst to all, a torrential downpour had caused the dragon's head to break off. The tomb was situated precisely at the point of a dragonfly's touch upon the water. Expansive in size, its cap made of bluestone. The 5 men, having discovered in the county annals that a general of a previous dynasty had been exiled back to his homeland and buried here, began their clandestine excavations under the cover of night. After nearly a month of toil, they were on the verge of breaking through to the main burial chamber. The leader, named Wang Wu, was well versed in the art of geomancy. Given the hardships of life, his profession of divining fortunes could barely sustain his family, so he had brought along several villagers to engage in tomb raiding. We're almost there. Be cautious. There might be traps in this tomb. A gaunt man with a face full of pockmarks eagerly inquired, Boss Wang, how much gold and silver do you think this tomb holds? After this deal, I should be able to buy a few acres of rice fields. Right? Wang Wu scoffed, his hands never ceasing their work. Given the size of this tomb, the burial goods must be substantial. Don't worry. You'll get your share. The thin man laughed ingratiatingly. Of course. Who doesn't he know that Boss Wang is the most loyal? We've broken through. Another shouted with excitement. Wang Wu's expression shifted to one of exhilaration. Quick, bring over the tomb rat. One of the men handed him a bamboo cage. Wang Wu opened the cage and released several rats bound with hemp ropes into the newly opened passage. The group waited anxiously outside. Half an hour later, Wang Wu tugged at the hemp ropes, and several rats squeaked in distress as they were pulled back from the passage. Toxic gas. We can enter. With that, Wang Wu lit an oil lamp and led the way, followed closely by the others, as they entered the newly opened tomb passage. After descending for several dozen meters, they finally reached the antechamber of the tomb. Passing through the antechamber led them into a side chamber, where, illuminated by the dim glow of their oil lamps, they saw the floor strewn with decayed wood and rusted iron. Finding no valuable items within the side chamber, Wang Wu cursed angrily and proceeded to the rear chamber of the tomb. The rear chamber was immense, with a massive stone coffin placed centrally. The coffin was adorned with intricate carvings, seemingly narrating the illustrious achievements of the tomb's master. The men's eyes glimmered with greed as they stared intently at the enormous coffin. After considerable effort, they finally managed to pry open the coffin lid, revealing a blackened corpse lying quietly within. Surrounding the corpse were a dazzling array of burial treasures, stunning all present. The gaunt man trembled as he reached into the coffin and grabbed a handful of gold ornaments, shouting with excitement. Thud! A sharp iron sword pierced through his chest from behind. Struggling to turn his head, he saw Wang Wu's cold smile. Meanwhile, 2 other men tightened a hemp rope around another's neck until he gasped his last breath. Wang Wu withdrew the sword and gave a gentle push, causing the bloodied gaunt man to collapse atop the corpse, blood seeping into the remains. Fifth uncle, we've done it. Wang Wu scoffed. 2 outsiders think they can share the riches of the Wang family? They don't even know what they are. Once we finish this, we'll never have to suffer again. Wang Wu laughed heartily. With this treasure, the Wang family will be prosperous beyond measure. Wang Wu and 2 others retrieved burlap sacks from their waists and began to stuff the burial goods from within the coffin into the bags in large quantities. Once they had filled all the sacks with the accompanying treasures, Wang Wu forcefully pried the luminous pearl from the mouth of the desiccated corpse, after wiping away the bloodstains on the pearl. He could not help but burst into maniacal laughter. Ha! With this, we shall never have to worry about food and clothing for generations. After ensuring that nothing had been overlooked, Wang Wu called upon his two nephews to shoulder the sacks and commenced their retreat from the ancient tomb. Upon reaching the passage leading to the ear chamber, just as they prepared to ascend, an eerie chill enveloped the entire tomb. Wang Wu involuntarily shivered, hastily scrambling into the passage. Suddenly, a frantic cry echoed from the ear chamber, only to be abruptly silenced. Just as Wang Wu turned to pull up his two nephews, he realized they had vanished without a trace. He shouted several times, but there was no response. The sense of dread washed over him. Could it be that his nephews had plotted to claim the treasure for themselves? Wang Wu leaned forward, directing the oil lamp towards the ear chamber, intending to discern what mischief his nephews were up to, when he was startled to see a dark figure holding both of their forms, draining them of life. His heart raced, his face turned ashen, and cold sweat trickled down as the oil lamp slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground within the ear chamber. In a panic, he swiftly crawled towards the exit of the tomb. Just as he glimpsed the moonlight streaming through the cave entrance, he felt an overwhelming force pulling him back into the tomb. In shock, he desperately clawed at the crevices in the passage, striving to halt his descent. Yet the force intensified, and despite his fingers bleeding from the strain, he could not withstand it. Ultimately, with a sickening crack, his fingers broke, and he was swiftly drawn into the tomb. Wang Wu cried out in despair, his wails echoing as he vanished into the inky darkness of the tomb. Recently, the county office of Yunshao County in Baoqing Prefecture received a report from a merchant, stating that the villagers from Panshir village, who had been reliably delivering goods to his shop at fixed intervals, had not been seen for many days. The shopkeeper dispatched a clerk to inquire about the reason, only to discover that the clerk too had not returned. Concerned that bandits might be lurking near Panshir village, the shopkeeper hurried to the county office to report the matter. Upon hearing of the potential bandit threat, the county magistrate was taken aback and promptly dispatched the head constable along with several dozen constables to investigate the situation in Panshir village. However, days turned into weeks with no one returning. Alarmed, the magistrate sent riders to the city of Baoqing to seek assistance from the governor. Over a month later, when the governor, accompanied by the deputy general of the Baoqing military, arrived in Yunshao County with 5,000 elite soldiers, they were met with a scene reminiscent of hell on earth. The county was strewn with terrifying corpses, their flesh and blood entirely consumed, leaving behind only skin and bones. This horrifying sight sent shivers down the spines of all the officials and soldiers. Their faces pale with fear, the governor and the deputy general, their expressions ashen, hastily led their men away from Yunshao County. News of the apocalyptic demons in Yunshao County, where nearly 10,000 citizens had been drained of their blood and flesh, spread throughout the Fengyang circuit. As time passed, the news reached every corner of the Daong dynasty. Even the Emperor Tianheng of Daong heard of the calamity, but, ever in pursuit of immortality, paid it little mind, delegating the matter to the chief eunuch of the imperial sacrificial office for resolution. The chief eunuch, eager to appease the emperor, passed the issue onto the military commander of the Fengyang circuit to handle independently. In the 35th year of Tianheng, within a mere 3 years, the Fengyang circuit was left desolate, with nearly all the populace perishing. Only a few remote mountain villages barely survived, clinging to existence. It was only then that the world learned that the bloodthirsty demons of Fengyang circuit were none other than the legendary zombies. As more and more slain citizens transformed into the undead, the plague of zombies spread across the entirety of Qinzhou and neighboring regions. Countless practitioners of immortality arose, vowing to restore peace to the world. Simultaneously, the most elite forces of the Daong dynasty, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, advanced towards the borders of Qinzhou, in the 38th year of Tianheng, at the Taoist sacred site of Longhu Mountain and the Buddhist temple of Prajna. Along with countless others dedicated to ridding the world of evil, the zombie plague was temporarily quelled within the territory of Qinzhou. Though the region had become a living hell, the vast forces sealed off all of Qinzhou. In the surrounding areas, such as Qianzhou, Yuzhou, and Shizhou, while zombies occasionally appeared, they were swiftly eliminated by skilled practitioners, preventing any severe consequences. On the summit of Taiqing Mountain in Qianzhou's Qingyang Prefecture, there existed a martial arts sect known as the Tianwu sect. The Tianwu sect comprised a total of 124 members, led by its master, Yin Tianyang, who had a sole son named Yin Wushang. Half a month prior, while out enjoying a spring outing, Yin Wushang unwittingly encountered a black zombie. Though he fought desperately to escape, he was still injured by the creature. Yin Tianyang expended considerable resources to enlist the aid of a master from Longhu Mountain to perform a healing spell. Yet Yin Wushang remained in a coma for 3 whole days. When Chu Yunhan finally opened his eyes, he found himself lying in a room adorned with ancient charm. Simultaneously, the task information from the ruins tower appeared in his mind. Task: eliminate the zombie plague. Task difficulty: 3 stars, declassed in the Fengyang circuit of the Daong dynasty. A general stationed at the border was wrongfully executed 1,000 years ago and was buried at the Dragonfly Waterhole. His restless spirit, unable to find peace, accumulated resentment. The Dragonfly Waterhole, once a site of favorable feng shui, was transformed into a gathering place of negative energy, where corpses gradually evolved into zombies, having absorbed a millennium's worth of malevolent energy and moonlight. These zombies evolved into flying undead. They were awakened by grave robbers and, upon revival, devoured the flesh and blood of thousands, progressing towards becoming indestructible. The entire Daong dynasty was overrun by zombies, leaving the populace in despair. The task details were issued. First, eliminate the zombie infestation in Qianzhou. Second, become the master of the Tianwu sect. Third, lead the Tianwu sect to become the foremost sect in Daong. Fourth, eradicate all zombies within the borders of Qinzhou. Fifth, slay the 1,000-year-old zombie king. Note: the hunter's identity in this world has been replaced by Yin Wushang, the junior master of the Tianwu sect. Warning: should the flying undead successfully evolve into the indestructible form, the power hierarchy of this world will escalate to D-class. Failure to complete the task will result in a penalty of 20 years deducted from one's lifespan. Upon reading the warning from the ruins tower, Chu Yunhan's expression turned grave. If the flying undead were to evolve successfully, their power would undoubtedly reach D-class at that point. With his current strength, he would likely stand no chance against such a formidable foe. Just then, the door creaked open, and a man in his 50s entered, followed by a Taoist priest, Shang. You have finally awakened. Quickly tell your father if anything still troubles you. Fortunately, Taoist Qingyang is here. Let him take a look at you. The newcomer was Yin Tianyang, the master of the Tianwu sect and Chu Yunhan's father in this world. Chu Yunhan shook his head, indicating he was largely unscathed. He then turned to the Taoist priest. Taoist Qingyang, what level of zombie did I encounter previously? Could you enlighten me on the differences between various types of zombies? Taoist Qingyang smiled gently. It's good that you are unharmed, young master. I am relieved. However, you must continue to apply glutinous rice to the wound daily to draw out all the corpse poison. Yin Tianyang nodded vigorously. Rest assured, Taoist, I will remind Shanger daily to use glutinous rice to purge the toxins. Taoist Qingyang nodded in acknowledgement and began to explain. The zombie you encountered previously was a black zombie. Since the outbreak of the zombie plague in Fengyang circuit, both the Buddhist and Taoist sects have classified all types of zombies.